John and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Hump Day edition
Hump Day
of Sean and RJ as we try to get you closer to your holiday break here on DFW Sports Station. Some other radio stations have already taken off for 2 weeks with no live shows and no live content. Glad you're joining us and turning it on, leaving it on in order to say thank you again. We're going to send you to the game in Arlington on Saturday. Tomorrow we have the tickets during the Expressway. So all the shows during the Expressway, giving away tickets tomorrow to Cowboys, Eagles, a Jalen Hurts update. Some Tolos think that Philly is playing a little possum. Playing a little possum.
What, that he's not really hurt?
Yeah, that he's not really hurt enough to miss this game, as Nick Sirianni would not rule him out yesterday.
Oh, no, I think this is the exact opposite of that. This is them forcing the Cowboys to prepare for two different quarterbacks. Yeah, he ain't playing. He ain't playing this week. He ain't playing next week. He ain't playing the week after. We'll see him in January.
You think the next time we see him is a playoff game?
I think so.
It's a long rest.
You know, if he's got a shoulder sprain, he may not be able to. Now, he may be able to come back in a week or two, but then you got to ask yourself, what's the point? You know, maybe you play him in the final game of the year, play him for a half.
Yeah, with everything clinched and locked up.
Yep. Like, what's the point, though? Like, if they've got the 1 seed locked up, which they're probably going to, they're in a really good position.
The playmaker, Michael Irvin, is going to join us this morning at 8:40. We have Power Rankings, the Burger King, Howard Eskin in the Expressway. Man, this is going to be tough. That's going to be tough. Cover up all your wounds. Put the Band-Aids on, because he's going to be Salt Bay up in here, throwing around all of it into the open wounds. Vinegar everywhere from Howard Eskin from Filthy in the 7 o'clock Expressway. Nick Eatman in the final hour of the show.
He's got all the wounds right now. He's got a hurt quarterback.
I don't think they're panicking. They're like,
They
okay,
ought to.
all we got to do. Okay, I like that you're going here. You're the only one that I've heard in the media talk about this maybe being a little bit more scary, because it feels like it's dinged up maintenance, but yesterday you said this could be a 7 out of 10. You give me a little bit of hope.
Shoulder for me. I mean, it's like, look, if he's hurt, they're not a top 10 team in the NFL. If he's out, so like, yeah, this is huge. The Cowboys had a door open
For the East?
No, the East is over.
Okay.
Yeah, no, the East is over. I don't care about the East.
Because they got to win one in their final three games.
Yeah, I don't have to worry about that. And the Cowboys got to run the table. And Tennessee's no scrub. You know, they set up with the Titans. They're not great, but they're not a scrub team either. They could easily bite you. No, this is like, if I'm the Eagles, I mean, you have no idea how bad his shoulder is. Does that mean that it's going to be horrible? No. It could be okay. It could be just a little bit dinged up, like you said, dinged up maintenance. He made a great deep throw after the shoulder got hurt. But, you know, you sleep on those things, and then they tighten up.
In the game.
Adrenaline, they swell up and everything. There's no way of knowing. He could be back in 2 weeks. You know, it could be worse.
And his running style, right? It's going to get tested. It's going to get tagged multiple times. And if he decides not to run as much, that is the Bobby Belt formula. Make him drop back and pass. And is he going to be able to go ahead and pass and cut it loose as much? So little glimmer of hope down the road if you are a Cowboys Tolo here on Sean and RJ. Speaking of Salt Bay, did you see the Argentina celebration yesterday? You can see how these soccer events in other countries turn into the ugly melees that they do, resulting in death and brawls and storming the field. 4 million people gathered for the Argentina World Cup parade. They had to cut the parade short. They're going over this underpass.
Oh God, the people walking on the overpass is amazing.
There's people on the overpass who are waiting for the Argentina bus to go under, and 2 guys dropped off the bridge, jumped off to try to get on the bus. One made it. One, thankfully, for our own entertainment purposes, did not. He'll be on Rob Deerdeck's show on YouTube if that's still running 4,000 times a day. He hits the back of the bus and goes tumbling off that thing.
Dude, like this parade's insane. We're not sports fans here. Like let's get that. There's no such thing as a diehard sports fan in the U.S. after what we just saw in Argentina with the soccer fans.
Yeah.
Nothing. Like, if the Cowboys win the Super Bowl, there won't be 10 people sitting outside of Dak Prescott's house.
And thankfully, I think
thankfully, yeah.
This is a little much. So after the two fans jump on the bus, they have to helicopter the players off of this thing. I would have thought it would have been like a little bit more security. I don't know whether you can even have security out there, creating a buffer zone between the bus and the fans. The helicopters come in, so the players are now flying overhead. They're flying overhead to celebrate. And then I saw a video late last night or early this morning of Messi trying to get into his home. It was like the OJ. It was like the OJ media surrounding him coming home from the White Bronco times 50. Trying to pull in to his estate.
Trying to pull into this estate, which, look, I mean, he's in an HOA.
Maybe he should have more of an estate. Maybe there should be like a gate. I don't know whether he was going straight into a garage. Where's the gate?
There was a garage he was trying to go right into.
Derek Collins got more security.
Of course he does. I mean, you've got to talk to a guy to get into Derek Collins' house.
Yeah. Alfred.
This guy, he lives in Keller. What's going on here? I've never seen.
Messi lives in Keller?
Messi lives in Lake Keller. Yeah, not Derek. Like, Messi lives in Lake Keller, man. Like, Northwich and Hills. Like, he lives on Brown in North Arlington. Like, I've never seen such a famous person live in, like, just a normal neighborhood.
It was like he was pulling into one of those garages like in Malibu on the Pacific Coast Highway, like highway, and then 2-inch turn, bam, into the garage. Yeah. There's your house.
Messi lives in a neighborhood where you haggle with the Christmas lights guy for cost. That doesn't happen in Messi's neighborhood. You just say, okay, yeah, just put him up, man, whatever. But that's where he lives. It's the weirdest thing.
It was insanity. It was pretty cool to see. I mean, man, what it can bring to a country, these World Cup titles. Crazy.
Well, and then I'd be worried that many people have my address.
Yeah.
I'm making that much money and that many people are allowed just right outside my residence.
Yes.
I'd be scared.
Yes, absolutely.
It's public record.
Why though? I mean, that's so weird.
A tax office.
How
I have
do
no
so
idea.
many people get that?
I have no idea. You can get anybody's address, I think, at least in the U.S. I don't like it. I don't know why they allow it, but you can.
Meanwhile, we have a big turnaround in Major League Baseball yesterday. You were kind of sniffing out the medicals with Carlos Correa's new deal with the San Francisco Giants. That's off. That's canceled as John Heyman, careful with Heyman's recent reputation, says Correa is going to the New York Mets instead. 12 years for $315.
Yeah. So I wonder what really was the medical they were worried about? What were they worried about that the Mets weren't? Or was this Carlos Correa having cold feet and telling the doctor, hey, find something wrong with me. I don't want to go here. Or I want to back out of this. Let's come up with a way I can back out. Let's just go to Scott Boras and have Boras find a way out. Very odd. Like, why he would have a contract pulled and then another team come in and say, hey, there you go. Basically the same money. Basically the same everything.
Well, he lost out on
$30 million?
35.
Over 12 years.
It was... The San Fran deal was 13 for $350. This is 12 for $315.
Yeah, so over 12 years, he lost out on $30 million, 35. So you're looking at what, less than $3 million a year for a guy making that kind of money. It's like now it's about where do you want to live.
Undisclosed medical concern for the Giants, and the Mets are like, we'll go ahead and clear it. It's okay. Now this is also pending the completion of a physical.
Right, absolutely. So they may get to them and say, like, yeah, we don't want it. I just think it was very, very odd how he fails. They have a physical issue. They're supposed to do this. Yesterday, they were supposed to do this. And then all of a sudden, within 12 hours, he got a new contract with a new team. It just struck me as very, very odd. But there you go. Maybe he wanted to be in New York.
So it was 27 a year with San Fran, and now it's 26 a year. Still 26 and change for Carlos Correa. He'll be all right. If he passes the physical.
Yeah, he got past the physical. Which maybe the Mets were like, yeah, we're just going to, even if it's, they knew what the old physical was. They knew what the problem was that he failed in the other one, and they looked past it.
Today is National Signing Day for your favorite school. What is going to happen locally? Choppy will catch you up on all of that. We got some more drama in the Western Conference. The Mavs calls in. Mavs got their own issues, but they already blew up the Utah Jazz. We thought that they pushed the Phoenix Suns to the brink, and last night the Suns had a little issue on their sideline. What is your favorite school doing for National Signing Day? Will it be another win for Jimbo Fisher, or is he on his way out as well? We'll get you caught up with all the schools that you care about in the Metroplex and beyond. It's Sean and RJ, Hump Day Edition.
Hey.
Just getting started on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's the DeMarcus Lawrence Show at about 4:45-ish. Plus, is Eric back? Join the nation 2 to 7 to find out.
The flu season is at its peak, resulting in increased...
On this chilly Wednesday morning, Bobby Belt will be in studio at 6 o'clock. Howard Eskin from Filthy in the Expressway. Power Rankings, Michael Irvin and Nick Eatman as well. Was that an oh yeah? Most excited for the Power Rankings today.
It's one of my favorite segments of the week.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm generally excited for it because I just like to see how wrong we are from the week before.
Yeah.
Although I think we did okay considering from last week.
Truckwreck.com text line is open at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. But, Ralph, today is National Signing Day.
Yes, it is. It is National Signing. Now, this used to be February, and now they've moved over the last, half dozen years or so to the early signing day. which is this week or today in December. And this is where a majority of the teams will find their players. A majority of the players will sign today. Only a handful will be left over for February. But these players are the ones that are going to get the major NIL deals today. The money may be dried up. There's going to be incentive for them to sign. And I just have a question. My biggest wonder is I think we're going to get a lot of information on Jimbo Fisher's future today. If the boosters are willing to put up another $30 million or so in NIL money, then Jimbo is as safe as it gets. And if they're not, if they don't come close to it, I think that spells very big doom for Jimbo Fisher. Because they're going to be like, well, why am I going to put resources into you when you're going to get run? I think this is a huge day for him.
So, according to everyone has their different ranking sites, right? ESPN has 44 of the top 50 prospects committed.
Right.
Alabama has 19 of ESPN's top 300 commits. That leads the country with 19. Georgia has 17, Notre Dame 16, and Florida 16 as well. A trio of quarterbacks. Malachi Nelson, 1. Arch Manning, 2. Dante Moore, top 3 overall recruits in the ESPN 300. So we have Nelson initially committing to Oklahoma, flipped to USC. We know where Arch is going. And then Moore initially said, I'll come to you, Oregon. But he flipped to UCLA 2 days before the signing period.
Yeah, that's huge. I mean, Chip Kelly gets gets a good little player there. And now all these quarterbacks are going to get major deals. I'm fascinated to see what Malachi gets. Fascinated to see what Arch Manning winds up getting. But, Oklahoma's got right now in ESPN the best class in the conference. Again, Texas has done themselves really well, but hasn't produced on the field. They recruit well all the time. Basically every year, Texas has a really good recruiting class and just hasn't always produced on the football field. And where's A&M going to land? That's the other question. TCU's made some inroads, and this Final Four run has certainly helped that. It's buoyed that. Is it buoyed or buoyed? I think it's buoyed.
Buoyed.
So TCU's done some really nice work. And then you got your usual suspects, USC, Penn State, Clemson, Ohio State all near the top.
So does this day have renewed excitement for you with the year that your Tennessee Volunteers had?
We're in a similar situation where Texas, we don't recruit as well as they do because we're not in Texas. But Tennessee usually has top 15 or 20 recruiting classes, and it never really produced on the field. Now, it did this year. There's a little bit of renewed excitement. They got a really nice quarterback coming in, Nico, who's like a volleyball player too. But he's a 4 or 5-star commit, and some good defensive players. So yeah, it's but they're in the conference with Alabama and Georgia and Florida. Like they're going to be at best third and fourth anyway.
So today the money's flying around.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. It's the NIL day.
I saw some Twitter rumors of a $5 million payment to try to get a quarterback to swing, and people were complaining it's gotten out of control.
Yeah, that's from Pat Narduzzi at Pitt. So he was saying that.
Was the intent right, but the execution wrong of the NIL money with paying kids? Just the wrong system? Is it just too much of the Wild Wild West? It feels like that.
Yes, there's a part to it that's like that. They should. I would like to see them not allow, schools to find sponsorships for the players. Right? I would like the players to have agents that find sponsors for them, and that way the kid goes wherever they want, and the money goes with the kid. See, I don't like it where the school throws the money at you, and then if you leave, you don't get that NIL deal anymore. Well, it's like, wait a second, you're paying the player, not the player at the school. I don't think that's the spirit of it. My issue with the transfer portal is you've got guys that are going in and trying to poach kids from the schools. Now, that's happened anyway for years, but that's what Pat's talking about. I mean, you're offering Drake May, who's the quarterback at Carolina, who's eventually going to be the number 1 pick in the draft in a couple years. People are offering $5 million to leave. He's not the transfer portal. Like, bro, you should never coach again if you're making a phone call to him. Like, come on, like find your own damn kid. That's Mac's guy.
So this news is just coming in. I've gone to about 10 different people to confirm it. Just days before the NFL and the Pittsburgh Steelers were going to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Immaculate Reception. If you were watching the games this past weekend, there was a lot of build-up, a lot of promos, a lot of hype about number 32, Franco Harris, and maybe the most famous play in NFL history. And Franco has apparently passed away.
Last chance for the Steelers. Bradshaw trying to get away. And his pass is broken up by Tatum. Tipped off. Franco Harris has it. And he's over. What? Franco Harris grabbed the ball on a deflection. 5 seconds to go. He grabbed it with 5 seconds to go and scored.
Let's watch
1
this
million
again.
to 1 odds on this one.
Ricochet out there off of Jack Tatum and into the Man of the Year, Franco Harris's hands.
Here's the miracle of all miracles.
From out of nowhere.
Listen to that crowd. The Immaculate Reception, the 50-year anniversary was coming up, and Franco Harris has passed away.
Man, this sucks. I mean, what a play. Like back then, my dad always just told me there was like controversy around that play, and they made like a rule change after that. I was like, what? Rule change? It seems like a normal football play to me. It seems like a great play. But he's going to be on the patch. He's on that patch for that 50th anniversary. Just that shoestring grab right there. Oh, sad news.
Well, a number of the camera views, right, at first, when you look at the replays this morning on Twitter, it doesn't show that one where he clearly, picks it up without it hitting the ground.
Right.
Because the initial shot did not get it because the ball ricocheted so far backwards.
Yeah, it did.
It ricocheted, so it was like, did that ball hit the ground? I think Madden was coaching the Raiders on the other side. In watching a lot of documentaries paying tribute to Madden when he passed away, just one of the classic matchups between the Raiders and the Steelers, and the Raiders would usually come up on the heartbreaking end of these games, and this is one of the ones that would torment and torture Oakland at the time, Los Angeles, whatever the hell they were. But John Madden always had the Steelers as that nemesis.
Oh yeah. I mean, the Steelers
Nemesis.
were tremendous back then. I mean, they dominated everybody in the 70s. They just did. They were so good, and he was a major part of that. And then that play is there's a few plays throughout the history of the sport that have helped make the sport what it is today. The Johnny Unitas handoff.
What are the most famous 3 plays? Immaculate Reception.
The Johnny Unitas overtime run in the championship game.
Okay.
And
The Hail Mary, Drew Pearson, would that be up there?
Tight
who would
end.
tell you that?
The catch, Dwight Clark.
The catch,
The catch is top 3.
and then the LA drive.
Tyree still too new?
I was thinking more along the lines of ones that built the sport, right? That helped the sport get to where it is. So I was thinking more like the drive, but that may have been already too late. The catch, let's go with the catch, Immaculate Reception, and then that Johnny U handoff.
The handoff?
Just the running, which is a boring play, but it made it. I mean, it changed the sport.
But just plays that jumped out. I mean, you could throw the Odell catch in there.
Yeah.
The Drew Pearson catch, a good nominee as well, but certainly the Immaculate Reception is a top 3. So rest in peace to Franco Harris, the Steelers legend, passing at the age of 72. It's Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station. What's really going on with Jalen Hurts? Are the Eagles playing possum? And you talk about living in someone's head rent-free. Eagles fans, just admit it. Well, this little lunch prank that y'all pulled, it's sad. Come on, it's pathetic. And a former Eagle embarrassing himself talking about Dak Prescott on national TV. Inside the Star for the 6 a.m. Club with Sean and RJ next.
It has the entire sports world. The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex Hump Day edition
Hump Day.
with Sean, RJ, and Bobby Belt live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We have Peyton and Ryan running things in the back. Howard Eskin, the Burger King, the evil troll, will join us in the 7 o'clock expressway as yesterday, Nick Sirianni at the Raccoon press conference would not rule out his MVP quarterback playing on Saturday.
I don't put anything past Jalen Hurts as far as his mental and physical toughness. So there's a chance he could play this week. He is one of the toughest guys I know, and he heals fast. He's a freak. His body is not like yours or mine, right? And so I'm shaming myself there a little bit too. His body's not like ours. He came back fast from his injury last year, and I will not rule him out. I will not put a timetable on him, and we'll see. We'll see what happens this week. But both guys he'll be ready to go if he can play this week, and so will Gardner.
He's also going to be attacking his rehab.
He's attacking rehab, Sean.
Was he the one who talked about attacking his naps?
We're gonna attack naps. we're gonna savage. We're gonna attack lunch. I have such a great lunch. One of the best lunches ever. Okay, all right. So he's. This reminds me of remember my cousin Vinny, the movie.
Yeah.
The laws of physics cease to exist on your stove. Like water soaks into a grit faster on his stove. So he heals faster than everybody else.
He's Wolverine.
So the common laws of biology heal and help and work faster inside Jalen Hurts than in the rest of human history. He just heals faster than everybody else.
Percentage chance that he plays.
Vegas has already made the determination. They've already said 0. They don't let it move the line if it's not. They've already told you.
All right, Bobby. Percentage chance Jalen Hurts actually plays
1. Like I'll give him the Willis Reed odds, but that's it.
Yeah.
Do we want Jalen Hurts to play? Think about it before you answer with all the different factors, right? So, inevitability of what happens with the NFC East. You trying to keep a little bit of hope open for the NFC East. Getting a second read on him. Trying to bang and ding him up a little bit more. Giving yourself confidence you can beat them, planting a seed of doubt if you can beat them with Jalen Hurts, or just take that easy win. No, not easy win. Just take more of a guaranteed win with Gardner Minshew at QB. Would you rather Jalen Hurts play on Saturday?
No, yeah, I want him play. I would like to see him play.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd rather have him play. Back in my youth, I'd be like, nah, just injure everybody. I used to be like, you know what? If I was playing the Lakers, I'd step on Shaq's toe on the first time he goes up for a rebound and just separate his foot from his ankle. And now I'm like, no, that's not that important.
Out there in the golf course, step on his
right. Now it's like
step on his cleat.
My number one priority when I watch a sporting event is I just want to be entertained. That's my number one priority. So I just want to have 3 hours of enjoyment. And I can't have 3 hours of enjoyment in today's NFL when I watch backup quarterbacks. I want the starters out there.
What's your answer to that?
I mean, if I was with the organization, I'd probably just say, yeah, sure, give me the easy victory. Don't let them play. But, for what we do here, I want to know what the team is. I want to know if they've improved things. So I don't really care to see them go against Gardner Minshew. That's not going to tell me anything. But also at the same time, while we'd be going yeah, but we beat him with Gardner Minshew. I don't feel like Philly is entering this week going, yeah, but we beat him with Cooper Rush. I think they're just we beat Dallas earlier. And so Dallas would probably have the same mindset.
Jalen Hurts is not going to play. He's not going to play. And I think I'd rather see the Cowboys face the Eagles with Jalen. So I'm disappointed on that front. I heard Kevin Hagan go over Gardner Minshew's stats yesterday. Career 41 touchdowns and only 12 picks. In 4 years. I was like, he's only been in the league for 4 years? When do you think he's a 7-8 year vet? 41-12 with a 63% career completion percentage for Minshew.
Yeah, and look, he's a passable spot starter and backup and things like that. Part of the reason his interception percentage is so low is he doesn't have the arm strength to get to the defensive back sometimes. And he will skip bad throws. Like, I mean, he's got a very weak arm. That's the big part of it with him. But he's perfectly acceptable as a guy, like we talked about yesterday in Cross. I'd rather have him over Cooper Rush.
Yeah.
Like, I think Gardner Minshew is better than Cooper Rush, and it's sort of the same limitations.
Yeah, just the fact that he doesn't, maybe he may not throw a ball deep, maybe a check down kind of quarterback, that doesn't, mean that he's, this elite player just because he has a low interception number. But that is surprising that I would have thought he would have been in the league for more than 4 years.
Hurts telling reporters there's definitely a chance he'll be well enough to play against Dallas, but he will go through the week. Noah Brown was asked by reporters yesterday, since he dipped and dodged the post game on Sunday. He didn't want to talk to the media or reporters after the game. They caught up with him yesterday in Frisco. What happened on the final pass?
I think I misjudged it a little bit. I didn't see the ball come out of Dak's hands, which is completely normal, doesn't always happen. But by the time I saw it, it wasn't really where I could reach out for it. I had to kind of catch it like this, and it hit off my hand and hit my arm and bounced out. It's a play at 10 times out of 10 I expect myself to make, and I have to make, and there's no excuse for it.
All right, good for him. Owning it yesterday.
Yeah, I think that's it. It's over. He says, I got to make the play. That's the right answer. I need to make it 10 times out of 10. And the one time I don't make it, that's unacceptable. Not making that play at any point is unacceptable.
It's over. Have you been on Twitter? Are you aware of Twitter?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying for anybody else who's reasonable on it, I think it's over.
Yeah, I agree.
So yesterday, full disclosure, behind the scenes, thought that Jerry Jones had his best phone connection of the season with us. But I thought generally, it wasn't really that exciting of an interview. There was nothing headline grabbing. I told Peyton, you don't have to cut up a bunch of stuff for the other shows. And every time we say that to ourselves, we're like, that was okay. And not every week is going to be, headline grabbing. Every time we say that, the national media outlets come up with something we weren't seeing. And yesterday it was the word outstanding. When we asked Jerry Jones how Dak Prescott played against Jacksonville, and he responded with outstanding, Stephen A. Smith, Marcus Spears, and FS1 lost their minds. So did a lot of Tolos on the truckwreck.com text line. I think this is one of... Now, look, you always have disagreement in the world and society and sports and Twitter. But I think this is one of the most unique arguments that I never saw coming, that people were going to say that Dak did not play well with the 2 interceptions. And the number one culprit of sounding like a clown today is LaShawn McCoy with our guy David Hellman on FS1 yesterday.
First of all, Dak is ass, right? Can I say on TV? Because he is ass. You can say whatever you want on. Okay, that's one thing. This is the second game that he just lost by throwing picks. He threw 2 picks to the Packers, right? Had 14-point lead, lost, come back. They was up 17. My man, 17 and lost, picks. That first one, that pass he threw, the second one, not the first. The first one was terrible. Do you agree with that? Yes. That was awful. Like, where was he throwing that ball to? Dak Prescott has the easiest job, the second easiest job, right? The first, I go to Purdy and Jimmy G with the Niners. Yep. Great defense, right? Run the ball very well, make safe passes. Dak has the easiest job in football. The picks he throwing, those ain't even like, he's not even trying to like fit the ball through the needles or the small little windows. These are like easy passes. They run the ball well. What else can you do? I'm paying you $160 million. That's how you play? If you tell me that's outstanding, I don't know what to say. Like, I'm lost for words.
He had a top 10 passer rating for the week.
Man, I don't care. You keep talking about these numbers. Yeah. When you watch
they matter.
They matter. When you watch the game with your eyes, the same eyes that you have, I have two eyes too. I watched the same game. He looked trash.
He looked trash. So that's LaShawn McCoy. Lot to get into here. Number one, knowing David Hellman, and Bobby, you know him even better than we do. I know Dave is having an internal struggle Because if David was not working on that show, and I have not talked to Dave about this, and LaShawn McCoy was making these comments, Dave would take him apart piece by piece on Twitter. On Dave's Twitter account, he would be destroying and taking apart LaShawn McCoy. He has to work with him. Dave is fresh into that new job, so I think he's holding back. That's my own personal theory. That's me, Sean Sharif, speaking on that. Number 2, I would usually say, here's Shady playing his role. The TV role, Cowboys lover, Cowboys hater. But I actually think LaShawn McCoy believes it. I actually think LaShawn is just exposing himself as being, as Mike Bassick would say, lazy. This is a lazy clown take for anyone just to say, oh, box score, 2 interceptions. I read the play-by-play, and the final play was Dak pick 6 to end the game, so it has to be his fault because you expose yourself as looking like a clown if you put the final interception. Look, you want to have the debate and the argument about the first one? I'll put the first one on Dak, even though Bobby and Dalton Miller have showed us the video of his arm getting touched. But the fact that Shady, I think he actually believes it. I know that Skip is fake. I know that Stephen A. plays a role in a character. But I think that Shady McCoy actually believes it more so than the other two.
I would hope not.
I think he does. I think he believes it more than the other ones. It's just not 100% fake troll. That's my opinion. I don't know which one's better. Is it do I have more respect for the one who's playing a role or the one who's got the lazy take like the final Dak pick? Calling him ass and trash?
Yeah.
A little personal.
I mean, look, he obviously saw the play. I don't think it's a lazy thing. I think he's just dumb. I mean, I think there's a difference. I'd rather call somebody, and I don't like to say that. I don't like to call somebody dumb, but he's just dumb. I'd rather call you dumb than lazy, though. I think being lazy is worse. That's not a lazy. That's just a dumb take. Like, how could you watch that play, see it, go off the receiver's hands, right in his hands,
in the chest?
Yeah, and then blame the quarterback on that. I just don't get it. If you go to some of these other websites, these advanced metrics, only Patrick Mahomes had a better week than Dak in terms of completion percentage over expectation, which is how many more passes you completed than you should have throughout the game. He was phenomenal. Okay, outstanding was the right word.
I agree.
Outstanding was the right word to use on Dak's game. If you don't think so, you just don't like him.
Yeah.
That's fine, but know who you are and what you are.
I mean, that's basically what I was going to say when you were asking the question of which one is like, which would you rather be known as, stupid or a liar?
No, fake.
No, mine is stupid or a liar, because that's what he's being. He is either being stupid or he's lying. And so we can pick whichever adjective we want. Neither one of them is flattering, but one of them describes what he just said. So he's either being stupid or a liar. That's how I look at it.
All right. There you go. Straight up from Bobby Belt, below the belt. Are you getting sick? Sounds like RJ and I have been getting, we've been getting better, and it sounds like this morning you're getting worse.
I didn't feel good last night.
Yeah.
No, like I was woke up in the middle of the night, my stomach kind of hurt, but then it went away, so I don't know.
I had some last night.
More puke?
No, the other side. Oh yeah. Oh, I haven't drank a thing today. Just a little bit of water, crushed up some ice chips. I'm on high alert here. High alert. May or may not have brought a second pair of underwear with me to the show.
This is a watch, not a warning.
This is a warning, not a watch. Okay.
So
somebody get Delcus on it.
Last week or 2 weeks ago, whenever it was, got me on the backside. Your issue over the weekend was the front side, and now you're getting the backside.
Yeah. Oh. So it could have been like food poisoning over the weekend, and now I got your poop bug. Yeah, I feel weak. I lost like 9 pounds now.
Yeah.
It's just I barely eat.
Did you eat anything yesterday?
Yeah, we had salmon and broccoli.
Stop eating.
No more seafood,
fish.
Man. Why? It's so much easier on your stomach than like.
No, it's not easier than like chicken noodle soup or like tomato soup or grilled cheese or a piece of toast. Like, stop eating fish when you feel sick to your stomach. Good Lord. You know, what?
I need the protein.
Eat some scrambled eggs, bro.
I had some of those.
Eat some scrambled eggs. Something plain.
I had some scrambled eggs. The fish is plain. Just grilled on the...
Get you on the brat diet.
Huh?
Get you on the brat diet.
What is that?
Bananas, rice, applesauce, toast.
There you go. Yeah, some plain rice. That's it. Something safe. Even if you don't season fish, you never know if you're gonna, it depends. You like a little bit undercooked like I do. You're playing around with that.
No, we're usually pretty good about that.
Going right back to salmon with the stomach bug. I've never heard that one. But hey,
I need my team. God, I can't be losing weight.
Douchebag.
I can't be losing the weight.
877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on the show, live on the fan cam, live on Twitch, and live on YouTube. So that is Inside the Star with Jalen Hurts and the Eagles trying to keep hope alive to play on Saturday. And Shady McCoy. What were the options, Bobby, for LaShawn?
Stupid or a liar?
Stupid or a liar. Ouch. All right. Aaron Rodgers is not happy with the media again. He puts the media on blast, and Stephen A. calls us out for like the 5th day in a row around the rest of the NFL on National Signing Day. Sean, RJ, and Bobby just getting started.
Let's get you over to Zerez. Let's get your
The personal injury lawyers, Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Aaron Rodgers is not thrilled with the media. Again, it can either be sports media or it can be political media. Aaron has no problem calling them out, but The Athletic, and I couldn't even buy this one. I want to hate Aaron Rodgers, but I couldn't buy this one. The Athletic had this story that the Packers have like secret hand signals at the line of scrimmage, audibles that Aaron does not teach the younger guys, and they have to go like a scavenger hunt, searching and quizzing the older vets on the team to find out the signals that Aaron wants to run during games.
You don't buy that?
No, I don't buy it. It's stupid. It's worse for Aaron Rodgers. It'd be dumb for him to go out there and have everyone not on the same page while trying to win regular season games and championships. Like that makes his life more difficult.
I absolutely believe this. I don't think it. I don't even.
So
think
you
it's a
think Aaron
question
Rodgers gets off a little bit or is fine in a regular season game, giving a hand signal and thinking to himself, that guy may not know it. This could be fun. That doesn't make any sense.
No, I don't think he thinks it would be fun. Like, I don't know that I believe it, but I think it sounds like him. I think, like, are you kidding me? Like, that seems like a Rodgers quest. Like, look, if I want this guy to play receiver, I want to know how hungry is he to track down the information? How much does he want to find it out? If he's not willing to find it out, that's not a guy I can trust to throw the ball to.
Yeah.
Like, that sounds like an Aaron Rodgers thing.
It does. But
I guess I just look at the like. I generally believe, if the Athletic has something, I'm generally going to believe it.
Okay,
they're pretty reputable.
All right,
I think.
Well,
yeah,
Aaron, they're pretty reputable, but I mean, this is kind of a crazy story. Do we believe that Russ was using Seattle audibles?
100%.
Yes.
And that his teammates didn't know what the audibles were?
Yes.
Okay.
I do believe that one.
You believe that one as well. Aaron Rodgers went on Pat McAfee, and they asked him about the story.
Let me tell you, I was made aware of that article. It is by far the dumbest nothing burger article that I've read in the entire season. I won't say in my career, because I mean, last year there were some of the dumbest articles you possibly imagine. I don't know if you ever topped the COVID to a Wall Street Journal, but this was the dumbest article of the year by far. 95% of the article is absolute complete horseshit.
Okay. All right.
And the other 5% is exaggerated nothingness that, I don't know, like having guys, go through the signals each week and understand what the possible signals could be. So the way we do it now is that Jordan makes up a list of the signals that we're going to have that week that are possible. And then he calls. I've allowed him to do this. I used to do this when I was a backup as well. And he calls like 3 or 4 guys up there to go through, and he picks on one of them. Hey, what's the signal for this? What's the signal for this? And it might be nerve-wracking the first time you do it, but listen, every signal that's used in the game is probably used in practice that week. And there's hardly any signals that are ever, it's not like there's that many signals. There's some signals in the 2-minute. I think the entire season we've maybe missed 1 or 2 signals on the year for the entire season. So it's not hard at all. Like the fact that this is made to be a story, like I said, is the most ridiculous nothing story that I've read the entire year, and that's saying a lot.
So that was Rodgers on McAfee.
Is that a no though?
He said 95%. 5% of it's true. What
Like,
part of it's true?
like no, but like he's like, have we missed any signal? Like he was making it about like we haven't missed any signals.
Yeah.
Like I was like, so they found their quest. They found the treasure. They figured it out. I'm sure it's a little nerve-wracking. He talks about they pull up 3 or 4 guys to get the signal. Like it sounds at least like it's partially true, and he's just saying, but it hasn't hurt us. So this is a dumb article.
They definitely want it to be like a scary pop quiz.
Yeah, this just seems like it's unnecessarily difficult.
Yes. I think that's a good way to phrase it.
This ain't rocket science. Like, yeah, you don't need to make it like that.
And he said, we don't write them down because we don't want them taking them on over to other teams. As if I guess, couldn't rely on your memory whatsoever. Like Jordan Love goes to another team, and he couldn't tell them what the Packers' signals are. All right, Chop, I think you're going to absolutely love this from Robert Saleh, the Jets head coach. was talking about, so Zach Wilson's going to get another start. He's going to start tomorrow night for the Jets. Mike White has not been cleared because of a rib issue, and Coach took a little issue with the New York and quarterback media when it came to talking about Zach Wilson and maybe the end of his Jets run.
The frustrating thing is that, this kid's going to be a good quarterback. The NFL and this new instant coffee world that we're in just does not want to give people time. And so we look at him, and he is just nitpicked with with a fine-tooth comb, everything that he does. And it's rightfully so. I mean, it is what it is. But, he did a lot of really good things. And so we're going to try our best to focus on the things that he did good and make sure that we kind of bring that to life. And we'll continue to work on the things that he needs to improve on. But, like I said, he came on the second half. I think we all agree he was missing on some throws. He was missing on some reads. But for him to kind of get himself back on track, I thought that was really good by him and a big step in a direction that he'd been struggling with in the past. And it just shows at least some maturation in my mind, with regards to mental fortitude in terms of getting back on track and finding a way to finish a game strong.
Instant coffee.
Yeah, which, by the way, instant coffee was invented and patented in 1890. So I don't think it's a new thing.
Okay.
We're not in an instant coffee world. Very weird phrase by Robert Saleh.
Well, we're in an instant coffee NFL world.
Yeah, maybe. That's true.
Because it's got to happen right now. Matt Rule was asked, biggest regret, you wish you didn't go to Carolina? And he said, maybe taking a different job, because I was promised this big, huge rebuild plan, right? 6-7 years. Dan Campbell, 6-year contract, and there is no such thing in the National Football League.
No, there's not. Your quarterback gets 22 games. You don't show signs, but in 20,
it is crazy. Like yesterday,
stupid.
Josh Rosen, I don't know. We all do this, right? We see which way the tide is going, and sometimes you go opposite of it. Josh Rosen was just getting made fun of again yesterday, signing with his 7th team, I think in 4 years. He ends up on the Minnesota Vikings.
Yeah.
And Josh Rosen, I don't know, maybe he would say to someone he trusts, a confidant in an interview, was I really ever given a true chance? Because Bobby has done, and you've done 6-year studies for when it really clicks.
To me, if you're not given a chance, for multiple years, and I don't mean 2 years, and I don't even mean 3, I mean 4, 5, 6, like that's a chance. That's a chance. The NFL, it's so crazy, and that, they're paying for it. We saw that number yesterday or the other day, that the $800 million that they've been spending on fired coaches and executives. It's like, well, that's your own damn fault.
Yep.
Be more patient. You don't have to win tomorrow. You don't have to win next year. This could you could wait it out. Find your quarterback and make it a 5-year rebuild. It's okay.
Yeah, and like the days of like Chad Pennington sitting on the bench for 2 years and not starting till year 3, or Romo not starting till year 3, or Aaron Rodgers not starting till year 3, or whatever else. Like those are kind of gone. But I get the instant coffee development in the NFL with quarterbacks in recent years, is because the lines become so blurred from college to the pro in terms of the concepts that they have to run, that the learning curve's not what it once was.
Right.
And you can have Sean McVay talking in Jared Goff's ear all the way up until the 15-second mark of the play clock, telling him change this, do that. There's a lot that I think coaches and teams feel like, hey, you don't have the learning curve you once did, and so we need to see quicker returns. But I also feel like you really got to wait till year 3, year 4 until you start really judging what a guy's going to be at quarterback.
The Jets have lost 3 straight. They have a 13% chance of making the playoffs, and they're going to take on Jacksonville tomorrow night with Zach Wilson instead of Mike White.
Yeah, and you get yourself a short week, and now we'll see what Jacksonville's got. Now they're playing in a position of not quite a position of success yet. They still have a below 500 record, but they're the hot team. They're the talk of the NFL, or one of the talks of the NFL right now, and they've got a good chance. They got a chance to win their division still, surprisingly enough.
Meanwhile, little Patriots drama. According to, how do you say this guy's name? Is it Dove Kleiman?
I don't know how you pronounce. I think it's Kleiman.
Okay, say what you want to say.
I've known this guy since he was a teenager.
Really?
Yeah, we were on.
Is this the guy who did the Antonio Brown sit down?
No, this is the guy who was on the same like message boards as me 20 years ago and is like, he's a weirdo. I'll show you some stuff during the break. I don't know that I should say it on the air, but I'll show you stuff during the break. But he's got a bad reputation.
But him and that Ari guy have made a living off of like
aggregating.
Yes. Like rephrase NFL, like Troy would always do with us. Like Troy could never hit retweet. Troy had to rephrase it, type it out himself to get the clicks or the retweets himself. He could never hit retweet, and that's what Dove and this Ari guy do.
Yes, that's their whole MO. That's how they've.
But they're good follows. I think they recap the things well. I always hit retweet on them. I don't know if they're getting the information, probably not. But anyway, Dove. Is that his real name too, Bobby? D-O-V?
I don't know. He went by Billy Spikes on the message board, so I don't know.
Okay. So he reported that Trent Brown liked a tweet, the Patriots left tackle, suggesting the Patriots should replace Mac Jones with either Tom Brady or Jimmy Garoppolo, and apparently Trent Brown liked that. So the internet went digging, couldn't find any evidence of it, but no one has fired back or said, no, that's a lie, you're full of it. So little questioning of Mac Jones, who gets fired up, yelling and screaming every single weekend now in New England.
Yeah, he's got, you want to talk about like different polar opposites. You know, Mac's on his second coordinator in 2 years, and one of them's a defensive guy.
Yeah.
And you know, you got other guys like, I don't know, like Jimmy or Jimmy Garoppolo, you know, Kyle Shanahan. It's a stable coaching staff, or a lot of other places around the league, stable coaching staffs. Mac doesn't have that. But you can't go backwards to Tom. You gotta if Mac's not the guy, you can't go down the Indianapolis Colts route. You've got to find the guy.
Why? What have I told you that the Patriots could be a Super Bowl favorite with him?
Can they?
No. But no. I don't know if they're going to add anything to the offseason. But if it was a win now situation,
if it was win now, sure,
I don't know.
Like Tampa was. Years. Yeah, that's a different story.
I agree with you though. In New England's current state,
in their current situation, it's like you don't become the Indianapolis Colts. Become a team. Be bad enough to stink and get a good pick, or be good enough to be great. Don't be in the middle.
I think that's fair. I still really love the idea, and I know we've kicked it, like we've brought it up a couple times over the last few months. I still really love the idea of you just call up San Francisco this offseason, swap Mac Jones for Jimmy Garoppolo. Say, hey, you can get Jimmy back. Robert Kraft pushed him out the door before Belichick wanted to get rid of him. Belichick thought he could succeed in the system.
What are people thinking about Mac Jones now? Like, we already forgot last year he made the playoffs in his rookie season.
Yeah.
And now New England cannot throw the football. They're unwatchable offensively.
Yeah, I believe PFF had the highest graded rookie quarterback game of all time was the one that Mac played against the Cowboys.
Played well.
The best rookie quarterback game of all time, though.
I have to go
it was not. It was not that good. But I mean, if Brock Purdy can succeed in San Francisco, I would imagine Mac Jones can too.
All right, it's Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on DFW Sports Station. Stephen A. Smith called us out again, and you want proof that the Eagles are still little brother despite their record? Wait till you hear the little lunch prank that they pulled involving the Cowboys yesterday. That's next on The Fan. But look, let me get you on over to mycomputercareer.edu. Their mission is to help Tolos develop the skills. Up at 7 o'clock, chopping it up to start off the expressway at 7:20, and then the Burger King from Filthy. Oh, man. Howard Eskin at 7:30 this morning. The Playmaker at 8:40. Basically turn it on, leave it on tomorrow during the expressway. We're giving away some more Cowboys, Eagles tickets for Saturday in Arlington. But, I mean, it happens every day. I don't know why. I'm skeptical. I'm cynical. I like it. I think it's a win-win situation for us and for him. But Stephen A. Smith on First Take talked about the morning show again.
You cannot go on radio in Dallas. I'm assuming it's 105.3. Okay, those brothers, which I like. I actually like talking to them. It's a good show. It's really good. I enjoy talking to them. I really did. And I'll come back on too.
Okay.
Y'all are best buddies.
You know, I don't like how you do.
I know.
I don't like. I don't like how you do this. All right, and I want an example of yours.
All right.
You do this with McCarthy with us. You've done this with Orlovsky. You make us feel like sellouts a little bit. You make us feel like traitors, and you go, "Oh, you make us feel soft. Make me feel soft.
No.
That we can just be convinced and manipulated by everyone, and you're just Bobby Belt. You're Bobby Boy, Bubble Boy, Bubble Belt. You're Bubble Belt,
Bubble Belt
in the bubble, and no one can get to you, and no one can charm you, and you just can't melt whatsoever.
No, it's a credit to you guys. This isn't sarcasm. Orlovsky is definitely you guys sold out. But
no, we did not sell out.
He's
I
terrible.
think Choppy has even sold out more than me.
He's objectively terrible.
I like him personally. I don't know. I'm fighting saying that he's doing a bit in a shtick. I might be naive. I don't know. But I think he's good on television as a presenter. I don't know if
everyone has their biases. He may just hate the Cowboys. He may just be his bias.
I mean, absent the Cowboys, I just think he's an idiot. Like, I mean, if he never talked about the Cowboys, I wouldn't like him.
You don't respect his football takes or breakdowns?
No, I did initially. That's why I don't respect him now, is because the way he talked changed like 5 years ago.
Okay.
He became a troll. He was very much more like Kurt Warner, let me break it down, and then immediately became like, let me tell you, Jalen Hurts is Drew Brees from the pocket. Shut up. I got really close there.
You just don't like that he likes Jalen Hurts.
No, it's absent. Absent Hurts. Because you can,
as good of a deep ball thrower as Patrick Mahomes is in the NFL right now. I have the stats to back it up.
All right, power rank the sellout.
No, but Stephen A. and McCarthy, I don't think are sellouts. That's genuine credit. Like, I wouldn't have the savvy to be able to go back and forth with them and build a relationship. That's a credit. Orlovsky, yes, I do.
Do you think our opinion about McCarthy as a coach has been influenced or swayed because of Fridays? Okay, that's good.
I don't think so.
Okay, good.
I don't believe. I mean, you could, if you believe it has that bit, but no, I don't think so. The way you talk about him sounds the same as it was before you ever talked to him.
All right, what about Florio?
I don't have the issues with Florio that everybody else does. He's never done anything to me. Like, I mean, is he a little sensationalist sometimes? Yeah, but like, to me, it's like I've always understood who Florio is, and his brand is going back 20 years when I was reading his stuff. So
what about Stephen A?
Stephen A is a character. Like it's a clear like bit like that he's doing.
Yeah.
And
he kind of came on and admitted it. He kind of came on, which I liked, which I respected. We were anticipating a fight. Now every day he's giving us shout outs.
You cannot go on radio in Dallas. I'm assuming it's 105.3. Okay, those brothers, which I like. I actually like talking to them. It's a good show. It's really good. I enjoy talking to them. I really did. And I'll come back on too.
Thank you, Marcus Spears.
Yeah, Marcus too.
Marcus was on there saying, really good show. Really good. You know who I'm disappointed with? I'm going to call him out today in 2 hours.
No.
I'm disappointed in Michael Irvin. I haven't heard Mike on a Monday when Stephen A. sometimes compliments us, sometimes attack us. I don't know if I've heard Mike launch into a defense of his boys on here. And I gave him a month. I wanted to see. We should have a clip by now. Michael being like, leave those guys alone. Leave them alone. Those are my boys, Sean and RJ. And I want to ask him, have you defended us? Have you defended us against some of these attacks?
You're assuming that Michael listens when Stephen A. talks, though.
I am assuming.
Okay. All right. That might be dangerous.
Should I not assume?
That might be dangerous.
Well, and maybe Mike views it as like you guys have talked to him now. Like you guys have a like banter now, and that he doesn't feel a need to step in because you remember he did. What, 6 weeks ago? On NFL Network, game day morning, made sure to shout you guys out and say, those are my boys. And so he's certainly not averse to it.
Okay. That's true. I'm still going to ask him. I'm still going to ask him at 8:40 this morning. When Spittle write the email, hey, you guys you gonna get Stephen A on again? You guys gonna go get the whale? The whale. You gonna go whale hunting? Peyton, get ready. You ask me before you call Stephen A again. I don't want to do this whole, we call him every other week. Maybe if the playoffs start. Maybe if they win a playoff game or they get eliminated. Yep. Well, this is a fun little banter back and forth. We don't need to get him on every other week.
Not every other week.
What if he wanted to? What if he said, up until the end of the football season, every week, let's do a hit?
Fine.
Well, yeah, sure.
Okay, so if he suggests, okay.
If he wanted to do a weekly hit, which he would never request or want to do because they make him do 19 jobs over there. Yeah. But otherwise, when Spittle tells you, get a hold of him, send me a text first. It's got to be for an event. It's got to be a meaningful moment. You know what I mean?
It would be. Yeah. You playoff game. Playoff game is meaningful.
Playoff game.
Well, you got to build some rapport before your Super Bowl week. Because you guys will see him out there.
Ah, that's it.
And you need to have him on and be like, we going to get drinks in Arizona? And like you need to pin him down on getting drinks or something.
You're a part of this now.
I know.
You're a part of the show.
But I'm just saying, you guys.
Are you? Would you not show up to those drinks either?
No, I don't want to meet him the first time with alcohol in my hand. Jesus. Is that what it is?
What you doing? You thinking about? You wouldn't.
I don't know.
My point.
Media party.
Here's my point.
Alcohol there.
No. This is bullying. Anyway, no.
Bullying.
No. No. The only reason why I talk about it in those terms is because I wasn't here yet when y'all talked to him the first time. So I don't think of it like that. Like once we talked to him, sure, I'd probably have that. But like you guys talked to him before I was on the show. So that's why I don't view it that way.
How lame is this? So the Eagles bought Jacksonville lunch yesterday. This came out on Twitter. A member of the Eagles staff sent an order of 35 cheesesteaks and 25 large fries from Philly's finest to Doug Peterson and the staff for beating the Cowboys. That from Jaguar Report Online. So, rent-free, still living in the head. Y'all should be above it now. You got one loss on the season. You're cruising to the NFC East. You are the favorite in the conference to make it to the Super Bowl. And you're still thanking Jacksonville for beating the lowly Cowboys. Rent-free, stepchild, little brother. Little brother syndrome.
I love the initial tweet from the guy who wrote the story, John Shipley, because he says, same thing you just said, Jeff Harris, yada, yada. Yeah. So the Jag staff got, complimentary cheesesteak. Full story coming to Jaguar Report. Is there more to the story than what you just tweeted?
What was on it? Was it whiz?
Yeah, right. Well, I was surprised that there's only 35 employees that they have there.
What I did like was Lori Fitzpatrick from the NFL Wire. She's based out of Jersey. She replies to this and says, because there's a photo of the cheesesteaks, she says, those rolls tell me these guys don't know what they're doing. So apparently there were some people from up in that area who were criticizing it, saying like those don't even look like good cheesesteaks.
They're surprised the cheesesteaks in North Florida aren't the same.
Look, I think we've said enough about Jacksonville and the quality of anything they do there this week. But yeah, I mean, the cheesesteak in general, I personally think, just having gone to Philly and ish kebabs, bibbles. Yeah.
Please don't say something dumb here in this next sentence. Please don't.
Listen, I'm not gonna say. I'm just saying that based off of the one I had there, there's a better cheesesteak in Irving that I get regularly than the one I have in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Why is that my fault?
Because I'm not going to.
I've seen this before. Okay, if you don't grow up with I dated a girl once who preferred like canned marinara sauce over homemade.
Okay, ragu,
right, all she knew. She didn't know what homemades taste like. You can't help those people.
So you're saying it may not have been a bad cheesesteak I had. It's that I didn't know the quality of what I ate.
Your palate's unrefined.
You went to the wrong place.
But he's saying that I just didn't understand what quality of the area tastes like.
Well, you're not going to know if you go to the wrong place.
I sent you guys lists that had it as one of the top ones there. Kyle Pitts has told people in media for years, and he's a Philadelphia native. That is the spot.
Right.
And
I've watched 50 different shows as a Food Network loser, and I've never heard of the place. And the voice of the Eagles called you out on this station. Ishkabibble? Ishkabobs?
Yeah.
What let me ask you a question.
That man's senile.
What
he doesn't even remember what's around the
nationality do you think that place was? That name. What do you think that is?
corner. I have no idea.
Okay. It doesn't to me sound like
cheesesteaky.
Yeah.
What are you getting at?
I'm getting at I wouldn't go to an Indian place for a cheesesteak. That's just me.
Wow.
Maybe they could. I'm not going.
Aggressive.
You know,
No,
I'm not going to Kebab Palace to get, the best fish sandwich in town.
There's
just me.
It's right here. This is Philly Voice, April 2019. Philly's Ishkabibbles
Doesn't
named
Jimmy
one of
Kempski
America's
work for
best.
Philly Voice? Your
hole in the
overall
wall-
food taste sucks anyway. So we should have just saved ourselves 4 minutes.
It may have been a great cheesesteak, and you just don't know.
Yeah, that's true.
Because you don't know what a great cheesesteak tastes.
Yeah.
You know what you think it's supposed to taste like.
The ones in Irving taste great, so I don't know what to say.
But that's what you know.
What's your favorite food? Last meal electric chair.
I don't know. Like steak, potatoes, and vegetables.
Okay. So
Like broccoli, potatoes, and steak.
Okay, so steak and potatoes.
Yeah.
Okay. So you would that's a little bit tough to
unrefined.
Oh.
Unrefined.
What's
That's
unrefined?
unrefined palate.
What's yours?
Oh, I would have some culture to it. It wouldn't be steak.
What? What culture?
What does that mean?
I don't know. It could be it could be Italian food. Culture.
Like what?
Something
No,
from
yeah,
Europe.
wait, what's your electric food?
Is he? Did
meal?
he just he tell me I'm unrefined and he just said pizza
To go
and
to
spaghetti or his thing?
No, I would
from
go
filet to spaghetti.
Oh, I would go with a veal, like a veal parm.
Oh,
Yeah, or
okay.
that's probably my favorite. One of my favorite meals. Linguine and clams. Because I won't have to worry about tomorrow.
Yeah.
Right?
Or salmon.
Mussels marinara.
Okay.
Something like that.
Oh,
I'd go with the surf and turf.
Surf
Double
and
it up.
turf.
Yeah.
Well, that would be steak, which RJ just crapped on that as the
I
final
love
meal.
steak,
lobster.
but it's like, if that's your that's what you think of. Like, I don't know. It's just very
basic.
Basic. Yeah, it's just basic.
A basic
Like,
belt.
There's no culture.
All
There's
right.
no culture in it.
Let's get to
You uncultured swine.
headlines. What's really going on with Jalen Hurts? National Signing Day. We got Mavs and Stars update. The Argentina parade had to get canceled. Plus, the Burger King Howard Eskin from Filthy loaded Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ. Continuing on the Fan.
Well, let's get you over to Boomer Jacks, your official game day headquarters.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
It's time for Headlines on a Hump Day.
Headlines.
We got Howard Eskin coming up in the Expressway. Power Rankings at 8. The Playmaker Michael Irvin at 8:40. And Nick Eatman, the final hour of the show. All right, so you got two conspiracy theories out there for Filthy. Jalen Hurts isn't really banged up and he's going to play. Nick Sirianni is trying to fool us. Or the Eagles are trying to sell it that Jalen is going to play and there's no way he's going to play on Saturday in Arlington. Here was Nick Sirianni at his Raccoon press conference yesterday.
I don't put anything past Jalen Hurts as far as his mental and physical toughness. So there's a chance he could play this week. He is one of the toughest guys I know, and he heals fast. He's a freak. His body is not like yours or mine, right? And so I'm shaming myself there a little bit too. His body's not like ours. He came back fast from his injury last year, and I will not rule him out. I will not put a timetable on him, and we'll see. We'll see what happens this week. But both guys he'll be ready to go if he can play this week, and so will Gardner.
Cap. He's lying.
Yeah, that's a lie.
Cap? Is Cap truth?
No, Cap's a lie.
Cap's a lie. Okay.
He's lying. No, yeah. This is what this is. Make it. Great example of this. Shoulder injury, right? Mike McCarthy was asked about that on Monday. About, hey, how difficult is that? I think we mentioned that, and he mentioned that Aaron Rodgers it was really looking like he was not going to be able to play, and they didn't think he was going to be able to play. And then 30 minutes out from kickoff, Aaron's like, I can go, just don't do it. And it's like, all right, cool, we're going to have Aaron Rodgers. I was curious, based off of Mike McCarthy telling us now, 15 years later, he was not going to play. I was like, what was he saying that week? So I went back and looked, and Mike was saying like, yeah, Aaron thinks he's going to be able to go. I mean, we'll talk to the doctors, but Aaron thinks he's going to go. And it's like, that's what teams do.
Yeah.
And so 15 years later when it's safe, he goes, oh, no, we had no idea Aaron was going to play.
Spread is now 5, Choppy, as yesterday got up to as high as 6.5.
It did, and then some of the sharp money came in on Philadelphia and moved it back down. And who knows where it winds up settling. Maybe the Sirianni comments made it move down a little bit. I just expect him to miss this game. Those shoulder injuries.
But you always read Vegas pretty correctly. I mean, they're telling us.
Yeah, Vegas is pretty much. They told us, yesterday. I guess it was yesterday, the day before, that he's not going to play. Once they moved that line to 5 and then we got up to 6, they told us enough. Vegas doesn't move lines on a whim. They get information. They got information. This is a problem. This is a problem for the NFL. They had the information 20 minutes before Schefter and anybody else.
Why is it a problem?
Because somebody is feeding Vegas from the NFL, and that's a problem.
Yeah, that's illegal. Like literally, I mean, I told you guys before about our betting and stuff. We are very
at the NFL Network.
Yes, at the NFL Network, which we are league owned, so we abide by league rules, and we have entire hour-long PowerPoint presentations we have to go through that are very particular about if anybody is asking you for injury information or anything else, you are required to report it. You cannot talk about it. If you're found to be talking about it, you're fired. You're there's all these sorts of things that go. It's a very serious thing to them.
Yeah, now it is a very serious thing, but they also, every team, Vegas has got a guy with every organization. They got someone in every training room on the payroll that's feeding them information, and it's a problem. Like Vegas should not have known about this 20 minutes before Schefter did.
Should we be having more conversation about maybe the Cowboys stealing the division? Or no? Philadelphia plays us, assuming Hurts is out until the playoffs. Us, they host the Saints, which they'll be a definite favorite with Minshew, even with Minshew, and then against the Giants, as maybe the Giants are fighting for their lives. Let's just say Minshew finishes the year.
Mm-hmm.
Should we be having more conversation about stealing the East?
No.
He could steal a game.
It's
if we beat them, there's two more chances.
But you have to clean sweep and they have to lose every game. I don't think that's a reasonable expectation. It could happen.
What's more unreasonable? That the Cowboys sweep or the Eagles?
that the Eagles lose every game. That's more unreasonable to me.
Okay.
Cowboys could win every game out. But if you're making me pick one, it would, which would be more likely to happen. Cowboys could win. But see, Brian and I were talking about this. If you beat the Eagles, you're still alive, and now you're stuck with your playing on Thursday before they play on Sunday. So it's not even like you can react to how did Philadelphia play. Did they win? Should we rest people? Because you're pretty much locked into the 5 if Philly clinches.
And the Cowboys finish with Philly at Tennessee at Washington.
Right.
That's much tougher than what they finished with just because of the Saints. Like the Eagles are probably going to beat the Saints.
Yeah. Now listen, I hate this. This is a late Thursday, man. It's a late in the season Thursday game for this team to have.
Yeah.
And then, you get the mini bye.
Screwed up my Christmas vacation because I felt obligated to work it. Screwed me up. Could have just taken off. No. So they screwed me.
Yeah. I mean, it's, but now you got your situation where, let's just say they are out of it, right, after this Thursday game.
Mm-hmm.
Do you rest your starters? Now you give them an extra 3 days, so it's a mini bye. Is that good? You want the rust? That give them rust? I think it could actually work in their favor if they find out after Thursday you get that mini bye. But still, it's a long way.
Brian and I had talked about this. Do you
and Brian talk is somewhere that we should know about?
The Love of the Star podcast. It's an Odyssey podcast. You can find it on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Just wondering.
Brian and I had kicked around this idea of if you beat them, but you find out that Jalen Hurts, you start getting intel or the reports are that Jalen Hurts is coming back next week. I think we both think you don't even play Micah Parsons against Tennessee. Because you're talking about a guy who's been pretty beat up lately, looks like he's kind of fatigued. I don't think I want him on a short week playing a Thursday game that may be meaningless.
They have no control over that. Micah Parsons puts himself back in when they're up 30. Micah Parsons don't listen to any of them. I have no faith whatsoever that they would game manage Micah Parsons the way they should because they messed it up with Zeke last year as well in the second half of the season.
They may not, but they should.
They should?
Yes, they may not, but that is what they should do.
Absolutely. All right, today is National Signing Day. What are we looking for, Choppy?
Looking to see what happens with A&M. To me, that's the number one thing to look at. Now, outside of the individual players. We are going to get a good idea of how safe Jimbo Fisher is today, I believe. If they pony up another $30 million, I think they're giving him extra years. If those boosters come out with maybe like $10 million or whatever, they don't do the kind of the same thing they did last year. They don't have that kind of money. I think that's a bad sign in terms of how much faith they have in Jimbo and how high they're willing to go.
Who are you guys going to sign today, Bobby, that's not going to play in the NFL?
It's a good question. I've been very depressed this year. I'm expecting a lot of guys that are going to flip, obviously, for Texas eventually.
Flip to or away?
Both.
Both. Yeah. Not. It's so hard because recruitment, every year you get excited about, recruitment and things like that. And then guys who you really like. I remember when they got Jaquindon Jackson from Duncanville. I was so excited. And a year later, Jaquindon's gone. They've got Arch Manning. They recently.
He's your number one recruit.
Yeah, he's he's obviously the big one.
No, what I meant, he's the magnet. It's not Sark. It's let's go play with Arch.
He's recruiting other players to go play with him right now.
Yeah.
He's already got he's early enrollee. I guess if you want to say there's a chance he flips, I'm sure, whatever, but he's not going to.
No, I should have said he's your number one recruiter.
Yes,
even though someone is teasing some quarterback flip.
Yes,
that's going to be a bombshell.
Ari Wasserman, Athletic, is teasing that there is a major quarterback that is going to flip today.
That would be very concerning. I don't think it would be Arch, but look, they've got.
When the Mannings do like to flip.
They've got Jonte Cook, the receiver from DeSoto. He's good.
Does.
They flipped Anthony Hill recently. The linebacker from Denton Ryan. He was a guy that had committed, I think he was A&M is where he committed. And he flipped in the middle of the season, I think, after everything had kind of turned the way it was. But Sark's done a good job recruiting. It'll be nice when one day he can actually coach these players.
Shots fired, and I like it. So there you go. National Recruiting Day. We'll be following it throughout the entire show here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. The Argentina World Cup celebration was insane. 4 million people on the streets, on the roads, in Messi's driveway. They had to cancel and stop the parade after people were jumping off of bridges onto Argentina's caravan. The players had to be helicoptered out because it was such a madhouse there in Argentina. And then Messi couldn't even get into his home.
No.
Trying to pull into the driveway.
Nope,
The streets were flooded.
Streets were flooded. It was trying to get into this very small driveway, into this garage. It was very odd. I couldn't make out. I would think there would be a little bit more protection around Lionel Messi's home. How about a bigger house, too? I'm gonna house shame the neighborhood.
I didn't get a sense for the house size from that video.
It was a fine house. It was nice. It was, something that you would see in any suburb, but not like where you would think that one of the most famous and richest individuals in the world lives.
We got the flip, by the way. It's out.
The quarterback?
Baylor to Oregon?
Yeah, it's the Baylor quarterback flipping to Oregon. Austin Novosad just flipped about 8 minutes ago from Dripping Springs, Texas.
Really? Wow, so he knows good vodka.
Number 10 quarterback in the country.
All right.
Yep.
Coach Aranda, you can go get my godson. Replace that bum. Replace that number 10 player in the country. I'm kidding about the word bum. I'm just playing around. So Baylor is the one that loses the player.
Yep.
All right.
To Oregon.
Because Oregon lost their player to Chip?
Yes, they lost more to Chip, to Chip Kelly in UCLA.
Man, it's hard to keep
track. It's very hard to keep up with. You got high school kids that there's a billion of them that are in this that are going to be signing today, and it's just really, really hard to keep up with them. You just focus on the top 300 that you best can and go.
They flipped the quarterback though. Bo Nix is going back to school. Oregon's fine.
By the way, last thing on Argentina in the World Cup, Messi, his victory post on Instagram has passed the egg as the most liked Instagram post in history. That's number one.
What was the egg?
I was about to say, I'm old. I have no idea what the egg is.
Peyton?
I'm drawing a blank. I don't know.
None of us know the most liked post in Instagram history. I don't know what it is either.
I don't know what the hell that is. Which, I mean, yeah.
It may just be an egg. I think that's what it may be. But Messi's post, 69 million.
Nice.
69 million likes. Nice. That's now number one.
The Instagram egg is a photo of an egg posted by the account at World Record Egg on the social media platform.
Okay. The Stars are going to host Edmonton tonight, 8:30 on TNT. So Mavs Wolves at 7. Stars hosting the Oilers at 8:30. And Donovan Mitchell, Bobby, was talking about a little bit of the Utah Rudy Gobert divorce with Gobert now playing for Minnesota.
Yeah, there was Donovan Mitchell actually said a lot yesterday about, you had the Rudy Gobert divorce and talking about that, look, we both wanted to win, but we thought it should be done in different ways and things like that. Also talked about how he's much more comfortable in Cleveland, that he felt like it was, he felt the racial tension when he was in Utah. And so pretty provocative interview that he gave to Mark Spears. But yeah, just basically airing out what we all thought and what we all saw, I think, last year, which was Utah was broken.
He's like, we don't hate each other. We just wanted to win in different ways. Gobert has missed the last 3 games with a left ankle sprain. He is questionable to play tonight against the Mavs on the season, 14 and 12. So double-double. First in the league in rebounds for Rudy Gobert, who also gave $22,500 to Target Center employees to get ready for Christmas. So nice gesture on his part. Headlines on a hump day. Here on Sean and RJ, along with Bobby Belt on DFW Sports Station. The Burger King from Filthy, Howard Eskin, is going to join us at 7:30. We are about to be commercial free in the expressway all the way till 8. But RJ has the latest emojis you're not allowed to use, and is the sun or the moon determining if you're cheap this holiday season. Chopping it up, then Howard Eskin next.
All right, but let's get you over to the greatest.
Segment brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
Oh. Where do we start?
Oh.
Hey, where do we even start? Chopping it up. Do you want to go local? Do you want to go to the stars? I mean, the space stars.
Oh.
You know, the outer space people. Do you want to go psychic? Do you want to go some Bulgarian prophet? Or do you want to go to Alex Rodriguez and his new girl?
It's your segment, bro.
Let's go. I've been dying to talk about this one.
Okay.
Let's go to Denton.
Oh, the body.
Denton County.
Represent my neck of the woods. This I can't believe that. I don't even know how to start with this one. Denton detectives were contacted by the Social Security Administration of the Inspector General, the Office of the Inspector General, requesting a welfare check on one of their recipients. This person was a 103-year-old male. They've been unsuccessful reaching the man and began an investigation into the exploitation of an elderly or disabled person. They obtained probable cause. This offense is occurring and were granted a search warrant. They executed the search warrant. Now, when you execute a search warrant, Sean, you go into a home. They observed the home to be in a state of disrepair.
Antonio Brown's house know that?
Kind of like that one. They posed, they thought, a significant health risk to the individual. There was a man that was located inside the home. They believe, and he is, the 103-year-old man. Sean, this guy was located in the home, but he was not alive. He was dead. And they believe that he had been dead for several years.
Wow.
Several years?
It said possibly years.
We just had a smell discussion on the show the other day with B.O. and Breath. I thought that decayed dead body, rotting body, ended up being the number one seed.
I would think, however, the next paragraph of this story leads me to believe it is not that bad of a smell. Because, Robert, I see you look at me with a puzzled look.
Yeah, it sounds like you're almost endorsing the smell, not just saying it doesn't smell bad.
An adult male and adult female were located inside the home, living there with the dead body in the house for several months, weeks, years. They don't know.
Maybe they have COVID. They lost their sense of smell.
There was...
like you have right now.
This is right out of Psycho, the movie. I can't imagine this. Like, how? I guess there has to come a point with each body that decomposes where it's like it just doesn't smell anymore, and you're just cool with it. But that first couple of weeks, man, that's gonna be rank.
Yeah, how would you would get used to it? I guess.
Well, I would think so. I mean, they used to, people used to have relations in the 1800s with no baths. You would you would get naked and your body stank everywhere.
That was one of my first impressions from the movie Braveheart. Is that those love scenes? I'm like, y'all have not showered in days.
No, they haven't. And they showered a pond.
Do you think that even if you were ugly back then and you found like something to make you smell better, like a shortcut versus everyone else, you could really win out and get the girls? Like you were an ugly caveman, but you found like a flower that you could rub under your armpits, and it's like, there you go.
I think it's possible. I mean, everybody's looking for an advantage.
You don't think they consider that soft in that area? Like, why do you smell fruity?
Dainty?
You don't smell like everyone else.
Right. Good question.
And legitimately fruity, like fruits is what I mean.
Yes.
I think you could. All right, next one. So that guy, poor guy died. Just sitting there, though, hanging out a makeshift trap house with a couple other people.
He was 103.
He was 100.
I mean, would you rather be laying around like that or like, put in an urn? You put in your funeral request, your death request for what you want done with the body?
I want to be paraded around for a week and lying in state like a president. Have people just come to me, send flowers, pictures, roses, sing songs, carols.
I like to throw your ashes at Augusta,
Oh, yeah.
Like, sneak it in with a white pillowcase that they would let me in with, and then throw it all over the grounds, the ash everywhere.
You get arrested.
It's funny. My wife is so cheap. She's like worried about what I'm spending even when she's not here. So she's like made it clear over the last several years. She's like, when I die, like I just dig a hole in the dirt and like put me, like I don't want you to spend anything on a casket or like don't spend that money. Like that's the way she is.
You guys talk about your
death,
not cheap, but frugal significant others, and I'm telling you,
cheap.
Yeah,
celebrate it. That's a gift. That's fantastic for you guys.
Oh, it's like Sarah's
excellent.
very smart with money. Like it's great. I don't have to worry about frivolous spending. I do enough of that on my own. That's a problem.
All right,
but there you go. All right, next up, item. So the thumbs up emoji was previously canceled by Gen Z for being passive aggressive. You know, like you give the all right.
I give it all the time. It's not being passive aggressive. It's like, okay, cool, good job. That's it. There's no other intent that you could take from it unless you're soft.
It's literally the same as okay.
Yeah. Got it. That's it.
Yep. It's been perceived as a digital eye roll at the recipient and might unintentionally breed conflict. Well, another emoji and other emojis are starting to get the ire of Gen Z. According to the New York Times, the side eye emoji, like the double eye emoji where you're looking to the side.
Oh, yeah.
Like the look
I
emoji.
use that one. I love it.
See,
just the eyes, the one that's just the eyes, or
No,
the one
no.
that's the emoji where it's like face and looking.
It's the face and looking the other way.
Yeah.
So it's that one.
It's like if you make fun of me and I'm like, dang it, you kind of got me on that. Like, you got me, but side eye.
Side eye. So that's one. The other one, this is not an emoji. This is words.
Now, what do people? What gets people worked up about that?
They think that it's like you're looking at them funny, like you're not taking them seriously. All right,
Yeah, people got to grow up.
There they go.
I can't wait to. God, I can't wait to educate my child. I can't wait to teach him the ways.
Yeah. Others are saying
he's going to be Al Bundy in this world.
What, a shoe salesman? Many
he could be
declaring
GM for the Mavs.
Yeah, no, right. Many declaring the use. Have you ever seen somebody instead of responding okay, they write KK?
Nope,
KK.
I would not be friends with that person.
KK.
Not,
I see that
not
every now
since
and
high
then.
school.
They use now the people who say KK. Well, if you see them text that, and if you respond with okay, they will look at okay as whatever or okay. That's how that works. Laughing, crying emoji. That's one been canceled.
What?
They say it's dorky. All right,
Dorky?
It's dorky.
Wow.
You're only slightly passive aggressive. The slight smile face. The laughing, crying emoji. Slightly passive aggressive.
I don't know if there's a more complimentary one than, oh my God, what you said was hysterical. What you said was hilarious. Laugh, cry, emoji.
Yeah.
How could that be taken any different?
Because they think you're fake laughing. You're trying too hard.
Because are you really crying laughing, though? Or is it just like an LOL?
Yeah, it's like an LOL.
See, Peyton has the perspective of the younger generation. I do.
Because how many actually LOL? You don't.
See, that's sarcasm to me. When I put LOL,
What if you
I'm just-
LOL?
Oh.
Huh?
No one does your little repeat letters. That you're just abbreviation.
No. That's the super laugh.
Oh yeah, no.
LOL.
If I do a basic LOL, I do feel like I'm being like, oh, this sounds like maybe I'm just giving you a not passive aggressive, but like just a courtesy, like a courtesy LOL. So I try to use, if I think it's genuinely funny, I will try to use like LOL.
If it's really funny, and you got to see how many capitals you use.
But see, I noticed
is it just
Sean-
the first letter that's capital, and then the rest are lowercase. I mean, how do you do that?
I noticed Sean does this, the ha ha ha. He spells it out like 4 or 5 times and stuff. Like, is that really laughing or is that like a sarcasm?
I don't like writing LOL.
Here's what
I don't know. It's maybe an insecurity. If I feel like it says something about me if I use LOL as a dude, so I write ha ha ha. I don't know if you can say that today.
See, I take LOL as sometimes as like that they're not really laughing; they're laughing at you. But then some people use LOL, like Sarah uses it as like she's like genuinely like laughing hysterically.
Okay.
So I think for everybody it's different.
If someone makes me laugh out loud, I write back to them. I literally just laughed out loud. I tell them that.
You've never sent that to me.
Because you're not funny.
Oh,
damn it.
And the other one, the last one that's been canceled, is the grimacing face.
What's that?
That's the one. I'll show you. It's this one here on the bottom. It's no facial
Oh, the
expression in
teeth,
the
like,
eyes. The teeth,
like, did you just say that?
Oh, like awkward?
Yeah. I use that one.
I use that one all the time.
That's fantastic.
I think it's tremendous.
Like, ooh, did they just say that?
I use that one in place of the meme that's out there of the rapper who's like got the drink in his hand. He's like, and he like shakes his head and he walks back.
Right.
And that's where I use that emoji when I can't have that.
What's wrong with that?
They just say that it can be taken as anger, like you grit your teeth so much. I know people are dumb.
Anger is there's one where it's like there's steam or like anger. Like, have you guys found that your kids have morphed in any way to these societal changes?
Yes.
No.
Yeah. I think we've
What's
done
the
segments.
vape? What's the vape emoji?
Yeah, I think we've done segments about that one.
But like, I just mean like with the way they react to things, where you're like, don't be soft.
Yes, like I've said this before to my wife.
Oh, that was a loud lip smack.
When I see, I remember there was a time where like my son, I was like, man, he seems a little less mature than I would expect. And then I saw like kids his age that he was around. I was like, they're all kind of like that too. And I know like maybe it's revisionist history, but I'm thinking back and I'm like, and I feel like when I was 16, 17, I did not have, like, it feels like they almost act like the kids did when we were 13 is how like the 16, 17-year-olds act now.
Yeah, I know, right? My 12-year-old, I haven't had any discussion with them about this because they haven't done that yet. But they're doing some stupid things that I'm like, man, I've had to have the talk with them. Like, dude, online's forever. Like because they've got my older one has social media accounts, and fortunately he's just basically posting sports on them. But like he'll say some things to me, and I'm like, okay, you can't say that. Like you can't go there.
Yeah.
Like he doesn't know yet.
No.
And that's why like these kids at 12, 13 years old, they're given responsibilities they probably shouldn't have.
All right, so they should just give up cell phones. Like, y'all offended by everything so much? Give up your cell phones. You don't have to deal with emojis ever again.
Never have to.
Good luck doing that. Yep. All right, let's preview Saturday where the Cowboys are favorites against the Philadelphia Eagles with our guy, Howard Eskin from WIP Eagle Sidelines on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Good morning, Howard.
Good morning. You guys feel so good. I'm sure you think the Cowboys have a chance to do something this year, which obviously is never going to happen in the current state of the Cowboys. But yeah, it's a good morning for me, and I'm sure it's a good morning for you guys.
Is this the high point of the season when it looks like the NFC East is done? The Cowboys just lost to Jacksonville, even though you have a banged up quarterback. Is this the high point of the season where you have basically a throwaway game on Saturday? It was supposed to be the game of the year.
Well, I don't know if it was the game of the year, only because you guys think the Cowboys are important and relevant. It was a big game for Fox. It was a big game for people on Christmas Eve because it was the late afternoon game. It's just the Cowboys, and they're just another team that the Eagles are just going to go through by the end of the season. I don't think Jalen Hurts is going to play on Saturday, but I still think it's going to be a hell of a game. And, every once in a while, you got to make Jerry Jones feel good because last week was not a good week. He ridiculously thinks that Dak Prescott had a good game. Another 2 interceptions. The guy is like a turnover machine. And it's just so pathetic. And, hey, that other team wasn't chopped liver, I heard Jerry. It got me hungry thinking about chopped liver.
Ew.
Come on, Jerry. Give me a break. You're not supposed to lose to Jacksonville. But it's, the Eagles are going to win the division. In the playoffs, if they play the Cowboys, they will beat the Cowboys. I mean, it's a big game, but it's too bad that Jalen Hurts isn't going to play, but that's okay. Every once in a while, you got to throw the Cowboys a bone.
Howard, Howard, what's really going on with Hurts? Are you all playing possum over there with your head coach, old raccoon eyes, saying, "Oh, he's Wolverine. He heals better than anyone in the history of life. He could play. He's not going to play." But how hurt is he? How long is he going to be out?
You know what? It's kind of interesting. My perception after the game, I mean, I saw the play, and I was standing there, and I saw the play, and I said, man, that guy dead weighted him. Now, if that's behind the line of scrimmage, it would be a penalty. But when a quarterback runs, he's just another player. He just piled on him. But he still played, still threw two really good deep balls after that. After the game, he didn't appear to be in any discomfort. So I could not tell. I knew it would have been sore. I don't think he's going to play on Saturday. I mean, I think there's almost no chance that he plays on Saturday, but he wants to play. That doesn't mean he's going to play. He's not hurt that bad. You know, the original reports, these idiots on social media, it's not social and it's not media, telling people, oh, he's got a broken collarbone. How the hell did he throw two deep passes with a broken collarbone? What idiots. It's like the people that are Cowboys fans. What idiots.
Stop it.
The hope that he's done, and then the Cowboys might have a chance. They'd have a chance anyway. But I think he could play the following week against New Orleans. I mean, it's just kind of could he? If this game was a really big game, I think he would play. But the way things stand now, with the 3-game lead in the division, it's not as big a game as it could have been. So he's going to be ready to play in the playoffs. How long they keep him out is probably a doctor's call, but he's not hurt really bad. It's a sprained shoulder, which is the joint, but he could, if he had to play, I think he could play. If he had to play, but it's only the Cowboys. Come on, it's only the Cowboys.
The Cowboys almost beat y'all in Philly with Cooper Rush. You forget that?
Horseshoes? You're playing horseshoes? You're playing football. Almost. It was close. Oh, it was close. Great. We're not playing horseshoes. I don't care what happened. I always thought that the Eagles and the Cowboys would split during the season. I always thought that the Eagles would win the division and it wouldn't be the Cowboys. I always thought that the Cowboys are overrated. ESPN, a bunch of idiots, the way analytics say they have the best chance to get to the Super Bowl. Are you kidding me? With that team, with that turnover machine, with that joke of an owner, I mean, give me a break.
Have you heard how much Stephen A and them have been talking about our show, playing our clips and talking about the Sean and RJ program? Have you been hearing all those clips?
No, I mean, that must be real. You guys must really feel good.
Yeah.
Two bozos thinking you guys are.
Yeah, and he's one of your own. Is Stephen A. one of your own over there from Philadelphia?
You know what?
And why do you guys get so worked up over these FPIs? Like, you guys have such little brother syndrome. You guys sent Jacksonville lunch or, Cheese Whiz sandwiches because they beat the Cowboys. Like, when can you act above it like you actually belong? You always got this jersey to New York or Houston or Dallas, little brother syndrome, this chip on y'all's shoulders. Why can't you just own the year and be happy about it?
Wait a minute. I mean, cheesesteaks around Christmas. What a nice touch for the former Eagles coach to send cheesesteaks. It's Christmas. Aren't you guys in the spirit? I mean, the Eagles are in the spirit. They're gonna let you play against the Eagles without Jalen Hurts, without a quarterback that is clearly better than that overrated guy that you have behind center. So, I mean, it was just in the spirit of the season. Ho, 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 Merry Christmas. Come on.
Howard Eskin join us here, 105 through the Fan. All right, without Hurts, where do they rank? Yes. Where do the Eagles rank in your, like, if you do power rankings, where would you rank the Eagles without Hurts?
Yeah, but that's, I'm not going to rank them without Jalen Hurts because Jalen Hurts is going to be back. So probably not this week, but he's going to be back. Gardner Minshew is a good backup quarterback. But I'm going to tell you what, this game's going to be closer than it probably should be. When it was 6 points, I would have taken the 6 points all day long because I think it's going to be a close game. I do. I really do. I'm not just busting your guys' chops because the Cowboys always find a way to make it close when it shouldn't be close. Dak Prescott always finds a way to throw interceptions, at least one. From your star quarterback, overpaid and overrated. So I think it's going to be a close game, but I don't know where they rank because you can't rank them because it doesn't make any sense because he's not going to be the quarterback when it counts for the playoffs.
But Howard, answer this though, and you respect Vegas, I would hope. Before the Hurts news came out, they and I was surprised by this myself. The Cowboys were favored by 1.5. How do you explain that after what just happened in Jacksonville in the seasons? Doesn't that worry you a little bit that the Sharks, the real experts, still had the Cowboys favored by 1.5 for Saturday before the Hurts news?
Well, yeah, but it's not done by human beings anymore. The point spreads are generated by computers. And
who are right.
Here's the reason.
Yeah. Who are correct.
I thought the Cowboys, I said last week before the line came, before the games last week, the Cowboys would be favored against the Eagles. It's the third straight road game for the Eagles. That is unfair. It doesn't happen that much, but it happens to teams. Yeah, well, a third straight road game is not good for a team. So I thought, and normally teams in the division, if they're good teams, and the Cowboys are a good team, they're not anything better than that, they normally split. So I always thought that's a cheap line considering the Cowboys are playing at home against the Eagles in the third straight road game. That was a cheap line anyway. So that's why I think the Cowboys were favored. 1.5 is nothing. If they were good, if the Cowboys were good, they'd be at least a 3-point favorite. But we know that's not the case. I want to see all those shots when the game's close of Jerry in the box. Oh my gosh, it's so special. It's so special seeing Jerry in the box. Oh my
Not with
gosh.
Gardner, will be close.
I think I for some crazy reason, because the Cowboys always find a way to play down to the opposition in a big game, I think it's going to be close. I do. And even with Gardner Minshew, who's obviously not close to who Jalen Hurts is. But that's all right. It's the season. We're just throw Dallas a bone, make them feel good about themselves.
Howard, what makes you think that what's happening with Hurts isn't a one-year MVP wonder like Wentz before you guys ran him out of town and ruined his career mentally? What makes you think this isn't a one-year blip?
I see a different mentality for the player. I like Carson Wentz, and I was wrong. I thought he was going to be a really good quarterback. He was. That Super Bowl year, he was the MVP, even though he missed the last 3 games. He was the MVP, but he just got injuries. He got, it was a head case, and I don't know why that all happened, but I don't think Jalen Hurts is the same mentality and the same guy. Honestly, he's improved a lot more than I thought he could improve this year, but he really has improved. He's done a lot of good things from the pocket. He hasn't turned the ball over. He had 2 last week, but one of them was on the receiver who cut off his route. But still, he hasn't turned the ball over, unlike the quarterback you guys have, who just loves to give it away. He's in the spirit all season. What's he have, 9 interceptions in the last 10 games?
Now you know that last interception against Jacksonville was not his fault.
Okay, here's what I want to tell you, geniuses. All right, and watch the replay of this thing again. And how does he throw? It looks like he throws it off the side of his.
It was in his chest, Howard. It was in the receiver's chest.
It was low. The way he threw the ball was like a shot put. It was so unfundamentally sound the way he threw the ball in a big play. It wasn't in his chest. It was low. It was a 4-yard pass that was low, and the receiver screwed it up. But
break down the blame. Break down the blame. How much percentage on Dak?
I don't like the way he threw the ball. He's got to share at least half the blame because the ball's got to be in his chest. The receiver shouldn't have to go down for the ball 4 yards away. Come on. And the way he threw it, I mean, watch the replay. It's a weird way he threw the ball. Come on, Dak. You got to be careful. First of all, the Cowboys shouldn't even been in that game. Once they're up, that game should have been over. But that's just the way they are. It's just I'm standing there in Chicago, freezing my ass off, and the only smile I had is just, I can't believe that Jacksonville has actually come back.
All right. Give me this. Howard Eskin from Filthy here on 105.3 The Fan. power rank your top 3 teams in the NFC and who, seriously, could be the biggest thorn in the Eagles' side in the playoffs. Like, who's the biggest matchup problem for Philly once the playoffs start?
Well, the play here, and I'm going to pass along a little insight from your next head coach, Sean Payton, who I texted with this week.
Whoa! Did you really?
Awful. Yeah. Just to say Merry Christmas, and he volunteered. He said, "Here are the 4 teams: Philadelphia, San Francisco, Buffalo, Kansas City, and those are the 4 teams he gives the best chance of either getting. He didn't.
Wow, what a genius analyst! What a brilliant analyst that is.
So many limbs.
Well, yeah, but I think San Francisco is, to answer your question, only because their defense is so good. I don't worry about their offense, but yeah, they're probably the team that I think could give them the most trouble. But I just don't think the Cowboys. They always find a way to screw it up. That's why you guys have those dust rags dusting off those old trophies. I mean, it's just it's irrelevant. Cowboys are irrelevant when it comes to the Super Bowl. Make sure you can get them tickets because they're going to have to buy them.
What's the top 3 in the NFC? Give me your NFC top 3.
Philadelphia, San Francisco, and then after that, you really got to flip a coin.
Minnesota?
No, their defense is awful. They are awful. They're a fraud too. No, I can't even come up with a third team.
You could come up with a third team.
No, I couldn't, because I couldn't put the Cowboys in that mix because they're just not good enough. I think Detroit would beat the Cowboys in the playoffs. How's that? How's that grab you?
Where are you? I assume you're coming here. When are you coming here? Where can the people find you with the fumes?
I'm not telling.
Give us your location. Disclose
what
it.
Hotel?
I don't know where we're staying. We're coming on Friday, but I don't know where we're staying. I have no idea. The stench is all over the place. So whatever it is, I'm just going to make sure that I'm protected.
You can see him on the sidelines. You can hear him in filthy. Howard Eskin on the Diamond Factory Highlight. Enjoy it while you can. Enjoy it while you can.
And I was going to say the same thing to you. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
Get him out of here.
Because the new year will not be a good one for you guys.
Get him out of here. Howard Eskin right here on 105.3 The Fan.
So trolly.
We do have to take it right now. We got to. There's nothing much we can say back. Now, Bobby has been the biggest attacker of Philadelphia throughout the season, and he's still not thinking that they're invincible, but right now it's just hope. That's all we have.
The hope is that he's hurt.
Hope and a prayer that he's not able to throw, he gets banged up running it, or that the Cowboys coming back with Cooper Rush wasn't fluky with Philly just saying, all right, we're winning, we're dominating, we're done. We're done with this game. The Cowboys came back.
What was it, 20-0 at one point in that game?
Yeah, I mean that was, I think it was going into the fourth quarter. It was 2017 though. They were not. I mean, if they were giving that up, then if they had coasted into the third quarter, they have problems then. If that was their mentality, then I definitely don't believe in that football team.
All right, so speaking of Dak's interceptions, and I know that Jerry, using the word outstanding, apparently set off the entire world yesterday, even though we all agreed that Dak played very, very well. RJ, you said that the quarterback stat, we're trying to change 2 things about sports. I'm trying to change the second technical foul, getting NBA players kicked out. You're trying to change the interception because Pro Football Focus, Bobby, you may actually like this, 4 quarterbacks have a league-high 6 interceptions where the throw wasn't deemed to be turnover worthy.
Right.
All right. It was because of the receiver messing up, the defender making a spectacular play. 4 QBs have 6 picks that should be subtracted off their total, according to PFF. Burrow, Herbert, Davis Mills, and Dak Prescott.
I love that. I absolutely believe that there should be there should be interceptions and then non-quarterback interceptions. I remember a few years ago, Matt Stafford and Matt Ryan both had 8 interceptions on the year. Matt Stafford threw 26 interceptable passes. Matt Ryan threw 9 the entire year. Like, one guy got lucky and one guy didn't. Like, that's just kind of how it works. So I don't like to. Luck is not predictive, so I throw it out. You try to get rid of everything that you can't quantify to help predict the future. I love getting rid of interceptions that bounce off wide receivers' hands. That Noah Brown interception was not on Dak Prescott. It just wasn't. Was the first one? I mean, you could debate that all you want. You know, you got to see more views and whether it was his arm hit or not. But you could debate that first one. But no, if it bounces, if it goes right in the wide receiver's chest, and then is in the defender's hands, that's not an interception of the quarterback.
I don't mind it being credited as an interception. Just like, you know, we credit fluky fumbles and things like that. I don't mind that, but I wish there was a more mainstream view and more mainstream accessible interceptions versus like tipped interceptions or whatever. Because like, for instance, the fumble that ETN had, the butt fumble.
Yeah.
I don't believe anybody gets credited with a forced fumble there.
Right. They should.
So one half of they've got forced fumble and then fumble recovery, but like the forced fumble aspect of that statistic is pulled out because nobody forced it. So I don't know, like where it's just like interceptions versus, you know, tipped interceptions or whatever. I looked this up once, and I should probably go back and do this today. I had, through the first 50 games of his career, he had 28 interceptions, Dak did. And I remember I went back and looked, 11 of those 28 were tipped or dropped by a receiver. And he's had at least 4 of them this year.
I mean, we've been talking about how he's just not turnover prone before this year and this stretch. So is it fluky, or should we do a little bit more homework? Ain't no way the Cowboys are anyone's power rankings, right? 1 through 5, 5 through 1. Around the NFL power rankings on Sean and RJ next.
Oh, baby. Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the greatest show in sport.
The biggest football game in the history of Western civilization. What a ride it's been.
It's time for one of RJ Choppy's favorite segments of the week. NFL Power Rankings here on DFW Sports Station. We are your home of America's team. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Ryan running things in the back, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. The playmaker, Michael Irvin, at 8:40 this morning. Let's keep the drama around number 5, because that's the only place you could have the Cowboys. But before we get to that, let's grade ourselves from last week.
I think we've, for the most part, did fairly well.
You guys were perfect the week before. You, Bobby, and Peyton.
All right. So Bobby this past week had Buffalo, Kansas City, Philly, San Fran, Cowboys.
4-5.
4-5. You had Philly, Kansas City, San Fran, Buffalo, Cincy.
5-5.
Oh,
thank you.
I had Kansas City, Buffalo, Philly, San Fran, Cincy. 5-5.
Perfect.
Pepe had Philly, Buffalo, Kansas City, San Fran, Cincy.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Perfect.
So 19 out of 20.
Ooh.
Oh, man.
Who watches more football? What
We're the
show?
show of record, baby.
Let's go, baby.
What show watches more football? Okay. Blogging the Boys compiles this for the Cowboys around the country. Let's see how much they dropped. Last week, Blogging the Boys had them at 3. They dropped them to 6. NFL.com kept them at 6. ESPN had them at 4, dropped them to 6. USA Today, 4 to 6. Yahoo had them at 3, dropped them to 5. CBS had them at 3, dropped them to 7. Athletic kept them at 6. SI from 4 to 6. So basically the Cowboys are number 6 according to the country in the power rankings. These were easy for me. It took me 3 minutes. Easy for you? Easy for everybody? Simple?
No, I you know me. I overthink things.
Okay.
So it was not easy for me. It was mostly easy for me.
Was it tougher at the top or the bottom?
It was I struggled with where to put Philadelphia.
All right, let's start off at number 1 then.
Okay.
Who's your number 1? I think I was the only one to have. Was it me and Peyton with Philly at 1?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, we had them at 1 last week. Ralph?
I'm back to Kansas City at number 1. I'm not back to. I've always had them there for the most part. I know they struggled with back-to-back games. I don't really care. They play by different rules. They can have a game against Houston like that. They can have a game where they lose to Cincinnati.
Are they the Warriors?
They're the Warriors. They play by different rules than everybody else.
Earn the right.
They've earned the right, and they will play by different rules for about the next 10 years. So give me the Kansas City Chiefs at number 1.
Bobo.
Not moving off it. Buffalo Bills. Another victory. They beat one of the teams that took them out earlier this year, Miami. They just
because of your lack of respect for Miami, in the Buffalo elements, as Colin Cowherd said.
Oh yeah, the blizzard.
Playing in the blizzard, he mentioned 3 or 4 times. That doesn't. Did that make you question Buffalo a little bit? That Miami played them so close in Buffalo conditions?
No, I mean, look, Miami still has a bunch of weapons. Like Miami's not a bad football team, and I mean Buffalo now they're 5 straight victories. They obviously aren't going to be able to play the Vikings again, but the other two teams that have beaten them this year, the Dolphins and the Jets, they bounced back and beaten those teams in back-to-back weeks, and so I just feel like Buffalo's the most complete team in the NFL.
Hey.
So I moved Buffalo up. I have them at number 1. I think they're starting to really put it all together.
So you're punishing Philly?
I am. Yep.
Wow.
Slightly.
Okay.
But I am.
Slightly. So Buffalo 1. I'm keeping Philadelphia at 1.
Wow.
I mean, what's so surprising about that?
Quarterback, yeah.
Struggled with Chicago.
Well, okay.
Struggled with Colts a couple weeks ago. I mean, it's the same stuff we would have dinged Dallas for against the Colts and the Texans.
Okay, and those are their only 2 blemishes, right?
Right, but I guess my take is I'm approaching this as if Jalen Hurts is not playing.
Jalen Hurts
for a couple of weeks.
Okay.
So I'm approaching this as Philadelphia. Like Jalen Hurts is not going to be the same player the rest of the year.
All right, I'm going to be choppy here for a second. I'm going to change things up a little bit. I normally judge it based upon
today
if they play.
Okay.
But I'm changing it a little bit because I don't think the Hurts thing is that serious. I don't know if I believe in Eskin, who said if it was a playoff game he would play. I don't know. It sounds minor, just for the sake of like the best teams in football, because I don't think it's that serious.
Yeah.
I'm gonna change. I'm gonna choppy it up a little bit. I'm gonna change things, and I'm gonna keep Philly at number 1. I don't believe they're the best team in football with Gardner Minshew at quarterback. I just think this is for a week or until they have to play Hurts again to lock up the NFC East. Fair?
Fair.
It doesn't even matter if it's fair. I'm doing it.
Right.
So Philly at 1.
All right.
Chop.
Number 2, Buffalo. Very good win over a good team on Saturday in brutal weather. By the way, can you not, Buffalo, like snow plow or shovel the stands? Do people need to be sitting on a foot of snow?
Right? Apparently in Buffalo, you have to do everything yourself. Like, the city can't get the players out. Everyone has to volunteer.
Yeah.
Like, if you don't get the whole community, get their shovels out, everybody's screwed.
Like, I don't blame them for throwing snowballs at players. I mean, I would too if I had to sit down. I mean, you got to find a way. But the good thing about Buffalo is they will get the best at their place if they don't stumble. That scene's going to be litty in the postseason. But today, and I'm going to do mine as today. They're number 2.
My number 2 is the Kansas City Chiefs, just as it was last week. One of the concerning things about the Chiefs in recent weeks is they're turning the ball over. They've started to turn the ball over. They haven't exactly beat teams down like you want to see from big-time contenders. I mean, if you just look over the last couple weeks, let's look at since their bye week. Win by 3 over the Titans, 10 on the Jaguars, 3 against the Chargers. They had a 16-point win against the Rams, but then lose to the Bengals, 6-point victory to the Broncos that they almost gave up a lead there, and then the 6-point overtime victory against the Texans. They're letting teams hang around a little bit.
Choppy, you have a stat that eliminates Kansas City from Super Bowl contention.
Yes.
Now there was a similar stat that was supposed to wipe out the Phoenix Suns from, was it winning the title? It was supposed to guarantee them the title last year. There was a stat about how much you won the regular season by. Phoenix was supposed to win the championship. Obviously, thanks to the Mavericks, that did not happen, but you got something on KC to wipe them out?
All right. In the last 20 years, only the Giants, who beat the undefeated New England Patriots, have had a negative turnover margin per game and won the Super Bowl.
Speaks to what you just said, Bobby. Turnovers.
Yep.
And also,
only the Giants. What year was that?
07.
One of the lucky son of a...
Second one, they are 4-8-1 against the spread. And only this past year's LA Rams have had a losing record against the spread in the last 30 years and won the Super Bowl.
All right, so simply summarize all that.
Simply summarize, the Chiefs have absolutely no chance of winning the Super Bowl unless they change it. Look, if they wind up having a 500 record ATS and a positive turnover margin, then they have a chance. But if you could buy a ticket right now that says the Chiefs will not win the Super Bowl, that's where the smart money is.
Would you?
Yeah, the numbers.
Let's say they finished the regular season with both those numbers. Would you allow that to affect your betting? How much would you weigh that versus Mahomes being the best QB?
I would.
As a bettor.
It's interesting. I would I would take into account. It's a data point. I would take it into account for sure.
All right, so Bobby, your number 2 is Kansas City.
Yep.
Peyton?
Is it the team or is it Jalen Hurts? I have the Eagles slightly below Buffalo at number 2. I think if it truly is the team, then the Eagles should keep this game close this weekend. And I don't like how the Eagles really played against the Bears last weekend, so that's why I docked them
Do
one
you
spot.
think that the Eagles will keep it close?
Close as in one possession?
Close as in you
They can
tell
win.
me. Will it be within
7?
8
Yes.
points?
8 points, yes.
They'll keep it within 7.
Yep.
Okay,
They'll
so
keep it within a touchdown.
So that would be the team. Micah Parsons. I'm putting Kansas City 2. I'll just ruin the drama. Buffalo 3. I'll just skip ahead. So my 1, 2, 3 so far: Philly, Kansas City, and then Buffalo.
Man, I am dying to see where. I know where I have, but I'm dying to see where Bobby and I have Philadelphia.
Yeah, you guys are really disrespectful.
I haven't had them above 3 all year.
That's fair. That's fair. All right, number 3.
I guarantee you won't put San Fran ahead of them today. You better not. You bet not.
He might not, but I will.
Whoa!
Let's go,
Oh
Chubby!
my God, you made me
Yes!
sick. Made me sick. Is this because of Minshew?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. If Jalen
I love though that Choppy is the only media member making this Hurts injury. Yeah, it has been downplayed, and I'm not knocking you for this. I think it's a reasonable opinion, but he's the only one saying that this Hurts injury is more serious than everyone's discussing.
I could be dead wrong. I'm comfortable with that. But without Jalen Hurts, Philadelphia is not a top 10 team in the NFL, let alone a top 5.
Whoa! So Mike is wrong. It is not the
Yes.
team. It is the quarterback.
Of course.
Okay.
Of course. It's always the quarterback. So with a healthy Hurts, they would be my number 2 team. They'd have been ahead of Buffalo with a healthy Hurts.
Okay.
But without him, they're not even top 10. So I've got San Francisco coming in here at number 3. I cannot have Philadelphia ahead of them. Woo! Today. Just today.
My number 3 team, San.
Oh, baby.
Fran.
He did it.
Cisco. Damn right I did it. I told you last week I was probably going to do it.
What if Hurts was healthy?
San Francisco. I'm not taking Hurts' injury into account at all.
What?
I'm not taking Hurts' injury into account at all.
Wow. Okay.
San Francisco's a better football team than the Eagles. Here you go.
The difference between Hurts and Purdy doesn't make up for where are they better? How much better defensively is San Fran than Philly?
Much better. They're the number one defense in the NFL. Easy. San Francisco is. And then, I mean, they've still that's the wild thing. We talk about they're on quarterback number 3 here. Almost had to be on quarterback number 4 when Purdy was hurt last week. And yet they still, over the course of this season, they're top 10 in points on offense and they're 7th in yards. They produce regardless. And that defense is smothering. They beat down the Dolphins. They beat down the Buccaneers. The box score or the final score looked closer against Seattle than it was. They beat them pretty handily. And so I think San Francisco, I was tempted to have San Francisco too, but there's just too much with Purdy that I can't trust.
So the 49ers are 3.
Yep.
Peyton?
3 and 4 took me a little extra time to debate. I have Kansas City staying at 3. I thought the win Sunday against the Texans almost docked them a spot. I know you don't like that, Sean, but they took the Texans overtime. That's not good.
Okay. So your number 3.
3 is Kansas City.
Is Kansas City. All right. My 4 and 5. Again, this was easy for me today, 1 through 5. My 4 is San Francisco, and my 5 is Cincinnati. Easy. Not even a doubt. Cowboys don't sniff my top 5 in the power rankings.
My number 4 is Cincinnati. I think they got a little bit lucky this week. They've been red hot. They've won 6 straight. They've scored 27+ in 4 of those 6 games.
They wish they could get to 3 more games. They'll match Kellen Moore.
Absolutely. Their defense has allowed 24 or fewer in 5 of those 6 games. Red hot team. Cincinnati's my number 4.
Number 4 for me is the Philadelphia Eagles. If Dallas just handles business, honestly, this past week against Jacksonville, I probably would have leapfrogged them.
Woo!
But
Woo!
Ultimately,
I love it.
Didn't come through. So
staying dug in.
I've got Philly at 4.
I have the 49ers at number 4.
49ers at number 4. All right, and then Peyton, we'll just go back reverse order. Who's your number 5?
Cincinnati's staying at 5.
And it was very close for me. I know it wasn't for y'all, but I've got Cincinnati at 5.
All right.
It's very
and it was close between who?
Cincinnati and Dallas. I would have honestly, the biggest difference there, if you look at since Dak returned.
Bobby, are you becoming our station homer?
No, I'm not.
Are you our homer?
Do I have them in the top 5? I don't. If you look at Cincinnati and Dallas since Dak returned, they've both played very similarly in terms of their offensive production, defense. The one big difference is that Dallas has 12 turnovers in that time, one of the worst in the NFL. Cincinnati's tied for the best turnover rate in the NFL that time. They've only had 6.
My number 5 is not the Philadelphia Eagles. They are out of my top 5.
Let's go.
They do not have Jalen Hurts. So I have the Detroit Lions.
Oh my gosh!
I love it. That was good.
That was good. M. Night Choppy. The twist ending.
They are not better than Philadelphia. But if they play tomorrow, I know one thing is for sure. They would be favored. With Gardner Minshew. So that's how much respect I have for Jalen Hurts. He's the second best player in the NFL right now behind Mahomes. I can't have him in my top 5.
That was good. That was good. There it is. Around the NFL Power Rankings here on DFW Sports Station. Playmaker Michael Irvin at 8:40. Is Deion Sanders going to dominate signing day today? And the Phoenix Suns falling apart even more because of the Mavericks? That's all next, followed by Playmaker on the Fan.
But let's get you over to Zerorez. Let's get that carpet professionally clean way.
a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Coming up at 8:40, it's going to be our Odyssey NFL insider, Michael Irvin, Insider Calls, brought to you by Driveway.com. Looking for a car? Go to Driveway.com where you can get pre-qualified, buy a car, and get it delivered. Driveway.com, on your terms and on your turf. Playmaker coming up in 15 minutes. The Phoenix Suns sold for what?
$4 billion with a B. Bravo. Dollars. American. It's American money.
Wow.
$4 billion. It is. We have reached a new height of craziness when it comes to team valuations. They were valued a couple of months ago, $2.7 billion, and they sold for $4. That is the power of professional sports franchises. Every owner currently owning a team knows that in 5 years, his franchise is going to double.
Yeah.
So you sell it at the appreciated value of 5 years from now, basically. And if the Cowboys or the Yankees wanted to sell their team today, they could get $15 or $20 million for it.
15 or 20 million?
I'm sorry, billion. Billion.
The Commanders is being valued, I saw yesterday, because I think they're going through round one of the sales process. $5.5 to $6.5 billion. I mean, does the Suns number change that? You can't be worth just $1.5 billion more than the Phoenix Suns, right? If you're the Commanders or any NFL team.
No, I mean, I guess the advantage that baseball and basketball teams have is that the amount of games they have, really can sway things. And the Commanders don't have a stadium.
What are the Mercury value? Obviously, it's not enough to boost up there. What are because it's the Mercury too.
Right.
It's the WNBA team, which isn't going to be an
be
extra
careful.
$2 billion. I'm just saying it's not.
The Get Right is listening.
I know it's not going to be an extra $2 billion or whatever it is, but it's just I don't know. That's unreal because Forbes before the season valued 16 NFL teams under $4 billion.
Under?
Under. So the Suns just sold for more than what Forbes said 16 NFL teams are worth.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, look, the WNBA loses an average of about $10 to $12 million a year as a whole. Their values is not going to be boosting. Sorry, I know. I'm sorry, Get Right, but the value is not going to be boosting the Phoenix Suns. Yeah, I imagine if the Washington football team is valued at $5 to $7 billion, they would probably sell for, 8 to 9.
Meanwhile, did you see another DeAndre Ayton, Monty Williams blow up? Last night they were fighting on the sidelines. Now, I was a little disappointed that DeAndre kind of threw water on this afterwards. I was expecting Monty to, right? Everyone sees this. It happens. I was talking to the entire team, but Monty Williams is clearly getting into it with DeAndre Ayton. Remember, it sounded like DeAndre was not happy that the Suns matched Rick Carlisle's offer sheet for him being a restricted free agent in the offseason. He had the mysterious disappearance in Game 7 against the Mavericks, but DeAndre kind of squashed this. I'm very disappointed. He said, look, it gets a little bit emotional. It's all love, and we're a family. We weren't really exchanging words. So I was hoping this blew up even more today and that the Suns would have this internal combustion, but not the case. DeAndre Ayton, though, and Monty Williams went viral last night. And speaking of NBA and money, what is Mark Cuban doing with Vegas?
Oh,
what is it, Vegas story?
So the idea is that he wants a new stadium, right? A new arena, and they would have Vegas style sport kiosks, sports books in there.
Yeah, gambling, kiosks, at the arena for you to do stuff with.
Right, but now that goes to assume that they're going to pass gambling in 23 here in Texas, which, I mean, it'd be great. Be cool if we did, but are they gonna? I mean, we know better than that. We've been waiting for this for years. At least I have.
Yeah, I think it will. I think eventually, I think I think here in the near future, it's going to get turned
gambling
around.
or weed first here. What's happening?
Gambling. I think.
Good question.
Wow, it's amazing. They're both already here.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, like Rick Perry's involved right now in the like push to legalize gambling in Texas. So like, I mean, there's people on this side that wouldn't have been expected to be, a decade ago.
All right, National Signing Day update. Bobby, you have a little sigh of relief that Arch has put pen to paper, that it's official.
No. Nah, I always knew that he'd be fine. My bigger thing is just I was hoping he'd decommit, he'd flip, get Sark pushed out, and then recommit like the next day.
You're not a fan of Sark?
No.
Were you a fan when he first got hired?
No.
All right. Amongst the rotating door that is your Longhorn head coaching spot, which one of the recent ones were you pumped about?
I was excited about Herman. I was excited about Herman. That turned pretty quickly, obviously, but Sark has done a good job recruiting. Sark has just been a coward, like calling things in these games. Like he called the Alabama game cowardly. He called the Tech game cowardly. Like I just have an issue with that. So I was hoping we'd get like the Quinn Ewers decommit and then flip to Ohio State. And then that was ultimately what got Herman out. So I was just unrealistically hoping for a Arch flip, and then we'd get a better coach.
Well, now Sark.
I don't trust them though. They've hired 3 not great coaches in a row now.
But how much did Arch pick Texas because of Sark? That's his ultimate job security.
Yeah, he's at like that's what I said. It's not going to happen. It's not going to change it. But
he did. I mean, a lot of it was Sark. They liked him. They liked his vision. But also, look, the Mannings they're a brand, and they're like, okay, where's the biggest brand you can go to? And then you add I don't think it was any coincidence that the school was like, okay, I think now's a good time to go to the SEC. Because that family is like the first family of the conference. I don't think any of these are coincidences.
What is Dion going to do today? All eyes on Colorado, and how many coaches are going to try to use Dion turning his back on Jackson State against them? Well, Dion wanted to sit down and set the record straight for all the critics of him leaving for this job.
Never once did I say they're going to put a tombstone with my name on it at Jackson State, so I wasn't going to die here. Y'all know that. Everything I said I would do, I did. Everything I said I wanted to happen, I tried my darnest to make it happen. We've exceeded, I think, expectations in some realm. But when I don't fit into someone else's plan and purpose, now there's ridicule. But you forgot about my plan and God's purpose. That's where the dysfunction comes. I reached a point where I said to myself, we're going to go out there and recruit another great class. And we were, and TC will. And we're going to win again. So at what point do we keep dominating that you don't get mad at us for dominating? Because it's a level of dominance where you start to turn. And I reached a point where I had a real conversation with the Lord. Now, it's funny how you believe the Lord when he said to come here, but you don't believe me when I tell you the Lord may tell me to do otherwise. It's like my God is talking to you about me. I don't think he works like that. But it's so much more that I can't do because that's not my occupation. I'm a football coach and a darn good one. And name one thing in football that we haven't accomplished that I said we would. But it's bigger than that. And until we address these underlying issues that nobody wants to talk about, ain't nothing gonna change.
All right, so I think, first off, Dion said, don't be mad at me, be mad at God. God told me to go.
Boy, see, that's I gotta say, that's a really kind of an easy way to get people off your back. Don't be mad at me. Take it up with him.
Take it up with him. So it sounds like he's saying in this, because he's like, I was ready for Jackson State to move up in terms of competition. Is the baseball team ready? Is the basketball team ready? It sounds like he's trying to say the school was limited or not willing to take further steps up. So therefore, he took the Colorado job.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, can you just move in football to the FBS as opposed to the FCS? I don't know if you can. I don't know what the rules are there. And if you did, with the school, would they make the necessary adjustments to the stadiums or whatever you need to do that? That's a lot. It's asking a lot from a school that doesn't, produce the same amount of, revenue every year as Texas does.
Now, look, I roll my eyes at Dion a lot of times. Some of his speeches, I'm like, okay, he choreographed this. He planned it. I got a major problem with anyone taking issue for calling him a sellout. and saying he cannot leave or move up in the coaching ranks from Jackson State. That man overachieved. He put them on the map. He's got me looking for their scoreboard updates to get alerts for their championship game, which they lost the championship game at the very end. But, man, stop guilting that man. Stop guilting that man, trying to keep him down.
I agree. If he had chose to stay at Jackson State for the next 30 years, more power to him. Those kids need role models. They need role models too. Every school needs to have a coach who can help be a role model. Them Deion was, but he chose to go to Colorado. That's okay.
Has Michael Irvin stood up for us once against Stephen A. Smith? Let's get ready for Filthy with the Playmaker. Michael joins us next.
Well, let's get you over to the all-new Platinum Ford in
radio in Dallas. I'm assuming it's 105.3. Okay, those brothers, which I like. I actually like talking to them. It's a good show. It's really good. I enjoy talking to them. I really did. And I'll come back on too.
On the line now is Stephen A. Smith's Monday co-host, the playmaker Michael Irvin. Insider Calls brought to you by Driveway.com. Looking for a car? Go to Driveway.com where you can get pre-qualified, buy a car, and get it delivered. Now, that was a nice compliment, but Michael, have you defended us to Stephen A. on TV with these nonstop mentions and insults? Have you defended your boys here in DFW?
Listen, I don't consider those to be insults. Y'all know the business like y'all know it. Y'all get it out there. When he starts talking in and talking about my boys over there, Sean and RJ, hey, that's the one time I do get quiet on the show. And let us go on. You go ahead on and give my boys some love. I give them enough love. Even if I jump in, it'll take away from you guys because people know I know you and love you. So when you got to know when to just step out and let the other man do it. So he's giving love. You know, it's great. I was so happy to hear him say it. He said, I know you go on that show, too. I know you go on that show. Yes, I do, but go ahead on. I'm going to stay out the way right now. You know what I'm saying? You got to know when to hold them and when to fold them.
And you got to know when to take a work. And thanks to Marcus Spears, you got to know when to take workout break. What machine are you on right now? Yeah. I know you're working out.
Yeah, I was on.
You're doing something else.
Listen. That thing went right up, right? You know, so I had one rep. I had one last rep work. I'm on the trampoline, right? And it was 30 seconds left on the last rep. And the call came in. And he said, we're only 35 seconds. I said, it's going to work out perfectly. Wow, I got the last rep in. And ran right.
You said you're on the trampoline?
Yeah, you know, I do this trampoline workout. My knees can't take running, so I have to run. I have to get my heart rate up. People think it's about lifting weights. It's really about getting your heart rate up. And I have to get my heart rate up, but I can only do it on a trampoline where there's no impact and no pounding, or my knees will swell from all those slant routes and delivering those 3 Super Bowls to my good people here in Dallas.
You're a beast, Mike. Do you mess with a trainer, or you just have all the stuff down yourself? And is it true from one RJ Choppy that you would have one dumbbell back in them 103.3 studios, that one dumbbell? Is that true?
Right. Absolutely. Still. Hey, listen. First of all, I do have a trainer. His name is Igor. He's one of the best. He trains me when I'm in town every day, and then he comes over to my house and stretches me every day I'm in town. I'm trying to fight this old. I told you before, I'm going to get every damn dime out of this body. Every dime. Every dime out of this body. Now, wait, something else you asked I wanted to answer, too. And what was that? You just asked me something.
About the workout, the trainer, and the dumbbell.
Remember when you used to bring the dumbbell up from downstairs?
That's why I'm still stealing dumbbells. So even when I'm at the hotel now, watching the games, I get one of the guys, because I always tip everybody $20. Everybody. And I'm going to tip everybody working at the hotel $100 during the holidays, you know, just to keep, because the service people, the Bible says those that serve us all are the greatest of us all. So I'm going to serve them well, take care of them so they serve me well. So sometimes I say, hey, man, listen, I'm going to watch this game in the room, man. Can you go to the weight room and get me 2 35-pound dumbbells and bring them to the room? Just roll them on that cart and then pick them back up after the game. I do that right now today, buddy. Right now.
He'd be sitting there. He'd be doing reps. He'd just sitting there, just, repping out 30-pound dumbbell curls for a 15-minute segment. Put them down. Put them again.
It's so funny, man. I know sometimes I even go and get them. I know the white folks be looking at me like, is this like that stealing dumbbells from the hotel? I'm taking them to my room.
They are expensive now. They've gone up in price. They're crazy expensive.
Yeah. So I don't want to travel with one. I don't own one. So I like to say I borrow it from the weight room. I do borrow it.
All right, Mike, are you a little bit disappointed that Jalen Hurts probably isn't going to play Saturday?
Yeah, I'm a lot of bit disappointed. Man. And even though now, this is the kicker now. I'm disappointed here. I'm disappointed that we won't see Jalen Hurts in the best, and they didn't get to see our best. And it also puts us in a little danger because now course, with our defense hurting and everything, they come and beat us with their backup. Oh, my God. Well, I can't say it puts us in a little danger. It just puts me on the firing line. It puts me on the firing line. If they come in here and beat us with the backup and everything, so that'll be crazy. But, yeah, you want – but here's kicking off. All right, we're not making much of it because it's the Cowboys and you want to make a big noise about that. But the real story is how long is Jalen Hurts hurt? How bad is he hurt? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It's that kind of thing, and how much are they not telling us?
Mike, what did you think of the 3rd and 10 sequence, or the biggest reason that the Cowboys lost against Jacksonville? You were worried about the run D. Trevor went off on them. The 3rd and 10, they couldn't get the first down. People are losing their minds on your network and the other network when Jerry said Dak played outstanding. We agree with him. Your biggest problem with that Jags game was what?
Well, first of all, if you ask me, I put a blame on a lot of people. Now, first of all, I want the defense to give me something. I was thinking about this when I was watching the game. There are certain things that when I watch San Francisco play that I'm not worried about. If that team up by 10, this game over.
Yeah.
Because that's kind of defense they got. This game over. You got to sweat that. This game over. That defense gonna make sure this game over. You ain't fit. I'm going, brother. You ain't fit to get no 15 to 18 points on that defense there. I felt that when I watched San Francisco play the other day. That's what I was saying to myself. And San Fran and Dallas defense was supposed to be on the same level, kind of. And I don't feel that when we're up 10. So yeah, I'm disappointed about that. Yeah, I can be disappointed that even after they got that turnover from Trevor Lawrence, that you couldn't go get a first down, man. We couldn't go get a first down. And I don't even want to talk about the worst damn call in the history. There have been a lot of bad calls. But in the history, I think, of me watching football was that 3rd and 10. You throw a 9 route to Noah Brown. A 9 route. And I love Noah. He's been playing hard. He's been doing these. But he's at his ceiling. We can't try to put him and make him become a true number 2. I don't know if that's his ceiling. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't know if that's it. We gave him a lot of opportunities. I'm glad we got T.Y. in here. Somebody that has made some plays down the stretch in crunch moments. I want Noah to keep doing what he's doing, but we got to be careful on who we're choosing to put those game-winning balls and throw it in their hands.
Yeah, I didn't love the play call on 3rd and 10. I didn't love that either, but you know, the other one that everyone's talking about is the interception at the end of the game. You know, as a wide receiver,
let me tell you, and you don't let a play call because it's not just a play call; it's a play call to whom. Now, okay, let's flip it. We're playing Philadelphia this week. You want to give me a 3rd and 10 with the game on the line? I can throw a 989. That's what it was, 989 pump. I can throw that route to A.J. Brown.
Yeah,
that's a different specimen.
Sure.
All right. Now you see what I'm saying? That's a bad call, but maybe not to that dude right there. Let him go get that ball. Mm-hmm. I can throw that ball. I may throw that ball to Justin Jefferson. Hey, Justin Jefferson. You saw what he did on 4th and 18. But I can't throw this damn ball to Noah Brown. I'm sorry, that's it. Yeah, I ain't throwing that. I'm trying not to throw that last ball right there to Noah Brown that you about to talk about, Chop. I'm just going to try not to do
it. All right, and then how about so that interception. As a receiver, is that on the quarterback? Is that on the wide receiver?
That's on the receiver. That's absolutely on the receiver. The ball hit him in his hands. Now, you want to ask me if it's on the quarterback. It's like I told one time we were on, and I remember interviewing Keyshawn. And Keyshawn's my guy, man. He's my dude. And he was getting funky with me in the interview, and I got funky back. I said, okay. I said, Keyshawn. We were talking about true number 1. I said, Keyshawn, if that's the truth, why did they go to somebody else on 4th and 1 with the game on the line? They couldn't have done that with me on the field. Or they going to have a fight in the locker room. You know what I'm saying? You going to do that to me on the field? We going to have a fight in the locker room. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. With games on the line like that, that's why we wanted Odell back. That's why we wanted Odell back.
Yeah, I got to take a little bit of issue. Like, Noah Brown, right?
Right.
You're right.
I'm not putting it all on Noah. Not putting it all on Noah.
But to throw to him, he was having the second best day amongst the receivers. Right. Michael Gallup, complete.
That ain't on Noah. That's on you making us have him as the second best. That's on you not us not having an Odell or us not having an Amari. because then you move Noah up one more spot. I don't have anything bad with Noah. I'm just telling you football. The reason there's a number 1 receiver, a number 2, a number 3, and a number 4 is dependability. That's how you slot receivers. Dependability, reliability on making plays and getting open. And I'm going to tell you right now where Noah ranks in that. He's been doing a great job. He's been doing a great job because he's going to get lack coverage. Let's stop acting like Noah ranks 1, 2, or 3 in that, really. Let's stop acting that. That's all I'm saying. It's not on Noah. It's on where we're designing these plays to go. 9-4-0, a play Noah Turner would design to drop that ball in for 4 or 5 yards. I'm going to tighten the split right off the tight end. I'm going to run a little 6-yard, like I'm going across and stop. That play belongs to Alvin Harper. I usually run the 9. But now, on crucial situations, Noah would call flip. It's a flip in the huddle. I get off the 9, I come over and run that little 4-yard hitch up, and Alvin Harper goes backside and run the 9 route. We're putting people in position to make the play on the game winner. That's all I'm saying, folks. You got to put people in position that you know are more reliable, farther up the scale to make the play on the game winners. That's all Mike said.
Michael, when we talk about that third down, 3rd and 10 throw there to Noah, is part of the problem here, though, that, CD drew triple coverage on that snap. Michael Gallup had single coverage, and Michael Gallup couldn't get open. Is part of this right now about Michael Gallup's just got to be better right now? Because he doesn't look like he's getting open.
Yeah, that's another way of saying it. We're saying the same thing. It's just another way of saying it. We got to have better people in position to make those plays. That's just the reality. I gave you Philly. When Philly gets to those plays, man, they're throwing that ball to A.J. Brown or Devontae Smith. Those are the 1 and 2 options. Those are pretty 1 and 2 options in those crucial situations. In those crucial situations, I'm not taking anything away from Noah Brown. I think he's done a hell of a job. He has reached himself and stretched himself and worked himself and made himself into a very, 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 very good NFL wide receiver. But in those crucial moments, I want someone else to try to make that play. I'm sorry.
Mike, we usually ask you for NFC 1, 2, 3, but I want your overall NFL. Your Super Bowl threats 1, 2, 3 look like what today? With Hurts, with Hurts healthy.
Yeah. Well. Listen, I would go honestly. Cincinnati, Philadelphia, and San Francisco. Say, well, you got to throw Kansas City in there because they got God playing quarterback. You got to keep them in there, as long as they got God at quarterback.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But I'm going to go. I love what Cincinnati's doing. You got to put Philadelphia in there. San Francisco still in there because I told you, you never get that feeling with their defense. They're always, you just ain't going to put them points up on their defense.
But you're going Cincy, Philly, San Fran over KC and Buffalo right now.
I say I'm going to put KC in there, and I'll put Buffalo. But my top team right now, I love Cincinnati. I think Cincinnati right now, and that's really what we're talking about. And it's not that I'm not giving to Philly because it's Philly. Philly's, if I had to put it to them, I'll give them number 2 spot right now. Only because I think sometimes if Jalen Hurts does get off, we'll start seeing some opportunities. But I don't know if Joe Burrow will ever be off with those beasts he has. So I just like that Cincinnati has a power running game. So I put them out there. But yeah, all of those teams in the mix. I even think Minnesota. We got into it the other year. It's a Minnesota. Dude, it's one game. It's a 1-game tourney. It's not the best 3 out of 5. Right. It's not the best 5 out of 7. Minnesota can beat any team in the NFL in 1 game because they got that dude over there that I told you they're going to throw it up on 4th and 18. He's going to give them a chance. So, yeah, this thing is still wide open.
Thank you for letting Stephen A. praise us. Merry Christmas. We love you. And finish out that rep with the stolen dumbbell. Thank you, Mike.
Yeah, I'm going to go get it back here, man. I'm just trying to survive. Hey, listen, I've done enough damage to my body. Nobody should care that I want to just try to make up some of those wrongs. You know what I'm saying?
Stop. You'll make me cough all over the place. Thank you, Mike. Love you. Merry Christmas.
Hey, Merry Christmas, everybody. Appreciate it, guys. All right, guys.
You appreciate it. Odyssey NFL Insider Michael Irvin. Insider Calls brought to you by Driveway.com. Head to Driveway.com today to shop more than 25,000 new and used cars in Driveway's nationwide inventory. Did this guy just prove he is the most accountable Dallas Cowboy after what he said in the locker room yesterday? Bobby was there for the audio. Final hour, Hump Day edition. Okay. Next on The Fan. But first, let me get...
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam. It's the Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Coming at you with Sean, RJ, Bobby, Peyton, and Ryan in the back. Thanks for being a Tolo. Tomorrow we're going to give away Cowboys-Eagles tickets in the 7 o'clock Expressway. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com at 9:20. The breaking news this morning, Franco Harris passed away at the age of 72. They were a couple of days away from the 50th anniversary of the Immaculate Reception. So all the networks and shows are paying homage to Franco Harris this morning, passing away at the age of 72. All right, Bobby, you were in the locker room yesterday for J-Ron Curse. A little bit of accountability from the Cowboys defense?
Yeah, so after the Green Bay game, there was a lot of, remember we talked about a lot of tension, a lot of guys who were upset with how things went. And it was J-Ron Curse that week who really came out forcefully and was like, guys need to do their jobs. And then what happens is that you've got one guy not doing his job and it messes up an entire scheme and really called everybody, to the carpet. And they bounced back the very next week. They blow out Minnesota, play really well. Everybody feels much better about it. Well, after this game in Jacksonville, where I think everybody felt even worse than they did after the Green Bay game, or it was a different feeling because a lot of that was tied to McCarthy's return. It's not surprising, I guess, that the guy who would come out and forcefully talk this week would be J-Ron Curse. So he spoke yesterday in the locker room. Same sort of situation as the Green Bay week, where it was an 11 a.m. open locker. A lot of guys are not going to be in there. They're going to choose just not to be there. J-Ron Curse made sure that he was in there and led off by acknowledging that the Cowboys just haven't been the defense that they claim to be for much of the season.
We haven't played our brand of football on the defensive side of the ball. The things that was going on earlier in the year, if you would have told anybody that we scored 34 points, they would have assured that was a Cowboys victory. But right now, we talk about being one of the best defenses in the league. And the past 2 weeks, we haven't shown it at all. So, you are what you put on tape. And, at this point, we haven't gotten the job done. We haven't gotten the job done at all. And just speaking solely from the defense, we scored 34 points on Sunday. We should come out with a victory. We should come out with a victory, and it should be a comfortable victory if we claim to be the defense that we think we are.
I think that's strong.
All right. Let me stand up and applaud this man.
You can actually stand
Finally.
up.
Finally.
Not just you should win, but he says this should have been a blowout, basically.
It should have.
Like if we're the defense that we say we are, 34 points should be a blowout.
Thank you, J-Ron.
And he's right. And a lot of people want to, and I think we've talked about this too, they have been hit by injuries, personnel problem, that's been a problem for him. But, when you look at, okay, Anthony Brown's gone down, Jordan Lewis has gone down, Kelvin Joseph hasn't played that way. There's going to be a lot of excuse making for that. But J-Ron Curse said, that's irrelevant. Next man has to step up regardless.
Yeah. They lost Hankins, and they lost their number 2 corner who was not playing well to begin with. That's not enough to plummet.
No.
Y'all were supposed to be, people were having conversations about great special elite. And that looks like a joke now. That looks ridiculous.
Well, yeah, look, I will say I do happen to subscribe to the defense is a weak link unit. You're only as good as your weakest player because the other team will pick on that player. The offense chooses where to go. And if you have that's why give me a defense with nothing but 6s, and I'll have a defense that can win a title. What I don't want is a defense with 3 10s, 4 8s, 5, whatever, and then 2 0s and 1s. I can't have that. I'd much rather have a league average, just a mediocre, everyone's good, nobody's great, than some great and some bad. If you have bad on your defense, you're cooked.
It's interesting you say that, RJ Choppy, that if you've got bad, if you've
hearing
got somebody
all those 5s and 2s and 0s, I thought you were describing Bobby's dating life before he got his 10.
Okay.
5 2s counts.
5 2s counts.
We're just looking for volume here.
Yeah.
Okay. But it's interesting you point that out. You say, look, You're only as strong as your weakest link. J-Ron Curse seemed to say sort of the same thing yesterday.
One thing I do know is in this league, next guy has to be ready to play, and it's just that simple. You can't really protect people in this league. It's coaches that's been doing this for years and years before I was born. It's hard to protect guys in this league. They have guys that scout and they have guys that's constantly in the film room, and they'll find a mismatch if it's one to be found.
And especially at the corner spot.
How are they going to protect that spot?
You can't. You can't protect the corner.
That's what J-Ron Curse just said. He said you can't. He's like, guys just have to play better. If you're not going to play better, we can't just hide you.
You can protect like a defensive tackle or whatever. You can't if a defensive lineman gets beat or a linebacker gets beat, it's a first down. If a corner gets beat, it's a touchdown. And that's the problem. Like that's why cornerback is such a, to me, it's the most important position on the defense, because they literally very rarely could get help, because the way everything's spread out now, very rarely are you getting shell coverage over every corner or any of them. You're not going to have that. And if they get beat, it's 6.
Yeah, and look, I think that this is we've kind of referenced this in recent weeks or recent days, that like there's a way to attack the defense right now. It feels like it seems like teams are going, okay, we can do this, we can do that, we can get misdirection. Houston took advantage of a lot of that. Jacksonville took advantage of a lot of that. And last cut here from J-Ron. J-Ron was very, very direct yesterday in saying that, yeah, like right now the book is sort of out on us.
Giving up 500 yards to, no disrespect, but that Jacksonville squad shouldn't have happened. We have the players to stop that, and we didn't get the job done. So we have to figure some things out. We have to figure some things out, especially at this point in the season, where the road is not going to get easier. It's just going to continue to get tougher. Just like we're watching tape on other guys, they're watching tape on us, and I can assure you right now they're licking their chops.
On the list of Jacksonville topics, this defense has skated in terms of show coverage. This show, TV shows nationally, we have talked about freaking Dak Prescott playing excellent. That has turned into the biggest topic after Jerry came on yesterday. We have talked about Noah Brown, as we just did with Michael Irvin. We have talked about Kellen Moore, and we should be talking about 500. Like, the number 500 was put up against this unit.
Yep.
And they've been put 4th on the totem pole in terms of talking points because of the great Dan Quinn, the untouchable Dan Quinn, and they are 4th on the topic run sheet everywhere after 500 yards given up against Jacksonville.
It's because they're the story that everybody that they want. They want this to be the way to win. You could not, at times, criticize the Rangers in town. Couldn't do it. They were the new thing. They were fun. This is what they wanted, right? Couldn't do it. You did it, you got killed. If you criticize the Cowboys defense, you're going to get destroyed. Don't criticize the defense. No. The culprit always has to be Dak Prescott. He always has to. So we always need a scapegoat. It's funny. The scapegoat of this team is always on the individually, is always on the defense. All right?
Kelvin.
It's either Kelvin or Anthony Brown or Jalen Smith or Van Der Esch was the scapegoat for a minute. There's always somebody in the defense that's the scapegoat. But the fan base wants the defense to be the reason because they don't want Romo to be it.
Yeah. I mean,
that's strong from J-Ron Curse. Respect for him.
It is.
And he tweets, too. He tweeted unacceptable. Everyone else, Jerry, McCarthy, everyone is just, we're fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. Like, oh, Shreve, why are you freaking out the past month? You're trying to be Stephen A. You're trying to get clicks and blah, blah, blah. J-Ron Curse just said it. J-Ron Curse just said it. He put him on blast. Thank you. And it's okay to want a higher standard. It's okay not to be fine with 3 straight narrow wins over the Giants and the AFC South. But that's what we've been talking about the past few weeks.
Absolutely. And look, I think Chop's right. Like, there's a lot of pretext that goes around after games like this, where it's like you've already made up in your mind almost before the game starts that if they lose, this is who I'm saying is the problem.
Yep.
Like if you don't like Dak, it's Dak. If you don't like Zeke, it's, well, you ran the ball too much and Zeke shouldn't have those touches. If you don't like whatever, and the problem is that I think everybody is just so thrilled and so grateful for what Dan Quinn did last year and what the defense did last year after the Mike Nolan year and the awful 2019 season that I think that there's just some hesitancy to have criticism there. Dan Quinn deserves some criticism. I don't think he deserves a huge helping, but sure, I think there's some things that he deserves to be critiqued on.
More than Kellen right now? Again, I want to ask every single person in Tolo, who deserves more heat right now? Kellen Moore, Dan Quinn. Bobby says Kellen. You say Dan.
Yeah.
I say Dan.
Yeah, I say Dan. I mean...
we either really overrated the defense early or Dan Quinn deserves more criticism. It's one of the two. I think I would probably lean towards the defense was overrated, which I was saying, stop putting them in a great special category.
I think
so maybe Dan Quinn, maybe they're regressing back to what they really are.
I think Dan Quinn deserves more criticism. I'm not going to criticize. First of all, I'm not going to really criticize at either one of them. One's 7th in the league in points allowed. One's like 3rd in points scored.
Yeah.
Like we're really, as Jerry would say, circumcising mosquitoes here. But I know one guy coordinates a unit that has a player that can actually control the game, and that's the offense. So if the quarterback plays bad, Kellen's going to look foolish. If he plays great, he's going to look great. And that's why I'm always going to give more to the defensive side of the ball because I don't think the OC has as much control.
Yeah, I view it as there's only so much Dan Quinn can do. I'm not saying he's completely without blame here. I just view it as there's only so much he can do. Like he clearly identified, we got to do something about the run defense. Let's go get Hankins. They get him, and then he gets hurt.
Yeah.
He realized he tried to play Micah at linebacker because they had linebacker issues, and then they couldn't get pass rush. So he's like, okay, I got to put him here, and so like I think there's some things that he's trying that I think he's challenged by, and that have made things difficult. Whereas I think there are oftentimes not excuses when the offense struggles for you shouldn't have those problems there.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. Does he think the Eagles are playing possum with Jalen Hurts? And I want him to react to LaShawn McCoy arguing with David Hellman, who Nick worked with forever at DallasCowboys.com. Eatman joins us next.
Well, let's get you over to Zero Res. Let's get your carpet clean, the clean way, the green way, the Zero Res way, the RJ Choppy fan special. 3 rooms, pre-treated, clean, and sanitized.
Oh,
I don't trust my
sicker
chest.
than your average. I can't get into the lyrics after that.
No, you really can't.
I can just say sicker than your average.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Nick, I want to see if you're, what did Mike McCarthy say? Taking the cheese? I want to see if you're taking any of this cheese from Nick Sirianni yesterday, talking about Jalen Hurts' injury.
I don't put anything past Jalen Hurts as far as his mental and physical toughness. So there's a chance he could play this week. He is one of the toughest guys I know, and he heals fast. He's a freak. His body is not like yours or mine, right? And so I'm shaming myself there a little bit too. His body's not like ours. He came back fast from his injury last year, and I will not rule him out. I will not put a timetable on him, and we'll see. We'll see what happens this week. But both guys he'll be ready to go if he can play this week, and so will Gardner.
Buying any of it, Nick?
Yeah, I believe that. I believe he can play. I believe that he'll play if he can. And
wow,
and I also believe that's what they're doing. I mean, they want the Cowboys to keep preparing for two quarterbacks. And which is what they should do, which is what Mike McCarthy would try to get them to do. So, yeah, I mean, I whether he plays or not, I definitely think they want the Cowboys preparing for it. And I also think that, this is a pretty important game for them. If he can go and play and knock this out and win the division and clinch it on the Cowboys sideline over there, then they can pretty much coast, I think. I mean, I don't know exactly what the records are with Minnesota and how long it would take for them to clinch number one spot, but I think that if he could play, I believe the fact that they would try, as long as he's not risking further injury.
Would you rather play them at full strength? Just get a gauge? No,
no. Brian Broaddus has taught me that enough. But no, just play, because they didn't want to play Dak. They wanted to play Cooper Rush. So, I mean, I don't believe in that. I want to play it man up because, as I said this on our podcast yesterday, nobody ever talks about the Cowboys beating Frank Reich in the Super Bowl when they beat the Bills 30 years ago. Like, no one cares that Jim Kelly got hurt. It wouldn't have mattered probably, but no one cares. Just go play whoever's out there and go win.
All right, let me spin it, though. One would argue that during the Patriots' undefeated season, the Giants needed that last game in the regular season to know that they could play with them or maybe even beat them. With the NFC East out of sight probably already, could I make that same argument, playing Philly at full strength for a playoff rematch?
I don't understand the question. I'm sorry, I'm not understanding the question.
All right, you remember the year when New England went undefeated?
Yeah, they won Week 17. I thought Brady played though, right? Did he play?
Yes. So what I'm saying is, some people argued that really helped the Giants' psyche, like their belief, when they faced them in the Super Bowl. So if the Cowboys played with or beat Philly with Hurts, with the NFC East already out of hand, right? Philly's going to win the East.
Yeah.
So the value of that for a playoff rematch, could I make the same argument?
I don't think so. I really don't. And again, maybe I'm just slow this morning. I'm not necessarily understanding.
Maybe it's a bad analogy. I don't know. I'll explain it later. Yeah.
I just think this. If the Cowboys, what I think you're trying to say is it would help them if they could beat Jalen Hurts, and knowing that if they play him again, hey, we've already beaten them.
Right.
But if they play him again, the Cowboys versus the Eagles in the playoff, especially if it's in the NFC Championship game or even the division round, that is going to be the biggest sports story, going, definitely of the year, since it'll be early January. But, I mean, it'll be so big that I don't think none of it will matter if the Cowboys blew them out, this Saturday. None of that will matter. Only thing that will matter is who's healthy right then and there. And, I think I think the Cowboys, for their own personal psyche, they've got to win this game. And they've got to finish this thing strong because, the wheels look like they're wobbling a little bit. And I think it doesn't matter who the quarterback is. If they can go beat Philadelphia this week and turn things around, that's going to be a huge boost for them.
All right, want to get your reaction to your boy David Hellman arguing with LaShawn McCoy yesterday on FS1. This is LaShawn McCoy being really aggressive with his Dak Prescott hate.
First of all, Dak is ass, right? Can I say on TV? Because he is ass.
You can say whatever you want on TV.
Okay, that's one thing. This is the second game that he's just lost by throwing picks. He threw 2 picks to the Packers, right? Had 14-point lead, lost, come back. They was up 17. My man, 17 and lost, picks. That first one, that pass he threw, the second one, not the first. The first one was terrible. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
That was awful. Like, where was he throwing that ball to? Dak Prescott has the easiest job, the second easiest job, right? The first, I go to Purdy and Jimmy G with the Niners. Yep. Great defense, right? Run the ball very well, make safe passes. Dak has the easiest job in football. The picks he throwing, those are even not like, he's not even trying to like fit the ball through the needles or small little windows. These are like easy passes. They run the ball well. What else can you do? I'm paying you $160 million. That's how you play? If you tell me that's outstanding, I don't know what to say. Like, I'm lost for words.
He had a top 10 passer rating for the week.
Man, I don't care. You keep talking about these numbers.
Yeah.
When you watch
They matter.
They matter. When you watch the game with your eyes, the same eyes that you have, I have two eyes too. I watched the same game. He looked trash.
What do you think, Nick? What's Dave really thinking?
Dave's thinking, you know what? I didn't play however many years this guy played in the NFL, and we probably don't make the same kind of money, and I'm still new here, so I'm just gonna rock the boat and be, because Shady McCoy, I think, was a player that he probably loved growing up, and following, because he's got a trendy nickname and all that stuff. So he's gonna give him the respect and all that. But he's gonna argue with him. But you can't argue with somebody like that. If you're gonna throw out and say the guy's ass, you're going to say that on the air and trash and all that stuff. I mean, you can do that when you're sitting in L.A. in the studios and you watch football for probably 1 or 2 days a week. Because if you're not watching, if that's your take on the Cowboys, then you're not watching football. You're not. All you're doing is watching little cut-ups and highlights. If you want to say that the Cowboys have this great defense, then you are not paying attention to what has been happening and what this defense looks like. It's not the easiest job in the world right now to go play quarterback for the Cowboys, because 34 points did not win the football game for you. And so, yeah, he's had some interceptions. There's no doubt. Some of them unlucky, some of it being a little greedy and risky. And if you had the easiest job in the world, you wouldn't ever be risky. You wouldn't ever have to throw it over the middle. You wouldn't do that. Listen, guys like Shady McCoy, LaShawn McCoy, whatever his name is, he's played. He gets the respect of being a really good player when he was there. But just because you played doesn't always mean that you have the pulse of a team when you're not obviously watching. You're not. And if you played in Philadelphia at all, and even in Buffalo, you play up there, you don't like the Cowboys, and it's obvious, and that's fine. So everything they do is going to be magnified to you, and that's it. But I don't respect that opinion, because I don't believe he's watching enough film to actually have a pulse of what's going on with the Cowboys.
Well said.
Nobody in that building blames Dak for that final pick, right?
Frisco.
I mean, you couldn't. I mean, the pass was where it needed to be. It was low and in his hands. I mean, the last thing we need Dak doing over the middle is sailing it. That's been the problem, right? I mean, so high. No, you don't need that. I mean, Noah Brown, it was right there, and Noah Brown made the most ridiculous catch two games ago against Houston to put them in position to go win that game, and he was making great plays in this game. So I'm not going to say, well, Noah Brown, I mean, that's what he is. Well, but it is. I mean, he's a guy that's made some good plays, and then this one, the ball, he dropped it, and unfortunately, it just popped right up in the air like a volleyball player, and it was a touchdown to a guy that I'm sure, I don't even know this, I'm sure was named AFC Defensive Player of the Week today.
We're talking with Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com. Nick, we've kicked around this question the last couple days, and I just threw it up as a Twitter poll, too, for the Cowboys fans. Which coordinator do you think deserves more scrutiny or criticism right now, Kellen Moore or Dan Quinn?
Wow, that's a good one. I would, and especially after the rant I just gave, I got to be careful there. I would say Are you talking about right now?
Right now,
like not for the whole season. Right now, I would say, I guess you would say Dan Quinn. And I understand the injuries that he definitely has. Like that's been a thing. One of the problems that I had, if you go back and look at the 2 games that they've lost in regulation, in overtime, is that there was basically one play that got them back in the game, and in each of the games, and it was a deep ball. When you're up by 14 points or 17 points, the only way they're going to get back in is scored quickly. So against Green Bay, it's 4th and 7, I guess, and they're up 14, and they get a 40-yard pass over the middle on Bland for a touchdown. This game, deep ball to Zay Jones, that got him back in the game, and that got this thing interesting again. And I think maybe that you need to switch to a little bit more of a prevent when you're up by 17 or 14. They're still going to, dink and dunk and do all that kind of stuff, but it's certainly going to take more time. That's the only complaint I guess I could have there. But he's piecing this thing together, and you can't. It's hard to blame Kellen Moore as well. I thought he was dealing for a while there in the first half. I thought he had some pretty interesting plays as well. But the 3rd and 10, I don't put that on him. I put that on McCarthy. And he's just got to say, run the ball. I don't care what kind of play you've got, run the ball 3 times and call time. And that's my take. You guys might not believe the same thing. And if you are going to throw it, I'm throwing it something different than that. But I would definitely run the football 3 times.
Nick, you bringing it strong this week, man. Keep it up for Friday.
What's wrong with me? I don't know what the deal is.
Coffee? Did you change the coffee intake this week?
Never had a sip in my life.
Wow.
I don't even know what it tastes like. Don't even know. No, I don't even know what coffee tastes like. I know what it smells like, but I don't know what it tastes like.
Wow.
Never had a drink.
Nick Eatman coming strong on the Diamond Factory hotline. Thank you, man. We'll talk Friday.
See you guys. Okay.
Except for not understanding my analogy. I thought it was a good analogy. Did you understand what I was saying?
No, not really.
You didn't?
No, I did. I think.
Okay, you obviously did.
No, I didn't.
So the Patriots were undefeated.
Right.
Invincible. They faced the Giants in the last game of the regular season.
Correct.
The Giants played them close. The Giants said they needed that. That helped them for the Super Bowl.
Yeah, gave them irrational confidence.
Gave them rational confidence. So the Cowboys, right?
Mm-hmm.
The NFC East, we're not playing for the East anymore. So would it be better to face the Eagles Saturday with Hurts to have that same level of confidence for a playoff match?
Yeah, I get what you mean. Like whether you lose or not, like what Choppy was talking about.
Plant the seed of doubt.
With the Miami's moral victory on Saturday.
Sure.
Yes.
That it was a win-loss. That hey, we even with all our challenges, we played them close. Now we feel more confident. If we got to go to Buffalo in January, we feel good.
Yeah. So Nick was great except for that. Because the Eagles they have to feel invincible right now.
I would think they do. And even though they play,
the Cowboys coming back with Cooper Rush that night, I guarantee you they weren't the Cowboys might be a matchup problem for us. They were kicking the Cowboys' ass. They were up 20. Like they can say, okay, we let off.
We let off. They could have said that. Now they don't have that. But look, if the Cowboys play them without Jalen Hurts, which I think they're going to, then what? Then when
the playoffs come around, they go, wow, they beat our backup quarterback. Whoop-de-doo.
Yeah, and we beat theirs, but they didn't get to see our main quarterback twice. It's very difficult to beat the team.
See that is my aspect of it, is that I don't think anybody thinks in those terms on NFL teams, because I don't think Philly's sitting here going if they would have been heading in this matchup healthy, I don't think they would have been well, we beat them, but it was with their backup quarterback. I think they're coming in with the confidence of we beat them already. We don't care.
Yeah. Let's crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece. All the fellas in studio next. But first, it's the most wonderful time of the year. I got to go ahead and make sure my wife.
Traffic Control or Barricade Rentals Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event. No matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rentals at SpiresBarricades.com.
What'd you say that weather is going to be?
Minus 15?
Dan Brunoff downstairs. I believe everything that he says on 10 into KRLD. He said it could be as low as minus 15 with the wind chill, which is the only temperature that matters, right? Because it's the actual temperature.
Well, let me ask you a question.
Oh,
Then. I don't want
the
to
shows from home tomorrow.
I don't want to derail your crosstalk, but you think temperature
our crosstalk.
You think temperature is stupid then? If it's like this is what it feels like outside, isn't that the temperature?
I agree.
Good.
Yeah.
I know sometimes we fight, but that's good.
I don't need to know what weather is like if conditions were perfect.
Or optimal. Yes, that's what I think.
Yeah. We live in an era of wind and rain and hail and sleet. You know,
Just now is that era?
Just now.
Okay.
Just now. It just started. Okay, it just started. But if it's windy out, give me the wind temperature.
But no precipitation with this. Just cold.
Yeah.
Just says just
No
cold.
snow.
No,
Can't get your
all right.
sled out.
Yeah, can't do the show from home then.
You guys don't do sledding here. Stop it.
We get cardboard
No,
box
man.
pieces.
Yeah.
and
When's the
stuff
last
like
time
that.
you went sledding, Derek Holland?
I have videos.
It would probably be, I think, 2 or 3 years ago when I went home to do my baseball camp.
Oh.
So when I go back to Ohio, it snows there.
OH.
No, we don't do that.
We went sledding
None of
last
that.
year with my kiddos when they
Where?
went snow.
You guys don't even really have
Went to-
hills
went to-
here.
went to a golf course with a
Why do you keep saying
top.
you guys? You've been a
I
resident
know I
here
live
for
here
a
too.
long
I shouldn't
time.
say it like that. I'm sorry.
Like 3 houses here.
But it's not. I don't have 3. No, I have 2.
Where's the other one?
My parents' house. I took care of my
Oh.
parents.
Yeah, but
you
you're
didn't do that
saying
when you got paid?
No, I didn't
Oh,
get
wow.
paid like
What
you.
a great
What did you
son.
buy your parents?
But listen to this. He doesn't say it's his parents' house. He says it's his house.
My house.
Like, I can kick you out.
Yeah, that's
if-
hand.
I still do that.
But I would never do that.
I still not
Did
that.
you buy your parents'
No,
house?
but I'm saying I still refer to it like we all just refer to it as like the house and like our house. Like that's how we all talk about it with the kids do.
Yeah, that you grew up in.
Yeah.
Derek's taking ownership.
Oh, like you own it? Oh.
Yes, he owns it.
I mean,
he
I
bought the house.
do own it.
I know.
I mean, that's true.
But that's like
But I'm
like
not-
me
it's-
giving Amanda a necklace today and be like, "That's my necklace." You know what I
Okay,
mean?
sorry. My parents' house.
Yeah, there you go.
Richie and Wendy's house.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. What's coming up on the show?
Right out the gate, did Jalen Brunson make the right decision after all in leaving the Mavericks? And then at 11 o'clock, you do have to listen to Mike McCarthy, but we'll also do a versus. Do you open most of your presents on Christmas Eve or Christmas Day?
Who would open most on Christmas Eve?
A lot of people around
We did
Texas
as a
open
kid,
up on Christmas Eve.
exclusively Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
I never did.
Why?
That's like the old school Catholic Italian thing to do. We did
Really?
Christmas Eve, yeah.
We have Sean's
open-
vote on the books.
We opened them all on
Christmas Day.
We opened them on Christmas Eve growing up, and then we did stockings on Christmas morning.
Yeah, that's what we did.
You don't get to talk about presents on this show.
What? Why not?
He's the Patrick Beverly of the fan.
Remember, the school is out.
He's the
Children
Pat,
may be listening.
all I'm gonna say is he's the Pat Beverly of the fan when it comes to gifts.
Yeah.
Evil individual. Derek, what'd you do?
Oh, it was Christmas Day.
You guys go pajamas too.
Mm-hmm.
Full pajama party.
Yeah.
Mike?
Still do.
Christmas
Still do,
morning
I don't
now.
care.
That being said, for like grandparents, we have to open them up non-Christmas because we go the 23rd, we're going to my in-laws. The 24th, we're going to my parents. And so then they do get presents. So that's why sometimes we're like, can we open up a present at home? We're like, no, you just literally opened up like 15 presents the last 2 days. Like,
Yeah.
I feel like you're in good shape right now for like, you can wait one more night.
Can you sell a bad present? Like, not sell as in get rid of, but sell as in, oh, thank you so much. Or are you just like, what am I supposed to do with this?
Oh no! People say you can read my face. It's easy. Like, yay!
If you repeat the name of the gift, dead giveaway. You don't like it.
Oh,
All right.
interesting.
Like for example,
Oh, jockeys.
Oh, thanks for the shirt. I like it.
yeah.
Yeah.
That doesn't even sound like you're masking it, though.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds like you're trying. I don't think that's like a tell. I think that's you're clearly trying to intimate. I don't like this.
But don't you just now at our age just ask for necessities anyway? It's like I need a grill mitt. I need
pots and pans.
pots and pans.
I really do.
Right?
So yeah, it's on there.
Oh, how did your Thanksgiving barbecue go? You never texted me.
yeah,
I never
that's
saw
right.
any
I know.
pictures.
I'm sorry about that.
Was it
really
bad?
good? No, it was incredible.
You just assume that's why he didn't say it.
No,
I like it.
I respect it because I'm new to it, so
Yeah.
I'm learning. So
So you did the
expectations
turkey.
are very low. Yeah, it was unbelievable. Really good.
Good
Now,
for you, man.
I'm very curious though about.
But you
doing
smoked
again.
it.
Yeah. Do you do the whole spatchcock thing?
What? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Do you not know that?
That's a real thing.
Do you know what it
I didn't
is?
know what it was. I didn't know what it was. I had
What's
to
it
look
called
it up.
again?
The thing in
The old-
badminton?
No.
Hold on. What did you
That's
say?
a shuttlecock.
I want you to hear this.
Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth.
Spatchcock.
Google this.
That's
Yeah.
right.
It does have
so is that
you do
spatula?
You do spread something open and break
spine.
something in half.
So
Chop.
the spatchcock.
So is
Yeah.
that like
There you go.
spatula is the first part? What's the second
No,
part?
it's just spatch.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Spatch.
It's supposed to cook it more even.
Correct.
Flat out.
But I thought it was fine how it was. It turned out really good, really juicy.
Yeah.
The meat was coming off everything.
You're
It was
gonna
good.
cook again for Christmas.
I recognize
we don't
this
know what we're
position.
gonna do yet.
Oh my
My mom
gosh.
does a
9
beef
in the morning.
tenderloin.
Oh, nice.
So that's the one thing too. Is like, what do you guys do traditional wise?
Oh, because
I
I'm
do like the
Indian.
big-
Oh,
I said you guys.
oh, yeah.
There's
Do a
more
tikka
people in the
turkey.
room.
Tikka turkey.
But we do a beef tenderloin, so I didn't know.
Yeah.
You
Who
guys do ham.
Who changes it up from Thanksgiving to Christmas dinner?
We do like I mean
You do the 7 fishes.
my grandmother used to, which was awful.
No, he always
It
has
was
talked
the,
about
it was
this,
the worst.
the 7 fish.
It was the worst.
That's the Italian thing, the Catholic
you have
thing.
7 fishes, 7 different
So
types
what
of
is it
fish.
like? Salmon, sea bass?
Cod.
Really?
Just it's the worst, man. I don't even know what's in it.
Well, you eat fish every day. You should love it now.
I know, I do.
You're
but,
puking
like-
your guts out eating salmon still every day.
But like this, it was just I didn't like the codfish. It was now my mom just does she does some form of Italian dish now, lasagna
for Christmas.
Christmas Eve, Christmas Day they'll go with a ham.
Every time you say Italian and Catholic, I am also Catholic, and I've not heard of many of these things. Is it just because we don't have the Italian
Probably,
part?
yeah.
Okay. Because you
We like
just
to think
say
of
all these
we like
things.
to think of ourselves as more special Catholics.
Okay.
Just
I
like
get
we
that.
invented it, I
Sure.
guess. I don't know.
Sure.
Maybe Jesus did. I don't know. But we take a lot of credit for
You
it.
know, if you want to take credit
Yeah.
for the invention of Catholicism, I think that's fine.
The only thing I know about fish is during Lent on Fridays, you're not supposed to eat meat. And
'Cause
so a
it's
lot of
Lent.
times you eat
Correct.
fish. But I haven't heard you eat fish on Christmas Eve or Christmas Day.
and there are some people who do that every Friday throughout the year,
Yeah.
but I'm not as familiar with that Christmas tradition
So
either.
I love that. I love that Jalen Brunson question. Chop,
'Cause
what do you
they're
think?
rolling right now.
Bobby, what do you think? Did Jalen Brunson make the right decision? You have leaving Luka, but you can be more of the star. The two organizations, Shadow, money offered with Cuban. What do you think? That's
I mean,
a great
if he
question.
like in terms of what he wants, yeah, like what he was looking for on his next deal, he got, which is like he's more of the focus, and he's got the family connection there. I mean, in
and to
terms
win a
of that,
championship, his path is more difficult or easier right now?
I mean, they're a better basketball team than the Mavericks right now, so that's easier.
That's an interesting question because
But he'll never play with someone on the New York Knicks as good as Luka Doncic.
Let's
No.
see how that plays out.
But players 2 through 10 are all better.
Yes, they have. And also, I think his path
Let
might
me-
be more
let me just-
difficult at the very, very top.
But let me just say this. I think Mike will agree. The Dallas Mavericks for the next 5 years will have a better chance to win the title than the New York Knicks.
The next 5 years or the next 2 when Luka leaves?
The reason I say let that play
So
out, and I
aggressive.
get that Luka's a much better player than Jalen is, they have a lot of first-round draft picks. They have people like, if they wanted to, R.J. Barrett, Obi Toppin, Quentin Grimes, Emmanuel Quickley. You can take a lot of these young depth players that you have, and you look at a team like the Chicago Bulls, for example, and they don't have a player better than Luka, but they might be able to trade Obi Toppin and 2 first-round picks and pick up Zach LaVine to be their shoot. Now all of a sudden they really didn't trade much of a player in their rotation, and they just added a borderline all-star player. The Mavericks can't do anything like that.
He made the comment too when you guys were talking earlier, and this is why I like this too. Luka's a 10. All right. You said something about if the Cowboys had, 5. You had
On
all these
defense.
numbers. Yeah, his
Yeah.
number game.
All sixes.
Yeah,
All
it's the
sixes.
same, and I agree with that. I think that's a good point too. Is we do have Luka, but we need other pieces with it. So I'll take all the, in his case, all the 6s or 7s, and we can build something. It's like with the Bulls, for example, they don't have all 10s, but they're still a really good ball club.
And you see that time and again, like when we match up with different teams, you're like, well, Luka's the best player on the court. And then we play this very sad game where it'll be like, how many until you get the next Maverick? Will it be 5? Will it be 6? Like, and that's the unfortunate part about the way this roster is constructed.
I mean, if you look at Luka and you take him off like this list, who on the Mavericks would start for the New York Knicks? I don't think anybody on the team would.
Yeah, you don't
Mitchell
gotta convince
Robinson,
me.
Julius Randle, R.J. Barrett,
Well, does the coach like him?
Jalen Brunson.
Yeah, right.
Does the coach like
Now maybe you
Hey,
could
Christian
say
Wood started the other day.
He did.
maybe you
30
would
minutes.
say Dinwiddie would start for Grimes. That's the one spot where you would say maybe one player that Luka's playing with would actually go to the Knicks and start. Like, that's how bad it is. I hate saying this. I thought it would be better. I was wrong. They've gotten worse at basketball and not better. It was kind of like this unbelievable 6-week run of the Dallas Mavericks making shots and playing some good basketball.
I'm going to be curious in the future if we'll reflect back on that as being a negative in terms of like, they're like, see, everything we're doing is working.
I tried to do some Zach LaVine homework yesterday.
Oh, the Mavericks don't like him. Just for the
They
record,
don't?
They don't.
we tried to
Chicago. He's not happy with Chicago.
Julius Randle was not as good as Dwight Powell. Like, they literally were like, Dwight Powell's a better fit, better player for us when there was a choice between them. We talked about Zach LaVine
We tried to do
and
this,
DeMar DeRozan.
Yeah,
and the Mavs didn't
2
like them.
years ago, we were told by someone in the Mavs organization, this is when they had KP, they didn't view Zach LaVine as a third star. And I was like, get the F out of here.
Third?
Yeah, KP is a dude, but Zach LaVine's not. That's madness.
Does the new regime, Al Bundy, have a different take on
I
it?
hope so.
I don't know.
But I don't think you can't get him now.
My Chicago guy said he cares about scoring and scoring without a true point guard. DeRozan has the ball. That's probably driving him nuts. We'd give him away. I'd give him away for you. But sure, he can play. Zero defense, loves the fire away. Would need daily therapy to play with Luka. Not that we have anything to actually give up, but I just wanted to ask.
I would like my only counter argument with that was he did stick around and offer to take less money with the Bulls at a time when it looked like they were a sinking ship because he was like, I want to be here.
All right, we're back tomorrow. We're giving away Cowboys, Eagles tickets in the 7 o'clock expressway. We'll have on Babe Laufenberg. Yes? You giving me a Kevin stare?
No, I was just
What?
looking. I just like how well he's dressed. He's kind of like a NASCAR driver. He's even got the little ad on.
That was
his,
great.
on his,
That was a great observation by you because we have pictures right after the show, and he walked in.
Family
He goes,
portrait.
Look at you, Bobby. You look good.
This isn't even well dressed. It's a draft show hoodie or a draft show polo.
I never see you dressed nice like
Can you
this.
believe
Look at
Vegas
Choppy's
moved-
boots, though. Why did you bring him boots? It's like
Pepsi
waist
boots?
up. Your mic's off.
All right, I'm gonna go see my mom and dad after the show. So I wanted to look presentable.
Good for you.
I'd bet on the Eagles because Vegas usually never moves a number that much and not know who's playing and who's not playing.
We're back tomorrow morning. It's
Jeez
the
Louise, guys.
KFC masterpiece. Full focus all the time. Next on The Fan.
Be a part of the show. Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome into the show. We're going to have a fun time today. Thank you very much for joining us. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Mike Bassick, Joey Erickson running the boards, and we welcome to the program. It is becoming a Wednesday staple. Derek Holland, good morning and welcome, sir.
Good morning, fellas, and good morning, guys.
It is awkward to say good morning to you, even though we've been chatting for like 45 minutes or an hour, as if we just ran into
they don't
each
know
other.
that.
That is true.
We have to treat it as if we both just walked in here and it was like, oh wow, hey, good to see you. Good morning.
Let's say we do a radio show, and we're going to start it off with this. Does it look like Jalen Brunson made the right decision leaving the Mavs? Because the New York Knicks have now won 8 consecutive games. They beat the Warriors last night in MSG. I found this to be fairly astonishing, but I guess the Warriors have been really good for a really long time. This is the first time in more than 9 years that the Knicks have beaten the Warriors at Madison Square Garden. More than 9 years, and they whipped their ass. I know the Warriors have been struggling, and that's a whole different deal, but they crushed them.
It's ever since the Mavs game, they haven't lost.
Yep.
And it's amazing because one of my buddies who we've had on the air before, big Knicks fan, has a Knicks podcast and talks, a lot of Knicks basketball. At that point, they were saying, should we fire Thibodeau? That was, at that point, they're just like, look, he's a defensive guy. We're not playing much defense. The team doesn't seem to really be engaged. And you got hammered by Dallas in the third quarter, and there just seemed to be no resistance, no fight.
Right.
And then they win 8 in a row. And from that point on, I don't know what it was. I don't know why that Maverick game turned everything around for them. Their defense, their offense, their everything. But it did. I don't know if it was like a come to Jesus moment for them. But since that moment, 10-13 to now 18-13. And, I think Jalen, I can't believe this, but most likely he's going to make the All-Star team the way things are going.
I think that too.
The East is a lot easier to make than the West, especially in the guard situation. Like Anthony Edwards probably won't make the All-Star team in the West, just to give you an idea on who the Mavericks are going to lose to again tonight.
Spoiler?
But I just look at it and go, man, Jalen Brunson is playing with a better group of guys. And I shouldn't say a better group of guys, because then Mark Cuban could be right. He's like, look, I don't care how they play basketball. I just want them to be nice people.
And you were mentioning something in terms of like some of the people on the team. So people are probably more familiar with Julius Randle, Prestonwood Christian Academy alum. And he had an amazing quote about Thibodeau sitting down midway through the fourth quarter yesterday. He goes, man, that's crazy. We've been here for like more than 2 years. I've never seen him sit down, but that's how much of a blowout it was. And then you mentioned Quentin Grimes, 19 points last night. Emmanuel Quickley, 22 points in 23 minutes. And obviously you folks probably know RJ Barrett. We wanted to get Mitchell Robinson in here. So it's a lot of names that in terms of...
How about that? Some of those guys you named, all 22 and 23 years old too.
Yeah.
And the Mavericks like 35-year-olds who can't play.
And so the equivalent is like Josh Green, right? And so we're excited about the progress of Josh Green, but it's just like the progress of Josh Green versus, Grimes, Quickley. And like the other people that we were listing is how far do you go down the list before you find where the Mavericks' second, third best player would be up as opposed to the Knicks. And I thought when Brunson left, it was a bad decision. And I mean, we're only 30 games in, so it might be too much of a snap judgment to say, but I am starting to wonder. You're shaking your head no.
I don't think it's too early of a judgment. I mean, you can already see the impact he's making with the Knicks, so you got to give him that kind of credit. And
absolutely.
The Mavs just look... I love the Mavs, but man, we look like a disaster out there. We need some help. We need some assistance there. We need something to change.
Yeah, they do look at times in that Minnesota game. I mean, let's face it, Minnesota was missing 2 of their 3 best players. And you still look disengaged, and that team played way better than you. It's a weird thing going on with the Mavs. The team chemistry is bad. But that sometimes it was chemistry matters. It does. You know what matters more? Talent. I will take a more talented NBA team than a team with good chemistry, but chemistry does matter. I don't want that to sound like it doesn't matter. It does matter. A couple guys can somewhat ruin a team, but it's really weird what the Mavs are rolling out there, and then the attitude and energy that they seem to be bringing on a nightly basis, which is inconsistent to be nice.
Do you think it looks like, I'm going to ask y'all this question. Do you think it looks like, because we kind of came to the thought last year that Jalen Brunson could be a championship 3. Like, he could be the third best player on a championship team, no doubt. Are you watching now and wondering, I know it's difficult because he's running the show right now, but do you think he can be a championship 2? Can he be because the Knicks are not going to win the championship this year. They're coming up in the world. They still got some time. It depends on how some of these guys develop. But do you think Jalen Brunson could be an all-star championship 2 player?
I feel like he could, just because I think he has very good vision when he's out there on the court. His awareness and everything plays big time. He moves the ball around. The thing that was great with him and Luka, they were the 1-2. So, and they got to the finals. So it's just like, I just think he has a chance to be something special. I think he could definitely be that because of how well he moves the ball around, distributes it. He's a good point guard, in my opinion.
So my answer is yes and no. And here's where I'll answer it this way. If I just put Jason Tatum or the Greek Freak on the New York Knicks and don't take anything off of their team, then he's the number 2, I think.
Yeah.
I think Julius Randle would be their number 3.
I agree.
And I think that they have enough depth that, yes, he would be a number 2 and they could win it all.
Yeah.
But I think if you just put Jalen back on the Mavs and you don't change anything with the Mavs, just Jalen Brunson came back, the Mavs are definitely better. 100%. Probably you can take 5 of those losses and put them in the win column for the Dallas Mavericks. If they would have just given Jalen Brunson 5 years, $150 million and say, we dare you to turn it down, which they didn't want to offer that, because if he said yes, Mark Cuban would have said, look, I don't pay money for players anymore. I'm a cheap ass son of a bee. And so I would say that you can't win a championship if Jalen's your number 2 here, because if you're playing, nothing against these guys can play in the NBA, but in very small roles. Dorian Finney-Smith, Maxi Kleba, guys like that. Like, hey, I want him for 20 to 24 minutes a night. Love him on any team in the NBA. But if you're asking me, hey, that's your 3rd best player, that's your 4th best player, that's your 5th best player, then I'm running into issues with Jalen being my number 2.
The reason why I wonder about that is also why I wonder if Jalen made the right decision long term. Is, so you said maybe we could flip 5 games?
I think you could get to maybe in this season so far.
Okay.
I think Jalen Brunson helps you flip 5 games.
Okay. And so I'm intrigued by that specific number. I think it's tremendous that you brought that up. I know it's just the regular season. Do you realize that would put them in first place in the West? And now the West is very tightly packed 1 through 4 or 5. Right. And I just look at the West and I wonder, who are you confident that you couldn't beat? Because
good question.
Because the Bucks and the Celtics, I get it. It feels like they're on a different level. And maybe the Nuggets are moving their way to being on that different level. I don't know about the Grizzlies. I wonder about the Pelicans. We've talked about the Suns ad nauseum. So that's the only reason I wonder about Brunson is he's thriving. Probably going to make the All-Star team, getting everything he wants. But I wonder if he was on this team and you could have flipped those 5 games, if we would be like, I'm feeling pretty good about the direction this is going. I'm honestly not sure.
It's a great question, because if the Mavs are 20-11 right now instead of 15-16, you'd go, hey, they got a chance, right? I'll take my chances. And I would say, to your point, I'd say I think Milwaukee and I think Boston. Obviously, you get to the finals.
Me too, yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah.
But I would say, gosh, this looks good. And that's the thing is, and I'll go back to when Brunson was going to be a free agent at the end of the Mavs playoff run. And I remember saying on this station multiple times, you just have to give him whatever he wants, because you can't lose him for nothing. That was my thinking of, it doesn't matter. If you have to max him out, you max him out. Now, I guess I read too much, and then kind of people that are closer to the Mavs start changing your mind on things. Because I know he's not a $30 million player in the NBA. At least I didn't think so at all, when he hit free agency. But right now, if the Mavs were in first place, In the West, I don't know, because Mark Cuban has proven over a decade that he does not like spending money. But I would think paying $30 million to Brunson, paying another $20 million approximately in taxes, I would think he would want to be in first place. But I literally don't know anymore if Mark Cuban is one of the cheapest owners in basketball.
And the Knicks are a great example of this because they did this same thing with RJ Barrett. Look, I like RJ Barrett. There's no way in hell that he's worth $30 million a year. But they were like, that is the way that it needs to be, and we'll just pay some luxury tax. And I fundamentally disagree with this from the 214. Y'all just gonna ignore Brunson was never coming back here. I disagree with that. I disagreed with it then. If all things were equal or almost equal, you're right. He was never going to come back here. But you could have just pushed the button and been like, the hell with it. We'll max you out. I don't think he's leaving. People can disagree with me about that, and that's fine.
We'll never know.
That's just my opinion. You max him out, he's like, well, crap.
The Mavs didn't want to make that offer because they were afraid he'd say yes. So now I will tell that person, you might be right. It's an opinion that you don't know. But yes, he had everything going his way with the Knicks and his father and all these things. But the Mavs refused. Now, they put it in different terms. They say we weren't able to offer him a contract. My ass. Everybody's able to offer a contract.
Right.
Yep.
They intentionally didn't offer him the max because if he says yes, Mark Cuban would have said no. So they didn't make an offer going, we just don't want to make that offer because if he says yes, Mark Cuban says no.
And then I wonder, because I've seen a couple of people text in, well, he's now running the show, so he made the right decision. I 100% understand that. From Jalen Brunson's personal perspective, I'm getting to show what looks like the full breadth of my abilities, hopefully make the all-star team, and on and on and on. I just wonder, because I know every athlete's different. How do you measure your personal choice and your personal success? Will he look back at it and be like, I could have been on a Mavs team and maybe they could have won the championship. I made the wrong decision. Or he's like, we're building something here in New York and I'm leading it and I'm going to make the all-star team. I made the right decision. I'm not sure how that works. And obviously you'll have to wait to see if the Knicks continue to ascend and what happens with the Mavericks. But you say right decision?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there's more assets there. He doesn't play with near as good a player as Luka, but it's to me, the Knicks' future is a little bit brighter than the Mavs because the Mavs cannot get a star player to come here. They don't have the cap space, and they're not ever going to have the cap space for the next 2 years. And then when they do, we've been 100% no in the NBA to anybody who's good or great at basketball. And then you don't have the draft assets or draft picks to make a premium trade with young quality players on your team too. You will always lose in the battle for Kevin Durant or even if it was Zach LaVine, you're going to lose that battle. There's unfortunately 25 other teams with better assets than you.
And I'm not saying it would play out like this, but the guys that we mentioned, Barrett, Grimes, Quickly, combined for 59 points last night in that blowout win over the Warriors. They are all 22 or 23.
Yeah, and real quick too, everybody wants to go to New York. You think about it, a lot of for Jalen to go there and everything. He started something. Now people are going to see that they're playing successful basketball. Guys are going to look at that as, man, I've always wanted to go to New York. Now I have a legit reason to go to New York. You don't hear people really say, man, I really want to come play for the Dallas Mavericks.
No, honestly, nobody does.
And it's not a shot against the Mavericks because clearly I love the Mavericks, but it's just like in baseball. Guys want to go to certain teams because of the history. The Mavs are that same team.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk that Argentina party. Rudy Gobert and with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Blasting out.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, asking the questions that matter, like, did Joey momentarily forget the name of our show? I believe the answer is yes. 877-881-1053 if you want to weigh in. But right now, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Which part did he forget, the K or the C?
The whole name of the show. I think he was going to say he's on G-Bag Nation. So
well, sometimes, you get in a routine and it's hard to break it.
Okay, so if for some reason, Mickey, we ever have you on and I say we have somebody else, will you remember this moment and grant me some slack?
No, because I remember the moments I was doing the last segment of the Cowboys pregame show on TV. And instead of saying, and thanks for joining us on Countdown to Kickoff, I said, thanks for joining us on Talking Cowboys.
Oh, dear. And people made fun of you.
You think I didn't catch holy
Yeah,
hell?
that is a good point.
Especially from the radio guys that, are looking for something to talk about the next day.
I mean, as one of those radio people, I certainly understand. I don't know how much you follow this kind of thing. I guess I get why. I'm kind of sad. Did you see that Micah Parsons is no longer the betting favorite for Defensive Player of the Year? He's fallen slightly behind Nick
sagging?
Bosa. Yeah, he's slightly behind Nick Bosa.
Because they're looking at sacks totals, right?
I think so, because Bosa has 2.5 more sacks.
You know what I think they're looking at, Mick? And I know this is not fair to the player. I think they're looking at the team success of the defense now.
Yeah. And their defense, they've got the same record the Cowboys have, right? They've just been winning more now than not in the beginning. And so, yeah, I get that. But we'll see. And this is who's voting?
So this is from Vegas, which I am inclined to usually think they have inside knowledge, which is probably unfortunate, but it's the same thing I think about if.
So are they polling the people that actually vote for this?
I am willing to wager that is.
I doubt that.
You don't think so?
They know Jalen Hurts isn't playing.
Now that's not what I heard yesterday from Philadelphia.
Yeah, well, they're lying. You think Vegas is willing to lose $150 million right now and just move the line from 1 to 6?
1 to 6?
Yeah.
I know.
I think Philadelphia is doing the right thing by going.
Well,
like,
yeah,
I don't
obviously,
know.
and then the wire story that comes out of Philadelphia is, well, no, wait a minute, he just might play.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, yeah, they're not going to give the Cowboys a scouting report.
It would be really weird if Jalen Hurts came out and he's like, oh, yeah, I'm definitely out. My shoulder is messed up.
No, and he's playing along, too.
Yeah.
But, yeah, come on and play. I'd love to see him play.
Is that then strategy-wise, I'm like seriously asking. I know what the Cowboys will say is, oh, we're preparing for both quarterbacks. And
right.
I understand that. Do you think they're really preparing for both quarterbacks?
Well, I think they've already prepared for Hurts, so that doesn't change, right? And now you just got to study Minshew a little bit more, and I would think it's easier to play him than Hurts, right? Yes. But I'm saying you are one win away from clinching the NFC, because, by the way, they haven't clinched the division yet.
Sure.
And that one win would also clinch the number one seed, right? Well, bring your quarterback out here and run him 17 times like he did against the Bears. How smart would that be?
I think that would cost them a lot in the playoffs, potentially.
Yeah.
Man, if we had a good, dirty player, we could intentionally hurt him.
Like the old Buddy Ryan days? My goodness.
You want to put a bounty on him? Is that what you're suggesting, Mike?
I mean, Bruce Bowen, he would do stuff like that.
But you know what? If they're going to take the chance of running him that many times, that's what happens to those quarterbacks that run. They put themselves susceptible to getting hurt more than if you're in the pocket throwing the ball. So I say, yeah, go ahead, run him. He's been hit 184 times this year.
Wow, is that right? Holy cow.
Go ahead. You're not built like I know he's strong, and I read all the stuff about how, strong his thighs are and all that. But you're still not built like a running back, right? And you're not used to taking that punishment. And I'm betting his shoulder pads aren't the same as a running back's shoulder pads, but they're playing them like a running back. So, yeah, I'm saying go ahead, run him.
Have you had the opportunity yet to study much of Minshew? I know he's not like a brand new player to the league or anything like that, but he does have a remarkable touchdown to interception ratio compared to like where I think a lot of people are like, yeah, he's a backup because he's no good. But his touchdown to interception ratio is tremendous.
Yeah, and sometimes guys like that take Cooper Rush, right? I mean, you get an opportunity to play, and you kind of show people what you do. But I think you play him, you respect him. He started games and won games in this league, but you're not worrying about the quarterback draw on 3rd and 10, right?
Yeah.
And so that changes how you prepare for a guy that you're assuming is going to be in the pocket, not running all over, calling shotgun and then having a sweep to the left with
Certainly
the quarterback.
not the way Hurts would. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so I think it makes it easier. I'm not saying it's easier because of his talent. I'm easier because of the type of player he is. So yeah, I would imagine the Cowboys ignore that. They prepared for Hurts, and for almost 3.5 quarters they held him to 20 points. So let's see.
I saw yesterday, and I think this kind of fits in line with what we talked about last week, or if it was the week before when Micah was talking about Jalen Hurts, as Lane Johnson said he had no thoughts about that. And he goes, I've been in the league 10 years. I've heard a lot. I don't care. I think the media does a good job of creating stories and creating good stuff for our fans. And he goes, but obviously it comes down to us playing. Does that kind of fall in line with, I think we're on the same page about this, is you did not anticipate the Eagles are like, no, now we're going to play harder because Micah said Jalen Hurts might be a system guy.
They're sitting there and it's 3rd and 2 and they're going, okay, we better get this first down because I know Micah Parsons hits me, he'll hit me. And it's like, come on.
Did you hear what Mike just said?
Yes, I know.
I don't believe that's why Jalen Hurts is sitting
there.
out.
I'm a system quarterback.
You know what? That would be an amazing bit of like testing reverse psychology and machismo to be like, Micah comes out and he goes, I knew Jalen Hurts wouldn't play because he's scared, and see if you could like dare him into taking the field when he probably shouldn't.
Yeah, and play a little harder and not slide, right?
Yes.
Go ahead and go head first and yeah, all that stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's great. But again, we want our players to talk and have opinions and say great stuff. And then when we do, we want to muzzle them because, did you hear what he said? You can't be saying that.
Yeah.
And then they end up being milquetoast after that.
And see, and I like what Micah said. Like, as long as you're not like offending giant groups of people for like non-sports reasons, then I am very interested in hearing athletes like real thoughts and everything like that. But I understand why athletes back off, because that became the biggest story for a minute, is like, oh, Micah Parsons said Jalen Hurts sucks. And you're like, not really, but that is the way it was kind of interpreted by some folks.
Yeah, right. And the position player that has learned that the most, not say a lot and not say anything, are quarterbacks. I mean, they just been, you get burned and then you don't say much, right? Tony Romo got burned that game in Philadelphia, and then all of a sudden when he was in front of a camera, all you got is stock answer because he wasn't going to take that chance again with people misinterpreting what he was trying to say.
Yeah, no, I definitely understand.
And it's the media's fault. I mean, that's just what happens.
Are you apologizing for all media right here and now?
No, I'm not apologizing for him. I'm criticizing for him making a big deal out of nothing, right? But got to have something.
Yeah.
Oh, boy, we got to have something.
No,
we got to have some blame, and, I understand.
I think you're right about that. Excellent stuff. Thank you very much, good sir. We will catch up with you tomorrow.
And by the way, are you betting? Which way are you betting on Hurts? Playing or not playing?
Not playing.
Yeah. Okay.
I will bet a whole bunch, because my opinion is Vegas doesn't screw these things up. If he was a 50-50, the game would be off the board.
Right.
And they would say you can't bet on it because we either have this game as a 1-point game for Dallas, and I'm not saying they know who's going to win, but they know betting it's a 1-point game. They know if he's out, it's about a 6-point game. And if they weren't sure, if it was 50-50, they'd be like, nobody can bet on this. We're not willing to lose $100 million on this game.
Yeah, you take it off the board, right?
Right.
And if you look at it logically, if it's close, you only got to win one more game.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Why risk him getting hurt again or worse and then not have him for the playoffs?
I'm with you. That makes all the sense in the world.
And, Sirianni could sit up there with a straight face and say all that stuff he said yesterday. And, and if I was the coach, I'd say the same thing. But that doesn't mean I got to tell you the truth.
It is amazing how Vegas does find those things out, though. That they are that sure, whether they've heard from somebody in Philadelphia.
Everybody's got a price.
They found out through somebody, we can confidently put this thing at 6 now.
Yeah, and that's why, the NFL came up with all these rules for how they list injuries, right? Because they don't want any shenanigans going on. But there's shenanigans going on.
Thank you very much,
all
good
right,
sir.
guys.
We'll catch you tomorrow. There you go. Mickey Spagnola right here on 105.3 The Fan. A couple of things real quick. We talked about how big the World Cup celebration would be in Argentina. Have you seen any of the pictures, videos, or anything of the celebration? Because I
saw cleanup happening.
It is madness. There are estimates. I don't know how they came up with this estimate so fast. There are estimates that there were 5 million people participating in this. And when you see the pictures and videos of what look like highways being taken over by people, and I don't mean like a road, I mean highways. Did you see it, Derek?
Yeah, that was incredible. It looked like it was from like the movie, what is it? I think it was Brad Pitt and all the zombies and stuff
World
are
War
chasing.
Z.
Yeah, that's what it looked like. You could just see it just flooding and going. The highways were covered. I'm talking up on top, the high expressways, everything.
And like they panned over and you're like, just so you don't think it's only this part. Look,
Well,
they're all over here too.
There was word, now I could be wrong if I say this wrong, correct me, but they got into a helicopter. They did no longer have to use the buses. They got in a helicopter so that they could see all the fans and everything. That tells you how crazy it was. I mean,
some people said to escape. I thought that was a bit dramatic, but yeah, they went from the car and the bus to they got on helicopters to move around out of there.
if the Cowboys, Rangers, Stars, and Mavericks and FC Dallas all won their championships, do you think we could even come close to doing that here?
No.
I don't think so. Maybe.
Would we shut down? We'd be the
Cowboys,
city.
I think you could get 1 million.
Cowboys would flood it.
Obviously,
I think they're the best
That's not
chance.
even close to Argentina. I'm just saying maybe
No, I
$1
know
million.
that. I'm just saying, like, who has the best chance to get? Obviously, they're not going to get anything close to that, but get something relevant like that. I
In
mean,
the United States of America?
both that and in Dallas.
Do you wonder about
sports
the
teams?
Knicks?
Because I feel like if you think about let's say the Rangers, for example, because I played there, they get their first World Series. You don't think this whole place would be flooded?
I think there'd be a lot, but
it's not going to be like that. I know it's not.
Yeah.
That's not what
I think
I'm saying.
I think the
just saying it's
Cowboys winning this year or the Rangers winning this year, I think there would be 2 to 3 times the amount of people at the Cowboys parade than the Rangers parade.
Even though it's the first World Series.
I hear you.
I know it's
I think that's probably true as well.
I get it. Cowboys are the number one here. There's no
I would
questions
want to
asked.
be at the Rangers parade for
100%. I know there would be a lot of people that would want to be there, but I'm saying I know the Cowboys get more praise and love here than the other
I was at
sports
the
teams.
Mavericks one. I cried. That's how awesome it was. And
I
then
wish
I
I was
remember
there.
at the end, Mark Cuban said, "I'm not going to spend any more money on
No,
basketball
that did not
players
happen, Mike.
for the rest of
That
my life.
did not happen.
I'm going to pretend I am. I'm going to say I am, but never
None
am.
of that happened. From the 6'8", well, I mean, at least externally. Internally, it might have. From
He's
the
like,
6'8",
I am on the treadmill now. Mediocrity. Here we come.
From the 6'8", how many babies are going to be born in
Hope he is
Argentina
too.
in 9 months? You're going to see a shocking population explosion in Argentina in 9 months.
Is that a good country?
What is that based on? Like, what do you like?
Is it someplace where you're like, I want to move to South America, Argentina, and I guess you call it Argentina, South America? I don't know. I want to move to Texas.
Why would
North
you call?
America.
Yeah, when have you ever said I live in the United States, North America? That has never happened.
Because I wasn't sure
Texas,
where
United
Argentina
States.
was till I looked it up, and now I saw where it was, and I'm like, is it a good country? Like Venezuela's a bad country, great
on.
people, but it's a
Hold on.
horrible
It's a
country
bad
that if you go
country.
there, you're gonna die most
Mike,
likely.
did you just do the thing where you learn someone's name and use it a whole bunch? You're like, and this is my guy.
Yeah.
It's Robert. Oh no, yeah, I know. I was just about to say that. It's Robert. Hey, Robert, do you know my friend Robert? Hey, this is Robert.
Wimbinwamba.
That's still not quite there.
Dang it.
We're getting there. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next. Okay, here's some insight, Mike. Dang it. I went to Argentina twice. Not my favorite. The place is great, but the people are cold and not nice. Oh, burn. Coming up next.
Well, they don't like wearing shirts.
Let's talk baseball nuggets with Mike Bassick and Derek Holland.
Well, we have a reversal.
Yeah.
From a Carlos.
Whoa.
Not at the table, Carlos. The holiday season is here, which means holiday deals for you with the big finish sales event.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It all comes down to this. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is leading the way to finish this year #1 in America. They never charge more than MSRP. Not now, not ever. Plus, they'll pay full market value for your current vehicle. Find new roads. Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick and Derek Holland.
Man, so in a role reversal, it sounds like Carlos Correa sees the homeless issue in San Francisco.
I don't
and then
think
leaves
that is
San Francisco and says, I'm going to go to New York.
Yeah, because there's no homeless people there.
It's cold.
Hey, can I will say this. After playing there, no joke, every day that I would drive to the field, I saw a person pissing somewhere in the streets. And on top of that,
Say
at least
peeing next time.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Peeing.
Even though it's not a bad word,
Yeah.
people get upset with that.
Okay, sorry. I didn't know.
It's a family show.
Well, then the other thing that I saw too.
I saw a person take a dump in a cup.
I would see
in
that
San
once. Can we
Francisco
say dump?
walking to a breakfast place.
I saw somebody it was literally
like,
every
oh.
homestand you saw somebody poo-pooing. Can I say that?
That's San Francisco, and that's why Carlos Correa
That is
said,
not why
I
you
just
go.
couldn't stay here.
I wish I could have taken a picture. There was legit one time that this happened. No, well, for this, you'll think it's funny. There was a dog and a person both dookie-ing.
Yeah.
It's a great start to Baseball Nuggets.
I just want to say for
I
the
just had to
record,
put-
I
hey,
don't
those are
think any
nuggets.
of
They were
this
those
is
people.
why.
The people and the dog were laying nuggets.
I don't
baseball
Nuggets brought to you by.
San Francisco.
I could
pooping.
see in this moment why maybe nobody.
That's the real San Francisco treat.
But I had
Okay.
to. I had to say that.
So Carlos Correa, honestly, very surprising. I was talking to Derek last night on what San Francisco is going to do, and you were talking, Derek, about, well, maybe they take a year off the contract and take about $30 million off, and they go 12 years, $320 million, and you get to stay in San Francisco. But we're going to take off a year and $30 million. Well, I don't know what San Francisco did or didn't do, but Scott Boras and Carlos Correa immediately called up Steve Cohen, and he said, come play with your best friend, Francisco Lindor.
See, I don't think it was that. We
Okay.
talked about this last night on the podcast, and I think we're seeing kind of what was happening with the transfer portal, where coaches are going or GMs or whatever are talking, and I feel like there was something going on, because how do you just instantly leave from 13 years, $350 million? I get it. There's medical issues, whatever
Right.
the case may be. But all of a sudden now it's literally overnight you're going to sign with the Mets. A little bit cheaper, yes.
And change
but-
positions for your career.
Correct, yes.
And he's a good shortstop, too.
So I feel like there was a little birdie in the ears of Correa and his agent, which is his agent
It's
Boris.
Boris, yeah.
Okay, so there you go. Like I feel like there was something going on, because how does that just happen? You've literally were committed to going to San Francisco, and then now all of a sudden, oh hey, we've got medical issues from San Francisco. It's been a week too,
Right.
by the way.
Right.
And you still haven't signed, so it just doesn't seem right. I feel like, as we said yesterday in the transfer portal, kids can talk, or coaches were talking to kids before they were even put into the transfer portal to get them to go somewhere else to get more NIL money and all that.
Yeah, it's interesting. You never know what happens behind the scenes. He commits to San Francisco. You never know. Obviously, Boris has connections with every general manager and probably every owner. And some probably love dealing with him, and others probably hate dealing with him. But you just wonder if Steve Cohen called him up at any point and said, man, you know, you got the extra year and money, but if it doesn't work out, if for some reason you feel a little bit like this or that about it, we can't give you shortstop, we can give you third base, but we're still there at 12 years and $315 million.
Yep.
Yes.
Is what he signed for. And him and Lindor are both Puerto Rican. They both are very good friends. So he's moving to third base to New York with the Mets. And I'll tell you what, man, it's amazing. I never thought I would see this, the amazing Mets. I never thought I'd see the day, I'll throw this out to you guys, that the Mets would outspend the Yankees, and it looks like it'll never change.
Their payroll is astonishing. You're going to hit about $400 million this year, and then with potential taxes and everything like that, you could be looking at a $500 million payroll.
I think it also comes down to Cohen wants to win.
Yes.
That's what you want to see out of a GM is, okay, you want me to get players, like I'm going to reach out to my fan base. You want me to get players? We want to get a dynasty here. We want to get a championship. All right, I'm going to go out and spend for you guys because that's what I want to. I want to win. And he went out and he's doing it. And he's finding a way. And that's why I feel like, too, like going back to it, he was definitely in his ear the entire time. Like, hey, I just want to let you know we still have this on the table. We really like you. And you know that Correa really likes the Mets,
right?
Because he made the comment back in his career. The only time I will move to a different position is if I get to play with my favorite player, Francisco Lindor.
Yeah, and he's our favorite player in our house. So I'm excited about the Mets. I know that my son is not happy about this because he is a Mets fan because of Francisco Lindor, and he does not like Carlos Correa. So he was, in a weird way, not happy that his team got Carlos Correa and called him a douchebag this morning.
Okay, I was curious if you were going to say that. I think that is amazing.
Because he's like, he cheated in Houston, then he says he's going to play in Minnesota for 3 years and opts out after a year, goes to San Francisco, and then things don't go right with a medical thing, and so he just says, well, then I'm leaving you guys. He's like, that's a douchebag.
No, you don't have to convince me. I'm not a fan.
And my
because
wife
of the
agreed.
Houston thing. Did she really?
Yeah.
She wasn't like, hey, don't say that.
Nah.
You don't say that.
Yeah. I mean, there's things that she doesn't want to say, but I guess she's okay with that. Found that out this morning.
Okay.
So
I only know her from being a pediatrician, not for anything else. And that term does not come up in the
hopefully
examination.
not. Okay. So let's change this to the Texas Rangers real quick. Obviously, we talked a little bit about Michael Conforto yesterday. We'll talk about him maybe a little bit more in the show. But do you feel like the reason Steve Cohen is spending more is it didn't work out? Last year, ultimately, they didn't make it deep into the playoffs.
And there was a lot of pressure last year, too, don't you feel like?
And so they lose DeGrom. They did not want to go 5 years. Luckily, he's a Texas Ranger now. They go and replace him with Justin Verlander. They get Nimmo to come back. They get now Carlos Correa to play third base. They look like a very
Edwin
good
Diaz
team.
locked up.
Right, Edwin Diaz locked up. They got Quintana, the lefty. So they have a really good team in a very tough division in the East with Philadelphia and the Atlanta Braves. Do you believe, I'm throwing this out as a question, that the ownership of the Texas Rangers, if the Rangers don't win 90 games this year, they will spend, and I'm just talking about like next year, not like overall contract, that they'll add another $50 to $80 million to the 2024 Texas Rangers to get it better?
I think so. I think that they continue to take a step each year in the right direction. They continue to buy the assets that they need. I think it also comes down to Chris Young, who has made it known that he wants to win. You got a GM that's he's willing to do whatever it takes to win. He continues to keep pushing the envelope and get the parts that they need. Now it's just a step of, all right, we've got this. You've got the new coaching staff. You've got some key players that are going to help out. If we don't have a good year, what do we need next? What do I need to do now? Who else do we want?
It's not my money. But if it doesn't work out, Kevin, are you going to say he's not going to keep spending?
I was going to say, I hate to bring the business aspect into it. I think the track will not only be of the wins, but what happens with the attendance. I'm not saying it has to be this much, but I am curious if they'll take a look and be like, your average attendance went up 300 people. So, like,
do you think it goes up or it goes down?
I think it goes up this year.
I definitely think it goes up.
Okay,
but like,
what if they're struggling by All-Star break?
They'll struggle in August, September ticket sales.
Yeah, I wonder if then DeGrom will become like a spike. Now, I'm not saying like a David Clyde spike, but like, if you'll see a spike there and you're like, we and they'll kind of extrapolate from that. If we get the star,
here's what I
see
wonder.
him.
I know the Rangers are interested in adding Shohei Ohtani in free agency. He's a free agent at the end of the year. And I know that I don't know how interested they are at all. I have no clue about Juan Soto, like if they're interested at all. But those are the two premium guys next year on the market.
Who would you rather have?
I will lean towards Ohtani because of the double duo situation that you get. You get the pitching and the hitting.
But how long are you going to get the pitching side?
I don't know, but let me ask you this. If Steve Cohen doesn't win it, isn't he just going to try to buy those two players too? And then I'm saying 8 for $400 on Shohei. If you want to really get him, if you want to outbid the Yankees, the Mets, the Dodgers,
the Dodgers
maybe
are
the Mariners,
supposedly really interested in Shohei as well.
I would offer him 8 years, $400 million, 50 a year, and go, nobody makes 50 a year. Nobody comes close to that. We're paying you $5 more million than DeGrom because obviously you pitch not as good as DeGrom, but you're in that category and you're going to provide 35 home runs, 100 runs scored, 100 RBIs. I mean, really, if he was just a pitcher, he would get 30 to 35 million a year, maybe even a little bit more. If he was just a hitter, he would get 30 to 35 million dollars more. So you could argue that he is, and this will be interesting in the offseason, I know we're out of time, that he's a $70 million a year player. So getting him at 50 might be a bargain.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will hear from Dallas Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy. Plus, versus. Text in 877-881-1053. Opening presents on Christmas Eve or Christmas Day. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to get into the Mike McCarthy presser at some point. Also, we've got a versus opening Christmas presents on Christmas Eve versus Christmas Day, 877-881-1053. Got a couple of Mavs notes for you as well. I meant to bring this up yesterday, is Josh Green said that he'll probably be out a couple more weeks if you're looking for his return. And then Maxi Kleba did undergo surgery for his torn right hamstring. That's not a surprise, but he did have the surgery. His return still undetermined. So he will be out for...
But that might be the whole season.
Yeah, you might, and because you're probably looking at least 2 months, I would imagine.
I would say we just had Tyron Smith. I know different sport, different body structure, but that was a 3-month situation.
Yes, and so I could see that, and then Josh Green, we'll find out, but he said probably at least a couple more weeks. So the Mavericks will be hobbled for a little bit now.
Oh, don't worry. Mark Cuban will make sure to spend some money and get a good player.
We're going to have to I might switch some stuff around to get your topic going.
Yeah, and I know. I think that's a good one to have. But I think, too, is this, Mike, do you feel like this, I know what you're probably going to say, but do you feel like this is a time, like, hey, we're still contending. We need to go get some pieces. We've lost some guys due to injuries. Do they go try and get something to keep this team afloat in the meantime?
I do think that's what they're going to try to do. I do think that. I think they're going to get a bunch
I'm
of
surprised
no's.
you said that.
That is not what he would
That's not what I would
that's
do.
why.
Do I think that's what Mark Cuban's going to do? He's going to try to find a 40-year-old guy who's 7 feet tall like JaVale McGee and
not
add him
play
to
him?
the team? Probably so. But
Pay him just to hang out?
But I think the smart move to do, and this is a whole topic, but I'll just say it, and you can take it wherever you want, Kevin, and we can go to somewhere else. I think the smart move to do is to lose out the rest of the year. And I know they're not going to lose every game, but the only way you're going to make this thing right with Luka is to hit in the lottery. Nobody's going to sign here. First of all, you don't have the money to do it, and you don't have the assets to trade for a superstar. So the only way is to get lucky in the draft again and find another Luka to go with Luka, and then you have a chance to do something special.
Okay, hypothetically, let's say something, and I hope to God this does not ever happen, but hypothetically, Luka gets hurt. Now what?
Okay,
Lose, baby.
I think you would lose to put yourself in the best position for the lottery. Whether it's Victor Wembanyama, and that is the superstar 7'2" from France, or it's Scoot Henderson. He's a point guard, and I know some people worry about how that could work with Luka. I think you have multiple viable options.
Right.
Or start watching Arkansas basketball. Because if maybe you want Nick Smith, the combo guard, maybe you want Anthony Black, who's a more natural 2. There are options out there for people thinking this could be a very good top of the draft class.
What's the most that they need? What's the necessity that we need the most?
Almost everything.
And I get that, but if you can go get one piece
right now
really
going to
make a difference, it could be anything. It could let's go either way. Let's go in the NBA now, and then also going forward into the draft. This is a must-have piece that we need. What is it?
If I could just throw out the draft real quick, that's why I said watch some Arkansas basketball, because look, if you can get Victor or Scoot, do it. Let's figure out how it all works together with Scoot later. But I think Nick Smith and Anthony Black are more natural, kind of potentially off the ball guards, or you could make that combination work with Luka. I would recommend watching some Arkansas basketball and seeing if you like either one of those, because I think those are both viable prospects. I know that doesn't help now, but just in the draft, I'm intrigued by those guys.
It's a great question you're asking, Derek, but I don't have anything to give anybody that they want. Everybody thinks the Mavs don't have any assets. So I've talked to 29 general managers, and they're like, we don't want anything you have. So we're not giving you anything that we have.
Right.
And so that makes it really tough. But obviously, in a perfect world, the way that Luka plays, because he wants to play the slowest NBA game possible, like, if you're making this perfect scenario, then the perfect guy to go with him is Nikola Jokic, because he handles the ball, he takes the ball out of his hands.
Oh my gosh.
He wants to play slow too. He wants to pass the ball. I would think that they would, because if I get, let's say, the Greek Freak, which I would love to get, he wants to play fast, like most NBA players do. And I don't know if Luka wants to play that style. I can't believe that. Like, I love him, but it seems like Luka wants to play the slowest basketball, walk the ball up, never fast break. And so I have to find other people who don't want to run too. And so I don't think Jokic wants to really run that much up and down the court either.
I could see that, and that fits in with the 6'8" too. Is there a really tall white guy from Europe in the draft? I mean, I know he's not in the draft, but I think Jokic would also fit that sometimes odd Eurocentric basketball team that we continue to build. And like one of the issues is we were talking about Zach LaVine. Like this was a couple years ago when I'm very intrigued by the fit, and he was more attainable. Like now he's to the point where you don't have the assets to go get him. When we brought it up 2 or maybe even 2.5 years ago, it felt more attainable to go get him. And now the concern with Chicago is him and DeRozan are squabbling over how the offense runs or who the offense runs through on a consistent basis. And then that begs the question is that going to jive with Luka because the offense is going to run through him?
They did work well when Ball was there. He's still
true.
there. He's just hurt. So it's interesting that, hey, Zach LaVine sucks. Well, he didn't suck when they had Ball running the point situation. It's now that they don't have a point guard that things are screwed up.
And he maybe does not think DeMar DeRozan is much of a true fit for that point guard spot. So I think it's a great question. I'm still intrigued by somebody like Miles Turner who feels maybe more achievable.
He's going to have to hit free agency, and I don't know, because then you're still going to have to work out a deal with Rick Carlisle.
Yeah.
And from what we understand,
You don't
that
think?
ain't happening.
Yeah.
Well, I was
Go
going to say
ahead.
the other thing too is, do you feel, and I know we've talked about this with the Rangers, we haven't developed guys. Do you feel like the Mavs, it's in the Twillos, they put out here, do you feel like the Mavs are terrible at talent evaluation?
Yes.
100%. Maybe the worst in the NBA. And yet they did get Luka. But it was amazing the other day.
Josh Howard, yeah. Oh, we'll get back into this. We got Mike McCarthy ready to go, brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas, built for you on the Fan.
Yeah, definitely. Michael will not be here again today. Obviously, we have a number of guys, particularly their families, are fighting through this period that we're in. It's going around.
Just kind of follow up on that. How has he handled building on what he did last year, just as far as what he handles on the field and off the field? There's so much more attention really in both.
I mean, really, it's going to be a constant for him, the rest of his career. I mean, I think it's a great position to be in. Obviously, when you're the focal point of the opponent, obviously speaks volumes of your ability and how you can affect the game. So. But yeah, I mean, as far as the chips and all those things, and and that's a big part of our self scout each and every week. But he's handling it.
Clarence Hill, Fort Worth Star Telegram. How do you go about preparing for two quarterbacks? Have you seen enough of Gardner Minshew?
Well, it's just like anything. I mean, whether it's the offense, the defense, or special teams, you have a call sheet that you're building each week based off of what you expect and what you've seen, and just actually visiting with Dan this morning, just going through the calls for both quarterbacks. So you have only so many reps, whether it's the walkthrough and team, and just how you utilize those reps. That's the process you go through.
John Michaud, The Athletic. What do you need to see from T.Y. Hilton in these next few days to whether or not he'll be active on Saturday?
I think the biggest thing with T.Y. just, he clearly has a really good understanding of what we're doing. I mean, he's picked up the language very well, but just really getting the time clock and just getting on the same page with the quarterbacks and the route running and the reactions, the things that we're expecting from a coverage adjustment standpoint. But, T.Y.'s played a ton of football. It's just more just getting on the same page with the quarterbacks.
Mike Todd Archer with ESPN. As someone who grew up in Pittsburgh, what did Franco Harris mean to you?
Yeah, boy, just sad news. Just saw that come across this morning about 6 o'clock, and I just can't say enough about that whole era, of Steelers, and Franco Harris was obviously definitely one of the guys at the top of the list, and I think just like everybody, whether you grew up there. Steeler fans, obviously NFL fans, just really a punch in the stomach, especially, with the Immaculate Reception, 50-year anniversary coming this week, and I know they're scheduled to have a little bit of a celebration there at the game with the Raiders. So, yeah, just sad news. You never want to see that happen to anybody, but that great player, great man.
Michael Gelkin, Dallas Morning News. Jalen Hurts has been highly effective in short yardage situations in the run game. How does that, in terms of his possible absence, change the dynamic of what the Eagles are offensively in those situations?
Yeah, that's a good point. Compliments to your film study. The third and fourth down reel is definitely reflects that. I think that, the opportunity where, the quarterback is a primary ball carrier, that obviously gives the offense, one more player for the defense to account for, as far as your containing your force and your secondary force components. So, but yeah, I mean, we got to be ready for either one of them. But it's definitely a very tough package to deal with.
Todd?
Lane Johnson's gone some 17 games, whatever, without allowing a sack. What is it about his ability that stat is even possible?
Well, I mean, I think the first thing that always jumps off the film with Lane is just, his gifts. I mean, he has the size and length, and he's just, twitchy and athletic as they come. But, you're talking about a seasoned veteran that's seen it all, and, obviously playing at a very high level.
I understand you're focused on this game and you're not taking a macro look at things, but you have a quarterback in Dak Prescott who's 26-6 against the division. When you've had a quarterback who's had that much success over a sustained period, just what does that give you going into division games in general?
Well, I mean, as we talk all the time, these are the most important games, and in quarterback, differential is a big part of it. I mean, if you just look at the the last, 11 games against the Eagles, the big obvious is our turnover differential, time of possession, and, and one that's jumps out is quarterback, differential. So quarterback differential factors, and it's just not really just the performance statistically the quarterback, is all the things that lead into that. So, I mean, that really reflects the our pass rush. Are we putting, are we getting it done on their quarterback, versus protecting our quarterback? Obviously, both, the run defense for both sides will be a, huge focal point in this game. I think we all recognize that. Stats point to that. So, I mean, all those things go into helping the quarterback be successful.
Yeah.
Mike Edwarder, ESPN. What concerns you the most about the decline of your defense? And as you mentioned the other day, the personnel losses you've suffered at all three levels on defense. What are they capable of at this point?
Well, I mean, big picture wise, I think just, anytime you go through, a situation where, you have to make change because of injury, there's a connection, a timing component that goes, that is a big part of, the new guys coming in and playing their roles and so forth. And we're just kind of going through one of those phases right now. I mean, it happens to everybody at some point in the season. It just, just has happened to us the last couple of weeks. So, I mean, that's about as far as it goes with me. I'm just more focused on, how do we get these guys extra time together? It's, the individual film study, just really hammering the basics, just putting, the extra time in, and, obviously we've got the weather coming, just staying on top of all these little things that just to make sure that we're getting these guys connected. I mean, we're not putting in a bunch of new schemes because based on who's playing, we're not going to change our fundamentals. We're not changing our techniques. I mean, it's, it's about guys playing together and playing at high speed together and fight through the adverse moments. Because, it's, this game, so much of it comes down to big play production. And, and if you just look at the numbers, it speaks volumes about, A, how we're playing offensively, and B, what, some of the things that have gone on. But I just think these are cycles that you go through. Injuries are part of the game, and we got to get through this with these new guys.
Jake Ferguson, where is he in the concussion protocol? To what level will he go?
He's getting close. He's getting close. I mean, hasn't got through the final stage yet, but he looks good. He's back to his quirky self, so it's good to have him back. So.
Okay, go ahead.
Will he be able to be a limited participant today, or?
I know he's going to participate. I just don't know what level, because I know the physical, the last part is, the physical part of it. So he'll, maybe limited. I'm not sure what category.
You've been particularly hit hard at the corner position. What is your level of concern there, and what sort of conversations are you having with guys like Deshaun Wright and Kelvin Joseph with 3 games remaining?
Well, it's not concern. It's more confidence. Just confidence that, just going back to Ed's question, I think just just getting them to play together. I mean, all of our young guys know what to do. They know how to do it. They compete, every single day. But not, now they got to do it with, with our safeties, get the communication, and then more importantly, be dialed into, who they're playing against, how they play, with their tendencies, and because when it comes Sunday, they need to go out and compete and play at a high level, be consistent as they can, and not overreact to plays that don't go your way, and make sure you handle the success of the ones that do. So it's about football. There'll always be some scheme rubs and things like that challenge you. That's no question. And just the fact that we have two quarterbacks we have to prepare for. But at the end of the day, it's, this time of year more than ever is really comes down to the fundamentals, and that's where our focus is.
How challenging is that, given the youth of those guys, that position, having to look at extra tape with the possibility of facing one or the other quarterback?
I mean, I wouldn't say it's challenging. It's just our reality. That's a state we're in. These guys are. They're so much more rehearsed than I'll ever be on a computer by the time they get here. So so just all the resources that we have, it's just just getting the work done.
All right, there you go. Mike McCarthy right here on 105.3 The Fan. Micah Parsons out again due to illness, and the discussion about how illness has been going across not just the Cowboys, but I'm sure you're aware maybe somebody in your own family has been sick, sweeping across the country. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, is the Michael Conforto dream still alive? Is it a dream, or will the Rangers turn to an old face to patrol left field? Let's talk about it all next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. It's companies that hire drivers and put them in one should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
He drives this one to right field, and Rodriguez won't even turn around. That ball is well up in the Coca-Cola corner. A home run for Michael Conforto. His career-high 29th of the year, and the Mets have a 2-0 lead.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Would you be in on Michael Conforto? I want to talk about him, but also this blast from the past. I was reading an article by Levi Weaver on The Athletic, and it said, "Who's left to play left?" I like that title. Michael Conforto was top on the free agent list. Second on the free agent list, Jurickson Profar. I feel like Rangers fans would be displeased by that turn of events if that is what happened.
He's made his way in Major League Baseball.
He
He's
has.
found a niche in Major League Baseball. Obviously, didn't live up at all to the expectations,
Yeah.
right? I mean, he was supposed to, during the time of number one prospects, it was Mike Trout, then it went to Bryce Harper, then I think for a second it was Manny Machado, and then Jurickson Profar. So
Right.
those were
They've all had about the same career.
Yeah, so obviously Profar is not close to those guys, but he did find a way to stay in the major leagues and be a contributing player in left field in the back half of a lineup.
And this last year was definitely his best season thus far in Major League Baseball. So should I take it, just to start off this conversation, unless you want to talk about Profar more, that y'all would prefer Michael Conforto to Jurickson Profar, even though Conforto comes with a whole bunch of questions.
Yeah, I think there's more risk with Conforto because of his injury, but more reward too. He has the ability to hit 30 home runs. He has the ability to drive in 100 runs. I think Profar is who he is, and it's a nice player that could bat 7th or 8th in your lineup and play kind of every day for you, but he doesn't have, I think, the ability to be what Michael Conforto could be if he's healthy again.
I would also go with taking Conforto. I know everybody's worried about the injuries. You could probably get him on the cheap because of that.
How do you define that?
On the cheap?
Yes.
Like less than Joey Gallo?
Well, I think I'm looking more of it'd be like a 1 or 2 year deal. That way it's a test run. We get to find out. You're gonna have to probably give him a little bit of money. I don't know exactly what the market would be on that.
Yeah.
Would Joey get 8?
11.
So you're gonna have to compete with that. I mean, I would say you'd probably have to give him 12 to 15 just because he's definitely, in my opinion, I would say he's probably the better player between him and Gallo, but Gallo has a cannon in the outfield. But I just think with going a guy who's already established himself as an outfielder, the risk though comes into diving for balls, messing up that shoulder again. That would be the red flag.
That's a pretty big part of playing
Right.
the
No, I know.
outfield.
And that's
arm
but that's the
fatigue,
thing.
Obviously as the season goes on, if he's like, hey, I got a DH, my arm just does not feel good enough to throw the ball in the outfield.
But you got to take that into expectations of, all right, if I sign him, we know that we have to slowly get him in back to normal. That's why I think the 2 year deal is right. Like, hey, the first year's kind of feel it out, get it right. We know you're going to perform, but we want to make sure you're healthy and everything's good. It's just like a guy that comes off of like an ACL injury or something like that. You got to give it time.
The other thing too, Derek, is I know there's spring training, but spring training at bats they're not worthless. They mean something, but you're not trying to get them out per se. Like, I got to pitch exactly the scouting report. I know that he's weakened in this situation and he's stronger in this situation. You're trying to locate your fastball. Maybe that day you're trying to work on your changeup in certain situations. You're not really trying to pitch to hitters. And that's where, like, a guy like,
Depends.
You don't have to comment on this, but that's why Rugi Odor can bat 400 in spring training, is because they're throwing him a lot of fastballs and they're not going to do that in a major league game. I just wonder how many at bats it takes Conforto after missing a year and change to really get in that rhythm, timing, that good feeling, getting into the batter's box facing major league hitters or pitchers again.
I think it's going to take a little bit of time, but it's just like, as you were saying with pitching, which I want to make sure this is known too, is guys that aren't officially on the team that are competing for a spot, they have to come in and they have to pitch. They have to come right out the gate and take care of business. Whereas a guy that has his job already secured, he's got his contract, he gets a little more time where he can play with stuff where it's like, all right, now I can work on this and I can work on that each time he goes out. Whereas Conforto, he's a guy that's coming off of, he didn't get to play last year. So now he's looking at it as, I got to go in there and get my reps in so I can get myself ready for the season, which I hope people would understand too. Spring training stats don't really mean anything, as you even just stated. Odor could bat 400 and then go in the season and bat 200. So it's not, the thing is, it's more of, I'm getting myself ready. Nobody gets crowned the Triple Crown or Cy Young or anything in spring training because nobody cares. There's no trophies for that.
Right.
It's just a time to get ready.
There's 3 or 4 spots on the team that are kind of available.
Right.
21, 22 guys are going to spring training. 100% know they're on the team. On certain teams, all 26 spots are filled. They're like, there's no spot to even compete for. When I went to the Mets, there was literally no spot to compete for. Bobby V was like, Mike, if there was a spot, you would have won it, but there's no spot.
Yeah.
So go down to Norfolk and
that's how it was
pitch
with
great.
Boston.
And when a guy gets hurt or something happens, then, be pitching well so you can be the guy getting called up.
Yeah, that happened to me in Boston. I pitched lights out. I was fine.
Yeah.
There's no spot. That's just the way it is.
I wonder with Conforto, Kevin, let me ask you this. I'll ask, do you feel like it's settling or do you feel like it's, okay.
But I mean, this is going to sound weird. I don't want people to have this life goal. Settling is not always the worst thing when you've achieved several other things. Like they've achieved filling out their rotation while still leaving room for competition in spring training. You've got the person that you feel like is your ace. I don't think this is the worst place in the world to settle as long as it gives you viable possibilities at left field, because left field has been really agitating for this club.
Don't forget, too, you got doctors and everybody looking at all their medical records. I'm going to speak on, Meister, for instance, here in Texas. This guy is incredible at what he does. He's going to look at everything and be like, okay, this is definitely a signing. He is good where he's at. His shoulder looks very strong, very healthy. I don't think we need to worry about that. He's going to give the feedback to the training staff and to the front office. This is a guy, we can go forward with this. We can make that move.
Now, to go along with that, or I guess
I want to make a proposal.
I'm married.
Sorry, that's not the way I was going. I don't. Well, yeah.
Shout out to Jackson Noah.
I think the Rangers should try to make that move.
What in the world, man?
I just missed what happened.
Brandon's busy doing other stuff right now.
You don't like your other son.
No, I love my other son.
You never talk about
Noah
him.
got shots,
Noah
and so
everything.
he hasn't been feeling well.
Noah this, Noah that.
Who gave him shots?
Lovely lady.
You believe in shots?
Ask your question. Obviously, we got the shots.
I think that the Rangers need to make the move to trade for Brian Reynolds.
Okay.
I'm going to keep hammering this because you want to make this the complete great offseason. It's a great offseason as it is, but really give it an A+. Go get Brian Reynolds.
That is going to cost you a lot, though, is it not?
And do the Rangers not have a lot?
Well, I like the way you did that. They do.
I did ask, and
you can get this guy long term after. You can lock him up, and he is a unbelievable asset. Great for the clubhouse, great hitter, and a great defensive player.
I'm not following the Pirates farm system and their top prospects.
We're not going for their farm system.
I understand. But from what I heard from somebody who does follow it, they said a little bit of the issue of trading for Brian Reynolds is their strengths in their farm system are kind of up the middle and they're young guys. So maybe wanting to trade them to do this, Ezekiel Duran, Josh Smith, Justin Foscue, Davis Wenzel, a lot of maybe your depth that you have, they'd be like, well, we want Evan Carter, or we want, and then they're like, dang, we don't want to give that guy. That's somebody that we see being a major leaguer for us in 2024. We want to give you our depth in the infield. And the Pirates supposedly have Cabrian Hayes is locked in. It looks like Onel Cruz is going to be a guy locked in.
Anywhere.
And so your third base and shortstop are filled for the next 6 years. And so it gets a little bit tough, from what I understand, trading for Brian Reynolds, unless you want to start giving up your quality pitching depth that you have in the minor leagues.
Okay. Are you trying to win now with a guy who's already established himself and you don't know what you're going to get out of a minor league guy that comes up? Because you could sit here, we could say all day how great these guys are in the minor leagues, and then all of a sudden they get out and it's a whole different ballgame. And you know just as much as anybody else, pitching in the minor leagues, even AAA to the big leagues, is a big jump. It's a drastic change. So do you want a guy who's already shown that he can be everything that you imagine? Because he's shown it multiple times, and he's been playing for a bad team. I'm not going to say the Pirates are great. And then you put him on a team that's going to be good. It's going to elevate him even more. And you got guys that haven't really established themselves or done anything to really stick out and be like, man, he is going to be this.
I'm with you if, and this is for, I guess, another segment. Luckily, we're kind of out of time, so we don't have to get too much into it. If you're going to be Steve Cohen, I'm okay with it. If you're going to say, we need 2 starting pitchers next year, here's $100 million, Chris Young.
Yeah.
Go get 2 starting pitchers and 2 relief pitchers. That's what we need to finish this out, because we did trade Jack Leiter. We did trade Owen White. We did trade kind of our 2 or 3 guys that we think in 2023-24 can really help the rotation. I know I'm not naming Kumar Rocker yet, because I think probably teams are a little bit like, hey, we want to see how healthy he can pitch
I agree with that.
in 2023 in the minors.
Who's your true untouchable in the minor leagues?
Probably Jack Leiter.
Okay.
That's
so
what
you
I
could get
think,
rid of
too.
the other guys then, right? We're talking, I mean, if it's me, I'm going for this like, hey, we're going to win now. I know if we get him, we're going to win, and we'll be able to keep him long term.
And I would tell you this, I don't think when you say untouchable, I want to make sure that I say this. If it's for Ronald Acuna Jr., who's on a 6-year contract, then nobody's untouchable.
Right.
But if I'm trading for a nice outfielder or a number 3 starting pitcher, then there are certain guys that I'm not going to move for that. But if I'm trading for a star that I know is going to be under contract for at least 3 years while, he's here, then I'm willing to trade anybody in those situations.
He's elite.
We're the
You
KNC.
think Reynolds is elite?
Yes.
He was elite.
Look at where he's at.
No, he was just elite last year. I thought he was still very good. He was elite 2 years ago. I thought he was still very good this past season. And
Brian or Ryan?
Brian.
Oh, dang. I was talking about Deadpool.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up next, who's better, Brian or Ryan?
Well, until Brian Reynolds comes here, I'll say Ryan Reynolds. Coming up next, it's time for... Shut up. It's time for Gridiron Gravy. Was Gardner Minshew essentially living in a van down by the river? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Get the
is leading the way to finish the year number 1 in America. They never charge more than MSRP, not now, not ever. Plus, they'll pay full market value for your current vehicle. Find new roads, Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
3rd and 4. Looking for Robinson, and does he get there? Oh, what a catch and a touchdown! Wow, what a play! Off a great throw from Minshew, Robinson gets in.
Woo, get ready for some Minshew mania, and also get ready to go across the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip.
Almost Christmas time.
Okay. I thought you were going to bring cookies today. What happened there?
I thought about it.
M&M cookies.
I thought my mic was on the whole time.
They're frozen. And they're ready to slice and bake. And I rode the Peloton, and then I realized I need to go pick up a couple more Christmas things.
Okay.
And so I said, screw you guys.
That was so nice of you.
Okay.
I'll maybe bring cookies tomorrow.
Okay.
Maybe
that's
I
cool.
won't. I
I
won't
won't
bring
be
them
here.
on Friday because I ain't going to be here either, Derek.
Me
You by
either.
yourself?
It's
One
me.
man show.
No.
Woohoo.
Me, Woolchuck, and Reggie will be rolling out on Friday.
Why
How
don't
long's
you-
Corey's vacation?
Forever. Till he wants to come back.
I believe it's termed an indefinite leave of
He
absence.
left and he said,
No, I'm just
Happy
kidding.
New Year. And Kevin was like, Happy New Year to you, brother.
No.
Mike, you left like I was like Thanksgiving, and you're like, "Yep, Happy New Year, Merry Christmas, enjoy your time. I'll see you guys later." And you're only gone for like 3 days.
We didn't know if he was coming back.
I'm telling you, the most amazing thing I believe I've ever heard at this station was years ago when you were with G-Bag, and we were going across the room in a crosstalk, right before a crosstalk, and they were like, "Oh, hey, Mike, are you working on like Christmas Eve or whatever?" And he goes, "No, it's a holiday." And I was like, "Okay, you're not in school. Did you request the day off?" And he goes, "It's a holiday." And I was like, "You should probably talk to somebody about that." And it was tremendous. All right.
It's one of the 10 we get.
I know, but you still...
You don't have to.
All right. So let's start with Gardner Minshew.
If you don't show up, they'll figure it out.
Oh, my God. Please don't do that on our show. Gardner Minshew is making $2.54 million with the Philadelphia Eagles. However, for an extended period of time, he's been living in a bus. He said he mostly parked it outside his trainer's home in Florida, but the Eagles also let him park it at the team facility.
Wasn't there a baseball player that would do this?
Daniel Norris, he was one of my teammates.
Yeah, he's a crazy.
He's awesome.
He just lived on a bus?
It was
He
like
lived
a,
like
it
in a
was like one of
Walmart
those.
parking lot during spring training.
It was like those Volkswagen,
Oh.
whatever that thing is.
Yeah, he'd cook.
I don't know what you want to call it.
You know, it has like a mini kitchen in there
Oh,
or
yeah.
whatever. So like a camping thing. So he would just kind of camp for all of spring training camp.
Oh.
And then he would just take it to whatever, Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
To
Yeah.
save money and stuff? I'm
He
guessing?
was just
how he
like,
was.
he was
He-
a minimalist.
Yeah,
right?
and I'm not. He didn't really come from much money.
Okay.
So he cut everything down to a T, like how he wanted to do things, living wise, money wise, everything. And if that was going to save him that much money, he's going to do it.
He was the opposite of Latrell Sprewell, because when he was offered 3 years and $21 million from the Timberwolves, he said, "How am I supposed to feed my family on this?"
Yes.
From the 817, I'm really happy. Holy S, I remember that segment, and Mike was so confused about taking time off. All right, that's tremendous. All right.
If it says...
I know, I understand the
I don't get
concept,
it.
Mike. I do.
It's Easter.
Well,
Wait, what?
What show are you doing on a
Where'd we get-
Sunday?
We skipped a few holidays?
Did you see an employee...
Halloween.
An employee with the Eagles sent 35 cheesesteaks and 25 large fries to Doug Peterson and the Jacksonville Jaguars staff as a thank you for defeating the Dallas Cowboys.
God, what's it like having the Cowboys just live rent free inside
In
there?
your head.
Oh my
You
God,
can
the
ask
real
a lot of
estate is
teams.
unbelievable.
Can you
Fans
imagine?
that.
Good
Because
job,
it could
Jerry.
happen.
What if
Now,
Jerry did that?
Trevor Lawrence wins out. Trevor Lawrence then beats Lamar Jackson. Then he beats Josh Allen. Then he beats Patrick Mahomes. And then he beats the Philadelphia Eagles in the Super Bowl. And they're like,
Even in this make-believe scenario,
It's
you
dead.
couldn't put the Cowboys
this
in there?
escalated quickly.
No. And they're like, if the Dallas Cowboys would have just won that game, the Jacksonville Jaguars, led by T-Law, would have never been in the Super Bowl and never beat us.
You know
I
what?
hope those cheesesteaks
I'll tell you right now,
are
Mike,
eaten and they give them strength to win it all.
I'm going to go ahead and make an executive decision. If this scenario happens, no vacation day needed. I'll give you one of my vacation days if you want. You can have the day after the Super Bowl off if that scenario
I
plays
do
out.
not want that day off. If the Jacksonville Jaguars win the Super Bowl, I want to do extra time.
You're going to be like, listen
I will
here,
show up here at
MF.
5 a.m. and I'm doing 5:30 to 7 p.m. and I am going to talk Jacksonville for 13 straight hours.
It's going to be like some shocking news about like an earthquake or something, and Mike's like, no, don't care.
No.
T-Law
T-Law
won the Super Bowl, baby.
Sunshine time.
All right, let's talk about, we brought this up yesterday, and it has indeed come to pass. Did I already mention Nick Foles is going to start for the Colts?
Who cares?
Okay.
Awesome.
He's going to start. You might care because he's going to start for the Colts against the Chargers, and I know that you would like to see Justin Herbert make it to the playoffs. So
I don't have $4,000 of Justin Herbert
that
cards.
is very fair. Is
You
yesterday
and Bobby Witt cards.
we talked about
Get him on the show.
I'll talk to him.
Okay, great.
That'd
That would
be
be
great.
fantastic.
He's my favorite.
I couldn't tell.
Derek, you're my favorite. Thank you for coming on
Do you
the show.
have
so
8 million
often.
cards of mine too that you would like to have me?
I
sign?
don't, and it's amazing. Every time he's like, "Hey, look, I got more Bobby Witt Jr. cards for him
And
to
then they're in
sign."
my-
I bought 20.
I feel like we're really abusing the privilege here.
I
They're
bought
in my
20
bag.
Bobby Witt Juniors today.
They just show up. He'll be like, "Hell, is this your bag, Derek? Oh, okay, cool. I'm gonna put a
I
surprise."
want to
in
see
there."
how many times we can send cards to Bobby Witt Jr.
Yeah.
and he finally says, "I'm not signing anymore."
I can't believe
He's the
not
nicest
there
human
already.
human being. I don't think he's going to say no. He's just gonna.
Don't tell Mike that.
He's not gonna say no.
He's gonna start typing in 100 lot of Bobby Witt Jr.
And
cards.
it's funny because I like give him the card. I'm like, here's a whole stack. I promise they're not for eBay though. There's only 75 cards you got to sign.
Listen, I've already given away 6 of those cards.
Yes. Some of them at some point are destined for Peace-a-thon. How many make it there? I don't
One.
know.
We don't know.
All right. Yesterday, we talked about how it looked like it was down to Google and Amazon for Sunday Ticket. Well, the results are in. They started to trickle in last night. It looked like it was going to be Google. They're going to pay $2.5 billion per year for the Sunday Ticket. So it's going to be on YouTube TV for Sunday Ticket, and that's been exclusively with DirecTV since 1994. But yeah, Sports Business Journal says YouTube will pay $2.5 billion per year for this package.
Just make me buy one thing and stop making me buy 73 different things.
And that was the whole appeal of cutting the cord to begin with, right? Is you're like, oh, I can go with, at the time, YouTube TV, or I can go on
PlayStation View was the
exactly.
best.
And then everyone was like, well, hold on just a minute. I want my piece of it. It's playing out exactly the way cable became problematic to begin with, because ESPN's like, well, now I want this much. And then HBO is the same now. So they're like, well, we can just spin off and do our own platform, and on and on and on. And so now people are like, I don't know.
We could do the choppy, way of doing it, where we all get something, and then he'll just come and use our stuff. Give it to him for free.
That does sound like something he would do. What do other people get out of that? Does Choppy provide anything for free?
I've yet to get anything from him for free.
He's a monster. But not as bad.
He's the fastest eater ever.
Yeah, because he says it's like a competition, right? Yeah. I don't know if I've ever seen him like consistently eat. Because remember, we were going to do the donut contest, and he didn't know what a chocolate donut was.
What's a chocolate donut, Derek?
A chocolate donut?
Yeah, explain what you'd say a chocolate donut is.
Is it just a donut covered in chocolate?
Yep, that is.
We show that to Choppy, and he's like, that's not a real chocolate donut.
He's like, I can eat this many chocolate donuts. I go to Krispy Kreme and get the chocolate donuts that say on the menu, glazed donuts, chocolate donuts. And then you have like your apple fritters or cream filled or whatever. I buy a dozen chocolate donuts. He's like, these aren't chocolate donuts.
And then he made the bold proclamation that it might be a Southern thing. And I was like, I don't think so. I feel like most people would envision this as being a chocolate donut. All right, let's go from that to the Chiefs super fan.
Me.
Well, you do not want to be this person because they got arrested for armed robbery. And Xavier Babadar wasn't posting online like he normally does. He's the superfan Chiefsaholic. He's dressed up in the Kansas City Wolf costume and just doing all the general superfan things. Well, he wasn't at the Texans and Chiefs game, and he wasn't as active on social media, and people were like, I wonder what happened. Well, what happened was he got arrested for robbing a bank on his way to the game. That's the most it was just a stop along the way. He wasn't
dogs,
like
popcorn, beer.
Go rob a bank. He was like, I'm not going to rob a bank. I'm going to the game. While I'm going to the game, I will stop and rob a bank. It didn't work super well for him. And now I wonder how many of these robberies they can go backtrack and be like, hey, Kansas City was playing in this general direction. Is he the person who robbed it and everything like that? So, whoops. And there's a couple tweets that probably aren't going to help him out. Somebody tweeted at him, where does the Wolf get his money to bet $1,000 per game? Hope your taxes are in order. His response tweet, last month, I make a good living, plus I hustle in private. House money is what I'm working with, to be honest. Well, what he's hustling with is bank robberies. So, good luck probably being in jail. Let's go from that to, forgot to mention this yesterday if you didn't see, Jonathan Taylor, he did in fact get placed on injured reserve, so he is out for the rest of the season. Kayvon Thibodeau, I thought he had an amazing response after his top-notch game on Monday. He was asked if he loves primetime games, and he said, primetime loves me. He is the first Giants rookie with a fumble recovery for a touchdown and a sack in a game in Giants history. Now, keep in mind, of course, individual stats for sacks became a thing in 1982, but he's the first Giants rookie to do it, and the last rookie across the league to do it, Chase Young, still inactive. Or still has been inactive. And we have seen and talked about how astonishingly far he has fallen in a really quick amount of time. And then last thing I got for you, who is your coach of the year right now? NFL coach of the year.
Oh, crap. Is it going to be Nick Sirianni?
Nick Sirianni remains the favorite, but you know who's moving up the charts quickly and is now second? Dan Campbell. For the Detroit Lions.
Let me ask you this, and I don't know this. Did Cincinnati's guy get a lot of votes last year?
I think Zach Taylor did. I would have to go back.
I feel like after going 0-2, and aren't they 10-4 right now?
That is correct.
Mm-hmm. I mean, being 10-2, and then, I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying that he should win, but I think that he should have strong consideration for taking the team that was a nothing, made it to the Super Bowl, started off 0-2, and then 10-2 in the last 12, and I think I would strongly consider voting him. And I wouldn't vote for Sirianni just because, honestly, I'm not voting for an Eagle. I would be a horrible voter in certain situations.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not voting for an Eagle.
Rounded out the top five, head coach for the Lions, 49ers, Giants, and the Vikings. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, one big question facing the Cowboys. What is it for you? 877-881-1053. Let us know. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Let's talk about...
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. For anybody wondering, what's our topic? One big question facing the Cowboys.
Yes!
What is it
I
for
knew it.
you? 877-881-1053. One big question facing the Cowboys. What is yours? Now, I can run through the question that I saw in the Ringer, unless you guys would like to start first.
My biggest question, which it kind of goes into yesterday's topic, which I'm just afraid there's not really a solution or answer for, is the other cornerback besides Diggs.
Okay.
So that's kind of the biggest, if you're kind of asking that.
Okay.
I'd say, man, that's my biggest question is how is Dan Quinn going to try to cover that major weakness up?
Okay, I want to get to a couple of cuts from Jaron Kirsten. Let's go ahead and fire off cut number one with him first. This is Jaron Kirst talking about how the defense hasn't been what they said they were.
We haven't played our brand of football on the defensive side of the ball. The things that was going on early in the year, if you would have told anybody that we scored 34 points, they would have assured that was a Cowboys victory. But right now, we talk about being one of the best defenses in the league. And past 2 weeks, we haven't shown it at all. So, I mean, you are what you put on tape. And at this point, we haven't gotten the job done. We haven't gotten the job done at all. And just speaking solely from the defense, we scored 34 points on Sunday. We should come out with the victory. We should come out with the victory, and it should be a comfortable victory if we claim to be the defense that we think we are.
Okay, I like a lot about that. I like the accountability he's taking, but then at the very end, 34 points should be a victory and should be a comfortable victory if we're the defense that we claim to be. I don't know if it's not exactly the same answer, but one of the things that came up in the Ringer is, has the defense been figured out? And I think my question is kind of a mashup of what you said, Mike, and of that is, do you get to a tipping point with injuries where you can't overcome? Because the injuries hitting at the same spots is the problem. Not like, I know teams get injured across the board, but when you hit at the same spot, you get to the point where you're like, well, crap, I don't know what to do.
I hear you, and the answer is somewhat yes. And maybe the Eagles just don't have any injuries. I know that Jalen Hurts isn't playing Saturday against the Cowboys, but he's been healthy the whole season, and that's that one primary position. I would just love to know how many starters have they lost throughout the season on their team. I know Dallas Goedert is coming back most likely Saturday, but he's been out for a long time. Obviously, the Cowboys were somewhat
lost CJ
fine.
Gardner-Johnson, who they made the move for.
So I don't know. I mean, you're replacing them with second and third round picks, and they are horrible. So, I mean, it's one of those things where it just looks like the Cowboys have done a great job of drafting. Unfortunately, at the one position 2 years ago that they felt like these guys would be ready to really play in the NFL are not NFL players.
And thank goodness they hit on Deron Bland then, or hit comparatively, depending on how you describe that, or else, my goodness, what would we be talking about? Because this is... Okay, let's jump to cut two then, because Jaron Kearse had a bunch of good stuff. And then, Derek, I'm going to swing back around to you. Cut two, and this is Jaron Kearse kind of speaking to your point about, I know it's bigger than just Wright and Joseph, but it kind of speaks to that too.
One thing I do know is in this league, next guy has to be ready to play, and it's just that simple. You can't really protect people in this league. It's coaches that's been doing this for years and years before I was born. It's hard to protect guys in this league. They have guys that scout, and they have guys that's constantly in the film room, and they'll find a mismatch if it's one to be found.
And I think that's the concern, is that Kelvin Joseph was the next man up. And I know it goes beyond just cornerback, but Kelvin Joseph is the next man up. He ain't it. Now, Nashawn Wright, I would assume, will end up being the next man up. And maybe he'll play great. But I think it's safe to have trepidation when you need more cornerbacks, and he has been sitting on the bench all year, and only now is he a backup to the backup solution. What is your question, Derek?
I hope I turn my mic on.
My
question is the defense. I mean, that's the big concern is, they were known for being a very good defense, and it's like everything is kind of falling apart. So we're kind of curious as going in. I know you're going to play against the Eagles, and it's not the starter, Jalen Hurts out there. It changes everything, but these guys got to step up. You got the opportunity to be out there. Guys are getting their opportunity. They need to make the most of those. And I just think it's frustrating that you have such a good team and we're not going to be able. We're not doing what we should be doing. You score 30 points. It's just like in a baseball game. If you put up 10 runs, you need to win that game. It's the same thing with football. You put up those points, you have to win those games.
And a lot of this surrounds the same thing from the 469. How are they going to fill cornerback ineptness from the 214? Should Bland start at cornerback 2? Now, the thing about that is, I guess that's cornerback 2 if you think about it in the idea that on the outside are corners 1 and 2 as opposed to the slot. I just think Deron Bland has been really good.
Bland, he's playing almost every snap.
Yeah.
It's not like he's sitting out while Kevin Joseph is playing.
Yeah, and so I don't view it as a cornerback 2. From the 5.85, wherever that is, will the secondary be able to hold up to allow the pass rush to get home? And so you see back to back questions again. Cornerback. Or can you say secondary?
I think it has to be the opposite, though, is
you need
the pass rush that doesn't have
that
many
is exactly
injuries.
What I think.
I get Hankins is hurt, but he's not a pass rusher. That your pass rushers are going to have to put pressure on the quarterback to get rid of the ball sooner than they want. Because with time now, it's all going hand in hand. Maybe, guys weren't that great at coverage, but if you give that quarterback 1.5 extra seconds, that gives that wide receiver the enough time to get open and expose weaknesses. So I don't know who it is, who steps up. I'm a big fan of Sam Williams. I know he's not Micah Parsons, but I'd love to maybe give Sam Williams an extra 5 or 6 snaps, especially on maybe passing downs, and see if he can cause havoc.
Because then you hope that even if you trick it up, and I'm not saying it would be this way every time, but if you're letting loose, Lawrence, hopefully Armstrong is good to go, Williams, Micah, then that creates all kinds of havoc, or maybe that eases up some of the pressure on Micah, since we've all talked about is his body kind of beat up more than it was last year because he's on the line of scrimmage so much.
Yeah, and I did want to throw this out, and I meant to do it when I was talking about it. Curse also made a great point. If there's new targets out there, new guys coming in from injuries and all that stuff, they're going to target them because they want to see that they can prove that they belong out there. So they're going to attack the weakness right away. It's just like for pitching, if I see a weaker guy in the lineup that I can get to, I'm going to try to get to him so I can go after that because it's going to be the easy way to get out of something if I'm in a jam. So for them, those guys that are stepping up, they have to really step up. And that's why I think Curse was saying it's nobody can be hidden. They're going to find you. And that's the thing is when you go out there, you have to do your job. You're going to be targeted right away because they know this is fresh meat that's out there. And this guy has not really shown that he can do what it takes. So we're going to try to expose him. And then once they try to shift that to cover that up, now it leaves somebody else open. So you got to kind of cover that, I guess is the best way to put it.
Yeah, and I remain concerned about that. I'm going to circle back one more time because we were kind of talking about this. Again, I don't necessarily think this is how it works across the field, across the board for teams. Do you not think wide receiver 2 is better than wide receiver 3? Then why not have your second best cornerback against their number 2? Well, that just depends on how the team is set up. Like in a lot of teams, your slot receiver might be your wide receiver 1. I know that feels weird because it's your X receiver is always wide receiver 1.
Kind of Cooper Kupp.
Yes.
I mean, he's arguably the best receiver in the game before injury, and he was in the slot more than outside. I don't watch LA every play, but it feels like he's in the slot a lot.
Exactly. So I think that could shift around a lot. I don't think it's as simple as your X receiver is always your number 1, and that's who Trayvon Diggs is always going to follow. Or what, they have found the system or the spot that they like Deron Bland. And if you moved him and then you created another issue, I know you might be like, well, if you have that issue in the slot, hopefully you won't get beat deep as much. But Cooper Kupp is a great example of how a slot can torch you all the same, or at least to a certain extent, as the number 1 or the number 2 wide receiver.
It's just all about exposing as much as you possibly can. You know what your strengths are. You're going to use those, but when you can find a weakness, you want to expose it as much as you possibly can because it's going to help you not have to use your strength as much because now you have this window. Okay, cool. Here, we can go here.
And then this question comes up, and I think we'll hear this a lot more after this game. But from the 214, they said their big question is, should you start pitch counting certain players since the playoffs have been clinched? I don't think you will, just because you need
Just
either
one more
this
gets you
win
the
or
5.
one more win to make you feel comfortable about the 5 spot and the Giants and everything like that. Because
And it is huge, too, because
for sure.
I get Minnesota is not a very good team, but I would much rather play the NFC South, right? Because if you win that wild card game, I think let's say, I'm going to ask you, Kevin.
Okay.
The Cowboys win the wild card game against, let's just say, Tampa Bay.
Yep.
And then they lose at Philadelphia.
Yep.
Are you going to feel okay about the season?
Depending on how the game goes, probably.
Yeah, and I think
Which I know is a losing Cowboys mentality that people get mad about, but probably.
If for some reason you lose out and you get the 6th seed, and now you play San Francisco, let's just say they jump to number 2, and you lose to San Francisco in the wild card round, how do you feel about the season?
I do feel like that's a lot different.
Right?
I really do. Because
I agree.
Because 10 and
Different in which way?
Okay, so I'm glad that you asked that. Because 10-7 or 11-6, you're like, oh yeah, you were a good team, and that's nice, and that's all you were, but if you finish, let's say 13-4, or let's even say you go 12-5, and you're like, man, we were just in the wrong division this year, and we still made it to the final 8. I know that's not the NFC Championship game, which is what I, like a lot of people, are obsessed with, or the Super Bowl or anything like that. But it is a round further, and it is multiple games better, where you're not just the wild card team. You're a wild card team who got stuck in a bad situation for your division.
I just don't feel like Cowboys fans in general are going to, if you lose in the first round right out the gate, that's not a good thing. Not a good season. I feel like that's
What
how
if
their
they
expectations.
beat Tampa and then lose to Philadelphia? That's the other scenario. You either if you decide to pitch count people and you're like, you know what, F it, we ain't really going to try for a while, and you lose all 3 of your games down the stretch because you're like, well, we were just wanting to be as healthy as possible for the playoffs, but all of a sudden New York jumped you into the 5 spot. You fall down to 6. You play San Francisco. They beat you up like they did last year in the wild card round, and now you're out in the first round. That just feels really bad, where I'm not saying it feels great if you beat Tampa and then lose to Philadelphia, but I'd at least feel like, well, we got one playoff win, and then we went to the team with the best record, and hopefully you put up a decent fight there.
There's multiple. Go ahead.
No, I'm with you. That's tough. I mean, I just feel like if the Cowboys don't win the first round, in general, it's just a failed season to me.
I've said earlier in the year, fair or unfair, if they fail, I think they will move head coaches.
Really?
I
honestly think they're going to anyway. I think they really want Sean Payton more than anything. We talked about this before when I was here, is they could do whatever they want. And let's say they get to the Super Bowl and they lose. I could still see them like, all right, well, thank you, McCarthy. It was great. We enjoyed our run. We want to go get Sean.
And there are multiple people asking about the pass rush working in cooperation with the cornerbacks, with one saying, sorry, there's a lot of text coming in, is even if you hit on the pass rush, there's still going to be enough time to throw the ball because there's going to be an open spot somewhere in the secondary. And then from the 903, is the pass rush overrated? I am going to say definitively at this point, no. And I feel very comfortable with that. Just about the entirety of the year, this pass rush has been first or second in both sacks and pressures. Like, I know the last 2 weeks have not been their finest hour, but you can't tell me we made it all the way through this season with them leading the league or being second in those 2 huge categories and tell me they're overrated. I don't believe that, but I get it. If they continue across this trajectory, this defense is going to be a lot of trouble. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, this is from the mind of Derek Holland. So if you don't like the topic, go after him. With the spending spree the Rangers have been on, has Ray Davis now gone from the worst to the best owner in the Metroplex. 877-881-1053. We'll do that. And Mike likes it as part of the Expressway right here on 105.3 The Fan.
To you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. This topic was a question in the mind of Derek Holland, who is thinking more and more about giving up baseball just to hang out with the KNC Masterpiece.
Whoa.
Is what I've determined. But I think this is an interesting topic. With the spending spree the Rangers have been on, has Ray Davis now gone from the worst Metroplex owner to the best owner in the Metroplex? I know who Mike will not vote for, but I am intrigued by this hypothesis because we're just a couple years removed from like, oh, for the love of God, just spend some money, any money. And he's like, all right, I'll go get the middle infielders now. All right, I'll go get the stud pitcher. And they've been spending.
Yeah, I think so too. And it's tough to go against like a guy like Jerry Jones, who he's been, I mean, NFL is so different because they don't have like a true free agency where guys are out there like it is in baseball, where it's, you know, after a few years, all right, this guy's available. There's not as much trading and all that stuff.
You have lockup mechanisms with the franchise tag and everything like that. Yeah.
It's different. So it's hard to really move Jerry around. But in this case, yes, I would put Jerry at number 2 just for this reason.
Ooh.
And that's because, you know, the Rangers are out there spending. They've done it now 2 straight years. They've put a lot of money into getting this team right. I think they're taking a step in a right direction big time. I already know where Mike's going to go with Cuban on this one.
I have no clue. I don't have an opinion on that cheap guy.
And I just feel like I think he has definitely become the best. But, I mean, let's not forget about the Stars, too. They're going out and getting young talent as well.
And that's what I was going to ask is I wonder, and I guess we should say owner/governor, because I know that has been made, is do you feel like Tom Gagliardi is on that list?
Was that Gagliardi?
Gagliardi is on that list, or maybe at the top of that list, because you've made some savvy, I hope savvy, short-term moves in terms of the Robertson and Ottinger deal. Obviously, I know they made a bigger term deal that you're hoping does not turn out like the Ben and Sagan deals did, which have unfortunately been an albatross on this franchise for a while. But I think Gagliardi's in the mix. Joey, what say you?
Well, absolutely. I mean, you got to give him a lot of credit for what he did when this, team went into bankruptcy, late 2000s, and he was part of the deal that brought Sagan here and, paired him with Ben, and they were your top 2 scorers for about 6 years. I mean, he's on his way to make the playoffs 6 out of the 10 years that he's been here. I would say it's pretty good success, and he got to a cup final, albeit it's in the bubble, but some would say that's probably one of the harder cups to get to, and there was some luck in that, obviously, but they've done a fairly great job, and they're not afraid to go get guys. That's one thing about the Stars. They've made trade deadline deals, when they've had chances to make runs, and they're not afraid to do it.
Quick question, since you mentioned that, and I heard your response, Derek. Do you think most people across the board in all the sports discount the bubble runs or bubble championships? Because I hear that come up a lot.
I mean, it's tough. You still have to go out there and perform. You still have to go out there and win. I get it. It's shorter seasons, with baseball, guys complaining about how they got the Cy Young because it's a shorter amount of games. You still played a season of whatever sport it is, so it still counts. Yes, you don't like the results, but it still counts. I also want to put out there too, the comment is the best owner, they put in here, Jerry Jones is the best owner, but the worst GM. Does that factor into this when you're looking at that?
Because that conversation I'm just so tired of is...
Yeah, no, I get it too.
Just because Jerry literally told us, he was like, hey, when I bought this team, I said I was never going to work for anybody ever again. And so we asked him about ever not being the GM. He literally said, it is never going to happen. And so I was like, oh, okay. So I'm just looking at it from the ownership perspective. And I think some people have questions about the ownership perspective because he's told us numerous times, I would write the biggest check in the world. And then whether it's moving on from Amari Cooper, not signing Odell Beckham, not getting Sue, whatever the case is, I know there are some people who are like, would you though? And then this question came up, and sometimes we got to make sure everyone has all the information from the 469. Why does Mike call Mark Cuban cheap when Mark Cuban is paying luxury tax on players? If you look in the last 5 years, and I think we reposted this a little while back, there is no team in the NBA that has spent less actual cash than
what about Oklahoma City?
Than the Dallas Mavericks. I'm pretty sure we were the worst.
What about Orlando?
Still the worst.
Sacramento doesn't have much money. I bet we spent more than Sacramento.
They might not have much money, but they spent more money than us.
Charlotte, I mean, that's a failing
Every
franchise.
team in the NBA in the last 5 years spent more money than the Dallas Mavericks.
Not Detroit.
Yes,
though.
literally every team in the NBA spent more than the Dallas Mavericks in the last 5 years.
I'll tell this person, I'm going to repeat this and repeat it again so you understand. I have a friend who he is an agent, not an agency, but he's an agent in the NBA. And a week after the Dinwiddie trade, the Porzingis, Dinwiddie, Bertans trade, he goes, that's the end of Jalen Brunson. And I said, why do you say that? No way. And he said, our agency believes that Mark Cuban will not spend a premium on players. And look what happened.
And look, if you need something to crystallize it even further, only 13 teams in the NBA in the last 5 years have spent less than $600 million. The Mavericks are at 509, and they're in last place behind the Atlanta Hawks by $16 million. How far are they behind number one? $250 million. The Golden State Warriors over the last 5 years have spent $757 million. And then you see the Heat, Clippers, Nets, Bucks, Trailblazers. The Trailblazers have spent $140 million more in the last 5 years than the Dallas Mavericks. These are actual numbers that I did not make
They're
up.
facts. They're
they
not
exist
made
in
up.
the
We
world.
didn't make up those numbers. Is that Mark Cuban is spending the least amount of money in the NBA, and it seems like to be somewhat of his goal.
You brought up Oklahoma City. The Oklahoma City Thunder in the last 5 years has spent $70 million more than the Dallas Mavericks. So, to that point about luxury tax that's another reason that Jalen Brunson moved on down the road, and we talked about time and again. You didn't get that money back. Like, I would have felt 1,000,000% different if you're like, well, all of a sudden that would create a cap hole of $25 million. And then I'd be like, okay, well, let's have that conversation. It created a cap hole of nothing. And so the loss of him was you got nothing in return, and if you would have signed him, where it would have hit you is with the luxury tax.
Yeah. I mean, I do not think Mark Cuban is looking to trade Dwight Powell, who's an expiring contract, to take on another player that makes $12 or $13 million that's on a longer term contract. I just don't think he is willing to do that. I wish it was different. I hope Mark Cuban proves me wrong in the next 2 months.
Me too.
But a lot of people believe around the league that Mark Cuban is not the cheapest owner. I want to make this clear. I know he spent the least amount of money over the last 5 years. That's factual. But they do not believe he wants to get anywhere close to competing with the rich owners in basketball. And he's not a rich owner. He's actually maybe middle of the pack financially and really below average financially with how many premium owners have come in with money. Like, I think I know this number. I might be way off on it, but I believe the Clippers owner is worth $20 billion more dollars.
Maybe.
I mean, it's billions upon billions, and I'm making sure to say a B there. Like, and that's just one. There's a lot of owners that have. Memphis's owner is worth, I know, at least $5 to $10 billion more than Mark Cuban. So he's not a rich owner. Yes, he's rich. He's rich in this world. He has plenty of money. The Mavericks are making him plenty of money, but he seems to be very tight on his money recently. I don't know what's going on in his life and why he's become that tight with his money, because in an article written, which this is all factual based, this is an opinion, they got rid of Harrison Barnes for nothing. It did nothing for the organization except ridded him of money. He was like, I don't want to pay him $20 million anymore. It didn't help the franchise at all. It just meant that he wouldn't have to pay luxury tax because he's like, I'm going to get rid of that money to max out Porzingis. You already had his rights once you traded for him, but he is like, I don't want to be at this number.
And I see this text come in, and I understand is for the 817, spending less money and trying to compete. It's not a team that's been tanking. I think that is actually more infuriating to me because I'm going to use Mark Cuban's own words from, 8-10 years ago, however long it was. He said there's nothing worse in the NBA than the treadmill of mediocrity. Well, I think that's the concern, is that you're going to slide back onto it. Now, last year, it was an awesome run. We all loved it. And the season's like adjacent to that. Yeah. That was the first playoff series you won in 10 years. So you'd absolutely been on the treadmill of mediocrity. And you have what looks like a generational player, or one of the generational players that will define this era of basketball. I think that's frustrating. Like Oklahoma City, I get it if you're mad, but at least you can be like, we have 50 million draft picks. I know they never use them, right, but at least they're like, that's something to build on.
It's kind of like what you're saying to add on is Mark Cuban has never made up his mind since winning the championship. And that's the tough thing, is like, make up your mind. Are we going to rebuild, or are we going to go all in? And he's decided we're not going to rebuild. We are not going to go into tanking. We're not going to go into drafting upon drafting players and hopefully get, I know this comes to mind, and I know they didn't win a championship, but we're going to draft Durant, then we're going to draft Westbrook, and then we're going to draft Harden. We have ourselves our core, and in those drafts, they also got Serge Ibaka.
Yeah.
You know, like, hey, we're gonna have to be bad for a while to get all of these young guys to then create this great team. He's like, no, I don't want to do it. I just want to have one draft that hits and then add veteran players that are average at best in the NBA. That's a bad way of doing business. Or you go, we are now going to keep Harrison Barnes. We are going to give Jalen Brunson every dime, every penny he wants to make sure he stays. It's going to cost me a crap load of money, but he's going to be a good player for us, and maybe I can take these players and add more money to it. And I'm going to be paying $100 million tax bill upon the $200 million of paying players this year. But he doesn't want to do that. And so it's like, so you don't want to go all in, and you also don't want to rebuild. And that's why the Mavericks, to me, are very frustrating right now, because they really won't commit either way.
Then do you go, okay, so how do your rankings shake out then? Because I feel like I'm putting, if we're just going Cowboys, Stars, Mavericks, and Rangers, I'm putting Cuban last. And by the way, somebody asked from the 972, I just want to point out that I think this text is absurd. Why are y'all picking the last 5 years and not 6 or 4? Feels like you picked a term that fits your narrative. First of all, what universe outside of political things that happen every 4 years does somebody break time down in 4 or 6 year chunks as opposed to 5? Secondly,
you met in the middle there. It's 5.
That is what the study covered. If I can find studies that hit every single year and take into account,
it's not going to be good for you, Mark Cuban fan.
I will find that study if it exists.
It's just not like through after 2011. He decided to stop spending money. So honestly, if you go 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, it's not going to look that good for the Mavericks there either.
And then somebody followed up. They believe from the 214, Cuban is the 14th richest owner, which would again put him just about right. Thank you very much. That would put him. We have people in studio. That's why you should always donate to My Possibility.
So in a weird,
it puts you right in the middle.
In a weird way, I still lean towards Jerry Jones. And I know ownership, he's the greatest owner in the history of sports to make
Hands
money.
down.
But the Mavericks, through this lull of the Cowboys since 1995, they've been to the conference finals in 2003. They went to the, obviously, NBA finals in 2006. They went to the NBA finals and won it all in 2011. They went to the conference finals last year. So in a way, yes, I've picked on Mark Cuban a lot in this segment, and I'm intentionally doing it so he can get off his ass and actually start doing something positive. They've been to the conference finals 4 times, and the Cowboys have been 0 times. Yeah. And so I look at that and go, that's more successful than what the Cowboys have done over that time.
I think I'm going to go.
I don't know who the best. It's tough.
I'm trying to decide if I want to put Gagliardi at the top. I mean,
I'm doing Gagliardi because he brought the Winter Classic to Dallas.
Okay.
I like that.
He brought the Winter Classic here. They made the Cup Finals, and so you've had more like team success from that point of view. So, all right, you know what? I'm swayed. I'm going Stars, then
agree.
Cowboys, then Rangers, then Mavs. Just because for the Rangers, like these last 2 off seasons have been an incredible wonderland. But before that, everyone's like, hey, what the hell are we doing all these years leading up to that? And so, hey, Mark Cuban, look at what the Rangers are doing. You can always jump up and start spending money and everything like that. So, yeah, I think that's my order. Stars, Cowboys, Rangers, Mavs.
I'm with you. I'm not changing. I like that.
All right. Joey, do you sign up on this list as well?
I sign.
Hell yeah.
Can I add this real quick? This is from my Twitch, actually. It was, oh, man, I just had it. What happened to Nico Harrison being the great GM that would bring in a lot of talent? What, and I just to bring that in, like what, that was something that was brought up. I figured I would put it out there.
I will still say this. I am not going to change what I said at the time, depending on how it's gone. When they made the move for Christian Wood, I remember we were at rehearsal dinner for one of my really good friends' weddings, and I was like, get the hell out of here. That deal's amazing. I loved it then. I still love it now because I think you gave up almost nothing of essential value for Christian Wood. I realize that the results have not played out how we all hoped. I thought that was a hell of a step in the right direction. When that happened, I was like, oh my God, Nico's a genius. He's going to bring us all the people.
I think it's just still too early to really go
I can
off.
see that.
The other thing, too, which we don't know, is we do hear from certain people that Mark Cuban is way more powerful than Jerry Jones is, and that actually Nico's not the real general manager. It's
just
Mark Cuban being a general manager, but he is, I don't know if smart enough is the right word or cunning. I don't know what the right word is, but Mark Cuban has a buffer of like a general manager president where Jerry's ego is like, I want all the titles, even though he's not doing it. Jerry's not general managing at all. You know, like he's doing zero general managing for the most part. But Mark Cuban is like, I don't have the title, but guess what? Behind the scenes, I'm doing it all. So I don't even know how much power Nico actually really has. That being said, who in basketball world doesn't want to sign with Nike? Now, I get he has the relationships. Yeah. It's not very hard. That's not a hard job. It's a hard job to get. To become where Nico got to, unbelievable job. Great job in his life and resume and all those things that he did to get to be very high up at Nike. But to say, well, he got Zion to sign with Nike, or he got, I know he's Jordan, but same company, or he got the Greek Freak.
I understand.
Oh, man, it's not like you're going into the room as not the clear favorite to every NBA basketball player.
I know this is not a guarantee, but let's say they do end up conveying the draft pick to the Knicks, all right?
Which is most likely.
Yeah, then I'm curious because somebody did text in, they feel like at this point he's still hamstrung by the mistakes of the past. And once you get that draft pick off the board or send it along down the way, I feel like you do have some more freedom to maybe see what you can do. That does not guarantee anything, but I feel like at least until then, I want to give him time and then kind of see what we can do with all this.
We also didn't know at the time, and I'm going to go into a little bit more basketball talk here, and Mike likes it, but we didn't know at the time he did make a major mistake, and we didn't know it was a major mistake at the time as a fan. He needed to give in January Brunson the extension.
Sure.
He waited, and Dorian Finney-Smith was happy to sign it after the trade deadline.
Yeah.
And Jalen Brunson, because he said, if you're going to treat me like this, I'm not going to sign that extension now with 2 months left in the regular season and then playoffs. I'll see what happens. And he bet on himself, and he won tremendously for himself. It hurt the Mavericks tremendously. But by making that educated decision that I'm going to not give it to him until after the deadline's over because we might move him in a trade to get something we like more, Jalen's like, well, if you don't like me that much and you're thinking about trading me now, I'm not signing a long-term contract where there's no trade restrictions where you can just trade me again the next offseason or whatever if you want. So that was a bad move by Nico. If Nico was actually running the organization at all, that might have been all Mark Cuban, where Nico could have said, this is where we'll never know. Nico could have said, hey, man, I really want to lock up Brunson, that 4-year, $65 million extension, and Dorian Finney-Smith. And Mark Cuban might have said, no, let's just wait till after the deadline, the trade deadline, and then we'll do it. So they're still on 1-year contracts and not extensions. And then when you sign extensions, it becomes, I think, hard to trade or almost impossible to trade. And so that might have been Mark Cuban who effed it all up. We just don't know.
Well, I want to say congratulations, Derek. I think that your segment went very well. There was a lot of people, even if they didn't agree with all the thoughts, they were engaged. And I also wanted to say congratulations to Rudy Gobert. Did you see that he gave all of the Target Center employees a $50 gift card and so that racked up to more than $22,000.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
That's cool.
I just
That's
think
huge.
that is super.
I heard he
super
bet
cool.
all the employees though $50 they'd still beat the Mavericks without half the team.
No, that did not happen. You know that did not happen. But guess what? We are at the mercy of Mike because we're in the midst of Mike Likes It.
All right, before I get right back in, we don't take a commercial.
No
here.
break, all
let's go.
content.
You keep your headphones on and you listen.
I'm all ears. You know,
All
I
right,
don't listen.
because we just talked quite a bit of basketball through also talking Cowboys, Mavs, Rangers. I'll break it up a little bit here with finishing up Meghan and Harry on Netflix. A little bit of an update. I'm like 10 minutes away from
How
being
many episodes are there?
6 episodes, about an hour apiece.
Okay.
Hold
on, does Joe? I think Joey has thoughts about this as well.
Did he say who cares? Did I hear that? You don't care.
That's me.
I didn't care at all, but you're not married and you don't have to find other things to watch with your wife. And so I do. And so we found this and we both kind of enjoy it. I believe Meghan and Harry. Now,
Okay.
I know that the last time we talked about this, I don't know. I don't know everything. I don't follow everything.
And
but
I haven't watched it.
I feel like episodes 4, 5, and 6 really get into how the media have made her especially look like a bad person. And I don't know if it's true or not true.
Sure.
You're getting her side of the story.
Sure.
But man, it really seems like those tabloids, along with, this is the amazing part, Harry pretty much says, I don't know if it's a direct quote, but I mean almost as direct as you can get without saying it, that it was his father feeding all the bad stuff to the media about Meghan. Because he would have private conversations with him and his brother, with his dad and his brother, or private letters. And then a few days later, those private conversations or private letters would hit the tabloids. And he's like, there's no other people that know about this conversation or know about this letter besides my father and my brother. And so then he knew he wasn't getting protected from the inside. They weren't protecting his wife from the inside. In fact, they were making their lives as miserable as possible. And so it's really interesting. I don't really...
It's been exceedingly popular. I'm not here to
Joey,
dump on that part.
Have you watched it?
Yeah, I watched all 6 episodes.
What's your
and
thoughts on it?
It was so I didn't have a great preconceived notion of Meghan because of the media as well and everything we heard about her. And then when we're watching this too, like me and my mom, because my mom, not a big fan, but she really changed her mind after watching this documentary and was like, well, they really did make her out to be almost an scapegoat. And as you mentioned, they had him and his brother had a press secretary, and that press secretary would leak some of the conversations out to the tabloids to make
Not
her
cool.
out to, and it was like his own brother was like almost a traitor towards him, and it was quite interesting. And the amount of attention they were given, and they would basically move to an island, and the paparazzi would still get a hold of them and find them on an island
because their own family was giving the information on where they were moving to. And in a weird way, I don't want to give this all away, but it is very public knowledge for years now.
Sure.
Tyler Perry was the one that took them in and gave them
the filmmaker Tyler Perry?
Gave them a safe place to live because of the abuse that the royal family was giving Meghan and Harry. They were and Tyler Perry discussed all the abusive things that they were doing and felt like I can try to help here and give them a safe place to live without, the paparazzi or possibly getting killed.
Well, I mean, that is something that I think we can all agree is that the very aggressive British tabloids have gone too far time and again. All right, so people who don't care about the royal family at all, you still think they would kind of get in on this?
I think they would like this because I don't care. I'm not following it any more than watching this. I'm not going to then follow the royal family, but it's just interesting to me on how the family is a piece of dump, really. And they are to protect themselves. So let's just say I did something that the tabloid's going to print out. I just got into a verbal conflict with my wife. And they're like, well, hey, we found out about this. We're going to give it. Well, I'll tell you what. If you don't write this, I'm going to tell you about what Meghan just did.
Oh,
And,
okay.
And so they're like, whoa. So you're saying there's a better story than your story? Because I got to put something about the royal family in tomorrow. They're like, let me tell you what Meghan's doing. And it could be a complete and total lie.
Yeah.
But they would do that to protect their own self. And she seemed to be the scapegoat. I will say this, and then I'll move the conversation. But this was pretty disgusting. And this is where, is it true? Is it not true? I believe it's true. But they asked Harry about a conversation that their family had where Meghan wasn't part of it. And they were saying, how black do you think the baby's going to be?
Oh, dear.
And the royal
that's
family
gonna be
was
very problematic.
Was like, we can't have a dark baby in the family.
Oh, my goodness.
And so he's like, I do not want to discuss that conversation, but it was not a fun conversation.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, I do think it just exposes the royal family as kind of pretty disgusting. All right.
Which I could also see.
All right. I'm going to ask this question to Derek. And Derek, I'm going to be on. You don't have to answer this question.
Do you think normally he wouldn't be honest? Is that what he had to say?
No. Well,
I'm listening.
I have to. I'm going to be honest here. I mean, Derek wants to play in the major leagues, and sometimes you have to like say, "Hey, I don't want to comment on this."
Okay.
All of a sudden, it popped up on my Instagram, a Trevor Bauer video. Do you think Trevor Bauer's done in baseball that nobody will mess with him?
By the way,
because he's still great, he could still be great.
I have seen that question at least 3 times this week on the fan text.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what I can really what to say about it. I mean, I don't know if the court stuff's still going on. I mean, there's been stuff saying that how it was, she was leaking messages of wanting all this stuff and all that and taking pictures and all this. I don't know. It's a risk. I think any team that is going to go after him, they know that there's going to be some luggage behind this. And he is a talented pitcher. Do not get me wrong. The stuff that he does off the field and everything, he's trying to build his own brand. I get it, whatever. But I don't know what's going to happen with him. He is a very talented pitcher. There is no doubt about it. I just don't know where it's going to go. I
don't think the Rangers are interested at all. But it is one of those things where...
Why do you say that? Because y'all both were like, I don't think so.
I think if they're going to go get a piece, I could see it being somebody else. You don't want to spend... Trevor's still going to cost some money because he does have a Cy Young on his resume. He's a pretty good pitcher. I would see them going after somebody else. I would say a guy like... And this is still probably going to be expensive. Evaldi.
Okay.
I just think they're scared to death, Derek, of
the distractions.
Of the distractions and his clubhouse demeanor and his clubhouse reputation.
I don't think, and I can actually say I've heard multiple times of how he is in the clubhouse. I don't think that's a good one to put into the Rangers clubhouse.
It's almost like you have to you tell your players, please totally ignore him. Don't listen to him.
Let him
He's
do
just
his
here
thing.
to pitch every 5th day. But don't follow him.
Yeah.
Don't do what he says. He's going to try to almost. It would be weird because for Mike Matt, I know this. He would try to become the pitching coach. He would tell the pitching coach, "You're dumb. Let me coach. Let me coach Jack Leiter."
You will sit let's say Mike was the pitching coach to me. He's going to say something to me like, "Hey, this is what I think we should be working on." He's either going to overstep him right in front of him, or he's going to wait until Mike's not around, and then he's going to let me know, "Hey, this is really what you should be doing. Don't listen to them. I have a whole setup at my place. We can do this." It's just the things I hear about how he is. But at the same time, he is very talented.
He's good. He's one of the 10 best starting pitchers in the game if you allow him to pitch. But I just don't even know if a team is going to be ever willing to take him back on. Now, let me get one last thing in. And Mike likes it here because we're about to power rank the power rankings in the NFL. Well, we're getting close to the halfway point in the NBA. Would you like to guess ESPN's power rankings where the Dallas Mavericks are power ranked in the NBA? There's 30 teams, so don't pick 31 or 0.
I'm going to say, if you're not ready, 13. I would say, okay, see, I was going to say 16.
Derek is a smart man.
Let's go!
So they are power ranked right now 16, which is better than their record. So they are ranked better than their record. It says Dallas has lost 10 of their last 16 games, allowing 115.6 points per 100 possessions during that span, which ranks near the bottom of the league. And more bad news, defenders Maxi Kleba is out indefinitely.
Yeah.
Josh Green is still out a few more games, and Dorian Finney-Smith got hurt in Monday's loss with a strained right abductor muscle. I have not seen any update on Dorian Finney-Smith for today's game yet, but if Dorian Finney-Smith has to miss a week or two, this Maverick team could start losing a lot of games. Real quick, here are your power rankings in the NBA.
Okay.
Milwaukee, Boston, 1-2.
I was curious how that would play out.
Memphis, Cleveland, Denver, 3, 4, 5.
Okay.
Brooklyn, number 6. How much has that changed from the first 10 games of the season?
Man,
Thank God the Mavericks played them twice, honestly, early in the year.
And you've seen like Kevin Durant rocket up in the MVP conversations and stuff.
Suns, Pelicans, 76ers, and Clippers round out the top 10.
Okay.
So
the Clippers have been sturdy, workmanlike.
Yeah, and it's all this deal of like,
ironically,
they think, hey, if Paul George and Kawhi Leonard play in all the playoff games,
then we're good to go.
Then they're good.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
that's a big hope there. By the way, this is great news. The Lakers are ranked 21st in the power rankings. So,
Cool.
And they don't have their pick, so I don't have to worry about them all of a
And they
sudden.
don't have
getting-
Anthony Davis. Yeah.
Victor Weeby Wamba.
You could just say Wemby if you want.
Wimben Yamba.
Yeah. Oh, that.
And that's how you end. Mike likes it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we power rank the power rankings right here on
NBA?
105.3. No, on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Talk with G-Bag Nation in a little bit. Maybe talk a little signing day with them. And in case you need to catch up on some of the news, the Dallas Stars did in fact grant Denis Gurianov an indefinite leave of absence due to family issues. And then Steelers Hall of Fame running back Franco Harris passed away at the age of 72. Now, we usually do the power rankings in just a minute, but we're going to go ahead and do it at 1 o'clock instead of 1:20. We're going to change tradition in the segment that Derek Holland has dominated, but not really, over the last several weeks. It's time to power rank the power rankings. Are you ready, Mike?
I'm so ready.
Okay.
First power ranking. Who moved up the most in power rankings when it comes to teams?
Oh no. Is it the
Bengals?
Is it the Jacksonville Jaguars?
It's the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Is that the same question going to happen with the quarterback?
What does a Jaguar sound like? Okay, wait. First question. Okay, so he just did now you do your best Jaguar impression.
That's pretty good.
I like it. That's what a Jaguar sounds like, climbing the mountaintop.
Wait, what about the Brownies? They move up enough?
The Brownies are number 21 on this one. And I need to click on it because I wrote 16 teams down on ESPN's that we were going to go, and they are not on 16.
Okay.
And the Brownies are number 20. So 20 and 21, man. You're almost cracking the top 20. You know what I'm saying?
Still got a chance.
Yeah.
All right.
Playoff chances went up.
So let's do teams first, then we'll talk about quarterbacks because I think there's more discussion on quarterback because it does get into Dak Prescott talk. Okay. Kevin.
Okay.
You don't get to do number one because it's too easy, and I want Derek to start off one for one. Derek, who's ranked number one in the power rankings?
Philadelphia. Filthy.
In your face, Kevin. He knocked that one out of the park.
I listen.
Philadelphia is number one. And just think about this, how good the Cowboys are. I don't know how they're not number one. The Cowboys are favored by 5 points right now against the number one power ranked team with the best record. If you're not positive the Cowboys are the best team or going to win it all, I don't know how, because they're favored by 5 points against the number one power ranked team.
It has dropped to 4.5. Do you think there's any backtracking happening?
No, here's what I was thinking, to be honest. The Cowboys are so banged up. If it would stay at 6, because tomorrow I was hoping to bet with you in betting with Bassick, this is now making me question if I wanted to bet the Eagles, because the Eagles +6 I think was a great bet.
Yeah.
And now that it's gone down to 4.5, I would still honestly lean towards betting on the Eagles. But if it gets to 3.5, that number becomes unbettable for me. Now I'm like, I'm not betting on it. I don't think it's moving because Jalen Hurts is coming back. I think it's moving because people are like, hey, how are the Cowboys going to stop the passing game? And how are the Cowboys going to stop the running game? And is Dak Prescott going to throw interceptions? Because the Eagles can take advantage of that. So I think that teams they're starting to go, bettors are starting to go, 6 is too many points.
Right.
All right, number 2, power ranked team. It's not going to be easy.
Oh, because I think it's between 2 AFC teams. I'm going to say the Bills, but I'm not sure. I'm going to say Bills.
You didn't say it confidently to start off.
Bills.
But you said it right. Yes. It's the Buffalo Bills who move up from number 3 to number 2.
I think the next 2 are actually easier than that one now that I know that the Bills are second.
Number 3, Derek, the 3rd ranked team in the NFL, not by record, but by power rankings.
Kansas City Chiefs.
You got it, Kansas City Chiefs. And then you said it was easy. Who's number 4?
I think it's the Bengals.
It is the Bengals. The AFC has number 2, 3, and 4. Philadelphia, number 1. Will it be another AFC team, Derek, at number 5?
Because this is the area I would start to think about the Cowboys. I'm not saying go Cowboys. I would think about them here.
Cowboys were ranked number 4 last week. Will they still be ranked in the top 5?
It wouldn't.
Jacksonville is a great team, so it's not a bad loss.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. What do you think?
Vikings.
The Vikings are number 7, Derek.
Okay, sorry.
That means it's either the 49ers.
You got it right. It's the 49ers.
Okay, all right.
I don't listen.
I definitely wasn't still thinking out loud. 49ers.
Number 6.
Is that now going to be the Cowboys?
It's the Dallas Cowboys are number 6 in the power rankings according to ESPN.com. They're number 7 in CBS.
And so they're behind the Vikings?
Yeah, the Vikings are 6 on CBS.
Okay, so let's just talk about that for just a second if we can. Whenever people say, I know some people are just trolling or they want attention or whatever, but whenever people are like, oh, the Cowboys suck or they're overrated or y'all are stupid for thinking blah, 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 whatever the case is. ESPN has the Cowboys at 6.
Right.
And the 3rd team in the NFC. CBS has them at 7th overall in the NFL. I'm not saying that means they're going to win the Super Bowl, but don't just tell me they're a crap team because across the board, everyone's got them 6, 7 in that general vicinity. That doesn't mean you can't be pissed or you really mad because I am. That version of it is okay, interestingly enough.
Okay, so real quick, at number 7, Minnesota. Cowboys play Minnesota on Sunday in a playoff do-or-die game. Who's winning?
Cowboys.
Cowboys.
I agree. Number 8, Miami Dolphins. Cowboys play the Miami Dolphins in a do-or-die playoff game. Who's winning?
Dolphins.
I think so.
I do think that would be a horrible matchup for the Cowboys.
That receiving core is...
Even though they do have Justin Jefferson, somehow we were okay in that game, but I would be really scared about playing Miami in a do-or-die game. Number 9 on the power rankings are the Chargers, or Charlotte, because I wrote down CHAR, which I'm pretty sure it's not Charlotte. So the Chargers, if the Cowboys play the Chargers. Okay, good.
Hornets?
Number 10, Baltimore Ravens. Cowboys on a do-or-die game.
Is just Lamar playing, though?
Let's just say he is.
I'm going to say the Ravens.
I think I'm going to pick the Ravens, too, just because the mobile quarterback.
Okay.
I could see giving them some nightmares.
So just to give you an idea, that's the Cowboys, I think, are properly ranked. I'm not saying the Cowboys are going to make a deep playoff run. Unfortunately, they're going to probably get a win and then have to play Philadelphia in the first round, or the divisional round, which is going to be tough. But
it all comes down to their defense. Cowboys defense.
Yeah.
And I like this from the 903. I really thought when Derek said the Chiefs, he was going to say Mahomes. I was also curious if that was the direction that you might go with.
Didn't I do that last time?
Yes, yes, you did.
By the way, the Giants are 11 and Washington's 13.
Yeah.
Which is that, and that in and of itself is an interesting flip because when they were tied, and I know they played on Monday night, is the thought was that the Commanders were moving ahead of the Giants, and then not so much.
And look, it's not a bad loss because the Jacksonville Jaguars are now the 16th ranked team on ESPN. And watch out now.
What were they before? Do you know?
Number 19.
Okay.
And they are number 17 on CBS,
Hey.
but they moved up from number 24 on their list.
I am not kidding. Moving into average for Jacksonville is a huge step this year.
Okay, so now we go to quarterback power rankings. Derek, you got to pick first in teams. You go first, Kevin, on quarterbacks.
I'm going to this one's got me all year. I'm going to go with Mahomes.
You're right. It's not Jalen Hurts.
But you could see why.
In fact, is Jalen Hurts even on this list because they have to go with quarterbacks playing?
Is he on the list?
He is on the list.
Okay.
I mean, if he's not number 2,
I think Jalen Hurts is a huge number 2, and he is number 2 on the list. No, he's a good guy.
Then I want to go with number 3.
No, you already picked. You picked Hurts. You got it right. You're going to have to wait till number 4. Who's number 3, Kevin?
Joe Burrow.
You got it
I feel
right.
like those have been kind of locked in pretty well for
See, I would have had
3 weeks.
I would have had this one at number 3,
All right.
which I think is number 4, and that's Justin Herbert.
Justin Herbert is such a wrong answer.
He's climbing. Gosh, dude.
He is number 5 on the
4,000
list.
passing
So
yards.
you're way off on picking him number 4. So it goes Mahomes, Hurts, Burrow, blank,
Allen.
and Herbert. Josh Allen is number 4 on the list. And I think this is a pretty solid list. Herbert has been the most volatile guy as he was top 5 to start the year, then fell out of the top 10 and is now back into the top 5. I will say this, as we get back to you picking, Derek, this now becomes pretty darn tough. I think that the top 5 are pretty easy. You can move them in different orders.
Yeah.
I do think there's a line drawn on top 5 quarterbacks, and then you get into like another tier, if that makes sense. Number 6 is...
Can it be Geno Smith?
Geno Smith is
No.
in the top 10.
It's not it then.
He's number 10. Number 6 is Kevin Hagelin.
You're not as hyped up as this one. So I know it's
Tua is number 14.
Jeez,
Wow, he fell off.
Louise.
So you were way off.
You were worse than me.
That is.
Are you listening?
Ball 4.
I mean, I was
Ball
listening. I
8.
just did poorly.
Ball 12. How do these hitters lay off pitches this
That
close?
close.
All right, that was horrible
Suck
guess.
at this.
Number 6. This is going to be tough.
Kirk Cousins?
Kirk Cousins is number 8. At least he's in the top 10.
So that's 2 in the top 10.
You
that I've
guys
done.
are 0 for 3 in guessing the 6th power-ranked quarterback.
You won't mess this up.
You won't mess it up.
Can't.
Come on, for the love.
Because love of God.
He's not God.
It's not Lamar because
You got it right,
Okay.
even though you got it
Wow.
wrong because you said it's not
because he's
Lamar.
hurt. I thought they wouldn't have him. All right.
He's on the list.
agree.
He must,
Tremendous.
he must be playing this week.
Okay.
Nope.
So he's not?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, usually, that's why I was wondering if Hurts would be on the list, because usually when a guy is not going to play, they take him off the list, but I don't think this late in the year they wanted to take Hurts off of the power rankings.
They said
So-
he's not ready to practice yet
All right.
because of his knee. So
Lamar's number 6, Cousins is number 8, Geno is number 10. Who else is a top 10 quarterback in the NFL?
I feel like your boy finally made it. Trevor Lawrence.
Trevor Lawrence is number 7.
son of a gun.
7.
That's why I knew he was. Look how excited he was.
That's a good
seven.
point.
In here.
That's a good
Number
point.
7. And you said he was a bust.
I
All
didn't
you
say that.
Tolos out there. "Oh, Trevor Lawrence sucks. Well, he sucks at number 7.
Joey, by the way, did you check that audio? Is that capable, Joey? Is that audio capable to be played on air?
Well, after I doctored it up, it is.
Okay.
T-Law's overrated. T-Law was a horrible pick. T-Law can't even play in the NFL.
We can fire it.
Okay.
Your mom can't play in the NFL.
We're
Yeah,
gonna
right. She can't.
we're gonna play this.
Because no woman ever has.
This is from Total Pro Sports is where we first saw it. somebody trying to send a message to Trevor Lawrence, I believe on Instagram.
Yeah, like a DM, like a voice memo.
And this is what he sent along, Mike, so you'll enjoy this.
Sunshine. Sunshine. You hear me talking to you, boy. We're gonna knock your helmet off, boy. This ain't the movie, Remember the Titans, Sunshine. We gonna knock your helmet off, boy. 1, 2, Parsons coming for you. 3, 4, better lock your door. We coming for your ass, boy. We coming for you. Don't be scared now. We coming for you. We coming for you, boy.
He plays for the Jets?
Somebody needs to fix that smoke detector.
No, this is just a fan.
Oh.
Oh, that was a fan?
I believe so.
Oh,
I am excited about
that's your smoke detector.
tomorrow night.
Safety first.
I'll be baking cookies, Christmas cookies, and I'll be watching T-Law destroy
Oh, yeah, this
the
was
Jets.
a Cowboys fan leading into the game, trying to intimidate.
In your face, Cowboy fans.
Hey! I
Justin
didn't
Fields
antagonize
is
you.
number 9.
Wow, he is?
Yeah.
Where's Dak then?
Guess.
11.
Guess again.
13.
10.
Guess again.
He's 10.
16.
No, Gino's 10. We already named the top 10.
Sorry, I wasn't listening.
He is 15. He is right ahead of Daniel Jones.
Justin Fields is 9 and Dak is 15.
Is it
And
because
he's
of the-
right, he's right
thrown-
behind Tua T, Jared Goff, Aaron Rodgers, and the Brian Purdy's possible son. Brock Purdy is number 11.
I feel like we've dispelled
We
that.
talked to Brian Purdy. He's pretty sure it's not his son.
Uh-huh.
So
No, he's not pretty sure. He's
He's pretty sure.
It's
Dak is number 15.
That's
Are you kidding
stupid.
me?
I think
Dak's
that's
the best
absurd.
quarterback in the NFL.
No, I'm not saying that, but surely he's not one spot better than Daniel Jones.
Should
Where
be
would-
Trevor Lawrence and then Dak.
Trevor Lawrence is 8 spots better. Are you kidding? I mean, Dak
I
is.
disagree with that.
Dak
Where's
is great.
Deshaun at?
Number 20. I wrote him down because I knew you'd ask that question.
Yes. We're moving up.
Yeah.
Daniel Jones is
Super
about to
Bowl.
get $43 million a
Fully
year.
guaranteed, no matter what he does off the field.
He needs to break his leg first.
Oh, you're talking about Dak. I was talking about
Oh.
Deshaun Watson. Dak's fine off the field. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The
How do you
Fan.
know?
Coming up the hell are you doing, Mike? Coming up next, college football on a Wednesday. Bowl season has begun, and TCU prepares to say goodbye to the Maxaw. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
It has the entire sports world locked in.
Jerry Jones. inside handoff. Throw it in the back of the end zone. Touchdown catch made by the tight end, Jared Wiley.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. TCU getting ready.
Let's go Horned Frogs!
Getting ready for the college football playoff where they will no doubt destroy Michigan. Oh, hey, Derek. Just kidding. Didn't see you there. By the way.
I wasn't listening.
What are you, Derek? Are you yellow?
I'm not yellow. I'm maize.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Corn.
Maize.
Corn's not from Michigan.
Maize.
Is it not?
I think it's from where they play that baseball game.
Iowa?
Yeah.
Iowa. Field of Dreams.
Or
Maxaw Duggan announced.
it's not even edible.
Do you say Des Moines
It's
or
not
Des
even
Moines?
edible corn. They ate it, and it was like for animals or something.
Do you say
What
Des
are
Moines
you
or
saying
Des
right
Moines?
now?
The corn's not edible for humans.
From where?
Iowa.
You're telling me all corn in Iowa is inedible for humans?
Well, in that field it is.
Okay. So you learn something new if you choose to believe that every single day.
100%. You can believe that corn is not for humans.
Okay.
It's for other things.
So Max Duggan did in fact announce that he is going to the NFL draft. We talked about this a couple days ago, but if you missed it, Bijan Robinson, the elite running back from Texas, also going to the NFL draft. And then for TCU, Sonny Dykes was named the Associated Press Coach of the Year.
Yes.
Which leads us...
Take that, SMU.
Yeah, well, we can get to SMU in a second if you like. Which leads us into December 31st, the Fiesta Bowl, TCU, Michigan. Michigan is currently a 7.5-point favorite going into that game. Derek, will you be at that game, and how are you feeling about the game?
Yes, I will be there. So any of the TCU fans that are out there, I will be looking to tailgate, have a good time with you guys until the game starts, and then I'm going to be a jerk because I've got Michigan winning that game. They win by 7.
Ooh, so
do not cover.
So you're betting on TCU.
No, I'm still, no matter what, I'm going with Michigan. I always go with my heart, no matter what. I don't care what the spread is, I will go there. I love my team, and that makes it that much better for me to cheer for them and win at the same time.
If you were to play Ohio State again or play TCU, what would be the better, I don't want to say better game. What's the easier matchup for Michigan? I'm not trying, I don't want you to take shots at TCU.
To be honest, there's not. There really isn't because...
You destroyed Ohio State at Ohio State.
Correct. And the thing is, that's a redemption now. So that's going to change too. So you already saw when a team plays against another team again in college so far this year, which was Kansas State and TCU, look what happened.
Yeah.
So that, I think it would be a good game. I think the viewers, you're going to get more viewership from the Ohio State-Michigan game again as a rematch. But I also think you're also going to get a lot of viewers for the rematch of Michigan-Georgia. So I don't know. But the thing that worries me is TCU's defenses, they don't really have a defense. It's Big 12 football. That's just how it is. It's all high scoring. They're going to put up points. I think I liked what we talked about in the podcast yesterday, my podcast. TCU, I think, is going to score first. They're going to try to just shut us up real quick and score a touchdown. Their quarterback is a Heisman candidate, but so was Stroud. So to sit here and say,
And Stroud is better.
Stroud, yeah, and I mean, okay, there we go. I just want to make sure, but I just think that TCU is a very good football team. I just think they're not going to be able to. You're going up against an actual defense now, and Michigan did a great job of being able to contain Stroud, who is an unbelievable quarterback at the college level. He was able to move the ball around against everybody else except for Michigan. But also, you looked at the strength of schedule. TCU has the best strength of schedule out of all 4 teams that are in there. That's the one thing that stands out, too. So to sit here and say, well, Ohio State was so good. They were good, but they never really played anybody. Michigan was their best test. Same thing for Michigan. Like, as much as I love Michigan, who have we really beat?
Not a murderer's row of opponents.
We haven't really beat
that.
anybody. I mean, we beat MacArthur High School, whatever. Like, you haven't played anybody.
Right.
So
burn Irving, kids.
No.
There's a nice golf course, though, near their high school.
Yeah, Mike's played on it with me.
Oh, you guys are so fancy.
He's so funny to play
You
golf
gonna play
with.
golf with us?
Isn't it like freezing cold?
Just a little bit. I got heaters.
We'll play in perfect weather just for you.
Okay. Then I don't have an excuse to pass. I do. Man, you called my bluff
That would
on
be
that
such a
pretty
punishment
quick.
for you if you lose something. You have to go
That
You
would
had to
be
play golf on a Saturday, on a beautiful Saturday day
gosh.
where the course
Not
is
playing golf on
packed,
Saturdays.
and you have a 6.5 hour golf day.
6.5 hours?
Or you bring baby Noah and
On a
you know.
Saturday.
Oh, there's
on a
no,
Saturday,
I don't want to take him anywhere besides a house for 6.5 hours.
on a Saturday at 75 degrees.
It's hard to move.
It's you just
You're gonna
sit
get
there.
jam packed.
That sounds
out there.
awful.
But I got Michigan winning that game and
By
playing
7.
against Georgia by 7.
Now, I want to thank Carter Freeman, our
Thanks, Carter.
video technician extraordinaire, because he actually does a lot more than that. He sent us some names for the all-name team. Now, who's the person who helped you out with the pest control, with the moths and stuff?
Solid punches.
Solid punches.
What a name.
So here's a couple more additions to that, because it is early signing day. Is Rowdy Beers committed to Florida International, and then Dude Person.
Oh,
No
yeah.
way.
No, not the trick shot. Dude Person.
Luka just visited them.
Committed to Central Arkansas. So Dude Person going to Central Arkansas, and Rowdy Beers going to Florida International. There's some fun times happening
How
out
do you
there.
name your kid Dude Person? Well, I mean, your last name's Person, but how do you?
Well, that's
Let's
pretty
just call him
popular.
Dude.
That's a good YouTube channel. They timed Luka. It takes him 7 seconds after he makes a layup and falls down to get up off the ground.
Hold on.
It's pretty dude.
Is that
perfect.
for real? That's Dude Perfect right there.
I don't feel like that would have been the crux of that video, but
It does
maybe,
take him a while. It's
maybe
kind of
that-
like watching Shaq fall down in slow motion.
Yeah. And it takes him 7 seconds to get the ball across half court.
Who falls
That's
slower,
tomorrow.
Shaq or Luka?
Who what?
Falls slower.
It's funny because y'all were looking right at each other.
Yeah, I know.
You were like, I have no
Are
idea.
you listening?
What?
I am listening to myself.
I think Luka, it just matters, right? Fat Shaq, we got ourselves a little bit of a competition.
Mm-hmm.
But that was probably 2002 when he became Fat Shaq.
Oh.
So 2001 and before. Yeah, I mean, he was still like,
Yeah.
I mean, in the documentary, it quotes Kobe saying, you know, I don't want to listen to that fat ass. When he becomes in shape and stuff, maybe I'll listen to him.
It just sucks to watch. Like Luka is unbelievable. But man, it does suck. If he doesn't get a call, he like stays back, and it's like he watches everything just take off down to the other end of the court, and then it's like, oh, okay, now I gotta go.
Or like when he points as he gets up, he's like, hey, pick up all 5 guys. I'm just going to no, stop pointing and sprint. It takes you, I'm honest to God, buddy, it takes you like 4 seconds at most to sprint to get back to the free throw line to pick somebody up. He's like, don't want to.
I'm gonna try to time him tonight.
Oh, he's like, you think Luka's hurt? No, he's never hurt. He fakes every injury he's ever had.
It does scare me sometimes because he does pull the soccer injury out there.
And you're like, oh, is he really hurt? No, I don't believe you anymore. All right, college football.
That you're fine. College football. I do have a political nugget that is hopefully
Joe Biden?
It's bipartisan.
Joseph Biden.
Is
so Democrat bipartisan.
Still lost.
No, that is not what bipartisan means. Is Andre Carter for a minute looked like his feel-good story was going to end with him not being able to go directly into the NFL. He plays for Army, and Mel Kiper had him number 22 on his board. Army has only had 2 players drafted since 1969 and has not had a first-round draft pick since 1947. But there's been a lot of stuff getting passed, and one of the kind of notes in there was that athletes would no longer be able to defer service to go play professional sports. Luckily, they added a provision that said as long as you didn't enroll in the last year, you can still have the opportunity to defer to go play sports. But after that, they're doing away with that for now.
It's interesting because when you say Army, then I'm thinking, oh, well, I mean, we all know Roger Staubach's the greatest player from Navy. David Robinson's the greatest basketball player from Navy. Like, there's they do have 2 Hall of Famers. I'm like, who has been good that's played at Army? I know they've had decent teams at times, and they were probably good before we were born.
Yeah,
but
you'd have to go in the way back, and I will have to go do some research on that because honestly, I have no.
Because you were naming
clue.
like 1969. I'm like, I
in
don't know.
1947 is the last time they had a first-round draft pick.
And that was when they just asked people to play.
Yeah.
It wasn't really draft. They just called people like, do you want to play football? They're like, how much are you going to pay me? We're going to pay you $5,000. Like, I went to the Army. I'd rather do that.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you're probably right about that. So ESPN's got some stuff to work on. They were trying to hype up the South Dakota State, Montana State FCS semifinal. And instead of showing clips of South Dakota State, they showed highlights of San Diego State to go ahead and hype up that game.
Kawhi Leonard.
No, football highlights. Yes, they use old throwback clips of Kawhi Leonard. And
Marshall
like,
Faulk.
That guy's going to be. No, it wasn't that far back. It was contemporary San Diego State. Man, that is an incredible 1-2 punch right there. Like, I'm sure there are other great San Diego State athletes, but Kawhi Leonard and Marshall Faulk, that's pretty dang good right there.
Yeah, thank you.
Man, I really want to, we should do that as a segment. The colleges that you don't think of for athletic greatness that have the best 1-2 punches, because Navy's got Roger Staubach and David Robinson. San Diego State is
Eric Dickerson, John Konkite.
Konkak?
Konkak.
Oh, my God. All right. We might not do that segment. We
He
will
played
see.
for the Hawks.
No, yes. I know who
The Mavericks
he
probably
is.
really wanted him. They loved white players back then.
God, and maybe still now.
Ooh, blob.
Do you want to go into the no joke zone? I realize you're not in a no joke state of mind at this
If
moment.
I say no, what are you going to do? Not say it on the air?
I'll talk about Frank Gore Jr. Frank Gore Jr. set they say football bowl subdivision, but you know it and I know it, real Division I football. He set the bowl record by running for 329 yards as Southern Miss defeated Rice 38-24 in the Lending Tree Bowl.
All right.
Auntie
That's cool.
Chill.
That's right.
That's where Brett Favre's from.
Now, no joke zone.
All right. I'll
Really?
be
He
quiet.
did say he was going to be better than his dad. Watch out.
Okay, so
But
he can
that's-
stay in the league for 40 years and
Hey, Hall of
be
Famer.
solid. No, he's not. We'll get into that discussion later. Is Mississippi State held their memorial yesterday for Mike Leach. And I don't know if you saw it. Gardner Minshew even spoke. He had a tremendous bit of insight that Mike Leach gave him. And they held the memorial. The SEC commissioner was there. Bob Stoops was there. Lincoln Riley was there. And they all eulogized Mike Leach. And obviously very, very sad passing away. But it's always nice to see how much he meant to so many different people. So rest in peace, Mike Leach. And I'm glad that he got a very nice send-off right there. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Michael Jenkins helping you.
No matter the size, from start to finish, Buyers Barricades, the Texas authority in barricade rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Do you want to take it?
No, not yet. It's not time.
Okay. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Fantastic, boys and girls.
Oh,
Fantastic.
look who's back,
baby!
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Mike.
I heard Dawson said your wife's pregnant again?
No.
Yeah, you're expecting twins?
No. Scientifically, I don't think it can happen that way. But if anybody would defeat the logic of science, I think it might be me and my wife. I'm like trying not to high five her and things because weird stuff happens. But right now, yeah, baby's here, healthy, all good. Wife is not pregnant for the moment, but it's like a minute-to-minute thing here.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Everybody
Thank
healthy?
you. Everybody's healthy.
Happy?
Happy. And going crazy.
Tired?
Simultaneously.
Do
Yes.
Italians do like a
What?
betting ceremony after birth?
A betting?
Yeah. Like that was a thing in Game of Thrones.
BEDD or TT? I'm confused.
Yeah, how much
are we
are you
gambling
putting down
or?
on Thursday Night
All
Football?
right. Yeah.
Patrick's got to get his notebook out.
I've been
Here
up
we
late
go.
chasing.
Yeah, like
feeding the baby.
I got odds on like, did you have, you have to like consummate the thing.
Oh my God. Good luck trying to
number
pull
3.
that off.
No, I have not yet. We have not done that yet, and hopefully this is the last baby.
Speaking of
Circumcised?
betting, I'd like to be
Girl.
known that I did pay Dutch off with the Michigan Purdue bet.
Oh, there it is.
It's in the hands.
Yeah.
Almost missed the deadline where there was going to be some interest involved.
No,
Oh,
I mean,
there
I
you go.
was
I
worried
wouldn't have
about.
done
I was
it,
worried about him showing up at the place and breaking one of my legs.
I'm
for
not.
sure.
He's got guys for that.
And,
not here enough.
But yeah, all it took was like, and this is why I hate Harbaugh as a coach at Michigan, because he had a chance to kneel the ball and
Yeah,
not
he
go
did.
for. He really did, and he's like, nah, Purdue.
He drinks way
Broadus
too
has
much.
got money on this. My man
milk.
Derek
Way too
Collins
much
got
already
money.
talked to him. T-Wayne
Nah,
stakes
he's
for
getting the Michigan fan the money.
He's no coward.
What are you thinking, Broadus? 7.5. TCU plus 7.5.
Man, don't.
Best covering team in the country. My
Amen.
money's on
Yeah.
TCU.
I said Michigan wins, but they don't cover. They win by 7.
I like it.
Because that's how I see it. I
I'll
feel
bet
like
you-
it's going to be a
What's your
closer
running
game.
back situation looking like now?
Donovan Edwards is the guy.
He's the best.
He's gonna
Corum
be
is
the-
out. He just
Corum's
had
out.
surgery.
Okay.
Edwards
But
is stud.
Donovan's past three games, I think it is.
Yeah.
He's rushed for over 200 yards
Yeah.
Every game or total?
every game.
Every game. The Joe Moore Award, which is given to the best offensive line in the country, Michigan's won it back to back.
Yeah.
I heard they're
They-
changing
they-
that to the J. Moore Award.
Going back
I don't know
to
if you
back.
guys saw that
$50
news.
bucks. You can take TCU or Michigan on the
He ain't
7.5
pulling- he ain't
line.
pulling
No.
against
I'm
Michigan.
staying with Michigan.
odd
He ain't
reference.
pulling against Michigan.
If you would like a chance at
Two
your
people
money
got
again,
No, man, you're good. Take my 100 and go on with your life, man.
I'll bet you $50. I'll take TCU plus 7.5.
okay, I will take Michigan.
He's got house
That's
money in
how
his
it works.
pocket
Yeah.
right now.
Well, I mean, no, I already owe him money too.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Everybody
what
does except Wolchuk.
Who had the
right?
bad weekend?
and
Wolchuk have a bad weekend?
I was over 3.
Yeah, but he's still up $20. Wolchuk's up $20.
Great. I'm never betting again.
Now, since we've
I'm
turned
gonna
our
start
attention
texting
to
in so I can be
you,
a part of
Wolchuk
that.
cashes out.
if y'all are watching on the stream on the Twitch right now,
Baruch
we're
Attai Nai.
are we on the 4th day of Hanukkah?
4th day, yes.
Is there a name
Okay.
for that? Or
No,
is it
just
the
day
4th
4.
day?
So we're
Okay.
past the partridge in a pear tree.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Are you
Two
supposed
turtle
to say
doves.
We're
that?
going to get some geese tomorrow. That's the 5th day extravaganza.
Nice.
Is it gonna be like The Office? You're just gonna start bringing in each day a different thing and
Yeah,
just let
probably.
it run around.
Absolutely.
Just keep
Not a
bringing
bad
these
idea.
yarmulkes, bro.
Oh.
You've been to Jerusalem, right?
I have.
I remember
When I was
that
interning with you.
He
That's
did.
literally how I got this
You've
damn
been
job.
to Newark.
He nared his entire body
I knew him.
because
I
he was
think
going to the
he went on
beaches
this
there.
trip. So
You've been to the Wailing Wall.
have you been to
Yeah, no, I touched the wall.
He's like speaking
Use a
it into
scroll.
I did.
Mike is
I did.
going quick and then hitting the brakes.
So
He
is
was
that-
leaking confidence on where Jerusalem, what is Jerusalem, is it Jerusalem?
Did I get the right place in the history here?
Did you enjoy
Not a
that?
geography guy.
Did you enjoy?
I enjoyed that trip. Yeah, it was fun. I went with my sister. We went on Birthright. Now it's crazy because you go with like 30 different people.
I'm sorry. Can you explain when you said you went on Birthright?
Yeah, so you
Is that like birth control?
no, if you're
He was with his sister.
if you're
Come on,
if you're
dude.
if you're
That's birth
Jewish,
control.
you have I think it's until 25 years old you can apply through like Jewish services. It's like through New York. And basically, all you have to do is fly to New York. If you live in New York, it's much easier. And they essentially pay for your entire trip to go to Israel for free. It's like a 10-day thing. You go with a group of people.
You nair your body. You get ready for the beach.
Bassick has figured out how to get the family involved now.
Yeah.
Bassick's like,
And it was awesome.
I'm wearing a yarmulke. Does this count?
We're all wearing yarmulkes.
Yeah, we all got them on.
I brought my yarmulke bag. I've got the menorah. Hagee wanted this.
Yeah.
And I'm going to flip this around because my mom said this needs to be on the right side.
Day 4, right? Day 4?
Day 4. And Hagee was like, let's light.
all right, the candle, the lighter candle, it's got a special name, right?
Yes, the shamash.
Shamash, okay.
And does the order of the candle matter in terms of where you start
So
lighting?
we're going to go on the right. So I'm going to go
Shamash.
We light left to right.
Incorporated, like Laverne
No,
Shirley.
we should be making these jokes.
The lead candle is going to light all of the others.
Okay, so we start in the middle.
I'll start with this candle, and we'll use that to light the others. The shamash.
Outstanding.
Yeah,
okay.
this is the.
Yeah.
Is there a
You should
reason?
have lit it by the microphone.
Is there a reason?
That's the
that
Micah Parson candle, lighting them all.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. I gave you the light.
And by the way, somebody just asked, not practicing, still illness.
Here we go. Here's the next one.
Ooh, number 2. Bam.
We're supposed to be saying prayers here, aren't we?
I'll say the prayer when we're done.
All
Yeah.
right. Baruch atah Elonai.
Don't worry.
Is it in
Isn't
English?
isn't that the?
Is it usually leader of the household that's lighting this thing, Wolchuk?
It's not Wolchuk.
no,
Obviously, he's
it's
shaking
not
like a
It's
friggin'
usually
like he's.
my mother that does this.
Okay, so the leader.
Thank
the
God.
lady.
You're kind of a shaky guy.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher kadishanu b'mitzvotav v'tzivanu l'chadlik ner shel Hanukkah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm in a chair. Come on.
Yeah. Hey, if Wolchuk got married now on soda and you lift him up in that chair, it'd be a lot easier.
Oh, it
A
works.
lot
What
easier.
does that mean in English? Do you know what it translates to? What you said?
You know what?
You crushed that, bro.
It basically just
He
translates
stunk at his bar
to,
mitzvah, though.
Thank you for giving us the light to light the Hanukkah candles. Seriously, though, it
And
does.
is every day of Hanukkah the same prayer?
Yes, same prayer every day.
Different items.
and do they all hold the same? I guess like importance. Is there a hierarchy of days? Like first and last day is the most important? Or?
No, they all hold I think the last day is the best because you get the whole menorah lit and it looks pretty badass.
Looks lit.
But otherwise, it does.
It
It's
is lit.
Oh, it's lit.
It's lit.
But otherwise, no. I mean, it's the miracle of light.
Okay, man. Sandy Koufax, best Jewish athlete.
I think so.
Does that mean Thomas Edison is the most respected inventor?
Thomas Edison Jewish?
Did Adam Sandler
Well, he
have the
invented
best
He a
Jewish
fraud,
song
though.
ever
Light
made?
bulb. Is he?
Could be.
Are they all frauds?
No, I'm just saying.
Starting to
didn't-
discover that maybe
didn't Thomas
everybody
Edison
is.
like steal all that stuff from his like patent clerk or
I've
his
heard-
assistant? Or
I've heard
whatever?
some sketchiness about
Yeah.
Thomas Edison.
Wow.
But I'm sure if
with
we-
the
if we-
elephants and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we were to do a deep dive into a lot of historical figures, we
That's a
would
great
find
point,
something.
especially from that time. I don't feel like anybody comes out clean.
No.
Well, I saw that Ian Kinsler, Scott Feldman, and Ryan Braun were all Jewish players of the year one time. Different years, obviously.
Yes.
Who's coaching Israel's baseball team in the World Classic? It's somebody we know. It's like
I thought Kinsler was getting
is
involved
Kinsler
with it.
coach?
Kinsler, I think, was getting involved.
I know
with
he was
that.
getting involved with it, but I don't know.
I think he wants to
I
coach the
do love
U.S.
Kinsler.
team. I think he was talking about that. Someone was mentioning that earlier.
Is Kinsler a leader of men though?
Yeah.
Oh, he
Heck
knows.
yeah, he is.
Derek knows.
Yeah, he was a great clubhouse guy.
Go
And then He said
dominate.
he hoped we go 0-162. When he left.
Thank you.
That's
Thank
what
you
we-
for remembering.
That's what we all feel like. He just said it.
Yeah.
You're that way with the Mavs now, right?
I was just about to
I
say
do
that.
think if they
100%.
do lose out, that
It
would
is
be
Ian
the best thing
Kinsler.
for the
He's
organization.
coaching the Israel national baseball team.
Mike, do you guys, Derek, since you're a season ticket, Derek,
He's
do you know
no
anything
Bojan.
about Finney Smith? Have you heard anything?
It's not looking good. I could say we're probably going to miss him for a few weeks.
Did you get that in the newsletter?
That's what I think is there's a season ticket newsletter or that they operate it like Elon and they're like send it out and they're like thumbs up or thumbs down to this trade. And they're like, ooh, got to let me know in 5 minutes. We're sending it to Woj. And they're like thumbs down. It's like, oh, that's why we didn't trade for Zach LaVine.
Derek just is
I just got a
confirming.
text.
Yeah,
You sent back a thumbs
figured
down
that.
emoji.
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's not
Dang it.
looking good.
Not looking
Now I can
good.
play.
you know.
Oh, yeah.
You said
But
pass
I'm
on
not
it.
in support of this.
Okay, so that goes with now what clearly we know where Mike stands on this, but how do you guys feel now with okay, we don't have anybody out there helping Luka. What's the best solution we should do now?
Mike's right about that whole thing. The best
Tank
shot.
it.
The best shot you have is trying to go get somebody in the top of that lottery if you can.
Yeah.
I mean that's the
Arkansas kids.
But do you try to go pick
Victor.
up somebody now? You have
You were
multiple
talking-
injuries.
I know, but you were talking about treading water for a little bit. I don't know how the West to me looks just too strong.
I think
even
somebody
still
wants
in it,
those
though.
second round picks, baby.
I know. We traded most of those too.
Yeah.
I do think like Sean Heath. I do know that he listens to the station. Loves Sean Heath. I think he's
I do love Sean.
I'd
Does
rather
he love you?
He would. What's that?
Does Sean Heath love you?
No,
probably not.
Because I believe in the draft. He does not believe in the draft. I would say that even if you give that pick to the Knicks. Let's just say it's the 11th pick. It goes to the Knicks. It's the 10th pick. You have to keep it. I do want the 10th pick. I'd still rather have the 10th pick than not have it. He'd be like, well, now you can give up all these picks and you can trade for all these superstars. It never works for the Mavs. You still have to give other prospects along with the picks at times. So I'm just look, the only way I think you're going to get another superstar with Luka is to draft that other superstar. And you're limited in time because I do like the Tim McMahon report of like you have this year and maybe 2 more. And at that point, if you haven't put yourself into Milwaukee, Boston, Memphis kind of status, Luka's going to be like, I'm leaving. Yeah. So now deal with that.
All right, Derek, it's your time to shine.
So what do you guys got on the show for us tonight?
Oh, pure gold as always. So much, Derek. Yes. Thank you for asking. We've got Krusty's Corner at 2:40. Always love that. Eric has a story for us at 3:20, and Michael Lombardi at 4. And don't forget Tank Lawrence at 4:45-ish.
All right, love it, man. That is a stacked G-Vag Nation. Roll
be
home
sexual.
with
That's
them.
pure gold as always.
There you go. We've been the
Thanks,
KNC
Aggie.
Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 through the Fan.
Say good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Commercial-free fellowship. Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Hour number one of the G-Bag Nation. Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo back in the building. Baby number 3. Oh, I can't wait to hear all about it. We got Lucius Alexander, Carter Freeman doing your video for you. If you watched, we did the Hanukkah lighting ceremony. It was beautiful. Appreciate everybody that participated in that. For the Tolos, turn it on and leave it on, listeners. Hopefully that was eventful for you. Let us know, what are your holiday traditions and what are you doing to get ready for this Arctic storm we got blowing in here? 877-881-1053 on the truckwreck.com text line. Appreciate you watching us on Twitch and on YouTube as well as we continue to get you ready for Cowboys, Eagles, Christmas Eve this Sunday on your home of the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan. Brian Broaddus, you, sir, have been able to hear and get a little bit more info on Jalen Hurts and what he's dealing with that shoulder injury.
Yeah, it seems like it's probably a little bit more severe than it really maybe what the Eagles are leading on to. So, we'll see. I'm talking to some people. People mention the word AC joints and stuff like that with Hurts. So let's see. Nick Sirianni was talking about that his quarterback had the ability to regenerate parts like Wolverine. Kind of made him sound like that guy. But there's definitely some concern going on, with the Philadelphia Eagles, and maybe that injury might be a little bit more severe than it is.
Well, I would not anticipate Jalen Hurts to be playing in this game. I think we're all feeling that way, but Gardner Minshew.
When the line went from like 1.5 to 6 or whatever, it was like, okay, I think we all got a pretty good idea of what's happening here. This is a beautiful window. This is the thing that was needed. The Cowboys have pieces falling apart all over the place. Now the Eagles dealing with a little something. I know Dallas Goedert, okay, but he's coming back. This is something that can really short circuit a season here. If you're Philadelphia, you're flying high all season long, losing one game, you find a way to beat everybody else. This is one of those things that could, I think, derail you.
It could. And we haven't gotten to talk to you, Eric, since the Jacksonville game, but where's your confidence meter at with this Cowboys team, specifically the defense? We haven't seen the defense get shredded like that, giving up 500-plus yards of total offense to Trevor Lawrence. And Trevor Lawrence is playing good football, but the lack of pass rush here lately,
I know.
This is kind of a situation where even without Jalen Hurts, Gardner Minshew's a capable player. It's certainly a downgrade, but it's not like you're thinking, oh my gosh, the Cowboys are now going to get an easy win.
No, for sure. Definitely not going to get an easy win here. And the defense they are suffering from a lot of injuries right now. The season has taken its toll on the defense, and so you're starting to see that play out. Kelvin Joseph, they're picking on you, bro. Nashawn Wright, they're going to pick on you as well. And the run defense hasn't been great all year. You stopped it with Hankins, and now he's out, so that's suffering. And there's a conversation to be had about Leighton Vander Esch, thanks to Nate Tyson, a study that he's done.
Oh, it's incredible.
And I'll look at that later in the show. But like the importance of Leighton Vander Esch to this defense is almost much smaller sample size, but you get that Sean Lee vibe of like, I know he's not as good as Sean Lee, but the effect of when he's not on the field is tremendous in terms of how much this defense gets run on in particular. When you look at some of these metrics and you look at the difference, okay, when he's on, when he's off, they're a much better defense when Vander Esch is playing. So you get him banged up, and they're all the window dressing that the Jags busted out on them. Like every play that they had that was big, it was like they had a guy speeding in motion one way or another. They got misdirection. These linebackers lose their eyes, their gaps, and things become problematic. The pass rush had struggled coming into on Sunday.
Sure.
Like we talked about it in the pregame show, brought us like, where are we at with this pass rush? No time to panic, really. And it wasn't going to be a good matchup with the pass rush either when you think about the idea that Trevor Lawrence is one of these guys that gets the ball out so fast. So they're definitely, the pressure's on them, though. Front four to get the pressure. Like it's on them because now that you got the injuries to Van Der Esch, you got the injuries in the back end. It's like you have to lean on the pass rush, so they better come back. But they've been gone since that Colts game.
Yeah, it's the one thing that this Cowboys defense has been able to hang their hat on is that pass rush and their ability to cover on the back end and then give the rush that little bit of an extra time. They've been doing it with 4-man pressure. They've been doing it with twists and movement and stuff like that. So, you might be in a situation too, and like I say, I believe that Gardner Minshew is going to play in this game as a quarterback. That takes away a lot from the Eagles when you're starting to talk about that quarterback run is something. When I was studying the games, and we'll get into it 240 at Krusty's Corner, what I was seeing. But when you look at the Eagles and the way they use their quarterback, and I can understand why the guy's got some shoulder problems. The way they run him with the football, and the Bears got some really good shots on him in that game. Got driven into the ground one time, and you could see why he's probably dealing with that AC joint. But the Cowboys pass rush, they've got to somehow, some way find this. They've got to, whether it's, I know this week it might be more of maybe with Parsons having to play more linebacker in this game.
Yeah.
Because of what you're dealing with Van Der Esch. I felt like if the Cowboys had a normal week of practice in between, I think that Van Der Esch would probably be available for the Tennessee game. But with it being the short week, that's going to be a quick turnaround for him to have to deal with that. So, we're probably going to see Micah Parsons having to play a little bit more linebacker this week, and that means Fowler and Armstrong and others are going to have to come up with this pass rush.
A good text that came in from the 901, but what happens to the Cowboys' mentality if they lose to Philly and a backup quarterback?
Well, let's be honest. If you're a Cowboy fan, you should feel good that you almost won a game in Philadelphia with a backup quarterback. I know to me, it's kind of I feel like these rosters are pretty even when both are healthy. One roster is clearly not healthy, and that's your team. But mentality-wise, Philadelphia's played well all year. They beat Jacksonville and they beat Green Bay. Mm-hmm. You didn't beat those teams. Mm-hmm. That's the difference. They beat you, but that, if you want to be really honest, they did not lose to Green Bay. Nobody in the division other than you lost to Green Bay. And then the Jacksonville situation, what it is.
Yeah,
so
those
are the games. You shouldn't. But as a Cowboy fan, you should say, well, when we played them in Philadelphia, we almost, we had 3 turnovers and almost beat you. Came back in that game. So the mentality of it is that you need to. This is what I hope for the Cowboys. My hope is they find a way to win this game. I think it's going to be very difficult for them to win, even with Gardner Minshew playing quarterback. I think it's going to be difficult because their offensive line isn't banged up. The receivers aren't banged up.
Still a lot of talent.
The running game's not banged up. Their defense isn't banged up. You're playing now. You're going to be a little bit of a desperate team here, but you don't want to be the team that's leaking oil going into the playoffs.
Right. I feel the same way.
The teams that we're all talking about right now, or we're talking about the Giants, the Commanders, the Lions. We're talking about these teams that are fighting their ass off to get in the playoffs, and the teams you don't want to play. Those are the teams that tend to make a run in the look at the 49ers last year. They had to win games down the stretch to get into the playoffs, and then they end up in the NFC Championship game.
Yeah, like Mike McCarthy's talked about how he's made runs in the playoffs at a bunch of different seeds.
He won a Super Bowl with having to make a run.
Yeah, and that's his team's red hot going into the playoffs. You want to be playing your best football.
Right.
To your point, you don't want to be leaking oil and backpedaling into the postseason.
You don't. It's all about, well, do you want to rest guys? You want to do this? I'm like, you know what? You need to, number one, secure that 5th seed. You need to find a way to win one more game and secure that 5th seed. Now, if this information that we're going to start hearing about Jalen Hurts, and maybe he's not going to play against the Cowboys, maybe not play against the Saints, now it turns into a game against the Giants. The one thing is the Cowboys are playing teams that are fighting for playoff spots other than Philadelphia. Philadelphia, they're trying to win the division, so that's motivation for them. Mm-hmm. Tennessee's trying to win their division. The Commanders they're fighting to get in the playoffs, but the Saints, the Eagles are in the same boat. So if you win this game and then all of a sudden that Jalen Hurts news starts to materialize where, oh wait, they have to go beat the Saints who are trying to win the NFC South. That's a must win for them. And then also the Giants. I mean, the Giants are trying to get in the tournament or solidify a spot. They put themselves in a great position. So both teams are playing teams that are trying to get in the playoffs or trying to solidify spots. So, yeah, you can't just rest guys and hope that, okay, well, we're 10-7, and all of a sudden you fall below somebody, and now you got to go to somewhere other than that. That your one advantage you have is maybe going to playing somebody in the NFC South, whether it's New Orleans, Atlanta, Carolina, or Tampa Bay.
Yeah, got to lock that up. And it's all right in front of them. I mean, it's not like the playoffs are right now. You got basically 3 or 4 more weeks to get yourself together, get your wits about you, and head into the playoffs feeling like a badass.
But all right,
we're good.
Let me ask you guys this. And Amber Garcia at DallasCowboys.com asked me this question this morning. I think it's a really good one. Do you kind of feel like that the Cowboys defense is a little bit like what the Cowboys offense was last year in the second half of the season?
Oh, they got off hot, and then things got figured out.
That's
Get a couple injuries.
Yeah, it's trending that way a little bit right now.
Amber goes, do you feel like that this is just the reverse of last year?
Yeah, it's feeling like that. It is.
Maybe somebody's figured some things out. You're a little bit banged up. You can't do this, can't do that.
I think injuries are more of the reason why. As opposed to, a schematic. I have more faith in Dan Quinn than I do necessarily Kellen Moore to fix that and remedy that.
Right.
Like it's just less of a schematic issue, that teams have figured you out. I think it's more so an injury issue and your players are banged up.
Yeah.
I would agree with that. I would 100% agree with that.
You think teams have kind of figured out that if you run movement, motion.
Yes.
If you misdirection. The Cowboys' kryptonite on offense was what? The shell defense, cover 2, make Dak have to read.
The pre-snap motion clearly is causing hesitation. And that's something, to Eric's point, Mike Tyson, that Athletic article, he was talking about that. The Jags were using it.
Yeah.
And I mentioned, hey, that's something, if you play San Francisco in the postseason, you're going to see that with a Kyle Shanahan offense. We've seen that with Sean McVay when the Cowboys have had to play the Rams in the playoffs several years ago.
Gosh, 2018 playoffs, that was a disaster.
Right.
And that was like the birthing of, okay, this is the way these new age offenses are going to start presenting their plays before the snap. Now you get a lot of interesting stuff after the snap as well that throws things off, especially from a rushing attack standpoint. But yeah, all the motion stuff for sure is killing these guys. The screen game, that RPO stuff. And then I can, especially when you have some Kelvin Josephs out there defending, now I can really mitigate your pass rush by just getting the ball out quickly, and you don't have the guys. I mean, yeah, sure, I'm not going to throw at Diggs. That's fine, because I can have my way with whoever's playing on the other side. And it doesn't matter if it's Anthony Brown or Kelvin Joseph.
Yeah, you had guys like Jamal Agnew last week in that game.
Yeah,
50-something yards just on reverses and things. I mean, don't act like that the Philadelphia Eagles don't have a few guys that can run those things. But that's what teams are doing.
Sure.
They're taking advantage of how aggressive you are on defense.
Right, it's a copycat league. And until you prove you can stop it, other teams are going to keep doing that to you.
Yeah.
And it's a shame because for a good chunk of that game, they had, 10 points? They forced like a bunch of turnovers.
Yeah.
So, but the end of that game, it went haywire on you big time. And the Jaguars started to really find themselves on, okay, this is working. And I think not having Van Der Esch was a huge thing.
It's immense.
And it's weird because it's like I don't watch him and I'm not overly wowed by him. I know he's had a much better season, kind of a resurgent season, but it's not like you're going, holy smokes, we got a Micah Parsons linebacker here and we're screwed without him. But what the trickle effect of him not being there, and now I have to trust Anthony Barr. Now I have to trust Damone Clark to see things quickly and properly.
It showcases the lack of depth.
Yeah, and then you compound that with no Jonathan Hankins on a D-line that's already struggled stopping the run and can't set an edge worth a bleep, and so now we're in a world of trouble.
Well, this is the one guy with Van Der Esch that doesn't let the eye candy stuff fool him. He's
took him some years, but he got there.
He's the one guy that does play with the awareness and he understands. And instead of it being like a 12-yard gain, that maybe is a 3-yard gain.
Yeah, maybe
it's a 4-yard gain. But his ability to read, diagnose, and get there, I think that's something that they really, really missed in this game.
I agree 100%. Congratulations to all the early National Signing Day players here in the state of Texas. You had Arch Manning, who officially signed with UT today, as he will officially be a Texas Longhorn. Jason Kidd has been fined $25,000 by the NBA. That was made official as he came onto the court and was cursing at the refs during the game against the T-Wolves. Mavs will be back in action tonight against Minnesota. That will be a 7 o'clock tip. And very quickly, Brian, I think we might have found the guy that can go to Luka and say, dude, you need to shut the bleep up.
Who do you got?
It might be assistant Greg St. Jean, as there was a brilliant article by Callie Kaplan in the Morning News today talking about the relationship between Greg St. Jean and Luka. You know, St. Jean followed Jason Kidd over to the Mavericks from the Lakers, and he was working with LeBron James. And, you know, he worked with LeBron getting that bubble championship, and Callie Kaplan, you know, wrote about it saying, quote, LeBron's biggest thing is respect. And any of the great players that want to be coached, said St. Jean, that's kind of been Luka and I's relationship too. We've seen some high stakes moments together where we've built a trust together that I'm not always going to be right, but more times than not, he believes in me and I always believe in him. And I think they've got that kind of rapport where if there's somebody on the Mavericks that can go up and Luka's going to say, okay, I trust and I believe in you and I'll take this constructive criticism, it's that assistant coach right there.
Yeah, I'm totally. They do. They'll hopefully they will figure things out. What they're dealing with is a lot of injuries over there right now.
They're banged up, man.
They are really banged up. And like you with Derek Holland was talking about, I mean, I was hearing some of the same things about Dory Finney-Smith not being available probably for several weeks out there. So
and Maxi Kleber had surgery yesterday.
Yeah, that who knows when that one's going to
see how the Mavs look tonight against Minnesota. All right, talking basketball. Why don't we get into a little rim sesh, Eric? Featuring Jimmy Butler and the Cricket. That's next on The Fan.
But first, it is Miller time here in the DFW. Football. Josh, as we are under 8 minutes away from today's G-Bag of the day, welcome into the G-Bag Nation, ladies and gentlemen. Segment's brought to you by Soda, state-of-the-art weight loss. I'm looking at what Soda can do for you as I stare across into the lovely, lovely eyeballs of Zach Wolchuk, looking svelte, looking incredible, looking showered, fresh, and shaved for tonight's Baby Dolls extravaganza, 7 to 9. 10250 Shady Trail, Wolchuk. That's where we can find you. And all the other Tolos that want to come have a nice holiday celebration with some of the finest women in DFW. Is that correct?
Yep. We're going to have free barbecue all day. They'll have tremendous drink specials. And as Eric mentioned, 175 of the hottest women.
Is there a dress code over there?
No.
Oh, there's
trust
not?
me, I've seen people.
I was just wondering if you look like you're going to softball practice today.
Well,
I thought maybe you're.
Yeah. Well,
you're saying you're calling out Wolchuk for half-assing it tonight? Is that what you're doing?
Sometimes I've not half-assed it.
Does he kind of look like a monk in that hoodie? Has he got a little monk look about it?
Well, it's like a skin color. Like at first glance, you think, is he shirtless right now?
Yeah,
that's what I was going for.
Yeah,
which might be the vibe.
How's the back, by the way?
Yes, I've been meaning to ask you about
it's
that.
Getting better, but I can't see it. So
does it hurt?
No, it doesn't hurt. It does itch from time to time, but I can't look at it, which has always been a good thing.
Would you do it again as a bet payoff?
No.
Certainly not.
I think we're done with the waxing.
I got to figure out what I'm doing, by the way, for the bet payoff.
Yeah.
Because thank God Minnesota came back in epic historical fashion.
That's a
thanks to the incompetence of Jeff Saturday and Matt Ryan and company.
Thankfully for you, we were I was really excited.
You guys wanted the double bet payoff. So I'll have to figure out maybe Friday what it is.
Yeah, definitely do it Friday.
Have to do.
I'm going to be hosting with Kevin.
With Hagee.
So I'm going to jump on to KNC.
Maybe crosstalk, you can do it.
Yeah.
So,
well, I'm trying to decide if I want to do like the milk me. Like, do I want to do a full gallon of milk throughout an entire show?
Oh, that'd be
hilarious.
hilarious.
Is that something that would be fun? It wouldn't be fun for me. I can assure you that. But
I'd
that's
get
not really
sick
the point
watching
here.
you do that.
Yeah, so will I. I'll get sick doing that.
Is that going to be worse for Brian?
Potentially. If I know that Broadus is going to yak, I'll do it just because I think that's the right move for the people.
Yakety yak, don't hold back.
And I was going to do the two-face where you just remove half of the hair on one side of your face.
But you don't want to because we're going to be at AT&T Stadium.
We have Christmas Eve at AT&T Stadium, so I don't know what to do.
But
from
you'll
that
be
standpoint.
inside by yourself because you're not going to do the Miller Lite West Plaza since it'll be freezing cold.
Yes, we will be in the Brad Sham radio booth for the pregame, but then I'm supposed to peruse into the press box.
Are you, or are you going to bail like you did on Thanksgiving and go home?
I'm probably going to stick this one out at Christmas Eve. Probably going to stick this one out.
Perfect.
And then get there for Christmas Eve
Merrill
dinner.
Reese from the Eagles is just going to well, what are we dealing with here?
I'm excited.
Okay, we'll
face-to-face stuff.
Yeah,
214 said gallon challenge is the best. So you got to vote for the
Gallon challenge?
I think
Okay.
you should try and finish it, though, during crosstalk.
A gallon during crosstalk, homie.
Don't be a sissy.
All right, we will continue to. Speaking of bubble guts, though, let's go ahead and cut the lights out, put the kids to bed, because right now, ladies and gentlemen, before G-Bag of the day, we need to go all the way around the rim.
Let it ride! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
And we really
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
just need to go around the innards of Jimmy Butler. And I know it can feel off-putting at times when it gets set up that way. And
That
I
hair,
get
by
that.
the way, was fake that he wore during the beginning of the season.
It was a bit. It was an incredible bit that he did.
Well, he looked like Taylor Rooks, who
Who
is stunning, and I love, but he looked like her brother.
He looked like, okay, that's fine. Yeah, because she's actually attractive, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And
she's great. And I hope Israel Adesanya cashed in on that.
It was a great bit that he did, though, because he wanted for all the programs, all the preseason photos that they do. Anytime you put a Jimmy Butler Heat graphic anywhere, it's going to be him with the hair. And literally the day after they did team photos and promo stuff, he removed it. It was just fantastic.
It's actually an amazing bit. Kudos to Jimmy.
Now, Jimmy Butler and the Heat played a game in Mexico City a few days ago, and he made the comment that he had eaten crickets in Mexico. And I believe we actually discussed cricket eating with a couple of Tolos at the Topgolf Party charity event, Sandlot charity event the other day. Right. And he was in Mexico City, Jimmy Butler, and for the Heat playing a game, he said, quote, I had crickets. It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. I'm not going to say I'm going to line up and just eat 1,000 crickets, but I definitely had that. And then, as if the story couldn't be written any better, Tim Reynolds, who covers the Miami Heat, 48 hours later reports Jimmy Butler, and this is now yesterday, Jimmy Butler is questionable for tonight with a gastrointestinal problem.
Yeah.
And so when you connect the dots there of recently consuming a bunch of crickets, that doesn't seem like he was kind of bragging about it. Like, yeah, I had the crickets. I did eat it. I don't know if his teammates did, but he absolutely stepped up to the challenge. He ate the crickets, but now it potentially is causing issues with his tummy.
You know, there's things that there's like delicacies, I think they call. There's things you can eat that, you know, don't make a lot of sense. I mean, I always like when Bear Grylls.
Well, it's like the pork butt. We eat the pork butt, but that's a delicacy here.
Yeah, that's actually a shoulder. It's not the butt. It's just the shoulder of the animal.
Yeah, whatever you say, bro.
It is the shoulder of the animal. My gosh.
Did you say butt?
But this, you know, there's certain things like like Bear Grylls. I can understand like survival dude or gal eating crickets or worms or whatever.
It's a delicacy in some countries.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why are you like chocolate covered ants? I've seen like what are we doing here?
Pack a protein punch.
No crickets because I fish with crickets.
All right, well, we got a new bet payoff for Ryan.
I'm not eating crickets.
Let's go around
Honestly,
the insect.
The cricket's not a bad plan. It's not a bad plan. And I think we got a couple of tolos that are cricket delivery guys.
Let me tell you this, though, real quick.
Not kidding about that.
Let me tell you this real quick.
Text in.
We were in the press box down there in San Antonio, down there at the Alamo Dome with the Cowboys.
Fed you crickets?
There were crickets all over the press box. They were I mean, literally, you're like looking down on the ground and they're hopping on your feet.
Okay,
like
so how'd they
them.
taste?
Like, no.
Did you lick them off your shoe?
No.
Jimmy's so disgusted by this conversation.
I'm just telling you, there's certain things you can't eat. Crickets are not one of them.
Well, it doesn't seem to be sitting well with Jimmy Butler. So if you've eaten crickets or any type of insect or bug, we'd love to hear what happened.
Yeah, this is why I wouldn't be a good survivor guy, because I would eat the wrong berries. I'd eat the wrong bugs. I only see that as
the poisonous stuff.
Yeah, I'd only see that as a situation where you need food. You know, you need not just, hey, let's try some crickets and see how that works today.
I mean, that's an honest mistake. You see a bushel of berries and you just grab a couple.
Yeah, that's just human.
If you're hungry, you're dead.
I feel like a bear when I roll through my kitchen sometimes. I just reach into the fridge and paw out as many blueberries as possible and just shovel them into my face and we move on.
There you go.
All right, now we throw things into the Pimp Cup, ladies and gentlemen, because it is time for the G-Bag of the Day featuring the greatness of Lucius Alexander. Here he is.
Hey, Central Texas, CTX, Waco, Temple, everything over there around that area, full of crickets.
Yeah.
I mean, full of crickets. When it's cricket season, you can't see the concrete. All you see is crickets out there.
They're hopping all over the place.
And you hear them at night, too, right?
Oh, yeah, you hear them at night. They're everywhere, bro. We went down there to play a football game. All we seen was crickets. It was amazing. Really? And Jimmy Butler, don't go chasing waterfalls, man. Eat food that you are used to. Mm-hmm. You dig what I'm saying?
Especially on an important business trip, you know?
Absolutely. You're in the middle of the season, man. You can't be playing games. All right. Day 3 right here for... Yeah, day 3 for our father who cannot spell father. He thinks the word is fat her.
Okay, what is it together?
Fat her. What?
Are you sure?
Yeah, fat her. What's so funny? I'm saying it right.
Okay, are you sure?
Yes, fat her.
I get it.
I get it.
Everybody just making fun of me? What?
Together. Fat
her.
and her.
Spell it.
F-A-T-H-E-R.
What does that spell?
Fat her.
F-A-T-H-E-R. What is that?
Huh?
F-A-T-H-E-R. What is that? What word is that?
F-A-T-H-E-R?
Yeah, what is that?
Fat her. What am I, stupid or what?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
You guys.
Whoa. Hey, Dad.
I'm getting mad. I'm serious.
Spell it out together.
F-A-T-H-E-R.
What does that spell?
Fat her. I'm getting really upset. F-A-T-H-E-R. Fat her. You guys are making me mad for real.
All right.
What? F-A-T-H-E-R. English.
What are you?
Fat her.
English. Isabel.
Daughter.
What?
She's my daughter.
What are you to
What are
her?
you to Isabel?
Her father.
How do you spell father?
F-A-T-H-E-R.
Oh,
Light
the
bulb.
realization is just
Yeah.
classic there.
He got really mad at his family,
He
bro.
did. So mad.
Are
you making fun of me?
Yeah.
What am I, stupid?
Yeah, he almost turned big and green, ripped all his clothes off. He got him crazy in there.
Dr. Banner.
Yeah. On Monday night, ESPN Deportes made Aaron Rodgers hit a piñata of himself.
Yeah.
Yes,
Did you see that?
I did.
Okay, by the way, shout out to Aaron Rodgers for my man was asking the questions in Spanish, and Aaron was there for the answer in English. He understood what was going on.
He likes that bit. I've seen people do that with him before. He loves it when you kind of play like games with him. In a way where it makes him think, where
makes him feel like he's on drugs a little bit.
Well, no, he understands. Like he understands Spanish. Yeah, no, like he understands. Yeah, he's always that like, oh, you're playing a game with me. Okay, cool. Let's
Is
play
that
the
a kaleidoscope, man? Yeah, listen, Aaron
That's
Rodgers.
a sketch. Oh, yeah.
It's still tough to win in this league, but it's nice to, still be in it. Still have a lot to play for.
Sí, muchos altibajos, ganar en diciembre, bien en Monday Night y bonito estar peleando. Bueno, los amigos siempre dan regalos de Navidad, Christmas presents. I have something over there after the game for you. Pero a ver, ¿cómo ves? Una piñata.
What's inside?
No, una piñata. So we go, I'll hold it for you. You do it the left hand. So what we do in Mexico, yo digo, when you hear 3, you hit it, okay?
Yeah.
Dale, 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 no pierdas el tino, porque si lo pierdes, pierdes el destino. 1, 2, 3. ¡Eso! Y lo último a la gente. Tenemos que gritar nuestro Monday Night, ¿no?
Sí.
A la 1, a las 2 y a las 3. ¡Monday Night Football! ¡Monday Night!
That's what I'm telling you, man.
I love that guy.
That guy's fun, man. I love that.
Fun
Let's
guy.
see.
The fun guy.
I could see Aaron Popke, the PR guy for the Packers, just going, his eyes just getting like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Kind of thing. And then Aaron kind of getting into it. That's cool.
I love it.
Yeah.
This is for the big truck drivers, 18-wheelers, everybody out there, even your
We got a
box
few.
trucks.
Yeah.
Whatever you got to do to make money on this road. Little code right here I found out this morning. Looking for a neck dinner, fellas? Anybody looking for a neck dinner?
Okay.
Neck.
Yeah, this
Neck.
man he's chilling at the lot, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Waiting for somebody to pick up his load or whatever. And
Yeah.
Excuse me?
a little lady walks by and asks him for a question.
Let's see this over here. How you doing?
You're not looking for a neck dinner, right?
Huh?
You're not looking for a neck dinner, right?
A who?
A neck dinner.
A neck dinner?
Yeah.
Nah, I'm good. All right.
Yeah.
I just want to keep y'all on point out there.
Yeah.
Now you know what the code is. I don't want to get in trouble. I want you to be like, oh yeah, I'm starving.
Yeah.
I'm good.
By the way, 79 Baby Doll Saloon was that
Yeah.
old check tonight.
We got all the neck dinners for you.
Yeah.
Don't get in trouble.
It's a buffet.
Hey man, don't get in trouble, bro. I got in trouble like that. Real talk.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, in Killeen. I was on the radio. I said that Usher had a song called Love in His Club. I was like, we making love in the club. Well, my hotline blew up so fast. We're not making love in the club. We're trying to get our liquor license. I wish you would stop.
I am just kidding. You cannot get an egg dinner today. We are serving nothing but barbecue.
Barbecue. There you go. Yeah.
Delicious drink specials.
Muffet going
And
crazy.
I might have some Tolo swag for you.
Muffet. Let's see here. Have you heard of this? You know what? I don't want to do that. I want to play this Mimic Man, but I'll just play the Colorado Snarfs in case anybody's going to Colorado. I want you to be on the lookout. You're not getting a Philadelphia cheesesteak sandwich in Colorado, okay?
Just ordered a Philly cheesesteak from this place called Snarfs here in Colorado. You know, I've hyped up the Colorado food scene. You know, I haven't had on it too much, but just ordered a Philly cheesesteak, and it came with celery and carrots on it. Celery and carrots. In what in Philadelphia do they put celery and carrots on a cheesesteak?
Another PSA.
Yeah.
Just a little PSA, bro.
I'll take the neck dinner.
Yeah.
I wouldn't go to Snarfs.
That's a healthy way of
Take
eating a
the neck dinner.
cheesesteak, I think, right there. You know? That's
Yeah.
Colorado. A little healthy, right, Lucius? A little healthy.
Yeah. You definitely can catch an appetite in Colorado
Exactly,
for sure.
yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
And last one right here. This man is, they call him Mimic Man on the streets. Mimic Man. He can do all of the birds and the animals and everything that was on the ark. He can do it out of his mouth. Listen to this. That's a grown man. It's like dude from Police Academy.
A man lived on a farm.
I work for Hanna-Barbera.
Yeah.
This is old McDonald himself.
Yeah.
That's actually.
It keeps going for like 3 minutes. He does every animal you ever thought
My
of.
God.
That is incredible.
Or the guy that was on the, what was the thing we used to move around, the speak and
Yeah,
say?
the cow says.
The cow says.
Moo.
Exactly. That's that guy. Yeah.
What a talented mofo. Okay, there it is. Thank you very much, Lucius. Here we go. Is it Mr. Mimic Man?
It's my turn.
Is it Philadelphia cheesesteaks in the Rockies, neck dinners, Aaron Rodgers Deportes, and Fat Her, the reigning champion?
Oh, this is tough.
Dear God, Lucius, making it difficult on us today.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, man. This is
Thanks.
the hardest I've thought.
Because, wow.
You do your job, Lucius.
You have no idea what I was really thinking about this concept.
Oh, man. Let's go with
the cow goes moo.
Give me Snarfs. Give me the Philly Rockies.
You go with the
Philly
snarf
cheese.
out of all that?
Should I not go with the Snarf?
I don't know. I think that one was weak.
All right, give me the neck dinner. Final answer.
Go. Had a boy.
Lucius?
Oh, yeah. I'm going with Fat Her. Fat Her, please.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with...
We're 1-1 right now, Wolchuk.
I'm going with Fat Her.
Okay, we're 2-1.
Yeah,
Broadus.
I voted for Aaron Rodgers.
Okay, 2-1. It is the reigning champ, Fat Her. This is now, is that a three-time champ? That's a three-time champ.
3 times.
Congratulations. All right, coming up next, it is time for Krusty's Corner. Where are we going with that?
Yeah, let's talk about these Philadelphia Eagles from a film standpoint. We'll do that next.
Coming up Thursday morning on... Those shortages in demand are driving up prices. Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. This is Texas. This is Classic. Find new roads, y'all.
All right, here we are. It's time for Krusty's Corner. We turn things over to the king of the Krusties. Krusty as hell he is. Brian Broaddus, take it away.
Thank you very much. Does he have some of the worst takes ever?
It's got some spotty takes.
What was the spotty
but
take?
It's the holiday season. You know, we're all a little bit.
It was factual what I
hazy.
said. It wasn't a bad take.
And he's just clock watching. Walchuk is not. He's here physically, but mentally he's not. He is on a one-way ticket.
It's the pregame
to 10250 Shady Trail because he's got baby dolls popping off tonight and he can't get it off his mind. Broaddus, before you start, I did want to say you are having a hell of a hair day today, by the way. I haven't seen you in a couple of weeks. That thing is flowing, brother.
Is it looking very Continental Congress-like?
It is, man.
Do I look like I run, what government branch would you like me to run there in one of the 13 colonies?
I was going to say maybe judicial.
Yeah.
I think he looks like, if we give this guy, a mallet? He could make some calls
nice
for us
gavel.
today.
Like
or a gavel. That's what it is.
The speaker.
Not a Ryan Mallet. My apologies.
Definitely look like you have a pair of knickerbockers in your closet somewhere. No cobblestone shoes.
All right, let me do
Where
something.
are your cobblestones tomorrow?
Man, I trust everybody's opinion in this room here. Everybody's opinion. Lucius, everybody's opinion.
It's not true.
Should I cut all the hair? Should I cut the hair off?
No, please do not do that.
What do you think, Lucius? Should I cut it off?
No, don't cut it off, man.
I mean, I know
keep it on the sides, bro.
Really?
Do you brush it on the sides and everything?
I just brush it like straight back.
Yeah,
Do you
okay.
shampoo it?
All right,
You put a little something on it?
Yeah,
Condition?
I don't put any stuff. Do you think the gel would kind of keep it from like making it?
I don't know.
I just wanted this spring when I'm fishing. I just
Have a
want to be
little-
on the boat and I want my friggin' hat and my hair to blow in the wind.
Yeah.
Well, then don't
That's
make
all-
the
that's-
mistake of cutting it.
Yeah, I would think that, since the most of it is gone, you would think that you would put a lot in reserving what you have left.
Yeah.
Right.
Like oils and juices and berries. But you say you're just doing nothing, just brushing it back and be like, hey, man.
I am. I mean,
giving it to God.
His resources are finite, and he's
feel
still
like-
not taking advantage of what he's got.
I feel like I'm pushing my basket in the store and people are just kind of looking like, this is a time traveler. This guy is a time traveler.
That's incredible.
He's going to go back and tell everybody what the crap's going on.
That's right.
I can't explain it. You're not going to believe they have these devices you hold, and your whole life is.
Yeah,
on
you're getting
this
ready to
whole
report
device.
back.
Yeah, I'm about ready to tell the Continental Congress that something's going on.
If you'd walk around the grocery store instead of in your Jason Garrett 17 inches shirt, but you do it in your Ben Franklin outfit,
Man, I wore
that would be
shirt.
pretty legendary.
I wore
panties
that
are
shirt,
dropping.
17-inch shirt, one time, and you get some weird looks.
I
Get
bet.
some really good looks.
People
I
are
thought.
like, "What are you?"
I got money.
A couple of neck dinners were on the table for Broaddus
exactly.
that night.
But anyway, okay, so keep the hair. I just wanted.
You looking for a neck dinner?
I wish the guy would have said yes. Yes, I am. Is it coming in a
Neck
bucket?
dinner,
Yeah.
Urban Dictionary.
Broaddus wanted to hear the next 5
Please
minutes.
don't go
of
to
that
Urban
audio
Dictionary.
Oh, I just did.
Don't go to Urban
Why
Dictionary.
would you have to go to?
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
That's disrespectful.
just wanted
First
to
of all,
just
that's like me
double-check.
pulling. That's like you saying the Jewish word and saying, "Let me see what that Jewish word means real quick."
Yeah.
Let me go ahead and confirm that.
Yeah, let me confirm. I don't believe you.
No, I believe
Jewish
everything
man.
you said. I just wanted to make sure.
I don't understand what he's saying. So
I didn't
take
say
it.
anything
It's
wrong.
disrespect. Broaddus, keep the hair, okay,
I'll
and keep
keep the hair.
I
conditioning
think
that
the
thing 'cause it's
flow
looking
looks
good.
good. Like it looks like you're just in constant wind gusts.
I do feel like though we got to have a bet payoff if Broaddus does lose. We got to get a different color to that hair because it's gorgeous
okay.
white. But I think a nice bet payoff for Broaddus. I mean, if I don't know,
What would be the best color? Like purple, blue?
Yeah, I'm thinking like a nice green, like Joker.
Yeah, that'd be hot. Okay, we'll keep workshopping.
Yes.
A mint green. You know what I mean?
Green would be on.
You can rock it
point.
all the way to April. You got the springy vibes already.
About to
All right.
say you're gonna look good out there fishing.
All right, man, that would be a little rough, but I might do it. All right, this Philadelphia team, they're pretty good. You don't need somebody to tell you that they're really good. The thing about it is, the offensively. Usually this time of the year, the Eagles are kind of dealing with injuries and things like that. Of course, they're dealing with their quarterback situation. But everywhere else, though, this team is super, super strong, especially offensively. You feel like you have to deal with the A.J. Browns. I'll tell you what, Devonta Smith at the other receiver, you want to talk about a guy that could be very well be a 1 on a lot of teams. The thing that's so unique about Smith is that he runs these routes that are like home run routes. It's not. I mean, sometimes Jalen doesn't see him, but he runs routes that you're like going.
He's going for the gusto.
He is not holding back. So those deep, the crossing routes, the ones he makes you chase him all the way across the field.
Yeah, I'm just going to outrun you.
Yeah, I mean, he is running stuff that you're going. Jalen Hurts could have a ton more touchdowns throwing him the ball too, in my opinion. Because I just watched. I mean, I was amazed at how open he gets during games. And Hurts will run it, or he'll throw it to the tight end, or he'll throw it to Brown, or swing it out. But the tough cover in this game might be Smith. I mean, I know what Brown and all that is. I know the size, the factor, all that. But Devonta Smith might be the one that you have to, when they're going to go, and I believe that Gardner Minshew is going to play in this game, and that'll change, I think, how the Eagles run their offense.
Mm-hmm.
I still think that Gardner Minshew will try and run and move, but he's not going to run and move around like Hurts will.
Right.
Hurts will just immediately, it's 2nd and 10, and he'll just take off running. Just a power run for 20-something yards.
Him and Josh Allen with the Bills, it's the most annoying thing in the world. It's like,
it's
you know what?
Crazy
if our offense is sputtering, here's what we're going to do. 10 guys are going to block. We're going to snap you the ball, and you're just going to take off either straight up your center's rear end, or you're going to go to the right or to the left, and you're going to get a first down, and you might get 30.
That short yardage that they have with him.
Oh, yeah. Well, the quarterback sneak stuff and all that.
It's unbelievable.
Scored a touchdown versus the Bears. He just got the ball
the safety
and ran.
Safety came on a blitz. Safety came opposite B gap to his right. He just ran front side A, and there was nobody in the middle of the field.
Opened up like the Red Sea.
Yeah, there's nobody in the middle of the field.
Shout out to your guy, baby.
Moses, baby.
It will hurt them to not have him in the game, but they've got just so many other weapons. Their offensive line is completely healthy. Usually you have something wrong with Jordan Mailata. Usually something's wrong with one of the guards.
Well, now it looks like they're getting Goddard back.
Yeah.
So that's going to help them.
Yeah,
they've been very fortunate.
They have been very fortunate. We'll see if they can play without their quarterback. But keep an eye. You can worry about A.J. Brown all you want, but Smith's a big-time player for them. I mean,
it's interesting to know because
huge plays from him.
Hey, Kelvin Joseph shut him down in college, though, right?
Well, yeah. But, that's... We'll see.
Glass half full.
Yeah, glass half full.
No, I appreciate the positivity.
Yeah, that's
we need all we can get over here.
Exactly.
Just trying to
on the defensive side of the ball, I'll tell you what. To me, you mentioned Fletcher Cox. You could talk about Hargrave inside. They've got 2 legitimate pass rushers. That Hassan Reddick, he is going to
wreak havoc.
Now, he's going to be over Tyron Smith in this game.
Oh, he's not doing
so that's what I'm saying. Tyron Smith, so there you're probably going to get a win. We'll see. I mean, I think that Tyron Smith can neutralize Hassan Reddick playing that left defensive end for Philadelphia, which be over the right tackle.
But old Josh Sweat is what you're about to get to.
That's what I'm worried about on the other side.
He's become a monster piece.
Yeah, he's been really damn good for them.
He's starting to get under my skin a little bit. Starts to bother me.
You're sweating on him?
Settle down, Josh.
Yeah.
Stop being so good.
Well, he's really good, and I'll say this: Tyler Smith is going to have his hands full over there, and they like to run the twist stunts, the movement stunts, the things like that, but just straight run off the edge too. He's the one. I think Reddick will get neutralized by Tyron Smith. We'll see what.
But that's not going to be easy for Tyron. I mean, Hassan Reddick's been one of the better edge rushers in the sport this year. I feel better. But you like that matchup a lot.
I like that matchup a lot better. I like that matchup. Kizar White is their linebacker. That's number 43. He and this TJ Edwards, they're like all over the place.
Underrated players.
Very underrated players.
They run well.
And they run well. They're physical. They tackle well. They're around the ball a bunch. They're a handful to have to deal with. I think this is the best secondary the Cowboys are going to play against. When you talk about Slay, James Bradbury, Reed Blankenship has been playing safety for him. He's a little bit nicked up right now himself, but Marcus Epps at the other safety has done a really, really nice job. And then Maddox is the nickel. They're tough to throw the ball on. They really, really are. They eliminate a lot of you. They play man coverage. They run with you. They knock passes down. They get away with holding a lot of the times. But this is going to be a very, very difficult game, even with, again, them playing with their backup quarterbacks. Their health of their team is really, really good right now. And in past years, it probably wasn't always the case this time of year. So this will be one of those games you have a little bit of trouble with, I think.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Really appreciate that. Another great edition of Krusty's Corner in the books. Let's do a Cowboys stock report. Who's up? Who's down as the boys get ready to take on the Bird Turds? And one talking head is going after our quarterback. We'll get that to you next on The Fan.
from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's a little Cowboys stock up, stock down, and LaShawn McCoy is ripping our guy, Dak Prescott, to shreds. Do you agree, or is he now public enemy number one? David Hellman doing everything he can to hold off from just hitting LaShawn McCoy straight in the jaw. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation. Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo, Lucius Alexander, and Carter Freeman running your video. Gavin Dawson on vacation as we hang out with you, our Turn It On, Leave It On listeners. Hashtag Tolo. Do want you to come hang out with me 7 to 9 tonight at Baby Dolls, 10250 Shady Trail. Great drink specials, free barbecue all day, and 175 of the hottest women in DFW. It's a pregame party. We are your home of Dallas Cowboys football, getting you set for the Christmas Eve showdown, and we appreciate you spending your holidays with us. As you might have the family in town, you're doing that Christmas shopping, we're here for you. Brian, you got something?
Yeah, how about the NBA just stripped the New York Knicks of their 2025 second-round pick as a result of the tampering investigation for Jalen Brunson.
How about that, boys?
It's all in the family.
They should have to give Dallas that pick.
They should.
Yeah.
Or how about they forfeit the first-round pick that the Mavericks still owe them?
I do like that caveat to the rule. Whoever you bleeped gets your pick. Not only are you losing it, but you have to give it to them.
I like that as well.
Like, you're not just getting your Christmas present taken from you. You have to give it to the guy that you don't even like. That's exciting. I like that idea.
Also, Mavs legend Dirk Nowitzki is among 2023 Hall of Fame, the 2023 Hall of Fame nominees, and this is leading up to the statue unveiling, which Chris Arnold swears he hasn't seen yet.
We had Chris on the ropes the other day. We wouldn't let him get up. He's like, no, I haven't seen it. We just kept asking questions about how it looks.
Haven't seen it. Chris Arnold's seen it all.
He helped build it. He helped build it, I think.
Kidding me?
I'm pretty sure
city on rock and roll.
He's seen that thing. Also on the ballot for the first time, you got Tony Parker, Pau Gasol, Dwayne Wade, bleeping Wade. So you've got them and Dirk. Dirk's going to get in, as he should. All right, let's go ahead and play this audio of Shady before we get into the stock report. And I guess this can kick it off with Dak. Where are we at with the Dak stock report? Because I think much of the game it was stock up for Dak. I thought Dak was really good.
Mm-hmm.
But these interceptions are not good. You can't have this, and you can't have it, especially in big games. I'm for the aggressiveness. I don't think that that's bad. But Dak knows this. Ball protection and ball security, which he's been so good at for the majority of his career, is the most important thing. And he cannot continue to put the ball in harm's way, especially on your own side of the field, which he's doing far too often here as of late.
Yeah, to me, I think he has played well. I don't think he was particularly well against the Texans.
No, Texans was a bad game, but I thought he was really good against Jacksonville.
Yeah, but the cover 2 stuff gave him some problems till the very end. Clog and cover, read, have to make throws, kind of a little bit of a problem. The thing that's starting to bother me about is I just think there's too many times now where his willingness to take a risk when he doesn't have to take a risk, I think that's the stuff that's getting him in trouble. I could throw it to Noah Brown underneath for a first down on 3rd and 4. Just hit the underneath and get the first and keep playing. Or I could roll to my right and throw it as far as I can and hope that Tony Pollard jumps up there and makes a play along the sidelines, Or, hey, I get in a situation where, oh, wait, I see the tight end. Do I see the tight end? Yeah, I see the tight end. Now I'm double clutching the ball, but I'm going to try and throw it anyway as I'm getting hit. I think there was we used to talk about this, that quarterbacks, that the willingness to be able to live and fight for another play. And I think that Dak, it's plenty of times we've seen him throw the ball, take chances. That pass he threw to Noah Brown, 51 yards in the Houston game, he just launches it. He's outside the pocket and just launches it and hopes for the best. We have no problems when it's a free play doing stuff like that. But then there's the other times where you're like, man, just kind of take what you get right there. Throw it, get the first down and move on. I think his decision making is the thing that I think the decision making is what you have to try and work with, not the aggressiveness, but the decision making. Is that the best? Is that the best thing to do? Is that the best throw there in that situation? I think that's the thing that's been the biggest problem here as of late.
In the 8-6-2, so if Noah Brown catches the ball, Cowboys kick a field goal, it's all good. Don't be iffy when it comes to Dak game by game. No quarterback besides Mahomes has been consistent. You're absolutely right. Brian and I took calls.
Look, Mahomes has thrown a lot of interceptions too.
He has. And I agree with what you're saying there. Brian and I took calls defending Dak that he wasn't the reason the Cowboys lost that football game for 3 hours afterwards. So we're not I don't think that I'm specifically being iffy about Dak at all. I don't think that interception was on Dak. It wasn't. Michael Irvin came on this morning with Sean and RJ saying that's on the receiver.
The final play of the game?
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Anybody who's actually seen it can tell.
Not all of these interceptions are on Dak. Absolutely not. John Owning had that, tweet yesterday. According to Pro Football Focus, I think he's got the most interceptions that are not on the quarterback by their metric in the NFL, but some are.
But that's the problem with these interceptions. We can analyze and talk about. I know when I worked in the league for 13 years, if I didn't know a coverage or if I didn't know what they were doing scheme-wise, I'd go ask a coach. There's a lot of, unless you're talking about a guy that's played this game, and I'm not saying that all these players are absolutely right, because we're going to get in LaShawn McCoy but you get guys like Kurt Warner and others that evaluate tape, Baldy, when they evaluate blocking schemes and stuff like that. I mean, there's things that I trust, but sometimes these interceptions, I used to have to go and ask, who is that on?
Yeah.
Well, okay, because I remember getting my ass ripped by Jason Witten on an interception that was thrown in a Seattle game with him and Dez Bryant. And I thought that he ran his man into Dez Bryant's area, which caused the interception. And he grabbed me, basically pulled me out of the locker room and says, when in the F have I run the wrong route? And so all of a sudden, when you're starting to evaluate, well, who's this on? Who's that on? Who's this? I don't think we always know the full story. I'm not saying I'm not saying that to defend Dak, but there are times when you say, well, he gave up a sack. Did he? Was that his responsibility? I think we have to be real careful. But the one thing that we can say is turnovers are not good. For the Cowboys, big plays, giving up big plays is far worse.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, you have to be careful when you're starting to place blame on the quarterback for throwing interceptions.
Amen. And
I'm not defending him. I'm just telling you that I
true.
worked in the league and used to have to walk across the hall ask the coaches, and they're like, well, you have to. And sometimes they didn't have the damn answer.
But with wanting to be more aggressive, naturally you're going to turn the ball over at times, and that's why I don't have an issue with that. It's just the consistency.
The timing is bad.
The timing of it's bad, but now it's like every single week you're starting to get, it's more than one, it's two. It's just, there's a bit of a snowball effect now to where it is starting to be a little bit alarming to where it is a discussion. It is a talking point. And overall, I believe in Dak. I think Dak's a good quarterback. I think you can win with him. He's proven to be, you can win with Dak. And he's not the reason you lost last week. Defensively, you played horribly.
You gave up 500 yards.
You put up 34 points and gave up 500 yards. I get it. You still forced 3 turnovers. And defensively, yes, you forced a turnover at the end. You needed 1 first down. You can say what you want, but you had a 17-point lead in that game. You blew it. I think that's more on the defense. But here is the back and forth between LaShawn McCoy and our buddy David Hellman on FS1 and Shady taking shots at Dak Prescott.
Are you serious?
Everything I just said is true.
You're tripping.
Jerry
Jones is tripping.
Where do you find the issue?
No shoestrings. They just fall everywhere. Are you serious?
Where do you find the issue?
See my watch coming off? No, let me take my watch off.
Take your watch off, big dog.
Get
comfortable, big dog. What did I say that wasn't true?
First of all,
the watch is nice. Yeah.
First of all, Dak is ass. Right? Can I say on TV? Because he is ass.
You can say whatever you want on TV.
Okay, that's one thing. This is the second game that he just lost by throwing picks. He threw 2 picks to the Packers. Right? Had 14-point lead. Lost. Come back. They was up 17. My man, 17 and lost. Picks. That first one, that pass he threw, the second one, not the first. The first one was terrible. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
That was awful. Where was he throwing that ball to? Dak Prescott has the easiest job and the second easiest job, right? The first, I go to Purdy. and Jimmy G with the Niners. Yep. Great defense, right? Run the ball very well, make safe passes. Dak has the easiest job in football. The picks he throwing, those are even not like, he's not even trying to like fit the ball through the needles or the small little windows. These are like easy passes. They run the ball well. What else can you do? I'm paying you $160 million. That's how you play? If you tell me that's outstanding, I don't know what to say. Like, I'm lost for words.
He had a top 10 passer rating for the week.
Man, I don't care. You keep talking about these numbers.
Yeah.
When you watch
they matter.
They matter. When you watch the game with your eyes, the same eyes that you have, I have two eyes too. I watched the same game. He looked trash.
I got one more. Can I go one more? Can I go one more?
This is crazy. This is like, I think it's like I'm getting punked or something. Like,
after
this is crazy.
cut your
hold on, before you go, because you want to go so bad.
I got one more.
When you all watch the game, like, he looked good to you? He lost the game for him, though, to the Jaguars.
No, he didn't.
I'm off. I'm done. I'm done with it. I'm done with it.
After Dak, it was a bad pick. I said it yesterday. That's the thing. I'm not delusional. He threw a bad pick early in the game. He helped the Jaguars claw back in. Jaguars take the lead. What does Dak Prescott do?
11 plays.
He don't pick.
11 plays.
75
yards
this year.
I got
7 minutes, 13 seconds, touchdown.
5 of 5 for 50. 5 of 5 for 50 on a drive to take the lead again. He's not a bad quarterback.
He's not bad. He's not bad. He's above average. Dak, real talk.
He just said he was
Dak
trash.
is so
He called him
average,
ass,
it's crazy, though.
yeah.
The hype he gets, if he played for any other team, we would never talk about him.
I'm the only person
What
on
you
TV
mean?
that says anything nice about this
He got
guy.
to be hyped up for his first owner. His owner and you to say that he actually played outstanding.
Or you want in or you enter?
He works with a guy. Obviously, this is my advice to anybody that's on television that has a platform like that, and you're a former player, whatever. You're going to have to talk about the Dallas Cowboys a bunch. You might want to go and watch their all 22. You have that opportunity. You probably have somebody that can help you. You might want to talk to your scout buddies. You might want to learn about that team. You might want to learn about the problems that they're having, with their defense now, the secondary. You might, for him to, he crawfished back. He basically called him ass, and then he crawfished back on.
He's not bad. He's not bad.
Yeah.
He's above average.
Yeah. See, with David, and I talked to Hellman this morning about it, and Hellman loves being on that show. He really does. He goes, the fight I have is, I don't always want to do it with numbers. I want to talk about, what I see. And, and McCoy brought that up. What do you see? I know this for a fact on a lot of these shows. These players come in with a player perspective, and they don't have the ability. They don't watch. They don't study. They don't learn. You watch these guys, and they say things, and you're going, he's not watching the game. And that's what I was talking with Hellman about. I go, obviously he got in a discussion with you, and he's not watching the game, because you would. There's things about Dak. Yeah, the interceptions and all that, they're bad. But you also, some of the things about Dak didn't lose that game for you last week. He didn't lose. Now, there's been times, you want to say the week before that he played bad enough that they could have lost that game? Sure.
Right.
Absolutely.
But he also won them the game on a 98-yard drive.
Exactly. So to me, if you're one of these guys or gals on these platforms, and it's your job and you're supposed to know the league, go study the Cowboys even more, because that's what your paycheck's going to be. Your paycheck's going to be talking about that show every day. They talk about the Cowboys. Mm-hmm. For LaShawn McCoy to come on there and call a guy ass, you need to watch the games, bro. You need to study this team and really dive in. As a former player, you can understand what they're doing, scheme-wise, coverage-wise.
Brian Baldinger absolutely called out Kellen Moore for at least one particular play on his Baldy breakdowns. He says, how can this play even be in your game plan? How can this even be in your playbook? Because it's set up for disaster. And it's just a run play where no one's being blocked. They're running a counter. They're running the counter, and they don't take the backside. Unless you're pulling the ball and running it to the backside, they let that guy go. Right.
But if you do it enough and don't pull the ball, then you're going to have that chaser from the backside. He's taught to get in the hip pocket of the tackle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Usually you can put a tight end over there as a wing and cut that guy off, or bring somebody across and block back is what you could do. So yeah, I mean, it's, to me, you should be on here trying to educate people, on why. LaShawn McCoy should be, well, hey, this is what I'm seeing about the Cowboys. This is why I don't think Dak Prescott is playing well enough. not just calling him ass. Go in and give me some reasons why. Hellman's trying to argue with a guy that, and Hellman studies the game. Hellman's watching the All-20. Now, Hellman's never played a down in his life. And he knows.
Surprising. Looks like he's got some athletic chops.
Freaking burner.
I thought he was one of the best that never was.
Best that never was. But see, that's the thing about it is, though, he's not going to sit there and go on air and argue about things that are. He's not defending deck. He's just trying to have a discussion with a guy that doesn't know the team, but he's paid to know the team.
Yeah.
That's the problem that you run into. And I was telling Hellman that, and Dave was being very nice, very cordial about the whole thing. But he's like, well, it's what we do. We get on these shows and we have to talk. And I'm like, well, the guy who's working with you needs to know a little bit more about your football team.
Pretty epic troll job there by Shady McCoy as he goes after our guy. And he wasn't going. Yeah, he's going after Dak. He wasn't going after Hellman. No, but that's our guy.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not to
it's not to everybody,
but
yeah,
he's my guy.
If he would have scored 41 points, he'd been my guy this week.
40 burger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We needed 41.
We needed the 40 burger from him this week. All right, coming up next, Eric. I think Eric saw too much. We're going to tell you about that next on The Fan.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truckwreck.com fan text line 877.
don't know why you just shared that.
I am mighty impressed with your flexibility, but I will leave it at that, sir. If you're looking for a last-minute gifter or something, though, I did stumble upon this company called Van Moof, and they have these bikes that they do. They do, like, great bicycles.
Oh, okay. Yes.
And they ship them in TV boxes, so delivery people are careful, and it has reduced damages by 80%, so it looks like it's a TV, but it's actually a bike in this box. But the best part is they also use these tracking systems, so if your bike is stolen, their bike hunters will find it and return it within 2 weeks, or you get a new one. So if you're at a place where you're perpetually getting your bike stolen, now you might look at that and say, I don't want my bike to be tracked, and I'll just chalk it up to the game. If my bike gets stolen, so be it. But they are here to just say, hey, it's kind of just you lose your bike, and boom, we're going to go ahead and send
What's the
you a
name of
new
these
one.
people?
Van Moof.
I want to see the people that's picking up the bike from the thieves. That's all I want to see, really. I want to see how thick that neck is.
Oh, yeah, that's a
you
good
guys have
call.
problems picking up a stolen bike. Hey, man, you guys stole that. Can I get it back, please? I'm getting a tracker. It's a little bing on my phone.
That's a good call.
It ain't that easy.
Have you guys ever seen the show where they bring airplanes back with a pilot, like
to life?
Like stolen airplanes?
Yeah, like people that don't pay for their planes.
Oh, they get repoed?
The repo plane guys.
No, I've never even considered that, but that is fantastic.
It is
They're
crazy.
repoing freaking planes out there?
Yeah, like dudes, like they're Lear jets, like they're going into these hangars and they're opening the doors, they're wheeling them out, like
middle of the night.
Yeah,
like,
they don't know how much gas is in them. They don't know anything, and they're just like firing them up and taking them off.
That
and
is
like
amazing.
There are
That
people
is.
that like it is like one of the best shows because they're like, you know, they got the camera on them and they're sneaking around, and all of a sudden like you're firing up a Lear jet, just like, you know, the people, and like all of a sudden here comes the guys like coming out, like, you know, screaming and yelling, and you're taking off with their planes. It's actually pretty cool.
Yeah, I guess the 817 saying quite simply, it's called airplane repo.
Airplane repo. It's great, and it's very tense.
Of course,
because you don't know the plane could be
very
like
tense.
It is. You don't know what the plane is like. They don't have a whole lot of time to pre-flight check everything. You know. Just kind of like, we got to get this plane out.
And you're taking it from rich people, so they're always
Yeah.
threatening you. You're going to hear from my lawyer, pal.
Oh, yeah. They are.
As you're
They do
yelling
a lot
at
of
them-
index fingers
You know
in
how
their
much I
face.
paid for this?
As you're yelling at them to make your I can't even talk.
Pay plan?
Pay plan on your plane. Yeah.
I'm proud of you there.
I love planes.
And I do just want to say super respect. Haven't gotten the opportunity on the air to Argentina and watching their the aftermath and their parties. Holy smokes.
That's 5 million people.
My gosh, these drone shots and these people that are climbing up like very dangerously. What is that called? The Obelisco?
Oh, the hand.
It's this huge, like 200 or 300 foot tower thing that they have that doesn't really look climbable unless you're Spider-Man.
I was thinking of the place in Brazil. The
with the big arms,
the big
statue.
Yeah.
No, this is like a monument of sorts, but it looks like there is nothing that would indicate that you could climb up it. It seems like very smooth, but people are ending up on top of this thing. Like this party is going insane. So shout out to Argentina for that. And how about Salt Bay? Getting stood up by Messi. That was hilarious. That's Bleep Hole of the Week, obviously.
I don't know how that.
I don't know if you guys handed that out yet already, but I think Salt Bay deserves Bleep Hole of the Week.
That guy.
He makes it about him.
Yeah, and it's
Yes,
funny.
he
Like
does.
He likes to do
It's like,
that.
hey, Messi, give me that trophy
Yeah,
and
that's
stand
saying
here
he
with
was-
me and take a picture with me right now. Messi was like, sir.
Like he was pawing at everybody, at like getting in pictures and stuff like that. I mean, come on, bro.
Bleep Hole of the Week for sure. Okay, so baby number 3 has been born. It's another female.
How did that make you feel?
You didn't know going in, did you?
Because this
No,
was
we
supposed to be
waited.
like the big reveal.
The big
and
reveal.
You're supposed to see a little ding-a-ling.
Right. I was
And
hunting
you
for
were-
testicles that
You were
day.
telling me how like the family vibes
Came up short.
They were really trending in the boy direction.
Yeah. I got a word for all the tias and tios and abuelitas in Merida, Mexico, where my wife is from. Where over the summer they were all alleging just by whatever they could see if they had X-ray vision or not, but they were like, "This is a boy." So I was like, "Okay." My
You got your
brother,
hopes up.
my brother's
Look
got
how swollen her feet are, mijo. She's going to be a boy.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know.
All that kind of stuff. She's like, if you look at her at this angle, it's like you can tell she's having a boy. So I started to buy in. You know, my brother, who's got a daughter already, just found out they're pregnant and they're having a boy. So it's like,
he can go
okay,
bleep himself,
my
by the way.
cousin.
We had an epic fantasy game.
Yeah. Oh, you and
I lost
Sexy
by
Nick?
1.16 points.
That's right. You're still in the playoffs though. So
No,
you're okay.
I'm not. That was the
Wait,
playoffs.
you missed it. Oh, you're talking about
that was the first round.
No,
but back to you.
So you're out skis.
Yeah,
I got a bye week, by the way, in your bros league. So I'm feeling good about
Probably
that.
One and done.
So nonetheless, we waited to find out if it was going to be a boy or girl, and it obviously ended up being a girl. Her name's Lucia. She's healthy. It's great. It's wonderful. Beautiful. But it was nuts, man. I got home from the show a couple of weeks ago on a Friday night, and we were moving out of our apartment. And the next day, like we had everything boxed up in the apartment, and we do home births. My wife's an all natural kind of lady. Okay,
she's a freaking champion. She doesn't do any of the epidurals or
no.
the epidermals or whatever CA used to call them.
Epidermal. Yes. None of those, dude. So all natural every time in the home. We've had 3 babies all in crappy little apartments. It's kind of hilarious. Okay. Now this one we were trying to wait because it was like we're moving, but we're getting close to the birth date, but you can't control these things. It ends up being we box up the last box at like 1 a.m. We're moving the next morning. She wakes me up 3 hours later and say, "Hey, I'm like having contractions. It's happening right now." I'm like, oh no, our apartment's not usable at this point. This place is all boxed up. And we can't get to the new place yet because it's like 10 a.m. You move in. I don't have keys to it. So I load up my 2.5-year-old, my 1.5-year-old, my wife, who's contracting at 5 a.m. And we just go right to my parents' house. And I just call my dad. It's 5 a.m. Thank God he answered. And he's like, "What's up?" I'm like, "Dude, we got to have the baby at your place." Like, he's like, "Okay, whatever. Well, let's do this thing." So him and my mom are there waiting for us. And we have the baby at my parents' house on a whim. It was nuts.
Okay, so there's no like backup, like they're not like on the backup list or something like that.
I should have gotten ahead of this. I didn't think that it was going to happen on the day we were moving. I thought we were either going to do it at my place or the new place.
The new house.
Right,
exactly.
Yeah. And so either way.
And my tub was ready, but it was too far of a drive.
It's too far of a drive. I knew Walchuk was going to be ready to rock and roll, just like he was when Maya was born, bathtub and all.
Gosh, that is a day I'll never forget. I love Maya so much.
This one was
my own daughter.
No, this one was nuts. This one was like a more intense kind of like from a pain standpoint, like just watching my wife go through this, it felt like it was on a different kind of level than the previous two. And then the midwife's like, "Hey, Marion, because I stepped out of the room for a minute. She's like, "Hey, she says that you're probably going to want to catch the baby again." Because I did it on a whim on the last one. And so it was like, okay, sure. So I'm under center. And I just got a different kind of view and angle for this one than I had on the previous ones. And there was a lot to be seen. And I don't know how many dudes, like my brother's got one baby. He stayed at the far end of the bed, by her head. Yeah. And watched it from that way, which I always imagined me doing. I didn't imagine that I would be, under center taking
this was
the snap.
Your first time doing that. That's right.
And so it was intense.
Yeah.
It was very intense. But
widening.
What was your heart rate at that time? Was it just like
I would love to measure that. Well, she did get a video. I'll have to show you guys the video. You can see like my face because of like it kind of happening.
Your eyes
in the
got
final
really
few
big.
I think that just like I just like I saw a ghost,
like a sheet.
It was nuts.
Yeah.
But what wasn't nuts was what came out.
Yeah.
And so my initial. I don't even know. In that moment, there's so much emotion. There's so much emotion. Of the placenta's a few minutes later, which is a thing in and of itself.
Yeah.
That thing looks like Venom just
like alien
shot something out. Yeah, alien-like. Absolutely.
Yeah. Symbiotic sac.
Yeah, dude. But we did it right there in the bedroom that I grew up in. Is where we had the baby.
I know where she was conceived, Eric.
I'm talking about where she was born. In the bedroom I grew up in at my parents' house where we had this baby. While I have movers coming to my apartment, moving boxes to another place.
Incredible.
It was nuts, dude.
It's amazing.
It was totally insane. But yeah, now it's, I'm hoping to get a March Madness vasectomy situation going.
Okay.
And then just be done with children. But Matt Hicks at the Sandlot charity event did forewarn me that he's got a buddy in Major League Baseball that had multiple kids, got the vasectomy, and then wife still ended up getting pregnant.
Jeez.
And there was no infidelity involved. It was just science, not
that we know of.
Backfiring a little bit. Yeah, as far as we know. So I'm like, okay, I hope that's more foolproof than that. But no, I can't do. I think I'm 3 and done here.
Yeah,
3 and done. It's a lot.
I'm sure it's a lot.
It's a lot going on.
So how are the other two handling this, Maya and Julesy Jules?
Yeah, the oldest one, 2.5, she's been absolutely floored. She loves it. It's amazing. The biggest battle is her just constantly wanting to hold the baby.
Yeah.
And then with my 1.5-year-old, it took her about 10 minutes after the baby was born. When she came in, she kind of like, she was crying. She didn't know what was going on. And then now everything's cool. She's probably slightly more jealous than my older one.
Yeah.
But because she had been the baby for the last 1.5 years, and now she's not. But I think it's helping the relationship with me and her because now she's coming to daddy for everything. And so it's kind of been nice. Like in the last week, me and the 1.5-year-old, it's like our relationship has kind of gone up to the next level, which has been nice. But in terms of like coming back, I was ready. Like there's a lot going on, at home. And it was like, okay, I kind of get what Brady was doing. He thought he just wanted to lean into being home all the time. Let's wash and dry.
You seemed too happy today when I saw you.
Yeah, I was like, man,
he's really happy to be here.
I'm looking forward to getting back in the office with these schmoes. So it's great to be back to see you guys today. It really is.
Now, we got a text from Cool from Dallas, who is a great guy, and he's come out to many of our events, but he wanted to know if you smelled the lovely scent of afterbirth. Is that a thing?
The afterbirth, that's a good question. That's a good question. I don't know. I don't recall a particular odor.
Did Marion have more of a challenge with this one than the previous two, or was this an easier birth?
It felt a little bit more painful. Like this was
For
one
both of
where it hurt me. I mean, I like watching someone you love more than anything in the world go through excruciating pain.
Oh yeah. And there's nothing you can do.
There's nothing.
You're
I can
helpless
do.
in the situation.
It was like the last 15 minutes from before the baby came out. That was a difficult 15 minutes, and I say for me, but really for her. But watching that was tough on me, I will say for sure. But I don't remember any aromas or anything like that. It was just, it's all intense, dude. It's all intense when that situation's going down. And but it worked out, and now it's just surrounded by babies all the time, bro. It's insane. My wife's a beast, so shout out to her.
Well, is this probably going to be a better time than when they're all like 16 and in the?
Yeah, I think it's all in one sense just going to suck to high
I don't know.
heaven,
Maybe that'll be
like it's
rough.
different challenges right
they all
now.
go to college.
Yeah, they're all.
That might be a good thing.
They're all in college at the same time.
Yeah.
Well, that's
because I had a
expensive as hell.
2020 baby, a 2021
Yeah,
baby, and
yeah.
now I just beat the goal line there at the end for 2022. So now, yeah, it's I don't even know, dude. I don't know what to expect, but it's nuts, and it feels like a bigger family. Like going from 1 to 2 was like, okay, getting the third one in here. Now I'm like trying to keep track of everybody, and there's just a lot going on.
You're going to be forgetting the names.
I'm not qualified
so sorry.
for this.
This is overwhelming.
God, I am not qualified for this.
A lot of bananas.
Yeah, a ton of bananas, man, because that's the best bang for your buck deal right now. If you need a little something to eat, go get you a banana. That's my kids are sick of bananas.
I did not give Eric a kick in the nuts just yet, 9:03, but you know that I will.
He absolutely will. Okay, we do have Michael Lombardi joining us at the top of the hour. He was in Broadus's wedding, or Broadus was in his wedding?
Best man
at your wedding.
My wedding.
Hello. Okay, so we get Lombardi.
See where
and
that got me.
His football brain coming up.
Blame him.
Might the C in PCP stand for chowder? That's next.
Commercial-free fellowship. It's the G-Bag Nation's Expressway. 35 straight minutes of sports and laughs each afternoon beginning at 5:20 on The Fan.
everything.
Hello, I'm Steve, certified arborist and owner of New Century Tree and Lawn. I heard about the payroll tax refund and getrefunds.com on the radio. When COVID hit my business, we dealt with shutdowns, strict sanitation procedures, and many extra expenses. Since then, we have been affected by product and labor shortages and massive inflation. GetRefunds.com got me approved for the payroll tax refund. With that money, it has allowed me to cover expenses, pay off debts, and plan ahead for next year with a positive outlook. If you have a business, you need to go to GetRefunds.com and start your claim now.
GetRefunds.com helped their business, and we can help yours too. Go to GetRefunds.com and see if you qualify in just 8 minutes. GetRefunds.com, powered by Innovation Refunds.
Who are you? Azim is a Tolo.
My name is Azim. I'm a Tolo because I love DFW, I love the sports here, and I love the station. We always have some great comedy, always great sports takes. My wife doesn't like it, but it's always on the station.
Attaboy. And you can always crash on RJ's couch. Thanks to him and all the Tolos for helping us grow this thing together. We are 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in need of traffic control, our Barricade Rentals, Buyers Barricade is a full-service provider. Taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size from start to finish, it is the Texas Authority in Barricade Rentals. BuyersBarricades.com.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Oh, man, what a tremendous story that we stumbled upon. And this is coming out because, of course, you have the new Avatar film that, and none of us have seen. And if you saw it, let us know. I think I'm going to try and go over the weekend.
How many are there?
This is the sequel. This is the second one.
Okay.
But I think he's got like 4 planned. James Cameron does.
And they're all like 19 hours a pop?
Yeah, I think so.
So it's 2 movies, but the duration of them would be much like 5 movies.
Yeah, this one is like 3 hours and 15 minutes. And James Cameron said, don't complain to me about the runtime because I've seen you just go ahead and binge on at home and you just click next.
And you still sit there for 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours and watch
so you
crap.
can sit in a movie theater and watch a 3 hour and 15-minute movie. It's not quite the same.
It's not anywhere close to the same. And maybe if they have like the home production value of it, right, where you can like spend X amount of dollars, avoid going to the theater, and you get it at home, maybe they put like a little thing in there where it's like, okay, this is the end of like part 1, maybe you go get a snack, like just a moment for like, hey, this is like
bathroom
reloading
break.
Next episode.
Right.
This is that time. And then you get back in and it feels like you're just watching a show, as we all do these days, binge style.
But James Cameron has made tons of fantastic movies. You know, T2, you've got Titanic, of course, the original Avatar, but Titanic might be the one that he was best known for prior to Avatar. And it ended up going on to be the highest grossing film ever until Avatar came along and knocked it off. But this, I stumbled upon today on Bro Bible. And there ended up being a PCP issue in the chowder on set.
I'm sorry?
Yeah. We had a chowder that was consumed on set by the entire film crew that had PCP in it. Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers is like, gosh dang it, I wish I would have been in that movie.
This happened. Now, the late, great Bill Paxton retold this story several years ago on Larry King. And this was Bill Paxton's rendition
the late great
of the story.
So we ladled up the clam chowder, not knowing it was laced with PCP. And I don't know who did it or why, but I remember going back to my trailer after lunch and Jim went up to his office. And I heard a commotion, and I opened up my door, and I saw a couple of ambulances pulling in, and then an AD ran up and said, are you feeling okay? And I was like, well, I think I'm shooting all night. I'm feeling about as good as you can feel. And he said, well, did you eat the clam chowder? And I thought, well, yeah, I had a couple of bowls. And about that time, I started feeling it. Now I'm starting to witness some bizarre behavior with the crew and stuff. and they take us very close by. We were on the Dartmouth side of Halifax Bay. And so all of a sudden, here's 150 crew members stumbling into the emergency room of a very small hospital at 1 o'clock in the morning. You see some people are freaking out. Some people are Congo dancing. Some people are euphoric. I knew I was pretty stoned on something pretty bad, and I thought me and Jim thought that there was a neurotoxin in the clams. We didn't know what it was. We thought maybe the clams had been left out in the sun or whatever. But I figured while they examined all these other 100 people, I said to Jim, Jim, I'm not going to hang out here. This is bedlam. I'm going to wander, because it was only a few blocks from the set. I'm going to wander back down and just drink a case of beer, which is what I did.
Amazing.
That's insane.
I've
never heard of anything like this. Bad clams?
Or just...
That's something you have to worry
You
about.
go
when
to
work
a
with them,
wedding.
yeah.
Nothing worse than a bad clam.
You accidentally eat a baked good that you didn't realize.
This is
had
way worse
something in
than
it.
the ha ha ha. We put a little chiba in the brownies.
I don't know
LOL.
how this happened.
This is and they haven't gotten to the bottom of this, huh?
Well, so Matthew Jacobs of Vulture just retold the story. This was his version of it.
Was
Quote,
Joe Rogan in the Titanic?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
But Joe Rogan would have been somebody
He would have been culprit number
would have
one.
been a culprit to put some PCP in the chowder. But he said filming had already paused for what, in the context of such a late shoot, was considered lunch. And in this case, seafood chowder was so delicious that some people ate 3 or 4 bowls worth. They didn't know that was such
I'd be
a
totally
mistake.
guilty of that.
Oh, dude, yeah. Victor Garber was in there just crushing all the
I
chowder.
love clam chowder.
And Billy Zane was over there laughing maniacally because he's the culprit.
I mean, can you imagine Leo in the corner just like giggling his little brains out?
Like, this is just another Tuesday for me, guys.
Sensing mass confusion, an assistant director divided everyone into 2 groups. Good crew on one side, bad crew on the other. The demarcation had nothing to do with the quality of anybody's work and everything to do with who was suddenly high on PCP. Within an hour, the bad crew group had grown bigger as sober personnel attempted to keep the situation under control. The intoxicated bunch, which included Cameron and actor Bill Paxton, flooded into nearby Dartmouth General Hospital. Some were freaking out. Others were having a ball. Bill Paxton was a real sweetie, says Claude Russell, a set director who is less stoned than some of his colleagues. He was sitting next to me in the hallway of the hospital, and he was kind of enjoying the buzz. Meanwhile, grips were going down the hallway doing wheelies in wheelchairs. Marilyn McAvoy, who was a painter on the set in charge of painting props several years ago, told Vice, "By the time we got back from eating after 30 minutes, that's when I started noticing something was wrong." Marilyn McAvoy, a standby painter who finessed various props, told Vice in 2017, "Everyone seemed confused. Everyone was having trouble getting their work done. And we went through these hospital doors at 1 a.m. in the morning. They did not know what to do with us. It became very chaotic." Gosh, I can't imagine the scene that took place.
Do you think Kathy Bates did it? Or did she just consume? Or was it one of the violinists from the ship? They're like, yeah, this is kind of our one. We're here for like 2 days.
This has got to be something that people have tried to get to the bottom. Like, who is the culprit? Who put PCP in the damn chowder?
I don't know. I do admire the person who takes it all the way to that level. That's insane, bro.
Unbelievable. And we've heard several athletes that have had issues with edibles on flights, but this is a whole new level.
Yeah.
And then you have to get to acting, right? Then you have to, like, there's work to still be done here.
You've got
I
a
guess
channel.
They had to go ahead and pause that.
You've got a channel like Nicolas Cage. Absolutely.
Nicolas Cage would have loved this movie.
He would have. Okay. This is also something that I think that the people want to know. You guys are all in on NFL Red Zone, like NFL Red. Well, Broadus, you watch it one Sunday a year, and that's the bye week.
Only bye week. That's the only time I watch it.
And he laments it the whole time. Broadus is a one game at a time.
But you do
guy.
love it when you get to watch it.
No, he doesn't.
You know, it at first.
Yeah, you win.
You do. No, at first. At first I wasn't sure, and then all of a sudden I'm like, man, this is not a bad way to spend a day.
Okay. Well, good. I'm glad you've come around.
I always wondered, how does the ball get down to the red zone? I'm one of those guys. I'm about the process of the drive.
Okay, so you want to know, how did we get to the 20?
Yeah, I mean, the guy's like, oh, let's go down to Buffalo, and then they're about to score.
Well, usually my guy Scott Hansen will take me back and allow me to relive the previous 2 to 4 plays if need be. But it's
by the way, he
does
a hell of a job.
He's
Scott
fantastic.
Hansen does a great job.
Are we all Hansen over Siciliano, guys?
Well, so I have watched Siciliano.
Those ears are real, by the way.
Yo, his ears.
Those aren't prosthetics?
No, checked.
Those are real.
I checked in behind him.
They're real.
I checked in behind him one time at the Rams game, and yeah, he turned around and said, "Oh, hey, how you doing?" You know, kind of thing. I'm like, "Oh, great. Those ears are real. Those are." He's not messing around with those ears.
Yeah, no, it's real.
He gets XM with those things.
But I wondered. Yeah, he's like Dumbo. He could fly the bleep away. I don't know if this has really outdone the Sunday ticket. Like, is there a reason to have the Sunday ticket? And the only reason I say that maybe there is because you remember the Seahawks-Raiders game from this year.
Yes, I do remember the Josh Jacobs walk-off that I had to watch 60 minutes and find out later that it happened.
But if you had the Sunday ticket, you'd have been able to flip right over and watch the end of that bad boy.
Well, I guess the other thing is
the Red Zone channel is better. I'm just going to say.
Well,
yeah,
Sunday ticket does have the Red Zone channel, which is Siciliano.
Okay,
but then they also have the rest of the games.
Yeah, but
here's the latest news on the Red Zone or on the Sunday ticket is that Google is the latest favorite to land the Sunday ticket. They're expected to pay $2.5 billion a year for the rights. So it's going to be Google's YouTube is likely going to be the new home.
Like YouTube TV is going to get this? Okay. Yeah, and it's obviously as well.
So would you purchase that? Would you just say, I'm just going to go full gusto and just do the Sunday ticket?
I wonder how expensive is it going to be? Because oftentimes it's not cheap. It's like $300 for the season or something.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's overly cheap, and you have to ask yourself, like if I'm living out of state and I can't watch the Cowboys, even though fortunately for the Cowboys they're pretty much one of the main games every week, so you're going to get to watch it. But
Jacksonville is just the game of the week.
Sunday
with the top crew.
Yeah, Sunday ticket is like it's a luxury. I would love to have it, but if I have Red Zone, I'm okay because I know I can still just flip it over and watch the Cowboys game at any moment and just watch that game. And so if you're a fan of a team and you want to make sure you're always watching your team and you don't live in the market for your team, then the Sunday ticket's 100% for you. But maybe some fans are okay with just saying, I'll watch my team when they pop up on the Red Zone because that's really the only time they deserve for me to watch them is when they're doing something good. Why would I want to sit through them getting, just punting the ball left and right?
Yeah.
When if anything that matters, I know Scott Hansen's going to show me.
He's going to show you. So Siciliano. A shout out to the 817 who said, I had a friend put 3 hits of Molly in their shot on their birthday. Was rubbing a fuzzy wall at a bar off Henderson having a night.
Dude.
Sounds like a hell of a night.
I'm terrified of the spiking of stuff.
You never know.
Yeah.
You never know. But what we
Like
do
the
know.
anthrax and the Halloween candy brought us. Be careful.
One guy that didn't spike anything at your wedding, the great Michael Lombardi, joins us on the other side. We know he hated Jason Garrett. What's he think about Kellen Moore and this Cowboys team right now? We'll talk with Michael Lombardi next on The Fan.
You can wait 24 hours. You can wait 24 hours. Or you can find out Cowboys and NFL insider info immediately. Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
About to catch up with Michael Lombardi here as we roll into hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation. Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo. We got Lucius Alexander and Carter Freeman as he runs your video for you. You can watch us on Twitch and on YouTube. Appreciate you turning it on and leaving it on. Hashtag Tolo. Spending your holiday with us as we are here for you, taking you into Cowboys and Eagles on Christmas Eve on your home of Dallas Cowboys football. And joining us now on the Diamond Factory hotline, he's a Super Bowl champion, an author, host of the GM Shuffle Pod, and writer for the Daily Coach, the great Michael Lombardi. Michael, how you doing today, sir?
I'm doing great, thank you. I'm doing great. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas. Hope all is well in Dallas.
Well, we're, all is well, but we are a tad concerned here, Michael. And, our Cowboys suffered a bad loss against the Jags. They haven't been playing their best football. How worried do you think we should be right now here in Dallas?
Well, I mean, look, I think these seasons, there's a lot of ebb and flow to them that go. I think you should be concerned, especially about the health of the team, right? I mean, we saw that the secondary, against Jacksonville, they lost guys that came, against Indianapolis. And then the Houston game, you had a bunch of injuries. And I think, and then last week you let a team have 503 yards. So I think you have to be concerned about the trend that's going on, and, the fact that you've turned the ball over, the defense has turned it over 10 times in the last 3 weeks. The offense has given it back 6. So, you got to be worried about how we're playing complementary football, how we're handling the situations, and how are we best winning the games.
And what about when it comes to the offense right now and the way you see Kellen Moore? Because they're scoring points, but then they can't close out a game. And so it feels like there's times where Kellen Moore, you're like, wow, you're impressed. And then there's other times where it's like, are you helping out your players? Are you helping out your quarterback?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's been probably the biggest disappointment of the National Football League this year is how teams, don't figure out that the clock is their opponent as opposed to the opponent. I mean, when you throw on 3rd and 10 a deep ball down the field and that you give them an extra timeout, you're really doing them a favor. And so you've got to be able to run the right plays at the right time, anticipate what they're going to be in, and the players have to execute. I mean, look, the mark of a great team is they close game out. When the other team knows you're going to run the ball and you can run it, you're a great team. When the other team knows you have to throw it and you can throw it, you're a great team. And the same thing on defense. So until you get to that point, it's really challenging. And I think that, the Green Bay game and this last week, there were moments where the Cowboys didn't do those things.
Michael, you and I lived the Philadelphia experience together. It's still home area for you. The Eagles, when you watch them on tape and study them, their strength, and then the thing that you could absolutely take advantage of them of.
Well, I think their strength is their offensive line, without a doubt, Brian. I mean, that's the key to their ability to be versatile, right? So when they started this Jalen Hurts experiment, they weren't a 6-back team. And when I call it a 6-back team, meaning the quarterback's part of the run game, okay? Not in a drop, not in a pass. Okay, he's going to take off because he's scrambling. I'm talking about calling runs for the quarterback. And so this evolution that got him there was because they built an offense around Hurts. And a lot of that is because of the strength of their offensive line. And the players that they have around their offensive line are really good yards after the catch. And I think they've done a great job in coaching development and player development of having the players match the system and the coaches being divergent in thought to create ways to utilize their skill set the best. I think the weakness of the team is if you block them up front, you can throw the football on them. There's no doubt. I think if you can block them, you can throw it. I think that it's a challenge to block them, but I think you can do that. I think they've improved their pass rush over the last month of the season. They've gotten more pressure, but they don't create a lot of turnovers. I mean, the last 3 weeks, they've only created 2 turnovers and you can throw the football on them if you understand how to do it. The Packers did it. Even though the Packers gave up 363 yards rushing in that game.
Yeah.
But I can throw the ball on them. And I think if you make them play a close game, they had a close game against the Colts, right? They had a close game against the Cardinals. But for the most part, they haven't had very many close games. So how they handle the fourth quarter is going to be critical.
Michael, this when I was watching the Eagles play, I couldn't figure out how to slow them down. And do you feel like though, with Hurts dealing with this AC joint problem that he's got, are they going to be somewhat similar offensively with Gardner Minshew? Do they continue on that path, or how different do you see the Eagles being on offense?
Well, I mean, look, Hurts has got 156 carries on the year already, right? And he's played in 14 games. So there's no way they'll run a little bit of their six-back attack, but it's going to be more of an RPO attack now, right?
Right.
And and Minshew can throw the ball better. They'll go back to a rhythm passing game, right? They'll go back to more of a rhythm passing game, get the ball out, and try to expose a Cowboys secondary that hasn't played well. Stay away from Diggs, attack the corners, and if we can block them up front, we're going to make a lot of plays on them and let Minshew make the right decisions and then still run the ball. When Hurts is the quarterback, you have to set the defense outside in. So what that means is you have to have edges on both sides because he can bounce it on either direction. And if you don't set the defense outside in and say, okay, try to run the ball inside on us. The teams that have played Philly the best, like Tampa last year in a playoff game. Mm-hmm. They had two big inside guys, and they set the defense from outside in. That gives them problems. And so you've got to be able to force him into throwing the football, but not in a play-action pass way. So when they played Tennessee, they threw it early in the game off play-action. They got a 21-7 lead. When they played the Giants the next week, they threw it off play-action early, got a 24-7 lead. Now he can keep running play-action. But if you build a lead on him, and he has to run drop back, now Hurts all of a sudden becomes a different player. So that to me is how you attack him.
Michael, when you with the Cowboys, we watched them play defensively. You mentioned all the injuries, but the pass rush has been lacking. They've been getting with four-man pressure and stuff. Have teams figured out that we're not going to let Dallas rush the passer on us anymore? Is it right. The quick game, the screen game? Is that what teams are just going to do now to him?
Well, you have to, and I think now because he stood everybody up, remember the offensive line wants to block the four biggest guys, right? They want to block the
big on
guys.
big, yeah.
Big on big. So what they do is now they just count. 11's a down guy no matter what. No matter where he lines up, he's a down guy because you're not going to let some back. They want a back to block him. So the protections kind of adapt to what the Cowboys are doing. And so and then they get the ball out quicker, and then they know they can't really hold on in coverage. I mean, they had a chance to win that Jacksonville game. They didn't put enough pressure on Lawrence, and you knew where the ball was going.
Right.
You kind of knew where it was. So, yeah, I mean, it's an evolution, and the Cowboys will struggle to rush against a really good offensive line of Philadelphia.
Michael, I learned something new about the middle eight, and for those that are new to listening to you and stuff on our station, explain what you're talking about the middle eight of a game.
So the middle eight is probably the most critical aspect of a football game. All right. So football is much like chess. And if you study chess, the person who has the white pieces means he starts the game or she starts the game first, typically will either win that chess match against the grandmaster or they will get a draw because the first move really makes a difference. In football, starting with the ball has no relevance because who controls the middle eight ends up with the control of the game. So it's the last 4 minutes of the first half and the first 4 minutes of the second half. So what you want to do is you want to have the ball to end the half, and you want to get the ball to start the half. So if you're Philadelphia and you're playing in Dallas and everybody's been in their seats all day long, they've been drinking beer, they're ready to go, everybody's ready to watch. The crowd is the loudest it's ever going to be at kickoff.
Right.
At the half, they're all taking a leak. They're all in the bathroom. They're buying more pretzels, getting more beer. The stadium's half empty. Now you get the ball, you can play with a less crowd noise. Remember, the number one advantage the offense has in football is they know the snap count. And when your home crowd takes away the snap count, all of a sudden it's an equal footing. So in chess, when you can get the white pieces by controlling the middle eight, you should win the game. So you could make up a 10-point lead. Say you're behind by 10. You score at the end of the half to go by 3. Now you score again. You catch it up.
Right.
If you have a lead, you score at the end of the half and score to start the half, all of a sudden, now the game's a whole different game. So that's the key to football, is control in the middle eight. And some of these games, like the Cowboy game last week, I mean, those two, that performance by both teams at the end of the half was as bad a middle eight management as you could possibly have.
Wow.
So Michael Lombardi is deferring basically every coin toss. When if it's up to you, you want the ball to start the second half 10 out of 10?
Yeah, no question. No question. You want it to start there. And what you want to do, which is what the Cowboys and my man Kellen Moore, who's in the basement in Des Moines, just calling plays like he's playing Madden, he pays no attention to the middle eight. He could care less about the middle eight. You know, he sits there, he gets the ball to start the drive. You know, now when they get the ball back from the Jaguars, you know, he comes out and I'll give it to you. I'm looking at the play-by-play. I'll give it to you. Like this is as bad as it gets. He gets the ball with 1:31 to go in the half. Now Jacksonville, which you can't deny, Doug Peterson, he could care less about the middle eight too. He starts out his drive with an incomplete pass. Then he gets the false start. Then he throws a short pass inbounds, lets the clock run, but he snaps it way too early. And then he throws another incomplete. Cowboys don't even have to use a timeout. They get the ball back with 1:31 to go in the game, right? And they throw a pass that goes out of bounds. Then they throw a pass inbounds that lets the clock, but they don't. And then Jacksonville calls timeout, and now they get a 3rd and 1, and they got a punt. Where you got to start the drive, you've got to get that clock running. People panic in the middle eight. They think, oh, no, we got to get plays. No, you got to get the clock running. You got to get it going. Let the clock work for you. And then the Jacksonville gets the ball back with 41 seconds left to go. And they couldn't do anything with it. And they couldn't get the point. And they should have gotten points.
Yeah.
Michael Lombardi with us here on 105.3 The Fan. You know, there's a lot of talk about Dak and the interceptions right now. Since week 10, he leads the league in interceptions, and he's being a lot more aggressive downfield. Where are you at right now with Dak and his level of play?
I mean, this is one of my pet peeves in football. Like, grade the interceptions. That was Dak's fault that CeeDee Lamb popped the ball up in the air?
Yeah. Noah Brown,
I mean,
yeah.
Like, what? You don't want him to throw that ball there? I mean, seriously, you don't want him to throw that? Oh, because he knew?
No, we said the same thing in the postgame. Brian and I were defending him for 3 hours.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a joke. Like, look, does he have to protect? Like, the first interception I thought was horrendous. You know, I didn't think that's on him. He can't make that mistake. He's too experienced. But, you know, CeeDee Lamb can't pop the ball up in the air. Like, it's unfair for quarterbacks to pay such a price on an interception that's not his fault. When it's his fault, we'll give him the blame.
Hey, Michael, I was listening to you the other day, like I always do, and you were talking about you actually went after Coach Belichick and the Patriots for the hiring of their offensive coordinators. And
coordinators.
Hey, listen, I appreciate you going because, like I said, there's a lot of guys in the media and gals in the media that won't go after people, but that's a terrible situation that's going on in New England right now, right? That quarterback's gotten worse, haven't they, with those two guys?
Yeah, if he didn't have a good season last year, you would say he's a blown pick, but you know he did.
Yeah.
And I love Bill to death. I mean, I love him like a brother. And I only say that because if I'm going to be a commentator, I have to be fair about what I say. And I don't want his legacy to get penalized for what's happening on the field. Now, look, I can't defend Jacoby Myers, right?
Yeah.
I mean, went rogue and made that play. But I can say that their offense, you know, which is really, you know, which can't throw the football, you know, they don't understand how to throw it. They don't really run it very well on an average. They're really bad. You know, one of the ways you evaluate football teams in terms of their ability to create plays to help the players is on third down and in the red zone.
Yeah.
The Patriots are 29th in third down, and they're 32nd in red zone. I mean, and so, like, that's a problem. And I think part of it, too, is the coaches have to be able to convince the players that they can handle it.
Michael, before we let you out of here, the Daily Coach is something that you have founded, and I'm curious, is there a coach right now that you think is doing the job very well, maybe one that's not getting the credit that some, like a Nick Sirianni's getting right now?
I mean, I think Arthur Smith has done an incredible job with Atlanta. I mean, I think Mike Vrabel's done an incredible job with Tennessee. You know, you let Matt LaFleur coach Tennessee for a couple of weeks, see how that works out for him, right? I mean, like, seriously, I mean, Tennessee is They're 7-7. They have no offensive weapons. I mean, I think it's really been a good job. I think the Cincinnati Bengals, I think Lou Anarumo, the defense coordinator, has done a great job. I think Zach Taylor, I think he's not a very good game manager. Think about this. I think one of the fallacies of the NFL this year has been we've been really bad at protecting quarterbacks. You know, once Gardner Minshew starts, and then I think if depending on who starts in Arizona, that'll be the 57th new starter at quarterback of the season, which the guys are getting hurt way too much.
If Minshew starts for the Eagles, who do you think wins between the Cowboys and Eagles this Saturday?
I think it'll be a really close game. Because I worry that Dallas takes a sigh of relief and says, "Oh, we're not playing against Hurts."
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
This Eagles team is really good. They're good, and they're going to have to play their best to win. And Minshew's really good. I don't understand how Minshew's a backup quarterback. Some of the guys that are starting in the National Football League, are you kidding me? I mean, this guy's really good. I mean, I've seen him play at Jacksonville. He's had nobody around him. You know, I mean, he's played better than Matt Ryan played in games. He's played better than Davis Mills played. He's played better than Mariota's played. I mean, the Eagles get him for a nothing.
Yeah.
And he's a good player. I mean, he's played well in games, and when you watch him, he can make all the throws. Now, I don't think he's a guy that can play 16 games. I think his size does become a detriment to him. But, I mean, when you look at the guy's career and you break him down, he's had 22 career starts, you know, and he's played really well. And he's thrown the ball down the field. He's made plays. He's protected the football. I think he's pretty good. Think about this, guys. He's got 41 touchdowns in 22 career starts.
Yeah.
Wow.
Real quick, too, just a real quick answer about what's going on with San Francisco and Purdy out there.
I mean, it's the perfect marriage of player skill set meeting the system skill.
Yeah.
Develop the skills with the player. It's Bill Walsh's theory of quarterbacking, and that's what they're doing well.
Michael, this has been a treat for us, man. It's been great insight. Really appreciated getting to talk with you. I know for Brian, it's always fun. We enjoyed it. Enjoy the games this weekend, and have a Merry Christmas, sir.
Same to you. Have Merry Christmas. Thanks, everybody.
There he goes, Michael Lombardi with us here on 105.3 The Fan with the G-Bag Nation. All right, coming up next, we got the Wooly Bully Top 10. We got the top 10 Christmas movies on National Humbug Day. What's your favorite movie? 877-881-1053. Plus some NFL news of the day next on The Fan.
35 minutes of commercial.
Great to have you in on a Hump Day segment brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com. In the last 30 minutes, Rob Gronkowski has tweeted out as we can start to smell the playoffs. He says, I'm kind of bored with like an awkward face, ...
Don't bleep and say.
And now everybody's wondering, might we see Gronk when the Cowboys go to Tampa for one last hoorah with the Gronkineers, or will another team try and slide in and get themselves a little playoff Gronk? But that's what people are freaking out about on the Twitters right now because Gronk is forcing them to do so. Okay, now it's time for the Wooly Bully Top 10. Here he is.
Thank you very much. We are going to do Christmas movies. What is your top 10? Or I'll give the top 10 Christmas movie. What's your favorite?
We can all put top
Christmas
10s together
movies. If you want to, you can do that. That's going to be a
okay.
lot of work because I don't think you want to. But before that, I do have some NFL news for you. This was very sad as regardless of rivalries or however you might feel, The NFL lost Hall of Fame running back Franco Harris today, who passed away at the age of 72, just 2 days before the 50th anniversary of the Immaculate Reception. And Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin was asked about that today, and here's what Coach Tomlin had to say.
You know, we had a productive day. Obviously, we did so with a heavy heart. This organization, this community, the football world, we lost a great one, Franco Harris. And so, obviously, we're all heartbroken. But we do look forward to honoring him and his legacy this weekend. And obviously, where our attention needs to be is on the preparation required to put together the type of performance that's fitting of a great man like Franco.
Yeah, I know. I mean, Brian, you probably know better than we do. I mean, we didn't get to
seen him play.
I didn't get to, unfortunately, watch Franco play.
Yeah.
Obviously, gone back and seen games of his that have been replayed on NFL Network. But I wonder any memories that you have from having watched him play.
Yeah, you're talking about a kid that grew up with the Steelers and the Cowboys, always playing in meaningful games and Super Bowls.
Seemed like the Super Bowl every year.
Yeah, that's it. And both teams had outstanding running games. When you look at the Cowboys and the Steelers, I can even throw Rocky Blyer in there, the toughness that they played with, the wide receivers. But those were teams that were very, very evenly matched, through that era. And it just, but every time you played it, you knew it was going to be a tough game. It was going to be one that, whatever side, won, it was, that's a city though, Pittsburgh, very proud of their teams and stuff. So when growing up as a kid, man, it was something big. When you ever beat the Steelers, whether it's regular season or in the postseason, it was a big deal. And he was a, I just remember him, that running style, kind of a little bit like a long strider, didn't look like you had that getaway, that explosive, but his ability to, once he got going, I mean, he'd rumble for some yards, and he was a hard guy to bring down because of his body type. I mean, just, powerful guy, and you'd hit him and they'd bounce off him, but he was always played a bunch of huge games for the Steelers.
Would the Immaculate Reception count today? Or has it been debunked that was technically an immaculate incompletion?
I think the NFL, replay would have shown that it was a catch. I think replay would have said it was a catch.
Because that's good.
The question you had was at impact.
Well, it's good for everybody involved.
Well, just the greatness and legendary mythology of the play.
Yeah, I still love seeing the replay of it. We saw it the other day. Me and my dad and my little brother, and we started talking about it. I was like, Dad, do you remember seeing this in real time? Because this is one of the most legendary plays ever. Yeah.
See, the thing about it was, the question was about at the point of contact where the ball was, where Frenchie Fuqua, where he got hit.
I'm sorry?
That was the back, or the running back they threw it to.
Frenchie
Fuqua.
Are you familiar with I'm a football guy, brought us, Walchuk, and I wasn't familiar with this. This is outstanding.
It was at the
not the Fuquas.
At the
good pull, man.
At the contact point, did he touch it? Was a defender touching it? See, you couldn't have two offensive players touching at the same time. So that was the issue right there. So, they would have to determine that first, and then I think the fact he pulled it off the turf is legit. But yeah, it was it was. I tell you what, it was a 7-6 game at the time. I mean, 22 seconds left. I think something was not. I mean, it was. But the Raiders will tell you. And again, I worked with the Raiders for 2 weeks, and they still they were still bitching about that play. But
they're still bitching about the tuck rule too.
They worry like there was such
got Fuquad twice.
There was such a
it's not Fuquad. We got something else.
There's such a disdain between at the time Pete Rozelle and Al Davis that they went to, like they said, the officials went to the phones in the dugouts there at Three Rivers Stadium and evidently called the league office, and there was never an official signal for touchdown. There was never that.
Some foolery going on there.
They said there was some foolery going on.
I believe that. I can see it happening.
My biggest admission in regards to Franco Harris is, for the first, I think 10 to 12 years of my football life, I thought his name was Frank O'Harris.
Oh, you didn't know that the first name was just Franco?
Yeah, I mean, come on. You hear it. It sounds like his name should be Frank.
It's Franco's Italian Army. That's what
Man,
they
you're
were.
Italian.
Listen, I am regretful. I'm being vulnerable right now. Should I have kept that to myself?
Yeah, no, you're out.
I thought his name was Frank for 10 years.
It's okay.
Frank.
It is a
O'Harris,
safe space.
right?
Yeah.
All right, let's slide into the top 10.
The O'Harrises.
Fat her.
Fat her.
Fat her.
What does that spell? Father. The top 10 Christmas movies. What is your favorite Christmas movie, Lucius? What you brought up a great point of how Christmas has a ton of movies. In other holidays, we don't have this.
Yeah, you don't have a lot of Thanksgiving movies.
No, it's a shame. But Christmas, we have a laundry list. I mean, dude, we could go 75 deep for this. But do you have go-tos around Christmas time?
Christmas Vacation, of course, with Chevy.
That's 1989.
Yeah,
Absolutely, yeah.
Scrooged.
Yes.
Bad Santa.
Oh, hell yeah.
Gremlins.
Gremlins is good.
Die Hard. Black Christmas.
Okay.
The original Batman. Trading Places.
Trading
and
Places.
Goodfellas.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Fire. I believe we have, now I'm forgetting his name, Bruce Willis.
Yeah.
Has come out recently and said no.
Yeah,
no,
apparently
it's
he said this a couple of times.
not a Christmas movie.
I don't
Okay.
think
He said
anybody
that
cares.
because I have Reginald that was on the movie right here, and he says, yeah, it's definitely a Christmas movie.
Okay.
I'll find it while you guys talk.
No, please do.
Good.
Because
They say the
I go
movie-
Christmas movie there.
They say the movie Trading Places was a Christmas movie.
It is.
1983.
It's an honorable mention on this list, actually.
Oh, is it?
And we got that texted in quite a bit.
Okay.
That Trading Places is their favorite Christmas movie. 214 said Trading Places. Elf, getting a lot of love. Polar Express, which is also an honorable mention on this list. Scrooged is an honorable mention. It's a Wonderful Life will be making an appearance. Don't you worry.
All right.
Even though Christmas only shows up at the very end of that film, we watched the entire 2 hours and a half.
It's a great film.
It's
don't
very
go there.
heartwarming.
Don't go there.
But I was waiting for the Christmas theme here, and then you don't get it till the end.
Yeah.
And people want to say that Die Hard's not, but Die Hard takes place on Christmas.
I do appreciate the texter in the 817 who's making me feel better about Frank O'Harris. He thought Hall & Oates was just one guy, Holland Oates.
I met them in Philadelphia one time. Hall & Oates.
Man, they're still fire.
Hey, does this sound like a Christmas movie, Babes in Toyland, from 1986?
I've never seen it.
I kind of think it's got Drew Barrymore in it, and Keanu Reeves are
Hello.
actually in it.
Star-studded cast.
But there was one released in 1934 and 1961. It kind of sounds like it wouldn't be a movie that kids would probably be able to see, right? Babes in Toyland kind of a thing.
Yeah, it's
Kind of a questionable.
Yeah, it could be questionable.
Very questionable.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm an elf guy.
Here's Reginald Vale Johnson. This is a dad from Family Matters. Remember he was in Die Hard?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
They asked him about that Christmas movie thing.
Reggie, quick question. Is Die Hard a Christmas movie? What do you think?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
It is.
Lord have mercy. Thank
Yes,
you.
it is.
That's the question of the century.
That's the question of the century.
There you go.
Thank you, Lucius.
I fall in line with that. But it's all about the Home Alones. It's all about Elf.
Yeah, love it.
And shout out to my guy Vince Vaughn in Four Christmases and the texter that texted that in.
Big fan of Four Christmases as well. I'm surprised you didn't go for The Holiday because you're a big rom-com guy.
Ooh, that's a good one. Jack Black, Jude Law,
Yes.
Cameron Diaz.
Or Love Actually.
Love Actually. Is that a Christmas? I guess that is a Christmas.
It's a holiday film.
It's a holiday film.
Triflin' Bro 05 on the Twolo said Charlie Brown Christmas.
That's not from 1965. I just looked at that.
Very good. And A Muppet Christmas Carol is also an honorable mention. Number 10, we actually have Die Hard. Number 9 is It's a Wonderful Life.
Savings and loan.
Number 8 is probably my personal favorite, The Santa Claus with Tim Allen.
Oh, dude, yes.
I love The Santa Claus.
Me too.
And I even watched The Santa Clauses on Disney Plus. Very cheesy, but I still enjoyed it.
I watched the original one a couple of weeks back for the first time in a while, and it still holds
It's
up.
so
And Tim
good.
Allen is so funny, and there are lines that I didn't, that go over your head.
Oh,
that
yeah.
now you're like, oh my gosh, this was legit funny. Shout out to the guy who just texted in Jingle All the Way.
Oh, Jingle All the Way.
Oh, dude,
So good.
that is fantastic.
Oh, Fred Claus got some love on here as well. Frost. Oh, Jack Frost.
Jack Frost
That
was
movie
great.
got me in the feels as
Me
a kid.
too. Are you kidding me? Michael Keaton,
So sad.
Batman.
Number 7 is Elf. Little low for me.
Yeah, that is low.
Number 6, A Christmas Story. And that did get texted in. Are people kind of over A Christmas Story because it plays for like 24 hours straight on TBS?
Yeah, never one that I got into.
Yeah, just shoot your eye out, kid. Number 5, A Charlie Brown Christmas.
Yeah, there you go.
Number 4 is Home Alone. Certainly a top 3 for me.
Bro, so good.
Probably number 2 for me.
It never gets old watching Harry and Marv get absolutely
Bleeped.
tortured.
Yeah.
By the booby traps.
Yeah. Number 3 is Dr. Seuss, How the Grinch Stole Christmas. Jim Carrey.
Oh, yeah, the Jim Carrey version.
I do love the Jim Carrey version.
Yeah, that's my wife. She has to watch that every year.
The only one that I don't really like is the new one that they did, the animated one.
I didn't even watch it.
I watched it on Netflix. I didn't get into it. Number 2 is the claymation Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
Are you serious?
It is.
Claymation.
Yeah.
I've never really watched that either.
Some people love those
I'm not a
claymation
claymation
ones.
guy.
Like, what was the other?
That's like Saturday Night Live used to do that with Gumby and
1964.
Yeah.
But somebody just texted it in, 817, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. And I do, like, shout out to Lucius for dropping Gremlins. I don't think Gremlins gets enough love.
No. Hey, those animatronic, what is it called? The
Claymations?
Oh, those are kind of scary when I was younger. Heat Miser and
Heat
all that
Miser,
stuff.
yes!
Yeah, those was kind of scary, bro.
It's always just been off-putting for me.
Yeah.
Number 1, though, National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation.
Nice, dude.
There you go.
Blaper's full.
Yeah. So many great legendary quotes from that movie. There it is. Today's Wooly Bully top 10 list at 420. Don't forget you can hang out with Zach Wolchuk and all the Tolos 7 and 9 at Baby Doll's Saloon tonight, 10250 Shady Trail. Going to be a holiday party of a lifetime. Let's catch up with our guy DeMarcus Lawrence. Tank joins us next right here on The Fan.
Coming up Thursday morning on In demand of driving up prices, Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. This is Texas. This is Classic. Find new roads, y'all.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Time now for the DeMarcus Lawrence Show here on the G-Bag Nation on your home of the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan. And joining us now, Tank himself. DeMarcus, how you doing, sir?
Tolos, what up, man? How we doing?
Man, we're doing well. Of course, we're all excited for this Christmas Eve showdown against the Eagles. You got any Christmas traditions in the Lawrence household?
No. I mean, we like to celebrate on Christmas, because of the Christmas Eve game. But, just make sure we get a W to celebrate the Christmas the right way.
Hey, Tank, are you one of those guys that likes to put together toys, or are you going to let somebody else handle it? Because I always end up with extra pieces when I put together stuff. So I didn't know, are you one of those guys that's kind of adventurous and wants to kind of do everything, put them together?
Me and my wife actually, had this conversation a couple of weeks ago, and I told her, I was like, everybody has a job, and that's not my job, so I let other people put together the toys.
Is Tank Lawrence doing the Christmas shopping, or does he just see things arrive at the house and that's just the way it goes?
When I was younger, I used to, love doing the Christmas shopping, but now these legs don't got a little older, and I have to, make sure I'm taking care of the body instead of worrying about Christmas.
I could see you on Amazon while you're in that ice tank or something, and you're just clicking buy now, boom, let's do this.
Yes,
thing.
Yes, sir.
What about the Christmas lights? Did you have somebody come and put those up for you, or were you doing that yourself?
Nah, Christmas lights, Christmas tree, everything getting put up by somebody else. But I definitely enjoy the holiday season.
That's
for sure.
my kind.
Yeah, you just get the bill at the end of the day, right? Is that what you see?
Can you imagine strolling through the neighborhood and seeing DeMarcus Lawrence up on his roof,
That'd be
just putting the
amazing.
lights in, waving to the
Hey, Tank! Merry Christmas!
No, sir.
Are we doing a real Christmas tree, Tank, or do we do just the fake tree?
It's a fake tree, but it looks like the Rockefeller tree.
Okay.
Geez.
All right, very good.
All right.
Best tree in town. Come to
Yeah.
DeMarcus Lawrence's
Yes,
place.
yes.
We definitely got more Christmas questions for you. But how challenging is it are you preparing right now for both quarterbacks with Hurts being a bit of a question mark?
Yeah, I feel like it'll be a good challenge for our team a whole, just to go against another good team, and also put our skills to the test.
What was the feeling after that Jacksonville game that you guys really want to make sure you come out and improve upon after what happened on Sunday?
Yeah, just more discipline. Feel like we got some young guys taking on some major roles now, and it's just all about, us filling them in on the things that they missed, and also, us taking more pressure off them and being more disciplined.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned some of those younger guys stepping up. One of the big losses was LVE, and I know he means a lot to you being a fellow Boise State Bronco, but he's having a fantastic season. How big of a loss is that, not only for how well he was playing, but the role that he plays within your defense?
Right, man. It's a huge loss, especially coming from a D-line standpoint, and, having a linebacker that can, fill holes for you and come downhill and, take those double teams off you. It's a huge loss, but got faith that LVE will be back this season, and, everything will be going on the uprise.
Hey, Tank, I'm probably going to get shot down for asking this question because I know it's going to be
Here we go.
scheme related. But, okay, I've been watching all these centers around the league that in situations they tap, like the guard will tap them, and then they twist their head real quick. And you're a really smart player. You get to jump off that stuff? You kind of, because I've always wondered, I'm like thinking, okay, guys like Tank are going to figure this thing out real fast. How to jump that when you see that guy's head snap like that?
Oh, yeah. It's different keys to the game.
Sure.
Sometimes you have centers doing that, but also, like, you have, like, the tackles jumping out before the center even snaps the ball. So,
yeah,
like, you'll want to get off on their key instead of getting off on the ball. So, it's different keys that you tap in and throughout your film study throughout the week, and, just let the bullets fly when you get there.
Yeah, but it seemed like, okay, in that game, that guy was jumping early on you in that Jacksonville game the whole time, right? I felt like that. I'm like, man, they're letting him get off this ball early on this guy. Was I seeing that the wrong way?
No, most definitely not.
Yeah, I thought so. Thanks for acknowledging that. Yeah.
See it every time somebody play the Cowboys.
Yeah, you're right.
Can't get the calls, man. This is ridiculous.
Hell no, can't get called for holding or anything like that.
Well, just one more on that Jacksonville game. I don't know that there's a good quarterback that you haven't played now in your career, but what do you think of Trevor Lawrence, who seems like he's playing really good football right now?
Yeah, I feel like Trevor Lawrence is a good quarterback. I feel like he'll be, great later on in his career. But as of right now, he's a good quarterback. He got a good touch to his ball, but also, he's a big quarterback in the pocket. So it's not easy to break him down. Yeah. So I think he'll be a great quarterback one day.
What's the advantage of playing a team a second time? And obviously this always happens with the division, but specifically after a loss.
You say what's the what?
The advantage when you're playing a team, the second team after a loss. I mean, does that give you added motivation the second time, correcting those mistakes from the first game against Philadelphia?
No, I don't think it's a big advantage off a loss. I think you should have more grit to your game, understanding that it's a rivalry game, but also, how good this team is. So you should come in, prepared and ready to go. But I don't think the adversity really hits until you get about third quarter.
Tank, this Lane Johnson, he hadn't given up a sack in 17 games. I'm going to make a prediction. He's going to give up one this weekend to you. Mm-hmm. And when you play against a guy like, would you rather play against, this is a terrible question on me, I'm sure, but would you rather play against a really good athlete or a guy that's a power player?
I never thought about that.
Terrible question?
No, it's not.
Thank you, bro.
Thank you.
It only took me 16 weeks, Tank, to come up with one.
Hey, man, you kept plugging away, though. You overcame that adversity.
But, yeah, because I'm always thinking, because of Lane, I always see a really good foot athlete.
Right.
Yeah.
But I feel like that also brings, more things out of your game.
Sure.
Like, he's a good foot athlete now. How good can you be on your power moves?
There you go.
Or if he's a stout tackle, like, he's bigger and got slower feet. All right, how fast can you speed him up, to get him off balance? So I feel like it's different ways to attack different people, but you got to, make sure you do your due diligence and in your studies so you'll know how to.
I got a bad question for you, Tank. Are the Eagles the most annoying team to play? They seem like they just talk a lot.
I like it when situations get chippy. So, I like being in those moments, and having to just focus on, the guy in front of me and, doing my job. So, I say, they can get annoying, but at the end of the day, hopefully people saying that same thing about us.
Yeah, true.
Early National Signing Day today for the high school athletes.
Okay.
And I'm curious, what do you remember about signing with Boise State?
Well, go back to my story. Like, I ain't have no glamorous story of signing day. I went to a junior college first, start off Butler Community College, and I did my 2 years there, and then I got the opportunity to go to Boise State. So, but shout out to all the kids, doing signing day today. Wish you the best of luck on your decision, and kick ass. Oh, sorry, boys.
Hey,
no, you're good, man. No, you're totally good with that.
You can say that.
Yeah.
And we want you to go out there and kick some ass, especially against
kick all
those
the
bird
ass.
turds on
Indeed.
Saturday on Christmas Eve, my friend. You go out there, give them hell, and have a Merry Christmas, a Happy Holidays to you and the family. We always enjoy getting to catch up with you.
Love, man. Merry Christmas.
There he goes. DeMarcus Lawrence here on the Tank Lawrence Show usually Thursday on the G-Bag Nation. But with the Cowboys' weird schedule.
Yeah, I think Tank's will be back with us next Tuesday.
Woo!
Yeah.
We got a short week.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah.
We'll talk with Tank on Tuesday next week. There he is with us here on the G-Bag Nation. Coming up on the other side, we got some afternoon headlines for you, some Stars news. We'll update you on the Mavs as they've got a game tonight. Plus, what major questions do you have for the Cowboys as they get ready for this year's playoff run? That's next on The Fan.
Listen.
Classic Chevrolet Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
All right, what questions do you have for the Cowboys as they get ready for this year's playoff run? Big thank you to DeMarcus Lawrence, as always, for joining us. If you missed that, just hit that Odyssey Rewind or check out our podcast on 105.3thefan.com. Also, while we're talking podcasts, Love of the Star with our guy Brian Broaddus and Bobby Belt.
How about that?
It's your best freaking Cowboys podcast in the land.
Dang right it is.
You guys got a new episode that dropped today? Or is it tomorrow?
We gotta tape one tonight for tomorrow or something. We got something going on, but yeah, they've been coming. We're trying to do like 3 a week. We have really Bobby and I between his contacts, my contacts. It's worth a listen.
But they're mostly your contacts, right?
No, Bobby and I.
Bobby actually has a lot of great.
Bobby's
contacts.
got a lot of great contacts.
That's why we used to have him on the nosebleed seats.
Yeah, and we take fans' questions too. That's another thing we do. So when you want to,
I've asked a lot of questions, and I've never heard you answer.
You have to tweet at us.
Oh, I can't just skip that and go straight to your text?
No, you just got to go right to. You got
no VIP line for Love of the Star, brother.
Man,
get in line with the rest of us.
All right.
Maybe they answer your question. Maybe they don't. Try again next week.
All right. Better luck next time.
But thank you for mentioning that. Though it's on all the Odyssey platforms and stuff. Of course, it's on YouTube too as well.
It is.
I'm learning all about these.
As are we. YouTube and on Twitch. Hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation. Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo, Lucius Alexander, and Carter Freeman, who's coordinating that video on Twitch
when he's
and
not
on
jogging.
YouTube. Is he jogging right now?
I think he's back there. I think he's back there.
Yeah, Carter's been doing a great job.
Yeah.
Lucius has been kicking ass as well, taking names. We appreciate you as we are live and local during this holiday, spending it with you as you choose to Tolo and party with us. And, Larry D. Flores is in the house as well as he's getting ready for the Get Right tonight, which will be on after some Cowboys content for you.
Mike Bassick on that.
Ooh, Mikey B's going to be on
B's on
tonight. So you can listen to that while you come out to Baby Dolls. I'll be there from 7 to 9.
A lot going on.
Come party with me. Baby Dolls Saloon, 10250 Shady Trail. They got free barbecue. They got drink specials. And I'll have some Tolo swag for you to hand out as well from 7 to 9. So we look forward to that. It is National Signing Day. The Horns have locked up Arch Manning. So he will officially be on campus there in Oxnard. Right now you in Austin. I don't know why. My mind's still in Oxnard. I just can't wait to go back.
Okay.
It was so fun.
It really was, dude. We had so much fun. Texas right now has the 5th ranked recruiting class in the early signees, according to ESPN. Oklahoma at number 6.
Making a run.
Right behind Texas. A&M has slipped to number 20, according to ESPN. TCU is at 18. They got a top 20 recruiting class right now, and I assume that that's only going to jump up. Baylor is at 25, and Texas Tech. What a great job by Joey McGuire at 22.
Go get him, Coach.
Really good job.
Probably listen to us right now.
What Joey McGuire's doing there.
Hitting their trail, yeah.
At Texas Tech. Now, the Mavs are going to be in action tonight. They will be taking on the Minnesota Timberwolves in Minnesota. It is. Now, we did find out that Jason Kidd got fined $25,000 for coming onto the court after he was ejected earlier against Minnesota a few days ago. But the big news is, and if you missed this, I tweeted it out, there's an awesome video going out around of Luka and Dirk exchanging Christmas gifts with each other. And this is ahead of the NBA Christmas Eve or Christmas Day game.
Christmas Day games, yeah.
At the AAC. It's going to be amazing. And it's a just heartwarming video. The two of them giving gifts to each other.
Oh my gosh, that's fantastic. Do you know what do we know what the gifts were?
I'm just going to leave that for you to go and find out.
Oh, okay.
I'll just ask Chris. I don't know. He knows.
Chris will know.
Chris knows.
But a big day for Dirk. So we've got the statue that's going to be unveiled.
Chris has seen the statue too.
He has. I think
But
Chris actually.
He won't tell us.
If we still have the beads on the statue, it's Chris's fault. That's who we blame.
Yeah.
But Mavs legend Dirk Nowitzki also among the 2023 Hall of Fame nominees. He is a first-time nominee, along with the bleep hole that is Dwayne Wade and Tony Parker and Pau Gasol. But Dirk's going to get in. You also have former Mavs teammate Sean Marion and Mavs vice president of basketball operation and teammate Michael Finley, who are also nominees. So we'll see if they're able to get in along with Dirk. And Denis Gurianov, Stars forward, and the Stars are also in action tonight, 8:30 at home against Edmonton. That's a TNT national broadcast. They've granted forward Denis Gurianov a leave of absence from the club. He's dealing with family issues.
Okay.
So hope everything is okay.
Thoughts and prayers there for that.
With him.
Stars coming off a pretty good 5-game road trip.
3-1-1.
There you go.
Let's go, baby.
Keep
All
it
right.
rolling.
Cowboys news here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Injury report is out. Micah missed practice again today. That's due to an illness. Mike McCarthy said, hey, that's going around. Dorrance Armstrong was limited. Noah Brown was limited. Jake Ferguson was limited with the concussion as he tries to get back. You've noted how important that is, especially for the blocking purposes. Fergie's been great. Those young tight ends have really helped. I think they've helped Dalton Schultz as well.
Yeah.
Schultz has been a much better blocker this year.
Nothing against Sean McEwen, but Sean McEwen cannot block as well as those young tight ends.
Agreed.
And you see him when they put him in the fullback role or wing or in line, whatever he has to do, he just does not have the power or the snap to be able to get in and get those feet moving and get guys turned or at least stalemated. You know, that having Ferguson back would be. But again, the problem you're dealing with right now is the neck, concussion, shoulder, all those things are kind of a little bit of an issue. So hopefully he can get back to being that effective point of attack player and then also up the field tight end.
We also have news on Jake Ferguson with Haley Sutton saying that Mike McCarthy, he's getting close. He hasn't been through the final stages yet, but he looks good. The back, he's getting back to his quirky self. And we hear that from like everybody in the locker room. Zach Martin was asked about this earlier in the week. Who's his favorite rookie? It's Jake Ferguson.
Yeah.
He's got a great personality to him. You got to love that. The rest of the injury, though, we know that Mike I mentioned, Leighton Vander Esch, of course, not going to be playing. He did not practice either. And then you gave us the news at the top of the show, but if we missed it about Jalen Hurts, it's an AC joint.
Yeah, that's what I'm starting to hear some whispers about, that maybe this thing might be a little bit more significant than they're leading on, but AC joint is kind of the, talking to some people around the league. They feel like that maybe, he misses this game and maybe even the Saints game. Keep an eye on that, but more of an AC joint type of an injury.
Well, and that's the hazard of having the quarterback that runs all the time.
Oh, he
and
got
with the
whacked.
punishing style.
He got whacked in that Bears game a couple of times, and that's
and not like killed.
No, but that's when you hey, there's nothing wrong with the running quarterback or the quarterback that has mobility, but when you make it, and Mike Lombardi talked about it, that extra, what he's called it, the sixth running back. That's the thing that you're going to deal with. When you say we're going to just straight power run with our quarterback, and now it's like he can't get out of bounds, he can't get to the sidelines, or he can't get down. You're going to take some shots. If you get a shot on Jalen Hurts in a football game, by all means you need to take it on him. If you're a defender, I mean a fair one, not not asking anything cheap, but you're going to try and now from now on, we'll see how this affects the Eagles going forward. Is this something that he's going to have to deal with? Again, some of the words I'm hearing is this something that's it's significant that they're not really too excited about telling people about.
The door is open, boys.
Mm-hmm.
I know the Cowboys are not feeling like the confidence is not through the roof
you get
right
a win
now.
over the Eagles, you're going to be feeling confident.
Yeah, you'll be back to feeling great again. You got plenty of time to get your wits about you before playoff time starts. And if you have Jalen Hurts dealing with an issue where he's not able to throw as well, or he's not able to consistently run the football and be that threat that he's been all season. Now, fortunately for them, they're going to be able to rest him as much as they want here pretty much moving forward. They're going to get that bye in the playoffs. So by the time we're sitting there in round 2 of the playoffs, maybe this is a non-issue. But if it's a little bit more serious, Broadus, and that shoulder's not healing overnight, then this is exactly the type of thing that derails a season for you.
No doubt.
So the door's open, boys.
What's Minnesota's record? They have 12 wins? Minnesota have 12 wins?
I believe they have 11.
They have 11? So they got 3 more.
They're a game back of the Eagles.
Yeah, and they lost to them head-to-head. I know that. So, yeah, I mean, you just wonder, though, if he misses this game, maybe he misses the Saints game. The thing about it is,
they're 11-3.
You got all these teams right now that the Cowboys are playing teams that are fighting for playoff spots, but so are the Eagles.
Yeah, the Eagles still have to get one more win to wrap up that 1 seed and the division.
Yeah, the Eagles are. I mean, if you want to hope, I mean, if you're that type, the hope is that what we're talking about, this thing might prevent him from being effective. And maybe it's something that affects him in the playoffs even.
The New York Knicks have also lost a 2025 second-round pick after the Jalen Brunson signing probe. They were found guilty They were guilty. Also, quickly, the final headline for you. Colt McCoy ruled out for the Arizona Cardinals, so Trace McSorley, the Penn State quarterback, is going to get his first NFL start this week.
That's a train wreck going on in Arizona right now.
Not good.
If there was transfer portal, there'd be guys diving out of Arizona right now.
Yeah, no doubt.
Cliff Kingsbury should still be in
that's what I'm
college.
saying, though. I mean, they would
should still probably be a quarterback's coach.
There would be guys like, I am out of this place.
Yeah. All right, here we go. 3 major questions facing the Cowboys as they approach this year's playoff run. Let's start with this one. What if this year is really not any different from what we've seen in years past? And Brian, I've talked to you about this in the last couple of days, the way that this is trending. And look, Ambar Garcia made a great point that you brought up in terms of maybe we just have the role reversal from a year ago, where it was the offense that was really good last year in the first half, and then they stunk in the second half, and that plagued you in the postseason. This year, defense carried you, was amazing the first half of the season. Now, the injuries, whatever the reason is, they're starting to not be as good in the second half. But are we trending towards another one-and-done type year? And did they peak? I don't know. I don't want this to be the case, but you've blown a 17-point lead to the Jags. You blew a lead earlier to the Packers, excuse me. You'd hate to see that happen again. It would make me physically ill to see that happen again.
This is about the offense from now on. Their defense did all they could. Your backup quarterback held you in there for 5 weeks. You won 4 of those games. Defense was involved with that. This defense really carried you when you weren't doing very much on offense, with Dak and not being involved. And so, I look at it as this way. It's now time. This is on Kellen Moore. This is on Dak Prescott. This is on CeeDee Lamb. This is on 2 running backs. This is on what I think is a better offensive line. You have to go out there and pick this defense up. They don't have the ability to cover in the back end like they did. Now we'll see what they do if they move, say, Alexander. I'd like to see him move Alexander into the slot and then put Bland on the outside and go to battle that way. They need to find a way to get the pass rush back that they lost along the way. But teams have, like we were talking with Mike Lombardi, teams are going to throw screens. They're going to throw, they're going to move misdirections. They're going to do things to keep you from rushing the passer. But this defense is in a bad spot right now. I mean, Dan Quinn and those guys are doing all they can to kind of hold this thing together and maybe get a stop or 2 along the way. They got a great stop. They basically won you the game or saved the game against Houston. That's where you're at right now. Offense gave them the ball on the 8-yard line, and the defense said, no, we're not going to lose this game today. We're not going to lose this game, and the defense has had that attitude really all year. The offense needs to now take the mantle and go and put people away in these games.
I'm with you.
They need to go get a first down. They need to catch the ball. They need to block. They need to do things at the point of attack. The quarterback needs to be mindful of how he throws the ball.
Damn right.
So these are things now, your defense, I appreciate with Curse standing up there in front of the media yesterday and saying, we've talked about all these things. We're not where we're at. Well, you know what, sir? Congratulations, though. You got this team in the playoffs with a backup quarterback that played for 5 weeks. Okay? You guys, hey, just take a seat over there. We'll come back to you. Offensively, those players have to look at themselves and say, this defense, our brothers on that side of the locker.
Complimentary, right?
Yes. It's no more. No more. I can't ask Kelvin Joseph to play cornerback anymore. You got to do it. You got to look at these and you got to see the situation. I can't keep asking Dan Quinn to make stops on the goal line with a beat-up defense.
Well, and when they get you one, even though they played terribly, when they get you one while Jacksonville's trying to drive before regulation, to your point, they got to get that damn first down.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
They got to get the first down and win the damn game.
If you flame out in the playoffs and they say, well, the defense just got too beat up. Well, what was the offense doing?
Right. I'm with you, man.
People are saying, okay, you should score 38 points. You should win the game. Maybe you need to score more. I know I'm asking a lot here, but I just look at the condition of your defense, and Curse fell on the sword yesterday for the team. I haven't heard anybody in the offense step up and say, hey, listen, those guys on the other side of the room, they've done a hell of a job for us. We have got to find a way to make it up for them. We're not going to put our heads in the sand and sit there and say, oh, poor us, poor me, we're too banged up. BS. Figure it out, offense.
Yeah.
Figure it out, Kellen Moore. I'm happy to see this offensive line now.
Yeah.
I think it's a better offensive line.
I'm with you.
Go take advantage of that.
Amen. Amen to that. No question about it. The injuries, I know they're piling up, and that's a question mark as well. But
you can't prevent that.
They got to find a way.
That's who they are.
They got to find a way, and you're healthy on offense.
Yeah.
So go take advantage of that. All right, coming up on the other side, NFL coaches. We got NFL coaches' money issues, college football news, NBA news, plus Bobby Belt and LA Live as we kick off the Expressway next on The Fan.
35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content begins right now. It is the Expressway here in the G-Bag Nation. It is fantastic to have you with us on a hump day. We get Bobby Belt joining us here in a few minutes. Cowboys Insider, of course, LA Live to close down the 5 o'clock hour. And in 90 minutes, there's a big party going down, led by the Woolly Bully at 10250 Shady Trail. It is Baby Dolls, and it's their holiday party. And Walchuk's going to be there having a great time. It goes from 7 to 9.
Going to be motorboating.
We will see if Walchuk gets out of there at 9 o'clock. I'm not confident that he's going to be able to get out of there. And I know Christmas has done quite a bit on his pocketbook, but he's going to find a way to stroll out of there swaggering at like 3 in the morning. That's my guess.
If you're a Tolo, go out there and give some holiday cheer to my man.
Yeah.
I need all the help I can get.
You got to have Tolo gear,
He's
swag,
trying to move and a lot of things going on.
My wallet is broken.
Yeah. Well, your spirit is alive and well, and it's going to be outstanding, as it always is at Baby Dolls tonight, the party with Walchuk and 175 of the most beautiful women in town. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and